Zhang Yu unexpectedly traversed into another realm, only to discover they possessed a remarkable ability the capacity to collect the attributes, techniques, martial arts, and even extraordinary powers that first at last. This sudden revelation ignited fierce determination within him, propelling him onto a protracted journey of attribute acquisition. System notification. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the attribute of strength. Strength 100,000. System notification. Congratulations, host. You have acquired mental power. Mental power 1000, becoming the mentalist. System notification. Congratulations, host. You have obtained fragment of the locks. Unlocking 3000 laws. In this extraordinary world, the prodigy S marveled at Zhang Yu's rise, while it has go beauty as cast during one season his direction. The teachers regarded him with newfound respect, and even extraterrestrials found themselves perplexed by his martial arts. The deities and demons could hardly believe that after countless years of seclusion, they were effortlessly vanquished by a myriad of countless martial artists. After years of arduous training, discovered that Zhang Yu had quietly ascended to become deity of the cosmos. However, Zhang Yu's legendary retreat did not commence in such resplendent fashion. His first destination after crossing over was an ordinary student in class, hill of his nearly era Widubei City's third high school. Faced with the impending entrance examination, he found himself an adept slumbering in class, until he was roused by a near timidly get family attacker. Zhang Yu, if I'll continue to sleep in my class, you might as well leave the classroom, the teacher bellowed. Zhang Yu, bewildered, glanced around, suddenly inundated by a torrent of memories. He realized that he had traversed into a parallel world known as Source Star, where martial artists coexisted like exotic beasts, and humanity struggled for survival. Yet, he had become a useless student, neither skilled in the arts nor academically adept. To traverse anything, you must know heaven by dates and beginning, Zhang Yu lamented inwardly. Yet, fate seemed not to have entirely forsaken him. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, a collection system quietly activated. System activation successful. Congratulations, host, you have gained automatic collection function. Zhang Yu sheared sword with delight as she promptly began to experiment with collecting the attribute test hitherto she discarded. He discovered that as long as a drop had an attribute trigonometer of home, the system would automatically extract it for him. In Fabling Kofani, his strength, speed, and mental power experienced a surge. System notification. Congratulations, host, strength 1, speed 0. E, mental power E. Observing the scattered bubbles beneath his classmate's feet, Zhang Yu's inner joy was ineffable. However, his actions did not guarantee said by the middle-aged teacher, how was displeased. After class, she admonished Zhang Yu to return home and reflect, insisting that he couldn't turn to school after resist her chematopologies. Reluctantly, Zhang Yu departed the classroom, yet his heart brimmed with anticipation for the future. He understood that with this collection system, he would ultimately embark on the path to becoming a martial artist, a formidable force in this world. His collision and integration with this realm was Moriarty's inception.
Chapter 2. The Pursuit of Mental Strength. The middle-aged female teacher departed. The students in the class began to whisper among themselves. It was only then that Zhang Yu realized that the class teacher had asked him to summon his parents and had suspended his classes. However, he was now indifferent to the class teacher's demands. Returning to his seat, he tidied his belongings while examining the gains he had just made. Host, Zhang Yu. Realm, ordinary person. Strength, 96. Speed, 11.3 ms. Mental strength, 10. Skills, none. Equipment, none. In a mere few seconds, his strength had increased by 6 kilograms. His speed had augmented by 0.3 meters per second. Such gains, if achieved by other martial artists, would typically require several days of rigorous training. Yet he had merely strolled around the classroom. This was merely one class. If he were to traverse the entire school and the entire Widubei City, to what heights would his physical attributes ascend? Oh, the common folk must be elated. I just heard someone else got suspended. For some reason, this thought suddenly filled me with delight. Some individuals, whose grades were already subpar, would likely find themselves toiling on construction sites in the future. Abruptly, a sarcastic voice pierced through the classroom. Zhang Yu, however, paid no heed and retrieved his most important possession, his phone, striding out of the classroom without a backward glance. Study? With the emergence of the system, why bother with studies? His class was on the 4th floor, and aside from his class, there were 5 other senior classes. As he walked through the corridor, the scattered attribute bubbles fell around him. Automatically collected. However, there were not many attribute bubbles in the corridor. Upon descending to the 4th floor and exiting the teaching building, Zhang Yu had only managed to collect 10 points of strength and 0.6 points of speed. Few students occupied the playground. Most were in their classrooms, revising for the impending college entrance examinations. Jiang Yu felt no nostalgia for the campus and headed straight for the school gate. With only 7 days remaining until the examinations, he was determined to become a true martial artist within this time. Only then could he deliver a resounding blow to the faces of certain petty individuals. Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. Wait up, from behind, a female voice called out. It was his deskmate. Su Weiwei. Su Weiwei caught up with Jiang Yu, matching his pace, panting as she spoke. Jiang Yu, are you really going home to reflect? With the exams approaching, why not apologize to the old class teacher? Perhaps she would forgive you just this once. Today, you truly went too far, sleeping in class and wandering about. It's no wonder the old class teacher was upset. Apologize? Jiang Yu chuckled, shaking his head. Su Weiwei, do you truly believe that if I apologize to the old witch Wei, she will forgive me? You don't naively think she is genuinely angry just because I slept in class and wandered about. Do you? Isn't that the case? Su Weiwei asked innocently. Jiang Yu shook his head, stopping at the school gate, turning to Su Weiwei with a smile. Don't forget what happened at the beginning of the term. With that incident lingering, no matter how well I perform every day, the witch Wei will always find opportunities to target me. After all, Zhang Hao is her own nephew, and she is hardly magnanimous. You know about that? Su Weiwei lowered her head, her face reflecting guilt. Jiang Yu nodded with a smile, stepping out of the campus and walking towards the distant street. That incident occurred when a new male student named Zhang Hao transferred to their class. Initially, he had no conflict with Zhang Hao and was striving to study diligently. However, one day during dinner, Zhang Hao purposely tossed a ball of crumpled paper into his bowl, looking at him provocatively. Never one to tolerate such provocations, Jiang Yu immediately fought back. Following that incident, the witch Wei began to target him, intentionally moving his seat from the front to the back, ensuring he could not see the blackboard clearly. Then she would find reasons to reprimand him every few days. For the same tardiness, other students faced no consequences, while he was made to stand in the corridor for an entire class. When the school organized activities, all other students were allowed to participate, while he was left behind to clean the classroom. She even conspired with some students to isolate him. Such occurrences had transpired numerous times over the past semester, and he had long since grown accustomed to it. This explained why he slept in class. His learning pace had long fallen behind that of the lectures. What? Report to the head teacher or the principal? Ha! Jiang Yu merely smiled without speaking. So you knew all along. It's a pity that after today, we may no longer be on the same path. Su Weiwei muttered under her breath, casting a glance at Jiang Yu's retreating figure before turning back towards the teaching building. On the street, Jiang Yu wandered aimlessly, automatically collecting the attribute bubbles that dotted the roadside. Clad in the school uniform of Class 2 of Senior 3, he became the focus of pointed stares from passers-by. In truth, long ago, his predecessor had no desire to continue studying. Yet, unable to face his elder sister, he had no choice but to persevere. Now, having replaced his predecessor and acquired the system, he seized this opportunity to extricate himself from the confines of school. It is often said that not all students seated in the front row will achieve top honors, nor will those at the back necessarily lack future success. The martial way is his current priority. Once he becomes a martial artist, his identity, status, power, and wealth will far surpass that of an ordinary person, incomparable to mere academic examinations. AS is well known. The surface area of Source Star is 161.10072 billion square kilometers. With a population exceeding 100 billion, although many lives have been lost due to the assaults of monstrous beasts, some races continue to thrive. Among this vast population, the fraction of humans who can become martial artists is merely 1 in 1,000, or even 10,000. This highlights the rarity of martial artists. Congratulations, host. Mental Strength 1. 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 A series of notifications indicating Mental Strength 1 caused Jiang Yu's brow to furrow, prompting him to instinctively halt. He looked up and, unbeknownst to him, had arrived at the entrance of a mental hospital. Surrounding the hospital, numerous gray attribute bubbles floated, each inscribed with the words Mental Strength 1. How did we end up at a mental hospital? What bad luck, Jiang Yu remarked, swiftly collecting the attribute bubbles around him, turning to peer into the mental hospital. Inside, every few meters, there were several attribute bubbles representing mental strength. So many mental strength bubbles. If I could enter the mental hospital and collect them all, wouldn't I become a mental master? Jiang Yu thought greedily, then promptly dismissed the notion, wandering around the mental hospital instead. The hospital's walls stood over 3 meters high, topped with barbed wire. Even if he wished to enter and collect the mental strength bubbles, it was impossible. Chapter 3. Sister. Congratulations, host, Strength 1. Congratulations, host, Speed 0.3. Congratulations, host, Mental Strength 1. As Jiang Yu continued on his way, his own attributes grew increasingly formidable alongside the collection of attribute bubbles. Eventually, at a certain critical juncture, he felt a sensation of expansion within his body. He knew this was due to the excessive collection of attribute bubbles today, causing his previously frail body to feel a bit hungry. Glancing at the encroaching nightfall, he turned and headed home. Left Bank Phoenix City is a budget housing complex. Here, space is utilized to its utmost. Each building resembles a gigantic rectangular prism, towering above the ground. Between the buildings, sunlight is barely visible, despite Source Star's vastness. Much of the land has become a paradise for monstrous beasts due to their emergence, rendering it uninhabitable for humans. Furthermore, with limited defensive weaponry, it is impossible to safeguard every city. Thus, a scenario where people are crammed together arises. Tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, may find themselves crowded within a single bay city. Jiang Yu's home is located in Left Bank Phoenix City, on the 48th floor of a 50-story residential building. Xiao Yuer, good evening. Why did you finish school so early today? Xiao Jiang, how was your studying today? In the community, acquaintances occasionally greeted Jiang Yu. He smiled in response, ascending the staircase, taking 3 to 4 steps at a time. His speed of 11 ms was partly thanks to his daily stair climbing. In this budget housing complex, elevators were a luxury. The electricity required for elevators was entirely diverted by the base city for constructing power grids to fend off flying beasts in the skies. On the 48th floor, Jiang Yu took out his key and unlocked his front door. The house was empty. A glance around revealed the entirety of the small space, which comprised a single room, a living area, and a bathroom, totaling no more than 30 square meters. Apart from a bedroom and a bathroom, the living room, kitchen, and dining area were all combined into one. After preparing a bowl of noodles and satisfying his hunger, Jiang Yu reclined on the sofa, browsing news about martial artists. Shock! Last night, Qinghai emitted terrifying roars, suspected to be powerful martial artists slaying oceanic beasts beneath the waves. Congratulations! 3 days ago, martial artist Lei Ling made further progress, successfully surpassing the martial god level, adding to our human combat strength. Tragic news. A month ago, the 9-Claw Beast Emperor attacked the Foot Basin Kingdom, resulting in the deaths of millions of Foot Basin chicken people. Let us together set off firecrackers to mourn their departure. It is astonishing to hear that a warrior from the House of the White Elephant has fallen in love with a crocodile, and they have successfully registered their union. According to Huido News, this year's college entrance examination will see a remarkable 10,020 senior students preparing to undergo the preliminary warrior assessment, marking a 23% increase from last year. Let us extend our heartfelt wishes for their successful passage through the assessment in advance. Lu Meng, an outstanding graduate of Kyoto University, has broken through to the rank of senior warrior as of yesterday, becoming the youngest senior warrior in history at the tender age of 21. There is an abundance of news regarding warriors. After perusing through it, Jiang Yu ceased his interest and turned his attention to his own attributes. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Preliminary Warrior. Strength, 300-117. Speed, 17 ms. Mental Power, 87. Skills, none. Equipment, none. This was Jiang Yu's harvest for the day. He had ascended from being a weakling to a preliminary warrior in a single leap. With his current strength, he was more than capable of passing the preliminary warrior assessment. This was merely a day's achievement. With a couple more days of effort, he would become a true warrior. Tomorrow morning, he resolved to stroll through the commercial district, where the crowd would surely yield a greater abundance of attributes. Silently, Jiang Yu contemplated this as he glanced at the clock on the wall and then rose to prepare a meal for his sister. In his household, it was just he and his elder sister. The term sister merely referred to a foster sister. During his childhood, Huido Bay City had been struck by a beast invasion, resulting in the tragic demise of over 1 million civilians. Although the beasts were eventually repelled, his parents were never seen again, leaving him to be sent to an orphanage. It was there that he met Lin Yu, 2 years his senior, who was also an orphan. Their bond deepened as they were subsequently adopted and raised by the original owners of their home, an elderly couple. 2 years prior, the couple passed away, leaving the house to the siblings. Washing vegetables, chopping, igniting the stove, and stir-frying, Jiang Yu executed each task seamlessly. Within mere minutes, a warm spread of simple dishes was laid before him. The fare was modest, consisting solely of ordinary green vegetables. Following the extensive loss of arable land, food had become scarce, and meat and seafood were particularly hard to come by. The price of domesticated pork had skyrocketed to over 30 per pound, a ludicrous expense. Most families could only afford to purchase pork occasionally, merely to savor its taste. As for beast meat, its exorbitant cost meant that the average person could scarcely enjoy it more than a few times a year. Just as Jiang Yu finished preparing the meal, the sound of a door opening reverberated through the room. A tall, striking young woman entered, clad in inexpensive attire, her face weary, carrying a bag of vegetables. "Sister, you returned just in time. Wash your hands and come eat." Jiang Yu naturally called out. Although it was his first day in this new world, the memories of his predecessor made the appearance of the woman feel familiar. "All right," Lin Yu replied, setting down the vegetables, washing her hands in the bathroom, and then taking a seat at the dining table. The two began to eat in silence. Halfway through the meal, Jiang Yu suddenly lifted his head and said to Lin Yu, "Sister, I have something to tell you. I do not plan to continue my studies or take the college entrance examination." Lin Yu paused mid-motion, her expression one of confusion as she awaited an explanation. Jiang Yu was aware of the sacrifices Lin Yu had made to ensure his education and future, even foregoing her own academic pursuits to work tirelessly for his schooling. However, he simply did not possess the aptitude for academics. He smiled gently and continued, "Sister, the reason I do not wish to attend school is that I intend to apply to become a warrior. With my current strength, I am confident I can pass the preliminary warrior assessment. Once I break through to the rank of warrior, it will merely be a matter of time. When I officially become a warrior, you won't have to toil so hard, begging others to purchase a vehicle for you. We will then be able to move into a grand villa and enjoy a good life. Are you?" Lin Yu's gaze was filled with skepticism. She knew her brother well. While he was not feeble, he had scarcely tasted beast meat in his life, making the aspiration to become a warrior seem nearly impossible. Resources were essential for aspiring warriors. One needed sufficient wealth to accumulate energy and lay a solid foundation before attaining the warrior rank. This alone was something beyond the means of an average family. Chapter 4. Preliminary Warrior Assessment. Jiang Yu understood Lin Yu's disbelief, but continued to eat his meal without rushing to prove himself. After dinner, he washed the dishes as usual. Lin Yu sat on the sofa, making return calls to various customers. "Brother, when do you plan to pick up that car you looked at during the day? Our store is currently running a promotion. Your price is too steep. I've already bought it from another dealership." Beep. "Brother, when will you be picking up that SUV? If you do it soon, I can help you secure a discount." The discounts were inconsequential. What mattered was how he would proceed. "If you are willing to spend the night with me, I could pay in full for that car tomorrow." As Lin Yu made her calls, a smile was permanently etched on her face, while Jiang Yu, washing the dishes, felt an unsettling sensation in his heart. He placed the utensils down and strode over to Lin Yu, taking her by the hand and leading her outside without waiting for a response. "Xiao Yu, where are you taking me?" Lin Yu asked, struggling. "To the martial arts hall." The Longting Martial Arts Hall, one of the 2 premier martial arts institutions in the world, was established by the globally renowned warrior Long Shun and has a history exceeding 90 years. Its formidable prowess and numerous martial arts champions render it a force that can, in certain respects, overshadow both the Federation and the 5 major nations. The Huido-based city branch of Longting Martial Arts Hall is located in a thriving area, sprawling across a vast expanse comparable to a university. Standing on the street, one could see the entire hall resembling a colossal black dragon coiled upon the ground, exuding an air of dominance. Above the dragon's head, 4 characters were inscribed in traditional script, Longting Martial Arts Hall. Jiang Yu led Lin Yu into the hall, perhaps due to the late hour. The number of people inside was sparse. Even among the few students present, most were in a hurry. "Congratulations, host strength 2. Congratulations, host strength 4. Congratulations, host strength 5. Congratulations, host speed 1. Upon entering, a flurry of attribute bubbles surged into Jiang Yu's body. Compared to the external attribute bubbles, those within the martial arts hall offered significantly greater value. "Hello to you both. How may I assist you?" A sweet-faced female receptionist approached them upon seeing their arrival. "Hello. I am here to take the preliminary warrior assessment," Zhang Yu replied politely. "Of course, please follow me," the receptionist said with a smile, leading them to the assessment area. Zhang Yu followed closely behind Lin Yu. The martial arts hall was divided into two sections, the outer area for non-warriors and preliminary warriors, and the inner area, designated for warriors. "Congratulations, host strength 2. Congratulations, host speed 1. Congratulations, host acquired basic sword technique. Congratulations, host basic sword technique 1. Congratulations." As they walked through, attribute bubbles were automatically collected, rapidly enhancing Zhang Yu's attributes. Lin Yu surveyed her surroundings, feeling increasingly anxious. Even though Zhang Yu had already demonstrated some of his strength on their way, she still harbored doubts. Becoming a warrior was a dream coveted by countless ordinary individuals, akin to a parent receiving the incredible news that their child had been accepted early into a prestigious institution. "Hello, we have arrived." After navigating through twists and turns, the receptionist brought Zhang Yu and Lin Yu to the entrance of the assessment hall. It was an incredibly spacious venue capable of accommodating over 1,000 individuals without issue. Inside, dozens of training apparatuses were set up, with several students diligently training on them. Surrounding them were numerous warriors adorned with badges, instructing the students. The receptionist guided Zhang Yu and Lin Yu into the hall, where they approached a middle-aged man. "President Zhang, this young man is here for the preliminary warrior assessment." The man, named Zhang, nodded expressionlessly, scrutinizing Zhang Yu before pointing to a strength testing machine. "Strike this punching machine with all your might. If your strength exceeds 300 kilograms, you will pass the first test." "All right," Zhang Yu replied, stepping up to the machine, taking a deep breath, and adjusting his stance before delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding bang, the machine shuddered, and a set of numbers appeared on the screen. 572.572? Lin Yu gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Zhang regarded Zhang Yu once more, his expression softening slightly as he activated the speed testing track, stating, "Run at full speed. If you can reach 10 ms, you will pass the preliminary warrior assessment." "Understood," Zhang Yu affirmed, positioning himself at the starting line. The entire runway spans a length of 100 meters, with a speed monitor positioned at both the starting and finishing points. "Run." At the command of the man surnamed Zhang Yu exerted himself with a sudden burst of energy. In an instant, he shot forth like an arrow released from its bowstring, racing down the runway with the swiftness of the wind. Lin Yu could barely register the blur before her eyes. Upon closer inspection, Zhang Yu had already reached the finish line. "How fast was that?" Zhang Yu returned, feigning ignorance. The man surnamed Zhang remained silent, stepping aside to indicate that Zhang Yu should check for himself. The screen displayed a reading of 21 ms, 21 meters per second, a speed that nearly approached that of a true martial artist. A gasp of astonishment echoed throughout the hall, capturing the attention of numerous trainees engaged in their training. The man surnamed Zhang patted Zhang Yu on the shoulder, saying, "Congratulations, you have passed the preliminary martial artist assessment. Go collect your badge of a preliminary martial artist. Your talent is commendable. Based on your aptitude, it won't take you a year to become a true martial artist." "Thank you," Zhang Yu replied with an innocuous smile, internally dismissing the man's words. Given his rate of attribute acquisition, should he desire it, he could become a martial artist by the following day. However, he was not yet inclined to do so. The assessment for martial artists consists of 3 criteria: strength reaching 1,000 kilograms, speed achieving 25 ms, and passing the martial artist combat assessment. The first 2 are straightforward, testing the physical prowess of the martial artist. The third standard, however, demands real combat against ferocious beasts in the wilderness, where failure could lead to death. The path of martial arts is destined to involve battling these beasts to the end. A qualified martial artist requires not only physical capabilities, but also the resolve to engage in combat with ferocious beasts. Throughout his life, he had never faced genuine combat. He had not even killed a chicken, let alone a ferocious beast. It was the cultivation of his resolve that he needed to contemplate most earnestly. Not arrogant, not impetuous. "Very well, I look forward to the day you become a martial artist." The man surnamed Zhang nodded in satisfaction before turning to leave. Before long, he returned, handing Zhang Yu a white badge along with a stack of Hanxia currency. saying, "This is your badge as a preliminary martial artist, along with a reward of 50,000 Hanxia coins. There is a regulation in the Martial Arts Academy. All trainees who pass the preliminary assessment receive a bonus of 50,000. Although you are not a student of our academy, I hope that once you pass the martial artist assessment, you will consider joining the Longting Martial Arts Academy. As one of the two major martial arts academies globally, we have a comprehensive training system that can better assist you in your growth within the realm of martial arts. Thank you, I will consider it," Zhang Yu replied with a smile as he accepted the badge and money, leaving the academy with Lin Yu under the gaze of other trainees. Throughout their journey, Lin Yu remained silent, her expression somewhat dazed, as if she had yet to come to terms with Jiang Yu's newfound status as a preliminary martial artist. She vividly recalled that just last night, her brother was merely an ordinary student. How could he have transformed into a martial artist overnight? It was utterly inconceivable. Her eyes fixated on Jiang Yu, as if attempting to peer into all his secrets. "There is actually something I have kept from you for a long time. Several years ago, I began secretly training my body without your knowledge. The reason I didn't tell you was that I feared you would work even harder to earn money upon learning that I was pursuing the path of martial arts. But now, everything is fine, and in a few days, once I officially pass the martial artist assessment, you won't have to endure the daily grind at work, facing mistreatment. That time, I will take you to live in a villa, drive luxury cars, and indulge in lavish meals. We will relish the lifestyle of the wealthy." Jiang Yu spoke with a smile. Lin Yu remained silent, merely tightening her grip on Jiang Yu's right hand as they walked along the street. The northern winter always deepens into darkness so swiftly. It was barely 6 in the evening, and the sun had already vanished, necessitating reliance on streetlights to illuminate their path. The two siblings first deposited the 50,000 bonus into the bank, converting it to digital currency before purchasing some meat and heading homeward. Regardless of the institution, it was inevitable that cash rewards were preferred to inspire others to strive harder. As they entered their residential complex, Jiang Yu spotted a black car parked beneath their building from a distance. Beside it stood a young man clad in a black suit, wearing dark-framed glasses, holding a bouquet of flowers, seemingly waiting for someone. "Is it him? How did he find this place?" Lin Yu's brows furrowed, her countenance darkening instantly. Just then, the young man caught sight of Lin Yu and strode confidently towards her, presenting the bouquet with a warm smile, saying, Yeah, you finally returned. I have been waiting downstairs for half the day. This flower is for you. I hope you will consider our relationship. Give me a chance. I genuinely like you." Lin Yu did not even glance at the flowers, her expression impassive as she replied, "Mr. Zhang, I have already told you many times that it is impossible between us. You are a rich second generation, while I am merely a car buyer. We are simply not suited for one another." Yeah, please give me a chance," Mr. Zhang insisted, raising the bouquet high. Lin Yu ignored him entirely, grasping Jiang Yu's hand and walking into the building, heading for the staircase. Upon reaching the 48th floor, Jiang Yu returned to his room. Sitting on his bed, delving into the history of this world, a century ago, aside from its larger landmass, this world bore little difference from his previous life. 100 years ago, an unknown virus swept across the land, compounded by the nuclear fallout from the Foot Basin Islands, causing countless creatures to mutate and become highly aggressive. Within a mere 3 months, under the onslaught of these beasts, the human population plummeted by 30%, with deaths reaching into the hundreds of billions. Concurrently, the survivors discovered that their physical capabilities were gradually enhancing due to the virus's influence. Thus, the long-lost cultivation system was recalled, and the first martial artist emerged, the Dragon God. The Dragon God was a prodigy of rare talent, achieving a mastery beyond that of a martial deity in just 3 years. At the moment of his success, he plunged into the depths of the sea alone, slaying several king-level beasts that could not be defeated even by heavy weaponry, thus gaining fame and earning the title of Dragon God. It was during this time that humanity's counteroffensive against the ferocious beast commenced. In the ensuing years, with the increase in human martial artists, vast territories were reclaimed, establishing numerous base cities. The city of Huidu, where he resided, was built 30 years prior, with its strongest fighter being a high-level martial deity. Martial artists are classified into 3 ranks: martial artist, martial general, and martial deity, each further divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced levels. It is said that a single punch from a martial deity can demolish a skyscraper hundreds of meters tall. and their speed can reach thousands of meters per second. Damn that little chick. Why does it always manage to stir up trouble? Jiang Yu closed his phone screen, a look of resentment crossing his face. Having traversed into this new life, he was still confronted with the existence of that little chick. How had the marine beasts not overturned the Foot Basin Islands? Those marine beasts were utterly worthless. The beasts could prevail, but that little chick must be exterminated. Xiao Yu, stop lounging around in your room. Your sister has prepared a celebratory feast for you. Come out and join me for a few drinks. Lin Yu called from the living room. Jiang Yu glanced at his attribute panel before stepping out of his room. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, preliminary martial artist. Strength, 425, 121. Speed, 21. 6 ms. Mental strength, 97. Skill, basic swordsmanship, 210. Equipment, none.at. The third high school. As the college entrance examination approached, all students in the senior class were engrossed in intense study. The already late evening self-study session was pushed back by another half hour. Wei Fong sat at the podium, observing the diligent students below, along with the empty desk that remained unoccupied, a sense of pride swelling within her. Her face adorned with a smile. Dear students, the college entrance examination is just around the corner. You must seize every moment to review. I believe in all of you. You are exceptional and will surely gain admission to a good school. I also believe that our class consists of outstanding students, unlike certain individuals who lack ambition and will only be able to carry bricks on a construction site for the rest of their lives. Ding, ding, ding. Just as Wei Fong spoke, a knock suddenly sounded at the classroom door. Wei Fong glanced outside to see a slender, middle-aged man standing at the threshold. Director Liu? Wei Fong, not daring to be negligent, hurriedly stepped out of the classroom, smiling as she inquired, Director Liu, are you looking for me? Director Liu nodded, a smile gracing his face as he replied, Teacher Wei, with the college entrance examination approaching, I happened to pass by your class and wanted to check on you. How are you feeling with the impending exam? Is the pressure significant? Do you have confidence in this year's students? If you are facing any difficulties regarding the exam, please feel free to express them. Well, Wei Fong's expression showed hesitation. What difficulties could I possibly have? Just speak freely, Director Liu, with a straightforward demeanor, encouraged her, then leaned in closer and whispered, Teacher Wei, you know Yin Chu. We are all in this together. If you have any issues, you can speak openly. Wei Fong's eyes brightened, a glimmer of excitement sweeping across her gaze as she feigned difficulty, saying, Director Liu, I do have a challenging matter that requires your assistance. You are aware, of course, that my class is an elite one. The students here are all exceptional, and there is a significant likelihood that we will enhance our school's admission rate. However, there is a troublesome student in my class, a veritable fly in the ointment. This student not only neglects his studies, often dozing off in class and displaying a complete disregard for discipline, but his behavior adversely affects the learning environment of his peers. Therefore, I am contemplating advising for his expulsion. What do you think about this matter? Director Liu patted Wei Fong on the shoulder, his expression grave as he said, Teacher Wei, your proposal is commendable. Students like him ought to be dismissed. Please come to my office tomorrow, and I will provide my signature. Chapter 6. The basics of guidance. The following morning, Jiang Yu awoke from his slumber and made his way to the living room, where he gulped down a large glass of water. Scanning the surroundings, he noticed that Lin Yu had already left the house, whereabouts unknown. After swiftly tidying up in the bathroom, he exited his room, only to find that the clock had struck 9 a.m. Stepping outside, Jiang Yu hailed a taxi, directing the driver to Huido Street. Huido Street is the most bustling commercial avenue in the Huido Bay City, teeming with a myriad of shops and vendors. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu alighted from the taxi, gazing at the lively thoroughfare and the attribute orbs that only he could perceive on the ground, a look of excitement spreading across his face. With each small step forward, he felt he was making significant progress. All of this dies mine. Jiang Yu swiftly traversed the street, as attribute bubbles were automatically absorbed into his being. Congratulations, Host Strength 2. Congratulations, Host Strength 1. Congratulations, Host Mental Strength 1. Congratulations, Host Speed 1. One by one, the attribute bubbles vanished. During this process, Jiang Yu discerned a rule regarding these attribute bubbles. Those dropped by martial artists began with a minimum value of 2. In contrast, a normal adult would have a value of 1, and an adult in suboptimal health would be around 0.8. The elderly typically dropped bubbles valued around 0.5, while children around 0.3. Additionally, there were unique cases. For instance, certain reclusive individuals predominantly dropped mental strength bubbles, while skilled artisans would yield bubbles related to their crafts, be it candied hawthorn skills, tailoring techniques, or foot massage expertise, in just half an hour. Jiang Yu collected a total of 521 points in strength, 12 points in speed, and 102 points in mental strength. His physical attributes now stood at Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Beginner Martial Artist. Strength, 526, 521. Speed, 33.6 ms. Mental Strength, 199. Skill, Beginner Sword Technique, 210. Equipment, none. These statistics fully met the assessment criteria for martial artists. It is well known that for an ordinary person to enhance their attributes, they must invest considerable time in training and consume substantial resources. The adage wealth in literature, strength in martial arts rings true. Aspiring to be a true martial artist solely through absorbing energy from the air is a daunting task. Wealthy families typically enrich their children's diets with energy-dense foods such as exotic beast meat, potions, and vitality-enhancing substances. Yet, here he was, having transformed from an ordinary individual into a martial artist after merely wandering the streets. Although his rate of advancement may not rival that of science from illustrious families, who could achieve multiple enhancements from a single potion, he still stood out within the Huido Bay city. With strength surpassing 1,000 and speed meeting the martial artist requirements, he realized, however, that his practical combat experience was severely lacking. Possessing physical prowess without practical experience was not advantageous. It was time to revisit the martial arts school and acquire some battle experience. Jiang Yu mused to himself as he summoned another taxi to take him to Longting Martial Arts School. During the day, the number of students at Longting Martial Arts School far exceeded that of the previous night. Every few meters, a student was diligently training. Jiang Yu approached the Zhang surname man from the previous evening to express his intentions. Upon hearing him, the Zhang surname man led Jiang Yu into a secluded room and then spoke. Jiang Yu? You are quite right. To become a true martial artist, it is insufficient to rely solely on physical attributes. One must also possess rich combat experience. Only by combining both can one survive in the fierce battles against exotic beasts. This room serves as our martial arts school's virtual combat chamber. It will simulate the enemies you wish to face based on your physical attributes and requirements, allowing you to practice your skills. Although it is merely a beginner's combat room, it is more than adequate for you as an aspiring martial artist, of course. The Zhang surname man paused. He lightly tapped on a wall, causing a multitude of virtual projections to appear. Continuing, you may also purchase martial techniques to enhance your combat experience. However, as a novice in martial arts, most martial techniques have high training requirements, making it difficult for you to embark on them directly. I suggest you first acquire a beginner training method. Once you thoroughly master it, you can then progress to martial techniques. As the Zhang surname man spoke, he tapped the wall again. The virtual projection shifted, and Jiang Yu beheld the following options. Beginner sword technique, 50,000. Beginner spear technique, 50,000. Beginner staff technique, 50,000. Beginner axe technique, 50,000. Beginner. From swords to spears, staffs to axes. All manner of weapon training methods were available, each costing a staggering 50,000. Jiang Yu turned to the Zhang surname man, who stood with his hands clasped behind his back. As you can see, none of the training methods are free. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. This rule is set by the martial arts school to deter martial artists from seeking unearned gains. To acquire training methods, you must exchange something of value, money, contributions, or resources you no longer require. This is also why many martial artists choose to join a faction. Only by doing so can they obtain certain privileges. Now, select a training method from the list. Consider it a gift from this old man to you, a young aspirant. Jiang Yu surveyed the various beginner training methods, a contemplative look crossing his face. He quickly dismissed the more obscure weapons like the axe and hook. As for swords and sabers, after some consideration, he ultimately decided against those as well. Exotic beasts are not akin to humans. Their massive sizes often reach several meters or even dozens of meters. Wielding a sword or saber against such creatures would be akin to attempting to stab them with a mere knife. Finally, his gaze landed on the spear. The adage, the longer the weapon, the safer the wielder, echoed in his mind. A mere centimeter difference in weapon length could spell the difference between life and death. Just as he was about to select the beginner spear training method, a particular training method caught his eye: beginner guidance technique. Wait a moment, Zhang Yu said, looking at the Zhang surname man. What exactly is this beginner guidance technique? A smile flickered in the Zhang surname man's eyes as he replied, the beginner guidance technique is a method of inner breathing. As we all know, human breathing follows certain patterns. When one is anxious, their breathing differs entirely from when they are calm. The beginner guidance technique is designed to help regulate your breathing rhythm, ensuring that the energy within you remains aligned with your strength. Only then can you maintain sustained combat effectiveness during battle. Upon hearing the Zhang surname man's explanation, Jiang Yu felt compelled to make a decision. He tapped on the beginner guidance technique and said, Brother Zhang, I choose this one. Chapter 7. The first training session, an astute choice. The Zhang surname man remarked with a smile, regarding Jiang Yu with renewed esteem. Shortly thereafter, there was a knock at the door of the combat chamber. A female attendant entered, presenting a satellite communication watch to the Zhang surname man. Without a glance, he handed it directly to Jiang Yu, saying, This satellite communication watch contains the beginner guidance technique you seek. Train diligently. I have high hopes for you and look forward to the day you become a martial artist. With that, the Zhang surname man turned and exited the combat chamber. Curious, Jiang Yu opened the communication watch and accessed the beginner guidance technique. The first thing that caught his eye was an image of a man sitting cross-legged, palms facing upward. Beside him was a detailed explanation of the beginner guidance technique. This technique, originating from ancient martial artists, emphasizes stable breathing and the integration of energy and strength. With each inhale and exhale, it aims to minimize the internal pressure on the organs while using energy to mobilize the body's strength. It is akin to two individuals running a marathon. Under equal physical conditions, one maintains a steady breath and rhythm, while the other breathes erratically. Undoubtedly, the latter will not outpace the former. Jiang Yu settled into a cross-legged position on the ground, mimicking the depicted posture as he began to practice the beginner guidance technique. Inhale, exhale, inhaled, exhale. Initially, he felt a slight discomfort with each breath, but as he became more focused, he sensed his breathing gradually stabilizing, and the pressure within his organs began to diminish. If one were to visualize his breathing as a line, it had previously resembled a jagged wave, but now it was a straight, smooth line. Though both were lines, the outcomes they represented were starkly different. Inhale, exhale. With each breath, as he practiced the elementary guidance technique, Jiang Yu became increasingly engrossed. His heartbeat and pulse synchronized rhythmically with his training. Meanwhile, a man with the surname Zhang approached the reception desk, where he paid 50,000 yuan on Jiang Yu's behalf. The female receptionist, puzzled, inquired, President Zhang, you seem to hold this young man named Jiang Yu in high regard? Zhang chuckled, shaking his head in response. 50,000 yuan is hardly a significant sum for me. This Jiang Yu has demonstrated commendable results in his assessment. I don't mind spending a little to garner his favor. If he truly becomes a formidable warrior in the future, that would be a gain for me. If not, my loss is minimal. The receptionist smiled, expressing her hope that he would swiftly become a martial artist. In that case, our branch will finally have a capable young warrior to present at this year's martial arts tournament, unlike the previous years when we consistently ranked at the bottom. Zhang merely smiled. Choosing to remain silent, he too wished for Jiang Yu to make a rapid breakthrough as a martial artist. An 18-year-old martial artist is indeed a remarkable figure in the realm of martial arts across the nation. Individuals commence their formal journey into martial arts at the age of 16, with 18 marking the age for the preliminary martial artist assessment. Excluding a few from prominent families, among every 10 aspirants, only one or two may achieve the status of a preliminary martial artist by 18. As for those who are officially recognized martial artists at that age, he had only seen them in prestigious families. Time flowed on. After completing his practice of the elementary guidance technique, Jiang Yu sought to enhance his practical combat experience. His simulated opponent was a woman of comparable physical prowess who had been training in basic swordsmanship for some time. As the virtual arena materialized, his consciousness was drawn to a stage where a woman stood with a sword poised. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, she lunged at him with a swift strike. Just as Jiang Yu raised his weapon to respond, a flash of cold light momentarily blinded him. The virtual scenario dissolved, and Jiang Yu's mind returned to the combat chamber. Jiang Yu found himself momentarily stunned. Was there such a vast disparity between them? He had failed to parry even a single strike. Doubt gnawed at him. Once more, the second attempt ended in failure. The third, too, was unsuccessful. By the 8th and 12th attempts. And after a grueling 17 failures within an hour, Jiang Yu exited the virtual combat chamber with a defeated expression. 17 challenges, 17 failures. Indeed, he was ill-suited for solitary, grueling training. He needed an advantage. Outside the combat chamber, Zhang observed Jiang Yu's despondent demeanor and remarked, "So, how did it go? Did you face defeat in all your challenges? Although the elementary training methods are simplistic, they are far from trivial. Each basic training manual has undergone numerous modifications before being distributed to every martial arts school. They serve as the foundational teachers for countless martial artists. Take the elementary swordsmanship as an example. It encompasses a variety of striking techniques, including chopping, slashing, thrusting, and stabbing, each requiring different degrees of force. The moment you master a basic training method, you will be ready to pass the martial artist assessment." Jiang Yu forced a smile and shook his head. "I understand now, Brother Zhang. I concede that I underestimated the basic training methods. However, I have an unusual request. Could you take me to the inner hall of the martial arts school? I wish to witness how true martial artists train." Zhang scrutinized Jiang Yu for a moment before nodding slightly. "Very well, follow me." The inner hall, where martial artists trained, was distinct from the outer hall designated for students. To draw an analogy, the outer hall resembled a reception area, while the inner hall was akin to the true training facilities. After traversing a long corridor and passing through security checks by armed soldiers, Zhang guided Jiang Yu into the inner hall. Upon entering, a system notification echoed in Jiang Yu's mind. "Congratulations, host strength 5. Speed 2. Strength 10. Speed 2. Congratulations." The inner hall was considerably larger than the outer hall. With a greater number of individuals present, aside from training rooms, the inner hall featured a lounge reminiscent of ABA art. In the center stood an enormous arena where two martial artists engaged in a match, surrounded by a throng of spectators. Nearby were bars and booths where muscular warriors sat, chatting amiably while savoring fine wines. "Would you care for a drink?" Zhang offered, retrieving 2 cups of clear liquor from the bar and handing one to Jiang Yu. "Thank you." Jiang Yu accepted the drink and downed it in one gulp, his gaze sweeping across the surroundings. The ground was littered with attribute bubbles, and occasionally, bubbles would drop from the martial artists themselves. He swiftly navigated through the crowd, as system notifications rang incessantly in his ears. "Congratulations, host strength 4. Strength 4. Speed 2. Speed 2. Strength 3. Ignoring the notifications, Jiang Yu made his way towards the bubbles containing training methods. "Congratulations, host acquired elementary swordsmanship 1. Elementary boxing 1. Elementary swordplay 1. Elementary swordsmanship 1. As each bubble vanished, a wealth of training experience flooded into his mind. Each piece of knowledge felt as if he had painstakingly cultivated it over a long period, allowing him to vividly recall every move and establish muscle memory. Excellent. Just like that Yin Zhang's bemused gaze, Jiang Yu roamed the hall, particularly frequenting the area surrounding the arena. With each bubble collected, his practical combat experience surged. "Congratulations, host acquired elementary swordsmanship 1111. Congratulations, host acquired boxing 11. Congratulations." It was not until the hall's floor was devoid of any training bubbles that Jiang Yu returned to Zhang's side. "Brother Zhang, I have completed my tour. We can leave now," Jiang Yu declared with a smile. "Very well." Zhang nodded in agreement and stood to exit the inner hall. The two made their way back to the outer hall where the students resided. Along the way, Jiang Yu gained further insights into joining the martial arts school through Zhang's explanations. Firstly, upon joining the school, one would receive a free villa and an annual stipend of 3 million yuan for martial artists. Additionally, the school would provide specialized protection and certain privileges for his family. Discounts would be available when purchasing training methods and resources, and dedicated instructors would guide him in his training. Joining the martial arts school was akin to a farmer rising to prominence, granting access to status, wealth, and fortune. If one desired, they could even marry a beautiful young lady. "What do you say? Would you like to join our Longting martial arts school?" Zhang earnestly extended the invitation before the entrance of the outer hall. Jiang Yu contemplated briefly before shaking his head with a smile. "I will join the martial arts school, but not just yet. I recall you mentioning that each martial arts school has 2 special recruitment slots each year for talented warriors. Their treatment is superior to that of regular martial artists, and I wish to give the special recruitment a try." Zhang chuckled, recognizing the ambition in Jiang Yu. He placed a hand on Jiang Yu's shoulder and said, "If you aspire to become a specially recruited martial artist, do you know what the requirements entail? Firstly, you must not exceed 18 years of age upon becoming a martial artist, and you must have mastered a basic training method to the entry-level stage. Furthermore, you need to achieve a SS rating in the practical assessment, which means you must hunt down dozens of times more exotic beasts than ordinary martial artists." Jiang Yu, having ambition is commendable, but the path to special recruitment is exceedingly challenging. With a global population exceeding 1 billion, the number of candidates selected for special recruitment each year is minuscule. Our Huadu-based city has not seen a specially recruited martial artist in a decade. With a sigh, Zhang shook his head, reflecting on the difficulty. Jiang Yu smiled but chose not to elaborate further, instead turning and walking into the distance. In this life, some experiences must be pursued. Perhaps he may have faltered before, but now he possessed the unifier. The unifier's role was to transform the impossible into the possible. Watching Jiang Yu's retreating figure, Zhang shook his head before returning to the martial arts school. He acknowledged that Jiang Yu's physical attributes far surpassed many peers of his age. However, given Jiang Yu's current abilities, achieving special recruitment seemed utterly unattainable. Congratulations, host strength 1120.5. Along the way, system notifications continued to resonate. Jiang Yu paid them no mind, fully engrossed in absorbing the training methods now imprinted in his mind. Each method felt as though he had practiced it for ages, deeply embedded in his consciousness. During his visit to the martial arts school, he amassed hundreds of pieces of elementary swordsmanship and boxing techniques, while swordplay and marksmanship were comparatively scarce. This indicated that most martial artists favored sword training. Host: Jiang Yu. Realm: elementary martial artist. Strength: 800-700. Speed: 38 ms. Mental power: 199. Skills: elementary swordsmanship, 123-10. Elementary boxing, 153-10. Elementary marksmanship, 30-10. Elementary swordplay, 50-10. Equipment: none. The attribute panel appeared, with each elementary skill now adorned with a plus sign. Jiang Yu focused his thoughts and attempted to use his mental power to activate each plus sign. Boom! A torrent of immense memories surged into his mind, assisting him in organizing his insights regarding the methods of cultivation. Within these recollections, some practiced the art of spear techniques, others honed their skills with blades, and yet others trained in swordplay. If one were to consider the cultivation bubbles he had previously collected as fragmented memories embodying the diverse insights of various martial artists, then the emergence of this memory served to assemble these shattered pieces into a cohesive narrative of cultivation. As the memories continued to coalesce, even Jiang Yu's muscle memory was being transformed. Moments later, the memories faded. Jiang Yu contemplated the changes within himself, a smile of joy blossoming upon his face. He had now thoroughly mastered the basics of blade techniques. Spear techniques, fist techniques, and sword techniques, akin to the years of arduous training he had endured. All that remained was the trial of real combat. A newfound confidence surged within him. The current version of himself could dispatch his former self with a single strike. Host: Jiang Yu. Realm: beginner martial artist. Strength: 800-700. Speed: 38 ms. Mental power: 199. Skills: mastery level blade techniques, 3-1000. Mastery level fist techniques, 3-1000. Beginner level spear techniques, 2100. Beginner level sword techniques, 4100. The equipment: none. The plus signs in the skill panel vanished, indicating that both the blade and fist techniques had reached mastery level. Jiang Yu understood that each cultivation method possessed distinct realms of differentiation, progressing from beginner to entry level, then to mastery, proficiency, full command, integration, perfection, transcendence, and ultimately, the pinnacle of excellence. Each realm represented a level of comprehension regarding the cultivation method. The man surnamed Zhang had once mentioned that to gain special admission into the martial arts academy, one needed to cultivate any beginner-level technique to the entry-level realm. Now, he had achieved entry-level in 4 cultivation methods, with the blade and fist techniques attaining mastery. His physical attributes were still improving, and he had met the standards for cultivation methods. All that remained was to secure a SS in the practical assessment to pass through special admission. In the coming days, he needed to intensify his efforts to refine his temperament, for he did not wish to perish at the hands of otherworldly beasts due to an unwillingness to kill. Jiang Yu mused silently as he took a taxi back home. Inside the house, Lin Yu had long since returned. Upon seeing Jiang Yu, she sat on the sofa, her mouth opening several times as if she wished to speak yet hesitated, seemingly harboring unspoken concerns. "Sister, is there something you want to discuss?" Jiang Yu inquired as he casually removed his athletic shoes and slipped into house slippers while walking further inside. Xiao Yu. "This morning, Teacher Wei called me," Lin Yu said hesitantly. "What did she say?" Jiang Yu asked offhandedly. She mentioned that due to multiple violations of classroom discipline and improper conduct, the school has unanimously decided to expel you. "You will no longer need to attend classes," Lin Yu relayed. Jiang Yu was momentarily taken aback, disbelief washing over his face as he stammered, "Sister, are you saying I've been expelled from school?" Lin Yu nodded gently, remaining silent. In that instant, an unnamed fury surged within Jiang Yu. Chapter 9. Expelled? He had been expelled. With the college entrance examination looming, he was dismissed at such a critical juncture. It was widely recognized that participating in the exam and abstaining from it led to two vastly different life paths. Regardless of his academic shortcomings or subpar exam results, as long as he took the entrance examination, he could attend university. With effort during his university years, the prospect of pursuing further studies was not out of reach. However, if he chose not to participate in the examination, it signified a lack of access to higher education and a future devoid of qualifications. A person without qualifications could only engage in menial labor in society. With the dream of ascending to executive positions rendered nearly impossible, more crucially, he had been expelled. The words expelled would be inscribed upon his records, preventing him from even obtaining a high school diploma. The stigma of expulsion would follow him throughout his life. It was difficult to fathom what his future would entail had he not fortuitously acquired the system and become a martial artist. Would he be reduced to repairing vehicles, hauling bricks, or delivering takeout? Well done, Wei Fong, a true educator. At that moment, Jiang Yu was utterly enraged. He could easily surmise that Wei Fong was the one orchestrating his expulsion. Apart from her, he held no grudges against any other teachers. The one who had consistently targeted him was none other than Wei Fong. Although he was indifferent to the college entrance examination and had planned to pursue the martial path, her actions were genuinely repugnant. They were destroying his future. Without the system, what would his life look like post-expulsion? Academic qualifications, while seemingly trivial, were indeed crucial. They represented the first stepping stone into society. While it was possible to rise without qualifications, it was exceedingly difficult. Among 1,000 individuals without degrees, only a handful could ascend to become entrepreneurs. 99% of the founders of large global companies held advanced degrees, and their high salaries were reserved for highly educated employees. Xiao Yu, do not be overly upset. Life offers more than just the college entrance examination as a path, Lin Yu consoled him. You are now a prospective martial artist, and I believe that with further effort, you can undoubtedly become a true martial artist. Jiang Yu took several deep breaths, forcing his inner turmoil to calm, and nodded slightly, saying, "Sister, rest assured, my anger does not stem from the expulsion. I am furious at Wei Fong's audacity to treat me thus. Just wait and see. In a few days, I will ensure she regrets her actions today." Lin Yu stepped forward, grasping Jiang Yu's right hand, and smiled, saying, "I believe in you. You have always been the best in my eyes. To help you become a martial artist as soon as possible, I went to the market this morning and bought 10 pounds of otherworldly beast meat for you. I will start cooking it now." "Thank you, sister," Jiang Yu replied sincerely, instinctively lifting his left hand to tuck a few strands of Lin Yu's hair behind her ear. "What thanks? You are my brother," Lin Yu chuckled, turning to retrieve a pressure cooker to begin stewing the meat. Jiang Yu settled onto the sofa, once again perusing the history of this world. A century ago, a viral outbreak caused countless beasts to swell in size and evolve into otherworldly beasts. This led to the annihilation of many weaker nations. While some island nations were directly reduced to havens for marine otherworldly beasts, particularly the neighboring Jiaopin Island, due to nuclear wastewater, saw its marine beasts grow exceptionally formidable. 95 years ago, unable to withstand the marine otherworldly beasts, the Jiaopin country urgently initiated a national exchange plan, flying a multitude of citizens overnight to the football nation in the Atlantic. 94 years ago, the first beast emperor, the 8-armed golden dragonfish, was born on Jiaopin Island. The emergence of this creature sparked several large-scale wars between humanity and marine otherworldly beasts, resulting in heavy casualties. After multiple conflicts, humanity discovered that the 8-armed golden dragonfish had evolved due to nuclear contamination. Prompting various nations to condemn Jiao-Pen.it was precisely their negligence towards the ocean that led to the rise of the 8-armed golden dragonfish. In response to international accusations, Jiao-Pen vehemently denied having discharged nuclear wastewater into the sea. Instead asserting that it was Han-Xia country that had done so. 90 years ago, the citizens of the football nation, dissatisfied with Jiao-Pen's ongoing territorial invasions, launched an anti-chicken movement. This movement persisted for 3 years, evolving from protests into a war between nations. In the year 2033, Jiao-Pen employed biochemical weapons on the battlefield, resulting in the sacrifice of millions of citizens from the football nation. In 2034. Ding ding ding. Just as Jiang Yu was engrossed in the annals of history, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Jiang Yu closed his phone screen and approached the door, only to find his homeroom teacher, Wei Fong, who had consistently targeted him, standing outside. "Hello, Jiang student, is your sister at home? May I come in?" Wei Fong inquired with a forced smile, a hint of derision flickering across her face. Jiang Yu nodded. "My sister is home. You may enter. However, before you do, you must cover your shoes with shoe covers. We just mopped the floor and I wouldn't want your dirty shoes to soil it." Wei Fong discerned the underlying meaning in Jiang Yu's words. He did not want her to enter. A shadow of displeasure crossed her eyes, but she maintained a facade of politeness, saying, "Since you've just cleaned, I want to intrude. Please call your sister out. I have matters to discuss with her. Is it Teacher Wei? What brings you here?" Lin Yu inquired as she emerged from the room, casually removing her apron. Wei Fong adjusted her glasses, a smile adorning her face as she said, "Indeed, Jiang Yu's sister, I contacted you this morning regarding Jiang Yu's expulsion, which you are already aware of. I came to see him. Although he has been expelled, he has always been a good student in my eyes. I firmly believe that the college entrance examination is not the sole path to success. Even without it, Jiang Yu will surely find his way. Additionally, I brought along the academic certificate issued by the school for Jiang Yu." Saying this, Wei Fong produced a green booklet and handed it to Jiang Yu. Continuing, "Jiang Yu, you have always been a good student in my heart. I believe that gold will shine no matter where it is. Leaving school earlier to enter society is not necessarily a bad thing for you. You are still young, and there will be more opportunities in the future. If you wish to attend a vocational school or seek employment, you may contact me. I have some connections that could assist you. At last, the items have been delivered to you. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." After Wei Fong spoke, she turned and descended the stairs, quickly disappearing from sight. With a loud slam, Lin Yu forcefully closed the door, her face etched with indignation as she exclaimed, "What kind of person is this? Isn't Wei Fong simply here to mock you? How can someone like her possibly be a teacher? She is truly leading the youth astray." Jiang Yu smiled but remained silent. Chapter 10. The Martial Arts Examination. Jiang Yu was unfazed by Wei Fong's antics. In this world, there exists a myriad of characters. Not every individual clad in a white coat is an angel. Some may very well be those who would harm you. So what if he was expelled? His sole focus now was to pursue the path of martial arts. Before long, Wei Fong would come to regret her actions today. Time flew by swiftly. In the ensuing days, Jiang Yu frequently traversed between the Longting Martial Arts School and his home, maintaining a linear path. Countless attribute bubbles and cultivation bubbles were collected by him, leading to a rapid enhancement of his abilities. Before he knew it, June 7th arrived, the day of the college entrance examination. On this day, the entire base city was under strict lockdown. The streets were teeming with traffic police and officers maintaining order, with numerous sections cordoned off. The vicinity of the examination halls was further shielded from signals, and honking was strictly prohibited throughout the day. The residents of the entire base city were yielding the way for the examinees. Even the elderly were markedly subdued that day, refraining from causing disturbances. The college entrance examination in Huansha Kingdom consists of both written and martial arts assessments. The written examination, akin to Jiang Yu's previous life, was conducted in designated venues under the supervision of teachers, where students earnestly answered questions, applying years of learning. In contrast, the martial arts examination required students to be escorted by their teachers to various designated martial arts schools. Compared to the written examination, the martial arts assessment attracted far more attention from the outside world. Every aspiring martial artist is a formidable force that will stand against the monstrous beasts of the future. Those who succeed in the preparatory martial artist evaluation not only bring honor to their families, but also elevate the reputation of their schools and instructors. In the early morning, shortly after dawn, a series of yellow caution tape was erected in front of the Longting Martial Arts School. Armed soldiers stood vigilant within the cordoned area, their weapons at the ready. Numerous media outlets surrounded the perimeter, cameras in hand, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the students to capture first-hand accounts. Penguin Media, Tomato Media, television stations, and others gathered. By around 7 o'clock in the morning, dozens of buses approached from afar, entering the cordoned area and halting at the entrance of the Longting Martial Arts School. From the vehicles emerged over 1,000 students participating in the preparatory martial artist evaluation. The Huadu-based city boasted a population nearing 200 million, with millions of candidates for the college entrance examination. Excluding those who opted for the written examination, over 10,000 candidates were set to participate in the martial arts assessment. These candidates would be assigned to different martial arts schools for evaluation based on their respective school regions. Jiang Yu's former school, the 3rd Middle School, was allocated to the Longting Martial Arts School due to its location in the Dongyang district. Alongside the 3rd Middle School, several other high schools were also designated to the Longting Martial Arts School, totaling over 1,200 students. Each school's students, under the guidance of their teachers, disembarked from the buses, queued within the security perimeter, awaiting the commencement of the martial arts examination. Wei Fong, accompanied by over 30 examinees from the 3rd Middle School, alighted from the bus, her demeanor radiating vitality. Facing the throngs of media, she hurriedly arranged her students into formation, standing tall and proud. Son, I am your father. You must strive hard. Your potential to become a preparatory martial artist hinges on today's performance. Grandson, you must give it your all. If you become a preparatory martial artist, I shall personally add you to the family genealogy. Daughter, you absolutely must succeed. Mommy loves you. If you become a martial artist, I will buy you a car. Brother, you must work hard. If you pass the martial arts examination, Shoer will agree to be your girlfriend. Outside the caution tape, family members shouted fervently, their expressions brimming with excitement as if they were the ones taking the examination. In stark contrast to the absolute silence of the written examination, the martial arts assessment was filled with a cacophony of voices. This noisy environment served as the first challenge each candidate had to confront. If one's composure could be swayed by such a raucous atmosphere, how would they fare against the ferocious beasts during a massive beast tide? Would they crumble under pressure and flee? The roars of the beasts far surpassed that of humans. Only those who could maintain their composure in such chaotic conditions would endure the trials of combat against the monsters. Furthermore, the presence of family members and the envious gazes of reporters could also satisfy the candidates' vanity, allowing them to experience the glory that comes with being a martial artist. After all, who among the youth does not desire a modicum of prestige? The preparatory martial artist evaluation comprises 2 stages, strength and speed. As long as candidates can meet the standards for both assessments, they will be recognized as preparatory martial artists and gain admission to martial arts universities, joining martial arts schools. Each preparatory martial artist represents a fresh influx of talent into the martial arts community. Consequently, the Ministry of Education and various martial arts schools place immense importance on the annual martial arts assessment, often dispatching high-ranking officials to oversee the proceedings. The high-ranking official from the Ministry of Education stationed at Longting Martial Arts School was a middle-aged man surnamed Wu. He, the education district chief of Dongyang, arrived early that morning and had been waiting patiently. Observing the energetic candidates, he nodded in satisfaction. At 8 o'clock, with the tolling of a bell, the gates of Longting Martial Arts School swung open automatically. Under the watchful eyes of all the parents and reporters, District Chief Wu, accompanied by students and teachers from various schools, stepped into the martial arts school. Inside Longting Martial Arts School, no other students were present. Only a remarkably quiet examination hall. The hall was furnished with rows of seats and 10-arm strength testing machines. Beside each machine stood a tall lady clad in black stockings, holding an identity verification device. A man named Zhang, holding a microphone, stood before the ladies, facing all the candidates. Once all candidates and teachers were seated, he sternly announced, "Welcome, candidates, to this preparatory martial artist evaluation. I am the chief examiner for this event. My surname is Zhang, and you may call me Examiner Zhang. The evaluation process this year remains consistent with previous years. Each of you has 3 opportunities for assessment as long as you achieve qualifying scores in both strength and speed on 2 of these occasions. You will pass the evaluation. Subsequently, I will grant you 10 minutes to adjust your state. The evaluation will officially commence after 10 minutes. The students held their breath, utilizing the time to prepare themselves. The atmosphere in the hall turned palpably tense, with not a soul daring to speak. Every student's heart was filled with anxiety. The culmination of over 2 years of training would be revealed today. Success in the evaluation would pave the way for entry into a prestigious martial arts university, joining a martial arts school, and securing a promising future. Failure would render their 2 years of hard work futile, relegating them to a common university, only to wait for another chance at the preparatory martial artist evaluation. It is important to note that there is no retake for the martial arts evaluation. Candidates are not permitted to participate again as high school students. Should they fail during the college entrance examination, they must wait until after attending university to attempt the preparatory martial artist evaluation once more. The disparity in treatment between passing the preparatory martial artist evaluation in high school versus in university is stark. The former not only grants access to a reputable martial arts university, but also allows a full year of early entry into the martial arts school, availing them of its resources. The latter, however, only leads to an ordinary university, wasting a year of time. Thus, every year's martial arts examination becomes a pivotal moment for martial students to determine their destinies. 10 minutes swiftly elapsed. All candidates held their breath. The man surnamed Zhang, holding a list, called out, "Everyone, the 10 minutes are over. Now, those whose names I call should bring your identification cards forward for the arm strength testing." Wu Jingming from the 2nd Middle School, Lu Shuang from the 3rd Middle School, Wang Ershi from the 14th Middle School, Lu Nong from the 18th Middle School. With rustling sounds, the 10 candidates called by Zhang approached the arm strength testing machines. Presenting their identification cards for verification before facing the apparatus. "Begin," Zhang said expressionlessly. Thud, thud. The 10 candidates struck the arm strength machines. 298, 273, 299. Not qualified. 271, 277, 286. Not qualified. Not qualified. Not qualified. Next group, Wang Tai, Lu Shou, Li Ming. Chapter 11. The Yin-Yang Individual. Punching strength, 293.289.285. Testing results not qualified. Punching strength, 303.305.304. Testing results qualified. Testing results qualified. Testing results not qualified. Next group. Next group. With Zhang's call, wave after wave of candidates stepped forward for the arm strength testing. Some rejoiced, while others were filled with despair. Those who passed the test were elated, while those who did not were crestfallen. The remaining candidates were fraught with anxiety. The teachers from various schools wore solemn expressions, their eyes fixed intently on the arm strength testing machines. The next group. As time passed, an hour soon slipped away. Nearly half of the candidates had completed the punching strength test, with the majority failing to meet the strength requirements. District Chief Wu sat in his seat, his expression sour. In the past hour, over 400 candidates had participated in the punching strength test, with only about 100 passing, an acceptance rate of less than 30. This was even lower than the acceptance rates of previous years. The Huadu Bay City comprises 12 districts, each with its own quota for preparatory martial artists. Should the quota remain unfulfilled, even these high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Education would not escape accountability. Wang and Zhaoli, Qin Long Hua Gu Duo. Tang Ri Tian. Another wave of candidates takes the stage. The final results of the assessments turn out to be entirely unsatisfactory. Sighing heavily, Zhang Ming shakes his head in disappointment. District Chief Wu's expression darkens even further. Goodness, are there really so many people at the martial arts school today? Suddenly, a voice tinged with surprise resonates throughout the examination hall, prompting all teachers and students to instinctively turn their gazes toward the source. There, Jiang Yu strides leisurely, his demeanor calm as he approaches everyone and casually finds a seat for himself. Who is he? This is the martial arts examination venue. How did he manage to get in? Who knows? Perhaps he is the child of a senior at the martial arts school. The teachers and students from various institutions speculate amongst themselves. District Chief Wu furrows his brow and glances at Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming, seemingly oblivious to Wu's gaze, continues taking attendance, ignoring Jiang Yu's arrival. Teacher, isn't that Jiang Yu from our class? Wasn't he expelled from school? How could he possibly be here? A perplexed candidate asks behind Wei Fong. At once, the eyes of other teachers and students turn toward Wei Fong, including District Chief Wei Fong, feeling a surge of irritation, wishes she could strangle the student on the spot. Faced with the scrutiny of her peers and Wu's displeasure, she dares not show any sign of negligence and quickly puts on a smile to explain, District Chief Wu, you may not be aware, but this student was indeed in my class. However, due to his improper behavior, lack of respect for authority, and sleeping in class, he was expelled from our school long before the college entrance examination. As for why he is here at the martial arts school, I am also quite unsure. Oh, Wu District Chief utters softly, retracting his gaze to focus on the candidates testing their punching strength. He is indifferent to Jiang Yu's unexpected appearance, recognizing that martial arts assessments differ from academic ones. They do not require absolute silence and can accommodate other martial artists as long as they do not disrupt the proceedings. Wei Fong, relieved that Wu no longer inquires, exhales deeply and glares fiercely at the student who had earlier questioned her. Sitting straight in her seat, the evaluations continue. Next up, Ouyang Shui, Tang Xiao Er, Wang Degang Da Wuzhan. Zhang Ming continues to call names. As his words fall, a dark-skinned boy steps forward from behind Wei Fong, accompanied by 9 other candidates from different schools, approaching the strength testing machine. Upon seeing the dark-skinned boy, Jiang Yu's gaze sharpens, glinting with recognition. This boy is none other than Wu Jian, his classmate, notorious for his duplicitous nature, always playing both sides and relishing in reporting to teachers behind others' backs. Wu Jian is the very one who mocked him with sarcasm on his first day in this world. Usually, he conspires with a short boy named Wang Nan, who stands just over 1 meter tall. Together, they have made a sport of sneering at others in class. Let the test begin. Zhang Ming addresses Wu Jian and the other 10 candidates. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of impact resonate. The punching strength values appear. Ouyang Shui, 358.368.382. Test passed. Tang Xiao Er, 299.300.301. Test passed. Wang Degang, 289.291.287. Test failed. Now, Wu Jian. Zhang Ming's brow suddenly furrows as he continues, punching strength, 217.2 15.2 13. Super failure. No. It can't be. Wu Jian stares at his punching strength value. Disbelief etched across his face, a light chuckle unexpectedly rings out, echoing throughout the examination hall, capturing the attention of all teachers and students. They turn to witness Jiang Yu, wearing a mocking expression as disdain glimmers in his eyes. Jiang Yu, what are you laughing at? Wu Jian barks angrily, glaring at Jiang Yu. His failure already leaves him in a foul mood, and Jiang Yu's sudden derision only serves to strip him of his dignity. Jiang Yu, shaking his head with a smile, replies, "Oh, it's nothing. I merely find it amusing that some individuals, with a punching strength of merely 200 kilograms, dare to participate in the preliminary martial artist examination. Truly, they are unaware of their own limitations." Wu Jian is about to retort when a realization strikes him, and instead of anger, he smirks derisively. Jiang Yu, as a student expelled from school, what right do you have to mock us from your seat here? If you think you're capable, why not step up for a test? Do you truly believe you can pass the punching strength assessment? All right, I will indeed step up, Jiang Yu replies, nodding with a grin as he strides toward the strength testing machine. He has never been one to suffer in silence. His principle has always been to meet malice with malice, to counter violence with violence, and to repay kindness with kindness. If someone mocks him, he will certainly retaliate. This being his first life, why should he concede to others? District Chief Wu frowns, casting an unfriendly glance at Wei Fong. In such a critical setting as the martial arts examination, how could anyone dare to create a disruption? Most troubling of all, the one causing the disturbance is a student expelled from the 3rd high school. Wei Fong, catching the meaning behind Wu's gaze, quickly stands up and calls out to Jiang Yu, "Jiang Yu, what do you think you are doing? In such an important occasion as the martial arts examination, you cannot cause a ruckus here. Heed my advice and return home at once. Although you were expelled, I told you just a few days ago that life is not limited to the college entrance examination. Surely, you wouldn't want to be taken away for investigation due to your disruptions? Would you?" Ignoring Wei Fong, Jiang Yu approaches the punching strength testing machine in front of Wu Jian and delivers 3 punches. Bang, bang, bang. 2770.28, 10.29, 20.3 red numbers flash across the screen. All present, including Zhang Ming, are momentarily stunned. Gazing at the astonishing values, Chapter 12. The Treatment of Special Students, 2770.2810.2920. How is this even possible? He is no older than I am. How could he possibly generate such an impressive punching strength? These three values far exceed the standards for preliminary martial artists. Even passing the formal martial artist assessment would be a breeze. No, such punching strength can only be matched by intermediate martial artists. How could he, at his young age, possess the strength of an intermediate martial artist? All the teachers and students stare at Jiang Yu, their expressions filled with disbelief. District Chief Wu's earlier dissatisfaction with Jiang Yu evaporates instantly, replaced by admiration and fervor as he gazes at him. No, it can't be. How could he possibly unleash over 2,700 kilograms of punching strength? This must be fake. The values must be erroneous. The machine must be malfunctioning. Wu Jin shouts in a frenzy, unable to accept his defeat. What he finds even more unbearable is that Jiang Yu, whom he had always looked down upon, has delivered a punch with strength exceeding his own by tenfold. This shatters his long-held sense of superiority, plunging his spirits from the heights of elation to the depths of despair. Jiang Yu does not linger on explanations and moves to another strength-testing machine, delivering yet another 3 punches. Bang, bang, bang. 2835.2900.2970. New numbers appear. The teachers from other schools, still reeling from shock, turn their gazes back toward Wei Fong, their eyes glinting with intrigue. They clearly recall Wei Fong stating moments ago that Jiang Yu was expelled due to his poor conduct and sleeping in class. How could one be so blind? If they were in her position, with a talent like Jiang Yu, they would not have batted an eyelash at him sleeping in class. They would have gladly excused him from attendance altogether. Nearly 3,000 kilograms of punching strength is not something an ordinary talent can achieve. How many schools would fight tooth and nail for a genius, offering all manner of generous terms? And yet, Wei Fong and her colleagues had expelled such a prodigy. What a colossal blunder! Wei Fong, now frozen in place, gazes at the 3 red numbers with a surge of profound regret. She never imagined Jiang Yu could deliver such high punching strength, surpassing the standards for formal martial artists in one fell swoop. A martial artist, an 18-year-old martial artist. According to school regulations, if she could produce a preliminary martial artist, she would receive a bonus of 20,000. If she could produce a formal martial artist, not only would the bonus multiply tenfold, but the state would also issue an additional reward of 300,000. The total would amount to 500,000, equivalent to her years of gray income and salary combined. Furthermore, the most significant reward was not merely the 500,000 but the glory of being a martial artist mentor, along with various invisible rewards. For instance, promotions. As a teacher, the advancement rate of those who produce martial artists far surpasses that of ordinary teachers. Good classes and benefits are also prioritized for teachers who cultivate martial artists. Even when attending meetings at the Ministry of Education, she would find herself seated in the front rows. Many students have the potential to become martial artists, yet few can achieve this during their high school years. Before her stood one, yet she expelled him single-handedly. Regret? Deep remorse fills Wei Fong's heart, lingering and refusing to dissipate. Why did she have to be so petty and insist on expelling Jiang Yu? Such a tremendous opportunity was squandered. 500,000. The 500,000 that was within her grasp has vanished. Wei Fong slumps into her seat, wishing she could slap herself several times. Jiang Yu casts a glance at Wei Fong. Devoid of any pity, he had vowed to make her regret, and this is merely the beginning. He would ensure she grows increasingly remorseful. Regret to the point of questioning her existence. She sought to ruin the latter half of his life. Thus, he shall ensure she dwells in regret for all her days. A life of extraordinary fortune requires no explanation. Were it not for the system, he would currently find himself standing on the street, gazing enviously at those students preparing for the college entrance examination. Jiang Yu's thoughts flickered, and he stepped forward to stand before Zhang Ming, smiling as he said, "Brother Zhang, I wish to participate in the special recruitment assessment." Zhang Ming took a deep breath, scrutinizing Jiang Yu as if he were an anomaly. He recalled that just 7 days ago, Jiang Yu had only demonstrated a punching power of over 500 kilograms during the preliminary martial artist assessment. In the span of merely 7 days, his strength had surged nearly 6-fold, reaching almost 3,000 kilograms. This was utterly astonishing. Were it not for his own eyes witnessing it, he would scarcely believe it. Such a rapid enhancement in strength was comparable to that of practitioners who cultivated source energy techniques. Yet, he knew that Jiang Yu had never practiced such techniques. Over the past few days, he had seen Jiang Yu's silhouette in the martial arts hall each day. Jiang Yu would first stroll around the hall before secluding himself in the virtual combat room. Their only conversation had occurred the previous night when Jiang Yu had borrowed a special access card for the hall from him. Could it be that Jiang Yu, relying solely on a basic guiding technique, had managed to increase his punching power by over 2,000 kilograms in just a few days? What kind of genius was this? Zhang Ming could hardly fathom it, and gazing at Jiang Yu's face, his excitement grew. The Longting Martial Arts Hall had not seen a true genius in years, and as a result, they had consistently ranked at the bottom in martial arts competitions over the past few years. If Jiang Yu were to represent them in this year's competition, would they not have the chance to redeem their honor? His own face lit up at the thought. The more Zhang Ming contemplated, the clearer his vision became. He patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder and solemnly asked, "Jiang Yu, tell me, have you been diligently practicing the basic guiding technique these past few days? Have you truly grasped it?" Jiang Yu nodded gently. Good. Zhang Ming exclaimed, laughing heartily, disregarding the other candidates as he eagerly led Jiang Yu to the speed testing track, saying, "Jiang Yu, come, run for me at your fastest speed. Let me see your mobility." "All right, brother Zhang," Jiang Yu replied, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the track. Soon, the test results appeared, 55 M1s. The teachers and students present gasped collectively, stunned as they stared at Jiang Yu. Zhang Ming chuckled, his excitement palpable as he threw an arm around Jiang Yu's shoulders and exclaimed, "Genius! Jiang Yu, you truly are a genius. I did not misjudge you. I now formally extend an invitation to you to join our Longting Martial Arts Hall as a special recruit." "Brother Zhang, Jiang Yu hesitated. He recalled Zhang Ming mentioning that special recruits were required to achieve 2 SS ratings in practical combat assessments. Zhang Ming released Jiang Yu, patting him on the shoulder with a smile. "Jiang Yu, to be frank, I will not hide the truth from you. Given your current circumstances, you can undoubtedly be regarded as a genius. It would be difficult to find another like you in the entire Hudu-based city. If we wait until after you pass the practical assessment to invite you, other martial arts halls and families may seize the opportunity to poach you. Rather than letting them take you away, it is better to invite you to join our hall as a special recruit now and then proceed with the practical assessment. Rest assured, the benefits we offer at Longting Martial Arts Hall will not fall short of any other establishment. When ordinary martial artists join us, we provide them with a villa and 3 million in subsidies. However, as a genius, we will grant you, in addition to a villa, an initial funding of 100 million Huancha currency. Moreover, any weapons or equipment you purchase from the hall for the first time will receive a 50% discount. Furthermore, if you wish to attend university, you may choose from any martial arts academy globally. We will also provide you with a monthly scholarship of 10 million. Chapter 13. Joining Longting Martial Arts Hall. Silence, a deathly stillness. This time, not only were the teachers and students present astonished, but even Jiang Yu felt a wave of shock. He understood that the benefits for special recruits were substantial, but he had not anticipated them to be this generous. Setting aside the villa, where he would only have residential rights and no rights to sell, just the 100 million in initial funding was enough to entice him. Not to mention the monthly scholarship of 10 million and the 50% discount on his first weapon purchase at the hall. Each of these perks was enough to make martial artists from the outside envious. "Let us go, we need to sign the contract," Zhang Ming said impatiently, pulling Jiang Yu's hand as they headed toward the lobby. "Wait." Director Wu suddenly called out, stopping the two. He quickly approached Jiang Yu with a warm smile, saying, "Student Jiang, I believe there has been some misunderstanding regarding the report of your expulsion from school as mentioned by Teacher Wei. Expelling a student is never the intention of any school, and I am here to apologize on their behalf. I sincerely hope you can return to school and participate in this martial examination as a student. Of course, our education department will not be stingy and will offer you a certain monetary reward." As he spoke, Director Wu bowed to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu smiled and shook his head, saying, "Director Wu, allow me to present you with a gift. This gift was personally given to me by Teacher Wei." As he spoke, he pulled out a green booklet from his pocket and placed it in Director Wu's hands before turning to follow Zhang Ming. Curiously, Director Wu opened the green booklet, but his expression darkened in an instant upon seeing the words printed within. It read, "Proof of study." As the director of the educational district, he was well aware of what a proof of study represented. Only students who had been forcibly expelled from school would possess such documentation. By handing the proof of study to him, Jiang Yu was essentially making it clear that there was no misunderstanding and that he was rejecting his proposal. Director Wu's expression soured, and he cast a hostile glance at Wei Fong. Furious as he flung the proof of study back at her face, shouting, "Scoundrel! Look at the mess you've created. A special recruit has actually been expelled by you. I solemnly inform you that you are suspended from duty effective immediately. Prepare for an investigation by the organization." With that, Director Wu turned and stormed out of the lobby, seething. An assessment. What further assessment was there to conduct? A special recruit had slipped away right under his nose. How could he possibly continue overseeing the assessment? Even if every candidate present passed the preliminary martial artist assessment, it would pale in comparison to a single special recruit, in the Huadu Bay City. With nearly 200 million residents, it had taken a decade to produce such a special recruit. Had Jiang Yu not been expelled from school, and had he emerged from a school under his jurisdiction, he could have basked in the glory alongside him. At the very least, he would have secured the position of Minister of Education for Huadu Bay City. Now, because of the actions of Third Middle School, his path to promotion had been obliterated. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. As he walked, he took out his phone, dialing a number and commanding, "Investigate. I want to know the full reasons behind Jiang Yu's expulsion. If anyone has played tricks or manipulated the school's hidden rules, then let them face suspension as well. 1 for 1. 10 for 10. I refuse to believe they can continue to act with impunity within the school." "Yes, Director," a female voice responded from the other end of the line. Director Wu hung up without looking back, leaving the assessment hall. Inside the hall, Wei Fong, overhearing Director Wu's conversation, felt her vision darken and nearly collapse to the ground. It was over. She knew her time was up. Her past actions against Jiang Yu had been witnessed by numerous teachers and students and could not withstand scrutiny. Though no one had spoken out before, it was merely out of consideration for her reputation. Now that Director Wu had personally intervened, her misdeeds would soon come to light on his desk. Not only that, but the gifts she had received during holidays and any gray income would also be exposed alongside this incident. At that point, she would face not just a suspension but potentially even imprisonment. Regret? A fierce wave of regret washed over Wei Fong's heart. Why had she ever thought that Jiang Yu, being parentless and of average family background, would be easy to bully? Why could she not treat Jiang Yu as she did other students? Why had she perceived him as an easy target? Who would have imagined that Jiang Yu, whom she had always looked down upon, would rise to become a special recruit? Had she not expelled Jiang Yu, she would now bask in glory. Regret? Wei Fong slumped into her seat, her eyes dimmed, her face a mask of remorse. The other teachers exchanged glances, their expressions filled with derision. They understood that Wei Fong's time was up. It was evident from Director Wu's demeanor that he was genuinely furious. Who would not be angry in this situation? It had taken 10 years for Huadu Bay City to produce a single special recruit, only for her to have him expelled. The opportunity of a lifetime had slipped away. "Teacher, Director Wu has left, and so has Officer Zhang. What will happen to our assessment now?" a candidate suddenly inquired, jolting all the teachers and students, excluding Wei Fong, back to reality. Indeed, with Zhang Ming gone, what would become of their assessment? "Let us wait a moment. Signing the contract shouldn't take too long," one teacher suggested. All the teachers and students, feeling helpless, could only sit quietly in their seats, awaiting Zhang Ming's return. Impossible. How could Jiang Yu possibly be a martial artist, let alone be invited by a martial arts hall at such a high cost? This is utterly inconceivable. Wu Jin muttered to himself, standing in place, his eyes brimming with jealousy and resentment in his eyes. The worthless had suddenly transformed into a coveted treasure in the eyes of others, reaching heights he could never aspire to. How could he possibly come to terms with such a reality? Jealousy distorted his very being. Present, he was consumed by nothing but envy and an unwavering sense of resentment. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming escorted Jiang Yu out of the hall and into an office. After swiftly drafting a contract, he handed it to Jiang Yu, saying, "Jiang Yu, please review the contents of this contract. If there are no issues, do sign it." "All right." Jiang Yu took the contract and began to scrutinize it meticulously. It detailed the benefits provided by the martial arts school, as well as the obligations he would be expected to fulfill. The benefits matched perfectly with what Zhang Ming had mentioned. The first obligation stated, at all times? He must never betray the martial arts school or compromise its interests. During critical moments, he must uphold the school's welfare. The second clause stipulated that in the event of a beast tide, he bore the responsibility to defend the base city, repel the tide, and protect the people's property. The third clause, not the fourth clause. After a thorough review, Jiang Yu confirmed the contract was satisfactory and swiftly affixed his signature. Excellent. Zhang Ming grinned as he took back the contract and handed Jiang Yu a set of keys, saying with a smile, "From now on, Villa Number 2 in the Minghua Villa District is yours." Additionally, their SA sports car inside the Villa. 100 million in starting capital will also be credited to your account within 5 minutes. Think about whether you have any other requests. Chapter 14. The Internal Marketplace of the Martial Arts School. Jiang Yu shook his head. Ding. 100 million yuan credited to the bank card. A notification chimed, instantly brightening Jiang Yu's eyes. Zhang Ming patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder, saying, "The money has been deposited. You can use the satellite communication watch. You have to browse the internal marketplace of the martial arts school. Just place your orders directly for whatever you wish. The martial arts assessment isn't over yet, so I won't stay with you any longer. Should anything arise in the future, you can reach out to me through the communication watch. I've given you my number before." Understood. Jiang Yu nodded. Zhang Ming turned and left the office, gently caressing the keys in his hand. A flicker of excitement crossed Jiang Yu's face. In 2 lifetimes, this was his first time owning a villa. "Let us go see my new home." With a heart full of anticipation, Jiang Yu exited the office, taking the back door of the inner hall to leave the Longting Martial Arts School. When he first entered, he had also used this back door. However, passing through it was no simple feat. It required a special access permit, like the one Zhang Ming had lent him. After leaving the martial arts school, Jiang Yu hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Minghua Villa District. On the way, he took out his phone to call Lin Yu, eagerly sharing the good news about his special recruitment. Upon learning that Lin Yu was at a 4S dealership completing her resignation paperwork, Jiang Yu chuckled and shook his head. Resigning is a good choice. Over the years, Lin Yu has worked tirelessly to support my education, enduring scorn from others. Now that I'm a martial artist, I have the means to provide for Lin Yu, ensuring she lives a comfortable life. Minghua Villa District is nestled in the foothills of the Huadu Bay City, a coveted place that many aspire to inhabit. Those who reside here are not merely wealthy, but are uniformly martial artists. With the rise of mutated beasts, human habitation areas have been drastically reduced. A base city must sustain hundreds of millions of inhabitants, making land incredibly precious. Moreover, villas occupy substantial areas. To live in one requires not only wealth but also special merit points. Half an hour later, Jiang Yu arrived at the entrance of the Minghua Villa District. He surveyed his surroundings, captivated by the picturesque scenery akin to a traditional landscape painting. The imposing gates were guarded by several armed soldiers, and the doorman was no mere elder, but an experienced martial artist. After presenting his identification, Jiang Yu stepped into the villa district under the envious gaze of the taxi driver. His villa number 2 was positioned at the very heart of the entire district. Upon entering, Jiang Yu quickly understood why the Minghua Villa District was considered a place everyone yearned for. Rockeries, ponds, quaint bridges, and grand villas that spanned no less than 1,000 square meters were everywhere. His villa comprised 3 stories, and within its walls were not only comprehensive amenities but also a gym, cinema, bar, and swimming pool among other entertainment facilities. Outside the villa, a fenced yard featured an outdoor swimming pool, a gazebo, a garden, and even a small farm for growing vegetables. There was also an underground parking lot, where a sleek white sports car was parked. Although Jiang Yu was unfamiliar with the make, it appeared quite expensive. Very nice. Lin Yu will surely love this villa, Jiang Yu murmured to himself as he wandered through every corner of the villa. After a few minutes, he discovered a spacious room and comfortably lay down on a large bed. The soft mattress and the picturesque view outside the window brought him a sense of tranquility. When one does not worry about basic necessities, their thoughts tend to wander. System, open my attributes panel. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, intermediate martial artist. Strength, 3,000-2,000. Speed, 60 ms. Mental power, 399. Skills, mastery level swordsmanship, 320-1000. Mastery level fist technique, 320-1000. Mastery level firearm technique, 120-1000. Mastery level sword technique, 140-1000. Equipment, none. Indeed, Jiang Yu's strength had surged past 5,000 in just a few days. He had concealed his abilities during the assessment. It wasn't that he intended to play the role of a fool to deceive others. Rather, he was wary of exposing too much power, which might attract unnecessary troubles. Just a week ago, he was merely an ordinary high school student. His physical attributes could easily be traced by certain powerful factions. Now, merely 7 days later, his punching power had breached the 5,000 mark, elevating him to the status of a senior martial artist. This immense leap in power was likely to draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. Even practitioners of the source energy technique could not feasibly achieve such rapid advancements within a week. Thus, caution is the mother of safety. Until he becomes invincible, maintaining a low profile is prudent. After reviewing his attributes panel, Jiang Yu used his communication watch to access the internal marketplace of the Longting Martial Arts School. A virtual blue projection materialized before him, delineating various sections: weapons, techniques, resources, miscellaneous, and protective gear. Upon entering the weapons section, a plethora of weapon designs appeared before him: swords, spears, axes, daggers, and throwing knives. The weapons were categorized by grades: A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Grade G weapons were suitable for novice martial artists, while F, E, and D grades corresponded to initial, intermediate, and advanced martial generals, respectively. The god-level weapons continued upward, corresponding to grades A, B, and C. Beyond that were S and SS grades, meant for those who surpassed the god level. Due to his insufficient strength, Jiang Yu did not directly peruse weapons above grade S, opting instead to browse casually. Grade G Iron Spear, weighing 101 kilograms, suitable for novice martial artists. Price: 100,000 Hanxia coins. Grade G Iron Sword, weighing 130 kilograms, suitable for novice martial artists. Price: 130,000 Hanxia coins. Grade F Alloy Knife, weighing 180 kilograms, suitable for junior martial generals. Price: 1.8 million. Grade F. Grade E Dragon Blade, weighing 350 kilograms, suitable for intermediate martial generals. Price: 3.5 million. Grade A Oblivion Gun, weighing 68,000 kilograms, suitable for advanced god-level martial artists. Price: 68 million. After perusing the weapons, Jiang Yu gained an understanding of their price ranges. Grade G weapons typically cost in the tens of thousands, rarely exceeding a million, and weighed under 1,000 kilograms. Grade F and E weapons were priced in the millions, weighing between 1,000 and 10,000 kilograms. Given his current capabilities, selecting a Grade F weapon would be the most suitable choice. However, Grade F weapons were priced around a million, which felt somewhat extravagant considering it was his first purchase with a half-price discount. If he wanted the greatest discount, he would need to go for a Grade A or S weapon, yet he would be unable to wield them. The dilemma persisted. The weight of a Grade A weapon reached a staggering 68,000 kilograms. Even with a collection system, it would take a considerable amount of time to accumulate the necessary attributes to lift a Grade A weapon. It's important to note that lifting a weapon and wielding it effectively are two distinct concepts. According to the Martial Arts School's published data, a martial artist must possess strength exceeding 10 times the weapon's weight to fully unleash its potential. Thus, to utilize a Grade A weapon, he would need to elevate his strength to several 100,000. How preposterous! The weight of a Grade A weapon is comparable to the sea goddess trident wielded by my third brother. Never mind, let us explore other sections first. Jiang Yu closed the weapons section and casually opened the protective gear section. As soon as he did, a stunning blue armor caught his eye. Thunder Dragon Armor, SSS grade, originating from Ancient Ruins number 003, suitable for any martial artist. Price: 99.9 billion. 99.9 billion, suitable for any martial artist. Jiang Yu's pupils contracted, revealing a flicker of fervor. Chapter 15. Techniques Section. 4's Dealership. After hanging up with Jiang Yu, Lin Yu could not suppress the smile spreading across her face. Jiang Yu had passed the martial artist assessment. She had always known her brother was exceptional. Lin Yu, what are you thinking? Why are you smiling so broadly? Could it be that you have a boyfriend? Was that your boyfriend calling just now? Did he ask you out? A short-haired girl leaned in playfully towards Lin Yu, teasing her. Lin Yu shook her head with a smile. I don't have a boyfriend. That was just my brother calling. He has successfully passed the martial arts assessment, and the martial arts academy even gifted him a villa. Wait a moment. The short-haired girl paused, then exclaimed, Lin Yu, are you saying that your brother has passed the martial arts assessment? Lin Yu smiled and nodded. Lin Yu, you're not having a fever, are you? What a fanciful dream to entertain in broad daylight. The short-haired girl said, reaching out to touch Lin Yu's forehead. Lin Yu swatted her hand away, retorting with annoyance. You're the one who's delusional. What I said is absolutely true, and my brother has indeed passed the martial arts assessment. Really? You're not deceiving me, are you? The short-haired girl noticed that Lin Yu seemed earnest, her expression turning serious. Lin Yu nodded solemnly. Truly, whoever deceives you is a little dog, my goodness. The short-haired girl immediately covered her mouth in astonishment and exclaimed, So, starting today, you are officially a martial artist's family member and can move into the Grand Villa? Lin Yu, does your brother still need a wife? Do you think I would suffice? After a drink or two. I could charm anyone. Lin Yu cast a sidelong glance at the short-haired girl but remained silent. Hey, what are you two whispering about? Making such a fuss? At that moment, another female salesperson approached. The short-haired girl quickly leaned towards her. Brimming with gossip, Huijia, you arrived just in time. I have monumental news to share with you. Did you know? Lin Yu's brother has passed the martial arts assessment, and she is about to become a martial artist family member. Moving into a grand villa. Really? The saleswoman, referred to as Huijia, was momentarily taken aback, then extended her hand towards Lin Yu with a smile, saying, Congratulations, Lin Yu. You are truly fortunate this time. When you move into the villa, don't forget about us sisters. I have never even seen what a villa looks like. Lin Yu gently shook her hand and replied with a smile. I am grateful for your care during my time at the 4S store. Huijia, once I get settled, I will invite you all over for a visit. Sounds good. Sounds good. The short-haired girl seized the opportunity to tease. Lin Yu, you won't be coming to work tomorrow, right? Why don't we have a dinner gathering tonight? By the way, bring your brother along. We haven't even seen what he looks like. This. Lin Yu hesitated, recalling the days they had spent working together, and finally nodded gently. All right then, I'll call my brother and see if he is free. Great, it's settled then. I'll notify the other sisters, the short-haired girl said, turning to run towards the other sales staff. Soon, the entire 4S store's employees were aware of Jiang Yu's achievement in becoming a martial artist. The staff cast envious glances in Lin Yu's direction. Dinner gathering tonight? And I'm invited too? Inside the villa, Jiang Yu received Lin Yu's message and chuckled while shaking his head. He then recalled the young man surnamed Zhang who had waited for Lin Yu downstairs that night. Following the typical urban narrative, tonight would likely unfold into yet another scenario of pretentiousness and humiliation. However, he was unfazed. After putting down his phone, Jiang Yu resumed browsing the Martial Arts Academy's online shop. This time, he opened the section for martial techniques, Dragon God's Fury, XS level sword technique, created by the world's strongest, the Dragon God, priced at 500 billion. Purchase requirement. 4-star contributor. Fire God S Blade. XS level knife technique. Created by the world's second strongest, the Fire God, priced at 499.9 billion. Purchase requirement. 4-star contributor. Source Energy Method. SSS level body refinement method, developed through the amalgamation of ancient techniques from various sects. Priced at 99.9 billion. Purchase requirement. 3-star contributor. Mental Force Method. SSS level mental technique, created by the world's third strongest, priced at 99.9 billion. Purchase requirement. 3-star contributor. Heavenly Gang Axe. SS level axe technique, a family heirloom of the world's fourth strongest. Priced at 9.9 billion. Purchase requirement. 2.5-star contributor. Flipping through the pages, Jiang Yu's brow furrowed deeper. Expensive. Truly exorbitant. Not just the prices themselves, but the contribution points required are equally staggering. Money is easy to come by, but contribution points are not. According to the Academy's guidelines, one must possess 10,000 contribution points to become a first-level contributor. 100,000 points for 2-star, 1 million points for 3-star, and 10 million points for 4-star. It is worth noting that slaying a beast soldier-level creature yields only 10 to 99 contribution points. The levels of beasts are classified as beast soldiers, beast generals, lords, kings, emperors, and gods, corresponding to the martial artist ranks of martial artists. Generals, gods, transcendent gods, SS level, and SSS level respectively. Contribution points for beast soldiers, 10 to 99. For beast generals, 100 to 999. For lords, 1000 to 999. For kings, 10,000 to 99, 999. For emperors, 100,000 to 999, 999.4 gods, 1 million to 999 million. This means he would need to slay a top-tier beast god or 10 top-tier beast emperors to reach 4-star contributor status. Those are beast gods and emperors, equivalent to human martial artists at the SS and SSS levels. Outside of the top 10 strongest individuals globally, who could possibly slay a beast emperor? No, that simply cannot be. Since the Academy has displayed these techniques in the shop, they are undoubtedly not solely for the martial artist's perusal. There must be a way to purchase them. Jiang Yu pondered, his gaze shifting as he noticed a dot symbol in the lower right corner of each technique. He attempted to click on it. The brand new interface appeared. Dragon God's Fury, all 5 levels, priced at 499.9 billion, purchase requirement, 4-star contributor. Dragon God's Fury, first 4 levels, priced at 49.9 billion, purchase requirement, 3-star contributor, first 3 levels, 4.9 billion. 2-star. Second level, 490 million. 1-star, first level, 49 million. No purchase requirements. As expected. Jiang Yu's expression brightened as he closed the Dragon God's Fury and opened the Source Energy method. Among all the techniques, he placed the highest value on the Source Energy method. This is a body refinement technique, developed through the integration of ancient methods from various sects over many years. It incorporates elements like the ancient internal arts of Hanxia, the ancient yoga of the white elephant, and the Buddhist methods. It emphasizes internal cultivation of the 5 organs and external training of the muscles and skin. By absorbing the source energy from the universe, it optimizes the body's genes, enhancing every tissue, including cells, bones, meridians, organs, blood, and skin. Ultimately, with sufficient practice, one could withstand a nuclear explosion without harm, and their internal organs could withstand depths of 10,000 meters underwater without stress, like the Dragon God's Fury. The Source Energy method also consists of 5 levels. The first level is priced at 9.99 million Hanxia currency. The second level, 99.99 million. The third level, 990 million, requiring 1-star contribution. Chapter 16. Regret? To buy or not to buy? Jiang Yu found himself in a quandary. He possessed a collection system, and in the future, he would naturally be able to collect the Source Energy method from others. If he purchased the Source Energy method now, it would indeed be a waste of money, as he wouldn't have many opportunities to practice it in the future. However, if he did not buy it, how would he explain the surge in his strength after collecting attributes? He could not attribute every enhancement to the basic guiding technique, could he? The basic guiding technique could cover for him once or twice. But sooner or later, it would be exposed. The Source Energy method, on the other hand, had enabled many talented martial artists to achieve a qualitative leap in their strength after practicing IT. IT would be the most suitable cover for concealing his rising power, making it difficult for the Academy's higher-ups to suspect him. Buy it. Jiang Yu resolved firmly, no longer hesitating, and purchased the first 2 levels of the Source Energy method in one go. Ding! Purchase successful. Dear martial artist, you have purchased the first 2 levels of the Source Energy method, totaling 109.89 million Hanxia currency. Since this is your first purchase, you enjoy a 50% discount. You only need to pay 945 million Hanxia currency. Ding! Payment successful. Ding! Bank card charged 54.945 million Hanxia currency. A series of notification sounds rang out. Jiang Yu's virtual projection transformed into an image with text. The image depicted a man striking various peculiar poses. Following the man's stances, Jiang Yu diligently began his practice. As he trained, streams of cosmic source energy flowed into his body through the soles of his feet and the crown of his head. Although the energy was small, it caused every cell in his body to fervently absorb it. Time flew by as Jiang Yu continued his practice. The sun unknowingly dipped below the horizon, casting a golden light into the villa and illuminating Jiang Yu. He seemed to enter a state of self-forgetfulness, remaining motionless in a single pose. Meanwhile, a group of students completing their college entrance examinations were also concluding their final test of the day. Dragging their highly tense selves back home, Su Weiwei lived in a residential complex with an elevator. As soon as she returned home, she eagerly opened her phone's QQ group to inquire how her classmates had fared in the exam. Major news, have you all heard? Jiang Yu, who had always been suppressed by the old class teacher, actually passed the martial arts assessment today and was recruited as a special student by the Longting Martial Arts Academy. This world is simply too insane. Lu Hong, have you damaged your brain during the exam? What nonsense are you spouting? You're claiming Jiang Yu passed the martial arts assessment. You'd be more believable saying you got into Tsinghua or Peking University. With Jiang Yu's mediocrity, he couldn't even pass the preliminary martial arts assessment. How could he possibly pass the actual assessment? You're just bragging, Zhang Hao. I'm telling the truth. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. Many students are already aware of this matter. And I have heard from students of other schools that the old teacher was suspended by the education district for suppressing Jiang Yu. The fact that Jiang Yu passed the martial arts assessment and was specially recruited by the Longting Martial Arts Institute is indeed true. I have also heard this from students participating in the martial arts examination at other schools. Speaking of which, do you all know what kind of conditions Longting Martial Arts Institute offered Jiang Yu? What conditions, you ask? I have heard that Longting Martial Arts Institute gifted Jiang Yu a villa in the prestigious Minghua Villa District, along with a staggering 10 billion in startup funds. Additionally, he is free to choose any martial arts university. And they will also provide him with a monthly scholarship of 50 million his. Is that really true? If what you say is correct, then Jiang Yu must have struck it rich, becoming someone whom we all look up to. If you don't believe it, you can search through the forums of various universities. Every forum is currently buzzing about this matter. Su Weiwei scrolled through the chat records in the group. Her eyes filled with disbelief. She quickly opened the school's forum and began to browse. Shocking, Third Middle School actually has a special recruit, signed by Longting Martial Arts Institute with an annual scholarship of 10 billion. My goodness, an 18-year-old youth capable of delivering nearly 3,000 kilograms of punch power. Is he even human? Breaking news, Jiang Yu has been hailed by Longting Martial Arts Institute as a once-in-a-century genius. Yet, his true identity is merely that of a poor-performing student expelled from Third Middle School. Discussion on Jiang Yu's performance during the assessment. As she scrolled through the forum, Su Weiwei's expression shifted from disbelief to one of profound shock and incredulity. It was impossible for her to doubt it. Many forums displayed Jiang Yu's figure during the assessment. Although the pictures were somewhat blurry, as Jiang Yu's deskmate, she could immediately recognize him. Jiang Yu has truly become a martial artist. Su Weiwei covered her mouth, the look of astonishment on her face lingering for quite some time. She vaguely recalled the words she had spoken a week ago when Jiang Yu left school. Watching his departing figure, after today, they would likely no longer be on the same path. Indeed, they are no longer on the same path. She could no longer keep pace with Jiang Yu. Ding dong. Ding dong. The sound of her phone rang. Su Weiwei opened the QQ group, noticing a classmate tagging her. Su the Great Beauty. As Jiang Yu's deskmate and ex-girlfriend, are you now filled with regret for insisting on breaking up with him? 10 billion a year. If you hadn't broken up with Jiang Yu back then, wouldn't you now be able to move into the Minghua Villa District? Su the Great Beauty, in just 2 days? We will finish our college entrance exams. After that, we will part ways and may find it hard to meet again for the rest of our lives. I want to organize a graduation gathering. And I would appreciate it if you could ask Jiang Yu about it. Yes, it has been 3 years in the blink of an eye. Reflecting on the memories of the past, I suddenly feel a bit reluctant to part with everyone. I don't know why, but my nose feels a bit sour right now. 3 years as classmates, weathering storms together, and now separation is imminent. Classmates, do not be sad. Let us cherish the beautiful memories of the past 3 years and strive for a bright future together. Let us go, youth. Let us become the dream chasers we aspire to be. Yes, it has been 3 years. Su Weiwei put down her phone, her eyes revealing a sense of melancholy and nostalgia. The past 3 years were filled with both storms and the moments she shared with Jiang Yu. They had their youth, their beautiful times, and their laughter. After dating for 2.5 years, the sweetness of the past could not outweigh that one moment of results, that one phrase. Let us break up. She vividly remembered the tears Jiang Yu shed after she proposed the breakup, his pitiful state of drunkenness in the dead of night. At that moment, he resembled a homeless wanderer, exuding helplessness and sorrow. That night, the streetlights shone brightly, illuminating their figures as they stood beneath the glow, uttering those parting words. Jiang Yu, let us break up. I want to study hard. I don't want to end up like your sister. Merely working for others and facing their disdain, I wish to change my fate through the college entrance examination. Therefore, I am sorry. That night, Jiang Yu did not plead for her to stay. He merely turned silently and walked away. Under the brilliant streetlights, their shadows turned away from each other, stretching longer and farther apart. That night, it rained. On her way home, she saw a figure sitting in the rain, seeking solace in alcohol, allowing the rain to drench his clothes. She vaguely heard the sound of crying. Was that the sound of heartbreak? Su Weiwei did not know. Looking back at the past, does she regret it now? Perhaps she does. People often fail to cherish what is in front of them, only to seek regret in memories after losing it. Chapter 17. Lin Yu's Dilemma. Su the Great Beauty. Su the Great Beauty, are you there? The matter of inviting Jiang Yu is up to you. In 2 nights, we will gather at the Listening Rain Pavilion. In the group, someone tagged Su Weiwei again. Su Weiwei pondered for a moment and responded in the group, I will try, but I cannot be certain I can get Jiang Yu to come. After replying in the group, a glimmer of inspiration flashed in Su Weiwei's eyes as she opened the chat interface with Jiang Yu and quickly composed a message. Jiang Yu, our whole class is having a farewell dinner at Listening Rain Pavilion in 2 days. Will you come? After sending the message, Su Weiwei waited anxiously for Jiang Yu's response. 1 minute passed. 10 minutes passed. An hour passed. She still had not received a reply from Jiang Yu. Are you ignoring me? Or have you not seen the message? Su Weiwei murmured to herself, a hint of despondency flickering in her eyes. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, having completed his training in source energy techniques, also saw the messages sent by his classmates in the group. Although he had been expelled from school, he had not been removed from the group. Is he saddened? Regretful? Perhaps a little. 3 years as classmates, there is some reluctance. Yet, the journey ahead is filled with opportunities. In the future, everyone will head to different universities and meet new classmates. Life is a series of separations and reunions. The dormitory remains the same, but the people residing in it will no longer be them. Years later, when they meet again, they may not even remember each other's names. Jiang Yu paid no heed to Su Weiwei's message and focused on reviewing the gains from his training in source energy techniques. Regarding the class gathering, he did not intend to attend and had no desire to go. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Intermediate Martial Artist. Strength, 5600. Speed, 60 ms. Mental Power, 399. Skills, Mastery Level Sword Technique, 320, 1000. Mastery Level Fist Technique, 320, 1000. Mastery Level Gun Technique, 120, 1000. Mastery Level Blade Technique, 140, 1000. Cultivation Method, Mastery Level Guidance Technique, 100, 1000. Beginner Source Energy Technique, 1000. Equipment, none. The Source Energy Technique is indeed an SSS level cultivation method. Starting at a higher level than other techniques, to reach the entry level, one requires an impressive 1,000 experience points. According to the Martial Arts Institute's data, an ordinary martial artist typically needs around 1,000 hours to cultivate the source energy technique to the entry level. That's about 1 hour per experience point. Of course, some prodigies are exceptions. Yet, after spending an afternoon training, he had only gained 3 experience points, which left Jiang Yu feeling quite dissatisfied. Indeed, to become stronger, one must rely on the system, not solely on arduous self-training. The day was growing late. He decided to purchase the beginner-level fist, blade, sword, and gun techniques before heading to join his sister for dinner. Jiang Yu muttered to himself, quickly buying the 4 beginner-level techniques in the marketplace. The reason for purchasing them was to dispel any doubts others might have. In the Martial Arts Institute, every technique has a purchase record and sharing is strictly prohibited. If he did not buy those 4 techniques, how could he explain their use to the Institute in the future? He couldn't possibly say he found them by the roadside, could he? Never underestimate others' intelligence. After acquiring the techniques, Jiang Yu proceeded to the underground parking lot. Gazing at the sports car before him, he faced a new dilemma. Just 18 years old, he did not yet have a driver's license. Fortunately, with advancements in technology, mature driverless technology has been realized. Vroom. The sports car roared to life and sped away. Outside the 4S dealership, a group of employees had just finished work and were waiting by the roadside for a ride. Lin Yu and 5 other girls were also gathered there, seemingly waiting for something. Perhaps due to the rush hour, few taxis passed by, and even ride-hailing services were not responding. The girl with short hair glanced at the time, a hint of urgency creeping into her voice. Lin Yu, it's already 7 p.m. Why hasn't your brother arrived yet? Wouldn't he just leave us hanging, would he? Lin Yu shook her head, her gaze fixed on the distance. The whole notion of my brother becoming a martial artist and moving into a big villa? To me, it sounds like utter nonsense. It's highly likely that someone is just being kept by an old man. Observing the eager expressions of some, it was evident they were waiting for a sugar daddy. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice cut through the air. The girls turned to see a woman in her 30s, smirking mockingly at Lin Yu. Wang Xiuli, what did you just say? If you have the guts, say it again. The girl with short hair shot back, ready to retort, but was held back by Lin Yu. Lin Yu consoled her, saying, Xiaomin, let it go that if a dog bites you, would you really bite it back? Some people have waited 10 years for a rich old man and still Haven Tea caught his eye. Why bother arguing with her? Lin Yu, who are you insulting? The woman named Wang Xiuli was about to explode with anger when a black car pulled up in front of her and Lin Yu. The passenger window rolled down, revealing the handsome face of a young man. It was on that very day that the young gentleman surnamed Zhang, also the heir of the 4S dealership where Lin Yu and her companions worked, approached her. Yeah, where are you headed? Get in, I'll give you a ride, he said with a smile. Lin Yu waved her hand dismissively and replied, there's no need. Young Master Zhang, my brother, will be here shortly. Oh, is that so? The young Zhang chuckled, showing no signs of displeasure. A glint of cunning sparkled in his eyes as he continued, Yeah, I have heard that your brother has passed the martial artist examination. Allow me to congratulate you in advance. Soon, you shall reside in a grand villa. However, I have also heard that the strength of ordinary martial artists is quite limited. They often need to venture into the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts, where the fatality rate is alarmingly high. Coincidentally, I know a gentleman who is a mid-level martial general, possessing ample experience in the wild, and he could take good care of your brother out there. Yet, persuading him may prove difficult, as he is not a relative or close acquaintance. The young Zhang hesitated, his expression betraying a hint of conflict. All present were not oblivious to the implications in his words. It was evident he was attempting to coerce Lin Yu into being his girlfriend. Should Lin Yu acquiesce, he could then, under the guise of familial concern, enlist the help of this so-called uncle to look after Jiang Yu. However, if she refused, he would have no justification to assist Jiang Yu, who might very well encounter misfortune in the wilderness. Yeah, do you require me to arrange for someone to look after your brother? Surely, you wouldn't want him to face any mishaps out there, would you? The young Zhang inquired with a seemingly benign smile. You? Lin Yu's expression darkened with barely concealed anger. Did she harbor feelings for the young Zhang? The answer was a resounding no. Had she fancied him, she would have long since agreed to be his girlfriend. Her refusal stemmed from her lack of affection, yet now, the young Zhang was threatening her. The reality was that her brother, now a martial artist, would inevitably confront exotic beasts in the wilderness, an undeniable fact. The underlying menace in the young Zhang's statement suggested that if she did not comply, he might indeed do something untoward to her brother. It was a blatant threat. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed down the street, interrupting Lin Yu's righteous indignation. The short-haired girl and her companions instinctively turned to see a dazzling white supercar weaving gracefully through the street. My heavens, isn't that the Wild Wolf's ultimate vehicle? One exclaimed that I've seen this car online. Its price reportedly exceeds 17 million, and there are only 3 in the entire Hoodoo Bay City. Wait, look, that car is coming our way. Another shouted, quick, touch up your makeup. What if the driver is a young master? The women gasped in excitement, some even hurriedly applying makeup. With a booming engine, the supercar came to a halt before the group, revealing an extraordinarily handsome face. Hey there, can I add you on WeChat? One of the women approached the car. Xiao Yu. Lin Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she recognized the young man in the car. Sister. Jiang Yu ignored the woman seeking to exchange contacts, stepped out, and enveloped Lin Yu in a warm embrace. Sister? The short-haired girl and her friends were left in awe, scrutinizing Jiang Yu, their eyes sparkling with admiration. With his tall stature, well-fitted casual attire, and serene smile, complemented by the supercar, he embodied the ideal of their dreams. Sister, what were you discussing just now? Jiang Yu asked with a smile, casting a sidelong glance at the young Zhang. Subtly tightening his embrace around Lin Yu, nothing. Lin Yu stammered hesitantly. She had contemplated how Jiang Yu might come to find her, but she never imagined he would arrive in a supercar. That was a vehicle worth over 17 million. Under ordinary circumstances, she wouldn't have dared even to dream about it. Sister, weren't you going out for a meal? Let's go, Jiang Yu said, releasing Lin Yu and taking her hand to lead her to the car. This, Lin Yu glanced at her 4 friends, a look of concern crossing her face. There simply wasn't enough room. A supercar could only accommodate 2 passengers, and there were 6 of them in total. Surely, they couldn't expect the remaining 4 to sit on the roof. You 4 go ahead. We'll just take a taxi, Hui Jie suggested first. Lin Yu nodded in agreement and climbed into the supercar with Jiang Yu. Before departing, Jiang Yu smiled and waved at the four girls, and with a roar of the engine, they sped away as they watched the tail lights of the supercar disappear. The short-haired girl could no longer contain herself, exclaiming, "Wow, Lin Yu's brother is so handsome, and he drives a supercar. He's a martial artist. He is literally my dream guy. I must say, he is the man I have my eyes on, and none of you are allowed to compete with me," Xiaoman declared. "What are you thinking? As the saying goes, a person of great capacity can accommodate others. With a man like Lin Yu's brother, if you can't keep him, let me take a shot. I have my own advantages." Another girl retorted, "Supercar or not, I don't care. I have liked Lin Yu's brother in secret for a long time." Another girl chimed in, "He's mine. He's mine. We'll compete fairly." "All right, enough bickering. The taxi is here. Let us hurry and catch it to the restaurant," Hui Jie said, shaking her head at the squabbling girls as she flagged down a passing cab. Wang Xiuli stood by, watching the four girls depart, jealousy etched across her face. She turned to the young Zhang in the car, her eyes darkening as she leaned towards the passenger seat. "Young master, have you not been pursuing Lin Yu all this time? Can you truly tolerate her being taken away by another man? As far as I know, Lin Yu's brother is merely her foster brother, not by blood. Are you not worried about their connection? You need not come to work tomorrow," the young Zhang retorted coldly, dismissing Wang Xiuli without a glance as he raised the car window and drove away. Meanwhile, Lin Yu sat in the passenger seat, lost in thought. Even now, she could scarcely believe that her brother would come to find her in a supercar. It felt as surreal as winning a 220 million lottery with a mere 100,000 yuan ticket. Who would believe such a thing? "Sister, the martial arts school claims I'm a genius. Not only did they gift me a supercar, but they also awarded me 1 billion Hanxia coins. In other words, in the future, you shall live the life of a wealthy lady," Jiang Yu explained with a smile. After a moment, Lin Yu finally grasped the reality before her. Meeting Jiang Yu's gaze as they sat in the car, their eyes locked, the atmosphere began to thicken with unspoken tension, their faces growing increasingly flushed. "Xiao Yu, are you feeling hot? Yes, then, could you turn off the heating? Why is the heater on in this sweltering June?" Oh. Switching from hot to cold air, a refreshing breeze enveloped Jiang Yu, providing him great relief. Just then, an abrupt screech of brakes jolted them, causing both to sway slightly in their seats. Jiang Yu steadied himself and peered ahead, noticing a traffic jam stretching out before them. One car after another was stuck in the middle of the road. Exiting the vehicle, Jiang Yu gazed into the distance. The blockage extended for several hundred meters. Not far ahead, a blue sign read, "Roadwork ahead. All vehicles please detour." Roadwork every day, year after year. Can't they just complete it all at once? One disgruntled driver voiced his frustration. Jiang Yu looked around, noticing the growing number of vehicles, the congestion worsening. With barely enough space between cars for a person to pass, an idea struck him. Under the astonished gazes of the other drivers, he effortlessly lifted the supercar overhead, navigating it through the narrow gaps between vehicles. With his current strength of 5,000 kilograms, lifting a supercar posed no challenge whatsoever. "Wow, is that even possible?" The other drivers gawked at Jiang Yu. "How did I not think of that? As a warrior, lifting a car should be a piece of cake." A martial artist among the drivers suddenly realized the brilliance of Jiang Yu's action and began to imitate him. Lifting his own car and maneuvering through the gaps. One followed another, with more and more martial artists hoisting their vehicles, swiftly making their way out of the congested area. Hey, you were supposed to check the road? Not haul a double-decker bus. Put it down before you scare the life out of the elderly passengers. They think the bus is flying." Amidst the ensuing chaos, Jiang Yu remained blissfully unaware of the commotion caused behind him. After distancing himself from the traffic jam, he set the supercar down, climbed back in, and continued toward the restaurant. Their destination was the Gathering Pavilion, a well-established restaurant that had been in operation for a year. Renowned for its signature dish, roasted duck, served sliced thinly and wrapped with green onions and cucumber. Simultaneously, as Jiang Yu made his way to the restaurant, District Chief Wu stared at the investigation report in his hands. A seething fury igniting within him, the pile of shredded paper, an overly possessive and biased homeroom teacher, had cost him a special enrollment student and dashed his hopes of quickly ascending to the position of minister. How preposterous! The Minister of Education in Huadu Bay City was on the verge of retirement. All 12 district chiefs were eyeing that position. At such a critical juncture, a special enrollment student had been expelled. If word of this reached higher authorities, it could spell his downfall for negligence. He must be held accountable, severely. District Chief Wu grew increasingly irate. He retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. Instructing, notify all the principals of schools in Dongyang District to convene at the Education Bureau tonight. Furthermore, conduct a thorough investigation into Wei Fong and his family, particularly to ascertain whether they have accepted gifts from parents privately. Additionally, any teachers involved in the case concerning Jiang Yu should be suspended or demoted as necessary. Students Zhang Hao, Wu Zhan, and others should all receive serious disciplinary actions. Chapter 19. The Straight Man Jiang Yu? Longting Martial Arts School. After a day of martial arts examinations, Zhang Ming stood alone atop the martial arts hall, gazing into the distant sky. Not long after, a blue battleship soared from afar, hovering above Longting Martial Arts School. From the ship descended a young man with white hair. He floated before Zhang Ming, his expression flippant as he remarked, "Old Zhang, what urgent matter compelled you to summon me back from the wilderness?" "I was busy fishing for crocodiles." Zhang Ming wasted no time on pleasantries, tossing a tablet to the white-haired youth and stating solemnly, "The urgency of your return is due to an important matter. Today, during the martial arts examination, I discovered a specially recruited student. His information is on this tablet." Specially recruited. The young man's brow arched, his flippant demeanor vanishing as he opened the tablet. Jiang Yu's profile appeared before him. A name, Jiang Yu. Male, 18 years old, from Dongyang District, Huaidu Bay City, Hansha Country. Assessment punch power, 2835, 2900, 2970. Speed, 55 ms, entry-level guidance technique. 18 years old. Nearly 3,000 in punch power? The white-haired youth's pupils constricted in surprise as he turned to Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming nodded. Jiang Yu arrived at our Longting Martial Arts School 7 days ago. At that time. He participated in the assessment for preparatory martial artists, with a punch power exceeding 500 kilograms. Today, he returned for the martial artist assessment, and his punch power has nearly reached 3,000 kilograms. However, I can tell he did not exert his full strength during the assessment. He is a genius. A prodigy comparable to those from major factions. Yet, what captivates me most is his background. I've already had his family background investigated during the day. He is an orphan. His parents perished at the hands of exotic beasts when he was very young. When do you plan to initiate his special recruitment assessment? The white-haired youth inquired. Zhang Ming pondered before responding, "In 2 days. There will be a martial artist assessment then, and I intend to have Jiang Yu participate." "Why not in 2.5 days?" the white-haired youth asked curiously. Zhang Ming's expression shifted, scrutinizing the white-haired youth. "Xiao Haizi? Kunlong against wolves?" The white-haired youth twitched his lips, shrugging lightly. "Speak plainly. What do you want me to do?" Zhang Ming did not respond immediately. Instead, he opened his communication device and sent the white-haired youth a list. "This is a list of exotic beasts I've compiled in the next 2 days. I need you to capture them alive for the assessment." The white-haired youth opened the list and was taken aback by the number of exotic beasts listed, incredulously exclaiming, "So many? Old Zhang, have you lost your mind? Jiang Yu is merely an intermediate martial artist. Why would you want me to capture a black rhinoceros? Don't forget, black rhinoceroses are high-grade beast soldiers, and even a junior warrior wouldn't want to face one in the wilderness. Isn't this sending Jiang Yu to his death?" The white-haired youth was utterly perplexed. Zhang Ming shook his head. "That depends on how you approach it. Surely, you want to injure the black rhinoceros beforehand? The struggle between humans and exotic beasts is never a matter of brute force. It's about finding weaknesses. The genius we aim to cultivate must not be a mere brute relying solely on strength. He needs to possess composure and courage in the face of formidable foes." "All right, I understand." The white-haired youth turned to leave. "Wait," Zhang Ming called after him, continuing, "This martial artist assessment, I plan to broadcast it live for every resident of Huaidu Bay City to witness. It has been 10 years since we've seen a martial arts genius emerge from our city, leading many students to lose interest in becoming martial artists, preferring a life of ease. They need a battle, a thrilling confrontation to ignite the passion within their veins." The white-haired youth furrowed his brow. "Old Zhang, will the participating students agree to the live broadcast? Martial artists are not celebrities. They don't seek the spotlight." Zhang Ming smiled mysteriously. "They will agree. If they refuse, I'll offer them more money." The savings accumulated by Longting Martial Arts School over the past decade could use some expenditure. The white-haired youth smirked as he turned to leave. More money is indeed a condition that's hard to refuse. The Gathering Hall, a year-old establishment, is renowned for its roast duck, Palace Jade Banquet Duck, priced at $181 per duck. If you inquire about the duck's quality, allow me to extol its virtues. After parking his supercar, Zhang Yu and Lin Yu ascended to the second-floor private room. They did not wait long before 4 short-haired girls arrived as promised. Compared to before, while the girls' outfits remained unchanged, their makeup was significantly more refined. As they ordered and the dishes were served, Zhang Yu gained some understanding of the 4 girls. The short-haired girl, named Xiaomin, was a lively and carefree personality. Hui Jie, fully named Feng Hui, was mature and composed. The remaining 2 girls were equally attractive, each scoring around 80 points in looks, one with red hair and the other with green, whom we shall refer to as Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu. Halfway through the meal, after Lin Yu served Zhang Yu a piece of food, the other 3 girls followed suit, shyly offering him more, casting him bashful glances. Even Hui Jie discreetly served Zhang Yu food. "Zhang Yu, what type of girl do you like as your girlfriend?" suddenly inquired the short-haired girl. The other 3 girls turned their attention to Zhang Yu, and Lin Yu instinctively perked up her ears. Zhang Yu understood that when a girl gazed at you with such coyness and posed this question, it indicated her interest in him. However, he was merely 18 this year. Moreover, he currently possessed a formidable strength of 5 tons. As time progressed, his power would only grow stronger. Could an ordinary person truly be a match for him? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Yu shook his head. "I haven't thought about it yet. I just turned 18 and haven't considered dating. Furthermore, women only slow me down." The martial arts instructor had always emphasized that martial artists should prioritize their martial path. The short-haired girl, Hui Jie, Xiao Hong and Xiao Lu, Lin Yu, so blunt. After the meal, the short-haired girls proposed to go singing. As colleagues for 2 years, Lin Yu found it difficult to refuse and accompanied them. At the KTV, no troublemaking occurred, much to Zhang Yu's relief. However, occasionally, women would throw themselves at him under the pretext of being drunk, which he found intolerable. "Hey, that's my hand." "Hui Jie, I'm not thirsty. I truly don't want milk." "Xiao Lu, you've had too much to drink. Why are you lying on the sofa in my arms?" Bored and overwhelmed, Zhang Yu decided to leave early, strolling alone along the streets. Along the way, he noticed fallen attribute bubbles being automatically collected by the system. "Congratulations, host. Strength 1. Congratulations, host. Speed 1. Congratulations, host. Congratulations, host. Stamina 1. Suddenly, Zhang Yu felt a remarkable surge of attributes flooding into his body, significantly enhancing his strength. He looked up and realized he had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of a hotel. Inside the hotel, numerous stamina-enhancing attribute bubbles floated around. Chapter 20. Ice Attributes. Congratulations, host. Stamina 1. Congratulations, host. Stamina 1. Congratulations, host. Stamina 1. Congratulations. As Zhang Yu entered the hotel, he collected the stamina bubbles. He sensed significant changes in certain parts of his body, growing stronger in ways that excited him more than becoming a martial artist. However, as he passed by a room, he was momentarily taken aback by the scene inside, feeling flustered. Honestly, why don't they close the door when doing such things? With a thud, Zhang Yu helped close the door, not lingering, and continued on. Inside the room, a man and woman paused upon hearing the door close, realizing they had forgotten to shut the door while discussing their script. In a wonder, they had felt a chill on their backs. There was a draft. Congratulations, host. Stamina 1111.11. Wandering through the hotel, Zhang Yu collected attribute bubbles until there were none left. Only then did he exit the hotel, greeted by the curious gaze of the front desk attendant. Once outside, he received a message from Zhang Ming on his communication device. "Hurry to the martial arts school." Zhang Yu dared not delay and rushed toward the school. Upon arrival, the martial arts school had returned to its normal routine. With students training diligently, Zhang Yu made his way to Zhang Ming's office. Zhang Ming had been waiting for quite some time. Upon seeing Zhang Yu enter, he got straight to the point. "Zhang Yu, your special enrollment assessment has been scheduled. It will take place in 2 days, alongside other candidates vying for the warrior examination. At that time, numerous leaders and high-ranking officials from the martial arts school will be scrutinizing your performance. You must exert yourself diligently, for achieving a double S grade is significantly more challenging than for other candidates. Furthermore, I plan to broadcast this assessment live, showcasing it to the residents of the entire Bay City. As the youngest warrior in the Bay City, I hope you can present your best self to every viewer watching the stream. Live broadcast? Jiang Yu's brow furrowed slightly. He understood the implications of being a prominent figure. The world was far from the tranquil facade it projected. Aside from the forces like the Longting Martial Arts School, which dedicated themselves to maintaining public safety and repelling monstrous beasts, there existed many clandestine organizations lurking in the shadows. These dark forces were driven solely by profit and self-interest, willing to commit any act for the right price, be it the assassination of a warrior, instigating a beast tide, or colluding with spies. There was nothing they would shy away from. The news of his status as a special enrollee had already spread among many students. Was it truly wise to make such a grand spectacle with a live broadcast? What if things went awry? Moreover, there had been reports in previous years of talented warriors being assassinated. To cite a nearby example, the infamous Jopping Chicken would certainly not wish for the emergence of a genius warrior in the Hansha nation. Fame was hardly a boon. Zhang Ming, perceiving Jiang Yu's apprehension, approached him and gently patted his shoulder. Jiang Yu, I comprehend your concerns. This is an experience every warrior must face. Do you think that by avoiding the live broadcast and quietly passing the warrior examination, you can simply bide your time and gradually enhance your strength? You are mistaken. Even without the broadcast, as long as you participate in the warrior examination, your identity will inevitably be exposed to those dark organizations. Spies are omnipresent. Concealment is impossible. All I can do is offer you some financial assistance to facilitate your rapid growth. I have decided that during the live broadcast, rewards will be allocated based on your popularity, 1 unit of currency for each unit of popularity. Furthermore, all donations received during the broadcast will belong entirely to you. The martial arts school will take no cut. Strive hard. I eagerly anticipate the day you succeed in your assessment. Having said this, Zhang Ming patted Jiang Yu's shoulder once more before turning to leave the office. Jiang Yu stood there, utterly unprepared for the prospect of participating in a live broadcast. The entire Huido Bay City boasted nearly 200 million residents. Even if just 1/10 or 100th tuned in, that would still amount to millions or even tens of millions of viewers. Such exposure was monumental. In his previous life, had the platform provided him with such an audience, he wouldn't have faced failure. He would have preferred slumber to writing. He could have easily achieved great success, couldn't he? Reflecting on the hardships of his past life, Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle wryly as he exited the office. With 2 days left, he had ample time to elevate his strength further. Stepping out of the Longting Martial Arts School, Jiang Yu returned to the KTV.at. That moment, the group of girls was dispersing. Having indulged in libations, their steps unsteady. Even Sister Hui, the most mature among them, appeared dazed, almost yearning to collapse into Jiang Yu's embrace, her long legs wrapping around him, eager to share the warmth of maturity. Jiang Yu, unable to refuse, began escorting each of the intoxicated girls home. It was already 11 at night. As vehicles traversed the streets, one could occasionally glimpse illuminated rooms within the towering buildings lining the road. Under those lights, shadows flitted about, seemingly students burning the midnight oil. Inside a room, Su Weiwei closed her book with a sigh, massaging her temples before glancing at the time. Noticing it was 11 o'clock, she silently opened her phone and accessed the class group chat. The lively banter continued, with unread messages exceeding 99. Yet, she paid no heed to the group chat, instead fixating on a gray profile picture. Remaining unresponsive to IT had been a full 5 hours since she last messaged Jiang Yu, with no reply. The earliest message from him was a broken red heart sent 6 months prior. Gripping her phone tightly, a shadow of melancholy crossed Su Weiwei's eyes. This was the first time since their breakup that she yearned for a message from Jiang Yu. Did she regret it? Perhaps. She was his first love, and he was undoubtedly hers. As the night deepened, after delivering the girls home, Jiang Yu returned to his new residence with Lin Yu. Upon seeing the grand villa before her, Lin Yu's inebriation dissipated. In that moment, she understood why the short-haired girls had consumed so much alcohol. It was never merely about the drink. She considered them close friends, while they harbored intentions towards her brother. Sister, you should find a room to rest. I need to step out for a bit, Jiang Yu stated, turning to drive away in his sports car. The streets were quiet at night, and as he navigated through, he collected numerous attribute bubbles into his body. Congratulations, host. Strength 111. Speed 11. Mental power 111. The attribute bubbles had a time limit. They would not persist indefinitely once dropped. Jiang Yu witnessed several attribute bubbles vanish before his eyes. Congratulations, host. Strength 11. Congratulations, host. Ice attribute acquired. Would you like to activate the ice-based ability? A distinct voice resonated in Jiang Yu's mind as he drove. Chapter 21. A surge in strength. Ice attribute? Superpowers? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. In recent days, he had diligently researched information regarding warriors. Warriors were categorized into ordinary warriors and those with supernatural abilities. The latter were far more formidable, possessing a broader array of offensive capabilities. Activate. Activating. As the system's voice echoed, an intense chill surged within Jiang Yu, enveloping him in a frigid sensation akin to being in sub-zero temperatures without proper attire. The coldness arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, soon fading into oblivion. Jiang Yu's attribute panel underwent a transformation. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Intermediate Warrior. Superpower, Ice-type J level, 1100, Strength, 5600-400, Speed, 65 ms. Mental power, 407. Skills, Mastery level Blade Technique, 320-1000, Mastery level Fist Technique, 320-1000, Mastery level Gun Technique, 120-1000, Mastery level Sword Technique, 140-1000, Cultivation Method, Mastery level Guidance Technique, 100-1000, Beginner Source Energy Method, 3-1000, Equipment, none. An additional superpower appeared on the panel, but aside from that, there were few other changes. Jiang Yu continued driving his sports car, picking up attribute bubbles along the way. Congratulations, host. Congratulations, host. Ice attribute acquired. Congratulations, host. Meanwhile, Wei Fong sat despondently on a cold bench, her eyes vacant and filled with despair. She could hardly fathom that one day she would be taken away for questioning. This day not only marked the culmination of the students' college entrance examination, an opportunity to alter their destinies, but also represented a pivotal turning point in her life. Earlier that day, she had made countless phone calls, yet none were willing to assist her. Reflecting on a few days prior, when she had sat in class, brimming with confidence, mocking Jiang Yu, she now found herself in a starkly different position. Jiang Yu had become a coveted figure while she had become a prisoner. It was all Jiang Yu's fault. Had he not become a warrior or passed the examination, would those in power still be fixated on her? Yes, if Jiang Yu failed to pass the assessment, the authorities would not be as incensed as they were now, thereby increasing her chances of a lighter sentence. Wealth and opportunity often come with risk. Regardless, given her actions, she would undoubtedly face a lengthy sentence. At worst, she would simply endure a few more years. Jiang Yu had ruined her, and she would ensure that Jiang Yu would not emerge unscathed either. She intended to dismantle Jiang Yu's path to martial arts just as she had sabotaged his studies. A fierce glint flashed in Wei Fong's eyes as she feigned a struggle to breathe, calling out loudly, "Help! Someone! I have a heart condition. I need to go to the hospital." 2 days later, the college entrance examination concluded, and the 3 years of camaraderie among classmates began to diverge. The Longting Martial Arts School. As dawn broke, Jiang Yu arrived at the martial arts hall, awaiting the assessment. In the hall, aside from himself, over 100 candidates prepared to participate in the warrior examination. Each was eager and animated, their spirits high. Success in today's assessment would grant them the status of official warriors, along with rewards from the school, a villa and 3 million Hancha currency. The warrior examination was open to all, irrespective of background. Whether a student or a delivery worker, as long as one's history was unblemished, they could participate upon meeting the criteria. Among the candidates, Jiang Yu also spotted several individuals in their 30s, equally there to take the warrior examination. Age was no barrier. Even someone in their 80s could partake. However, the martial arts school would not allow others to take advantage of the system. According to the school's regulations, the younger one was when breaking through to become a warrior, the better their benefits. Conversely, older candidates would receive comparatively less favorable treatment. The world's foremost warrior, Long Shun, had stated that the optimal age for humans to break through and cultivate martial arts was between 16 and 30. Beyond that age range, even if one eventually became a warrior, their martial prowess would be limited. If an octogenarian were to participate in the martial artist assessment, even if they were to pass, they would only receive a martial artist badge. As Jiang Yu surveyed the other participants, they too scrutinized him, primarily due to his youth. Among all the attendees, most were over the age of 22. With Jiang Yu being merely 18, regardless of how mature an 18-year-old may be in temperament, they cannot escape the outward appearance of youthfulness. Who is this child, who brought a mere boy to the martial arts academy? Is he here to complete a summer assignment? Hush, be quiet. Do you know who he is? His name is Jiang Yu, a specially admitted student at the academy this year, and at the tender age of 18. He has demonstrated a punching power of nearly 3,000 kilograms. You say he is 18, and I believe it. But a specially admitted student with such strength, I find that hard to accept. Our Huido Bay City hasn't seen a specially admitted student in a decade, let alone one with a punching power of 3,000 kilograms. It's true. When you're idly browsing the internet, stop fixating on pretty girls and pay attention to local news. Jiang Yu's admission as a specially admitted student has already surged to the trending topics in our Bay City. Not only in our Bay City, but residents from other Bay Cities are also aware of this matter. Really? This is all the fault of the platform. It keeps pushing pretty girls to me. Once I pass the martial artist assessment, I'll definitely seek out a few of them. The murmurs around him caused Jiang Yu's brow to furrow. Has news of his special admission spread so swiftly? Indeed, Zhang Ming was not mistaken. Even if he chose not to livestream, he could not conceal his identity. It is likely that many factions now possess detailed background information on him. However, Jiang Yu glanced at his attributes panel. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Junior Martial General. Ability, Ice System G Level, 8100. Strength, 8,900, 3,100. Speed, 250 ms. Mental Power, 800. Proficient Level Knife Technique, 520, 1000. Proficient Level Fist Technique, 520, 1000. Proficient Level Gun Technique, 220, 1000. Proficient Level Sword Technique, 240, 1000. Cultivation. Proficient Level Guidance Technique, 400, 1000. Junior Source Energy Technique, 81000. The explosive growth of his strength is the wellspring of his confidence. His current power and speed have reached the level of a junior martial general. The martial artist realms are divided as follows. Strength of 1,000 kilograms and speed of 25 ms is classified as a junior martial artist. Strength of 3,000 kilograms and speed of 50 ms as an intermediate martial artist. Strength of 6,000 kilograms and speed of 100 ms as a senior martial artist. When strength exceeds 10,000 kilograms and speed surpasses 250 ms, one is regarded as a junior martial general. This pattern continues upward. Silence. Everyone, quiet down. The assessment officer Zhang is coming out. A voice rang out from the crowd, and the entire hall fell silent in an instant. Jiang Yu looked around as Zhang Ming descended the stairs with his hands clasped behind his back. Following Zhang Ming was a white-haired youth. Ladies and gentlemen, Zhang Ming's voice, though not loud, resonated in the ears of all the participants. Welcome to the martial artist assessment, where you are about to become martial artists. Here, I would like to extend my early congratulations on your success. However, Zhang Ming's expression shifted, becoming exceedingly solemn as he stated, the martial artist assessment is unlike other evaluations. It can be fatal if you fear death. You still have the opportunity to withdraw now. Once you reach the assessment site, it will be too late to reconsider. If anyone wishes to withdraw, please step forward immediately. Chapter 22, Assessment Site. With that, no one in attendance chose to withdraw. Zhang Ming nodded with satisfaction and turned to the white-haired youth behind him. The white-haired youth stepped forward and addressed the crowd, saying, "Ladies and gentlemen, my surname is Bai. You may call me Instructor Bai. I will now lead you to the assessment site. Before we proceed, I require each of you to sign a life and death agreement. At the assessment site, life and death are not guaranteed. The agreement has been sent to each of your communication devices. Please sign your names on it immediately." Jiang Yu opened his communication device and indeed found an electronic agreement waiting for him. Without hesitation, he swiftly signed his name. Once everyone had signed, the white-haired youth waved his hand. "Let us go." Outside the martial arts academy, the group boarded a bus destined for the assessment site. The so-called assessment site was merely a small town named Jingtian Town. Prior to the rise of the aberrant beasts, the town was home to over 10,000 residents. With the emergence of these beasts, the entire population relocated to the Bay City, leaving the town desolate. Gradually, it became the assessment site for the Longting Martial Arts Academy. Upon arriving at Jingtian town, they found several buses already parked in the open area. Surrounding the space were numerous students from other martial arts academies, waiting to participate in the assessment. The Huidou-based city boasts many martial arts academies. Some students choose to join other academies due to their distance from Longting or the attractive offers presented by other institutions. However, despite the multitude of academies, those lacking a designated assessment area and the qualification to award martial artist badges could only join Longting Academy for the evaluation. They VE arrived. The Longting Academy participants are here. As Jiangyu and his companions arrived, the students from other academies naturally directed their attention toward them. Who is he? How could he be so young? Why has Longting Academy brought a child along this time? A child. His name is Jiangyu, a prodigious specially admitted student of Longting Academy this year. At merely 18 years of age, he has achieved a punching power of 3,000 kilograms. He is also the only specially admitted student in Huidou City in the past decade. Whispers began to circulate. The majority of the attendees focused their gazes on Jiangyu, their eyes reflecting both astonishment at his youth and envy for his strength. Unperturbed by their scrutiny, Jiangyu surveyed the surroundings of the open area. In the distance, he noticed a high-tension electric fence constructed of barbed wire, blocking their entry into Jingtian town. Surrounding the fence stood armed soldiers, vigilantly guarding the perimeter. Occasionally, the roars of aberrant beasts could be heard emanating from within Jingtian town. In the center of the open area stood a platform, atop which a massive screen displayed numerous surveillance feeds. One of the feeds showcased his own silhouette. "Hello, are you alone? If you don't mind, could we form a team?" At that moment, a female student approached Jiangyu and inquired. The female student was tall, her long legs easily exceeding 1 meter in length, with a curvaceous figure. "Brother, don't listen to her. What strength can a woman possess? Come team up with us. We VE ventured into the wilderness before." Another burly man stepped forward to extend his invitation. Jiangyu smiled and shook his head, saying, "I'm sorry, but I currently have no plans to form a team. Teaming up is permitted during the martial artist assessment. After all, with each additional member, the assessment quota increases accordingly. What was initially 10 aberrant beasts per person becomes 20 with 2 members. Assemble. A voice rang out from the platform, calling for the gathering. Instantly, all participants rushed toward the platform, including the female student and the burly man, who had to abandon their persuasion of Jiangyu to join them. "Ladies and gentlemen," the white-haired youth stood atop the platform, his piercing gaze sweeping over each participant as he declared, "I am the assessment officer for this session. You may call me instructor by. Before the assessment begins, I must reiterate the rules. This assessment, like previous ones, grants you a total of 12 hours. All participants must slay 5 primary-grade aberrant beasts within the allotted time to be deemed successful in the assessment, with the exception of Jiangyu. Furthermore, this assessment site is divided into 3 zones, the outer, inner, and core areas. The outer zone contains insignificant beasts, while the inner zone is inhabited by primary-grade aberrant beasts. The core area is strictly off-limits to all. That is all I have to say. We will now distribute supplies." With a sweeping gesture, the white-haired youth summoned a bus that pulled up before the participants. From within, he retrieved numerous backpacks. The so-called supplies consisted of just 3 items: a large knife made of alloy, a signal flare, and an energy sphere. The knife resembled a tang sword, with a slender blade. The signal flare is used for location tracking. Should any participant complete the assessment early or encounter danger, they may fire the flare, and the Academy will respond as swiftly as possible. Lastly, the energy sphere serves as a life-saving device, capable of deploying a powerful electric net to protect the participant. Although they signed a life-and-death agreement, the Academy cannot allow its students to perish at the jaws of aberrant beasts. "Instructor, may I ask what the assessment quota is for specially admitted students?" Suddenly, a participant inquired. Instantly, all eyes turned to Jiangyu. The white-haired youth cleared his throat and replied without hesitation. According to Academy regulations, specially admitted students must achieve a double S-level performance in the assessment. This means Jiangyu must slay 100 primary-grade aberrant beasts and defeat 1 intermediate-grade aberrant beast to pass the assessment. Hiss! Every participant present gasped in disbelief, casting sympathetic glances toward Jiangyu. Primary-grade aberrant beasts are equivalent to junior martial artists, matching their level of strength. They had already felt the difficulty of the assessment after slaying 5 beasts, yet Jiangyu was tasked with eliminating 100. in addition to a mid-level beast soldier. However, the moment the other students recalled Zhang Yu's formidable punching power, they felt a sense of relief. With a punching force of 3,000 kilograms, he had already met the standard of a mid-level warrior. Killing 100 low-level beast soldiers should be a trivial feat for him. But wait, with Zhang Yu's 3,000 kilograms of force, wouldn't that make slaying 100 low-level beast soldiers akin to child's play? His only adversary would be a single beast of the same rank, while we would be confronted with 5. In light of this comparison, why did it seem that his assessment was less demanding than ours? In the crowd, a chubby boy exclaimed as if he had discovered a new world. The other students quickly comprehended the implication. Indeed, in this comparison, Zhang Yu's assessment was undeniably lighter. The silver-haired youth chuckled, a hint of mockery flickering in his eyes as he remarked, given Zhang Yu's exceptional strength, the standard assessment for ordinary special recruits no longer poses a challenge for him. Thus, we have decided to increase his quota by 1 high-level beast soldier. Zhang Yu, do you have any objections? None, Zhang Yu replied calmly, casting a sideways glance at the chubby boy. The boy felt a shiver run through him and, in a moment of realization, nervously inquired of a nearby student. Hey, did my earlier comment offend anyone? The questioned student nodded slightly, instinctively distancing himself from the chubby boy. Chapter 23. The First Slaughter. All right, I hereby declare the assessment officially commenced, the silver-haired youth announced with a smile. Buzzing. In the distance, dozens of helicopters approached. Helicopters? What are all these helicopters doing here? Don't you know? The area surrounding Jingtian town is entirely enclosed by electric fences. We can only enter by parachuting, a real-life version of Battle Royale? Parachuting? I'm afraid of heights. The students clamored in discussion. Zhang Yu remained silent, ignoring the chatter as he wandered alone in the open space. Congratulations, host strength 111. Congratulations, host speed 111. Congratulations, host mental strength 11. The silver-haired youth observed Zhang Yu's actions with confusion. He had heard from Zhang Ming that Zhang Yu liked to wander aimlessly. He couldn't fathom what was so intriguing about an empty space. Could it be that he had attention deficit disorder? The silver-haired youth muttered to himself. Board the helicopter. Board the helicopter. As the helicopters descended, the students began to board. Those in groups followed their teams onto the same helicopter, while others casually chose any available one. Just before boarding, Zhang Yu noticed that the female student and the burly man had not returned to invite him again. Perhaps his assessment quota was so high that it deterred other students from approaching him. We're off. I will definitely pass the warrior assessment. I want to stand out, to become a true warrior and improve my family's living conditions. Sure, just wait, I will become a warrior and come to marry you. The students, fueled by their aspirations to become warriors, ascended with the helicopter. The open space suddenly appeared much emptier. The silver-haired youth watched the departing helicopters and walked into a bus, instructing the staff inside. Activate surveillance in Jingtian town immediately and deploy drones for live coverage. Broadcast this assessment live to every resident's phone in the Bay City. Understood. The staff wasted no time, swiftly typing on their keyboards. Instantly, hundreds of drones ascended, following the helicopters. Outside, the massive screens shifted to display surveillance footage, with Zhang Yu's figure prominently featured in several of the largest frames. The live broadcast would not cover every student's assessment but would focus on those with potential. Otherwise, how could thousands of students be broadcasted? Although Jingtian town was termed a town, its area was considerable. The dozens of helicopters quickly spread apart. Inside the helicopter, Zhang Yu could clearly see students beginning to jump from the aircraft. These students chose to jump from the outer perimeter, none opting for the interior. Clearly, they wished to practice on weaker beasts first. The term exotic beasts referred to creatures that had undergone mutations, gaining greater strength and even a semblance of intelligence. If one were careless and underestimated them, it would be easy to find oneself in dire straits. Additionally, apart from a few students, most participating in the warrior assessment had never faced exotic beasts directly nor killed one. They needed to confront lesser exotic beasts to build their courage and overcome their fears. Brother, we have reached the outskirts of Jingtian town. Where do you plan to jump? A crew member inquired, casually handing Zhang Yu a parachute backpack. Although the helicopter wasn't flying high, it was still over 100 meters from the ground. At such a height, even a warrior could be fatally injured upon descent. Zhang Yu accepted the backpack, slung it over his shoulder, glanced at the ground and said, "We'll go directly to the interior. I don't have time to waste on these insignificant beasts." like the other students. He too had only 12 hours. Within this time frame, he needed to kill 100 low-level beast soldiers, 1 mid-level beast soldier, and 1 high-level beast soldier. Fortunately, his strength had reached that of a junior war general. As long as he remained prudent, eliminating these exotic beasts should pose no significant challenge. All right, then we'll head straight to the interior. The crew member did not attempt to dissuade Jiang Yu. The helicopter soared through the air, and 5 minutes later, they arrived above the interior of Jingtian town. Looking down from the sky, Jiang Yu immediately spotted several low-level beast soldiers on the street below. They resembled a cross between dogs and wolves. With fierce expressions, "Brother, can we jump here?" the crew member asked. Jiang Yu nodded slightly, preparing to leap, when he suddenly noticed a drone outside the helicopter. He recalled the silver-haired youth's whispered words from earlier. "Kid, during the assessment, make sure to show off as much as possible. You represent our Longting martial arts school. Maintain a high profile. Furthermore, this live broadcast has a tipping feature if you play it up. Those little gifts will come pouring in." Showing off? Jiang Yu's eyes flickered with thoughts, and he subtly shook his head before leaping from the helicopter. Showing off? That would never be his style. It contradicted his persona as a bright and cheerful young man. Below lay a commercial street, with abandoned cars lining both sides of the road, their rusted paint revealing years of neglect. With a thud, Jiang Yu landed on the ground, severing the parachute cord and surveying his surroundings. Though numerous exotic beasts roamed within, they primarily fell into 3 categories according to the data: the small, lightning-fast shadow cat, the large but slow steel-haired pig known for its formidable defense, and the powerful tooth dog, which boasted impressive speed, attack power, and a remarkable bite force. These 3 types of exotic beasts were prevalent in the interior of Jingtian town, alongside a few others that did not exceed the level of low-level beast soldiers. High-level beast soldiers, however, were confined to the core areas. As Jiang Yu surveyed his surroundings, the sound of a cat's meow caught his attention. Glancing toward the noise, he spotted a small, entirely black shadow cat, roughly the size of a small dog, perched atop an abandoned car about 5 meters away, its blue eyes fixed intently on him. "You'll do nicely." Jiang Yu drew the long knife from his back. Meow sensing danger, the shadow cat leaped from the car, charging toward Jiang Yu with remarkable speed that surpassed that of an average low-level warrior. Reaching speeds of 30 ms, the average warrior would struggle against it, potentially falling victim to its assault. Yet, to Jiang Yu, its speed appeared sluggish, almost painfully slowed. As it closed within 3 meters, the shadow cat suddenly leapt, its claws aimed at Jiang Yu's face. "Now!" Jiang Yu moved, his figure vanishing from sight as the long knife transformed into a streak of light, slicing through the shadow cat's neck. With a splatter of blood, the cat's head severed from its body. Falling lifelessly to the ground in its final moments, its body convulsed. The first one, Jiang Yu waved at the drone behind him, signaling it to record the event. Chapter 24. Killing the Steel-Haired Pig. Jiang Yu felt no discomfort at his first kill of an exotic beast. It seemed rather ordinary to him. For many students, the first encounter with an exotic beast was no simple matter. Beyond their own strength, which could rival that of warriors, these creatures exuded an aura of ferocity, combined with unpredictable attacks. Many students would find themselves paralyzed by the intimidating presence of an exotic beast during their first encounter, unable to mount a proper offense, often only managing to exert a fraction of their potential. This explains why many students opt to first eliminate weaker exotic beasts, to cultivate their aggression and bolster their courage in facing the formidable. Some families with means even hire warriors to take their children into the wilderness, solely to temper their resolve. Yet, Jiang Yu was different. When confronting the shadow cat earlier, he was unaffected by its menacing aura. His heart remained tranquil. It is not that his character is extraordinary, but rather that his strength far surpasses that of the shadow cat. Jiang Yu disregarded the corpse of the shadow cat and continued down the street, wielding a long blade. The blade was not light, weighing over 100 kilograms, yet in Jiang Yu's hands, it felt remarkably manageable. The weapons utilized by martial artists are not forged through ordinary means. Instead, they are crafted using an alien technology that purges impurities from the materials while retaining the weapon's weight and sharpness. As for the method of forging, Jiang Yu was unaware. He only knew that within a collapsed 2-story residential building ahead, there lurked a massive beast. Upon closer inspection, it was a creature standing over 1.5 meters tall. adorned with spine-like bristles on its back and head that resembled steel needles. Two robust fangs protruded from the corners of its mouth, glinting ominously in the sunlight. This was a primary beast soldier known as the steel-haired pig. Renowned for its defensive capabilities, compared to the shadow cat, Jiang Yu had a greater fondness for the steel-haired pig, for it was a treasure in its entirety. These creatures are significantly larger, approximately double the size of a common domesticated pig. And not only is their meat exquisite, but it also commands a high price. Each pound of steel-haired pig meat can fetch over 1,000 yuan in the market, making it a favored delicacy among aspiring martial artists. Even the steel hair on its back can be fashioned into steel wool for scrubbing pots and pans. The steel-haired pig before him appeared to weigh around 600 pounds. The creature, noticing Jiang Yu, who was intently observing it with a long blade in hand, let out a few grunts and shifted its posture, revealing a fierce glint in its eyes. It stomped its hooves forcefully on the concrete ground, kicking up a cloud of dust and charging at Jiang Yu with ferocious power. Its massive fangs gleamed with a cold light. Should it collide with him, Jiang Yu would surely meet a grim fate. However, despite the steel-haired pig's formidable strength, its speed was lacking. As it approached, Jiang Yu deftly sidestepped the charge. He then pivoted and, with an expertly angled thrust, drove the long blade into a vital point of the steel-haired pig. An indescribable location. The beast emitted a pained roar, its fierce eyes widening in shocked eye. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Yu withdrew the blade from the pig's body and, with a swift motion, severed its head. Blood gushed forth, splattering everywhere as the metallic scent permeated the street. The pig's head rolled away, and after a few convulsions, its body lay still. Jiang Yu gazed at the steel-haired pig's corpse, his brow slightly furrowed. The entirety of the pig was consumable, and leaving it here at the assessment site felt wasteful, benefiting only other beasts. Yet, how could he transport the pig's carcass? Or perhaps, he could use the blood sent to lure other beasts. Waiting for them to come, Jiang Yu surveyed his surroundings. The roads were flanked by tall buildings, making it perilous to attract other beasts here, as he could easily be ambushed from both sides. He turned to the drone behind him and inquired, "Can you assist me in transporting the steel-haired pig's body?" After the drone nodded in affirmation, Jiang Yu grasped the pig's head and vanished from the street. 10 minutes later, he arrived at a spacious square, discarding the steel-haired pig's head in the center, while he concealed himself behind a tree by the roadside. The entire square was interconnected, making it an ideal spot for luring beasts. Even if numerous beasts were drawn to him, he would not fear. The surrounding paths provided ample avenues for escape. Meanwhile, outside, as time progressed, the live broadcast of the martial artist assessment began to garner increasing attention from the residents. On a bus outside Jingtian town, a silver-haired youth along with the senior members of the martial arts hall were watching the live stream. Upon seeing Jiang Yu's strategy of luring beasts, the silver-haired youth chuckled. What a clever boy. He understands the art of fishing for enforcement, using the steel-haired pig's head to attract other beasts. This way, he can conserve his energy while significantly reducing the time spent searching for beasts. White Steward, I don't quite understand, a nearby staff member remarked. Typically, after defeating a beast, the students try to mask the scent of blood to avoid being swarmed by numerous beasts. Isn't Jiang Yu's approach risky? The silver-haired youth shook his head with a smile. That is precisely the brilliance of this young man. He has chosen a square with multiple exits, allowing him to retreat at will. Furthermore, the bait he is using is merely the head of the steel-haired pig, which will not initially attract a horde of beasts. Additionally, this boy's speed has reached 55 and, if he wishes to flee, even the fastest shadow cat cannot catch him. Oh, the staff member nodded. Somewhat enlightened. Inside, Su Weiwei sat at her desk, reviewing her studies. Although the college entrance examination had concluded, there were a few questions she felt uncertain about, prompting her to revise. Suddenly, her phone, resting nearby, erupted with a cascade of notification alerts. Furrowing her brow, she opened her phone to find messages flooding in from her class group. Everyone. Has anyone been watching the martial artist assessment livestream? Jiang Yu is participating. He has already killed 2 primary beast soldier level creatures and is currently ranked first in the assessment. Everyone. I have video footage of Jiang Yu defeating the beasts. He looks incredibly cool. I'll share it with you all. Messages continued to pour in. At the bottom, 2 recorded videos awaited her attention. Su Weiwei opened one, revealing the scene of Jiang Yu dispatching the shadow cat, and the other showcasing his encounter with the steel-haired Pig.as. She observed the confident Jiang Yu in the video. Her mind drifted back to the previous night. It was the first gathering of their class after the exams, and Jiang Yu had not attended. Everyone else was present, yet he was absent. She had even attempted to call him, but to no avail. In that moment, she understood his intentions clearly. Chapter 25. The slaughter continues. In the live stream, someone showered Jiang Yu with 100 rockets. Hold your tongues. 3 wild dogs are approaching Jiang Yu. The messages in the group continued to flow. Su Weiwei clicked on the live link, entering Jiang Yu's stream. In the square, the scent of blood emanating from the steel-haired pig's head successfully attracted the first wave of beasts. 3 creatures, resembling golden retrievers in size, approached, exuding an overpowering stench. As canine beasts, their sense of smell was far more acute than that of ordinary dogs. The trio caught Jiang Yu's scent immediately and began sniffing the air. Have they discovered me? Jiang Yu remained unfazed, leaping down from the tree to confront the 3 creatures. Awoo. The 3 beasts crouched low, baring their teeth and preparing to attack, drool dripping from their jaws. I'll deal with you first. Without hesitation, Jiang Yu brandished his long blade, his figure a blur as he darted past the 3 creatures. Though their speed was not insignificant, reaching 25 ms when sprinting, it paled in comparison to Jiang Yu's prowess. In an instant, 3 heads soared into the air. Congratulations, host. Bite Force 1. Congratulations, host. Sense of Smell 1. Congratulations, host. Bite Force 1. Congratulations, host. Sense of Smell 1. The sudden system notifications momentarily caught Jiang Yu off guard as he prepared to collect the corpses. He glanced down to see several attribute bubbles lying on the ground. Even beasts could drop attribute bubbles? Jiang Yu was momentarily stunned, then enlightened. The system had never specified that only humans could yield attribute bubbles. After collecting the attribute bubbles, Jiang Yu tossed the 3 canine corpses alongside the steel-haired pig's head to attract further beasts, then concealed himself once more behind the tree. This area was exceedingly spacious, and regardless of how many beasts were drawn, he was confident in his ability to escape unscathed. Soon, a second wave of beasts, lured by the scent of blood, arrived, and Jiang Yu dispatched them one by one, earning more attribute bubbles in the process. Time flew by. Every passing second saw bloody skirmishes erupting in various corners of Jingtian town. Some students adapted to the beasts began to delve deeper, hunting down primary beast soldiers. Inside a dilapidated residential building, 3 female students, having worked together to defeat a shadow cat, sat panting on the ground. Sisterin, this shadow cat is indeed formidable. No wonder it's the beast that students dread facing the most. If it weren't for the 3 of us teaming up, we might have truly fallen victim to it. Its speed of movement is astonishing. I truly cannot fathom how those who venture alone manage to defeat it, remarked a petite female student, her heart still racing. The other girl nodded in agreement. Yes, this shadow cat is incredibly tenacious. I wonder how the progress of the other students is faring. Unintentionally, the petite student's eyes lit up as she waved her wrist communicator, saying, "Why don't we check and see?" Before the assessment began, each student received a map of Jingtian town and a ranking of their peers on their communication devices, ensuring they wouldn't get lost and igniting a sense of competition among them. The petite student activated her wrist device. Upon witnessing the ranking displayed above, the individual's pupils abruptly contracted, rendering them momentarily stunned and incredulous as they exclaimed, My heavens! How can this be possible? The top-ranked Jiang Yu. He has astonishingly slain 36 low-level beast soldiers. The female student known as Njia, along with another female student, were equally taken aback and hastily opened the ranking among students. First place, Jiang Yu, 36 low-level beast soldiers slain. Second place, Wang Hui, 3 low-level beast soldiers slain. Third place, Njing, 1 low-level beast soldier slain. How in the world did Jiang Yu manage to vanquish 36 low-level beast soldiers so swiftly? It has barely been 3 hours since the assessment commenced. This implies that Jiang Yu has averaged the killing of 12 beast soldiers per hour, or 1 every 5 minutes, another female student. Wide-eyed and speechless, was engulfed in astonishment, and Jia, while equally stunned, remained far more composed than her 2 companions. She shook her head solemnly and remarked, "Not only that, do not forget the time spent traveling. Those 36 beast soldiers would not remain in one location. Jiang Yu must have located them. The time he spent slaying those beasts must certainly be less than 5 minutes. Does he not have a live stream? Why not check his stream to discover the details? The petite female student suggested. Immediately, she opened Jiang Yu's live stream, projecting it before Jie and her companion. Upon witnessing the scenes within the live stream, the three were once again rendered speechless. Inside the stream, Jiang Yu was engaged in combat against 12 shadow cats. With each swing of his blade, one shadow cat fell beneath his steel. The speed at which the shadow cats excelled was rendered futile in Jiang Yu's presence. As they could not evade his lethal strikes in a mere flurry of blade flashes, all 12 shadow cats lay lifeless in pools of blood. Beside the corpses of the shadow cats, numerous other beast bodies were heaped. The three girls exchanged glances, their eyes wide with shock. Together, they had managed to slay but a single shadow cat, while Jiang Yu effortlessly dispatched 12. The disparity in their prowess was staggering. Is this the strength of a special recruit? Slaying shadow cats as if they were mere watermelons? The petite female student gasped in disbelief. Jia remained silent. She had previously extended an invitation to Jiang Yu, only to be declined in retrospect. It seemed that had they teamed up with Jiang Yu, they would have merely become a burden. Is this the true strength of a special recruit? And Jia murmured to herself. The astonishment was not limited to the three girls. Concurrently, many viewers in Jiang Yu's live stream were equally taken aback. Ordinary citizens were somewhat unfazed, unaware of the brutality of the shadow cats, viewing it merely as a spectacle. Conversely, seasoned warriors grew uneasy. They had all participated in the warrior assessments and had witnessed the tenacity of the shadow cats. It is no exaggeration to say that among 100 deceased students, 95 met their demise at the claws of shadow cats. Zhang Ming sat in the Martial Arts Academy's office, observing Jiang Yu's live stream, a satisfied smile gracing his face as he casually rewarded the stream with 10,000 rocket donations. Thank you, Zhang Ming, for the 10,000 rockets. Instantly, the live stream was flooded with rockets soaring across the screen. Chapter 26, A Heroic Rescue. 1 rocket equates to 2,000 Hanxia coins. The live stream was hosted by the Longting Martial Arts Academy, and Zhang Ming's name was well known among various factions. As Zhang Ming's donations poured in, rockets appeared as if they were free in the live stream. Lier donated 100 rockets. Wang Tang donated 1,000 rockets. Lu Xiao donated 200 rockets. Rockets ascended into the sky, leaving countless viewers in a in the square. The number of beast soldiers continued to swell. The 70th beast soldier had appeared. It was time to vacate the square. Jiang Yu swiftly dispatched a mouthful hound and, glancing at the multitude of approaching beasts, sprinted away without a backward glance. By now, several hundred beasts had been drawn to the square by the scent of blood. Even he would not boast of being able to eliminate them all. It would be wiser to hunt solitary beasts elsewhere. The clock struck 3 in the afternoon, 5 hours since the assessment began. I have ample time to fulfill the assessment task, Jiang Yu mused, his figure racing along the streets. His speed was 250 ms, translating to a staggering 900 kilometers per hour. Yet he did not run at full throttle. Instead, he maintained a pace of approximately 50 meters per second, tearing through the streets. Even while slaying beasts, he refrained from exerting his full strength, remaining within the confines of a mid-level warrior's capabilities. Even with the strength of a mid-level warrior, he was more than capable of passing this assessment. The scenery flashed by as one beast after another fell to Jiang Yu's blade. Congratulations, host. Bite Force 1. Congratulations, host. Olfactory Sense 1. Congratulations, host. Speed 2. Congratulations, host. Tough Skin 1. One attribute bubble after another was collected by Jiang Yu. Ignoring the system, he continued hunting solitary beasts down the street. Unbeknownst to him, he arrived at a T-junction, where 3 female students were engaged in a fierce battle against a steel-haired boar. Initially, he had no intention of intervening and was prepared to turn away. Suddenly, a shadow cat sprang from the shadows, lunging at a female student who had her back turned to him. The female student, seemingly paralyzed by fright, turned to face the impending shadow cat, frozen in place. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu wielded his long knife like a spear, hurling it toward the shadows. It was not that he sought to be a hero. Rather, he was currently live-streaming, and every action of his was visible to the audience. And Jing was now in a state of panic. After having just teamed up with her companions to slay the steel-haired boar, she was about to catch her breath when she suddenly sensed danger approaching from behind. Turning around, she beheld a shadow cat charging towards her. She attempted to defend herself, but it was far too late. She could only watch helplessly as the shadow cat closed in. Am I to perish? And Jing thought, feeling a wave of despair wash over her as she slowly closed her eyes. Suddenly, a sound of slicing air pierced through the tension, and a long knife penetrated the shadow cat's body, pinning it against the wall to her left. Only then did she notice Jiang Yu standing not far away. It's him. And Jing's heart leapt with joy, a feeling of being spared from death flooding her senses. Jiang Yu, disregarding Jing's gaze, approached the wall, retrieved the knife embedded in it, and turned to leave. Wait. And Jing called out, rushing to Jiang Yu's side. She bowed deeply, saying, Thank you for saving me just now. While it may have been a mere act of convenience for you, it was a matter of life and death for me. If possible, could you share your contact information? Once the assessment concludes, I would like to express my gratitude properly. Jiang Yu appraised Jing, remaining silent. Was Jing beautiful? Indeed, she was striking, tall and curvaceous, her face exuding maturity and poise, reminiscent of a younger version of an ant. Yet Jiang Yu shook his head in refusal and strode forward, at the allure of femininity, to test this recruit. What recruit can withstand the temptation of a woman? Had he been rejected? And Jing stood rooted in place, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes as she watched Jiang Yu's retreating figure. It was only after he vanished from sight that she turned her gaze back to her companions. The petite female student leaned in, teasingly asking, So, Jie, did you feel any sparks just now? This is a classic hero saving the damsel in distress. Jiang Yu was handsome, endowed with talent and martial prowess. While you, with your alluring figure, are the Academy's beauty. Together, you would be a match made in heaven. Not so. What do you say? Should I inquire about Jiang Yu's contact information for you? Thump. And Jing playfully smacked the petite student's forehead. Exasperated, I merely wished to thank him for saving my life. Besides, I am 6 years his senior. As she spoke, and Jing revealed a hint of bashfulness. The petite female student brushed it off nonchalantly. So what if you're 6 years older? And Jie, have you not heard the saying, a woman 3 years older is worth her weight in gold? Being 6 years older means you can take care of his daily needs. I must tell you, Jiang Yu is the only special recruit in a decade. Once he passes the assessment, there will be no shortage of girls vying to marry him. If you do not cherish this opportunity, you may find yourself regretting it when someone else snatches him away. A handsome and gifted individual like him is precisely the kind of boyfriend I dream of. Jing ignored the petite female student's banter and turned to leave. Meanwhile, having distanced himself from the three girls, Jiang Yu made his way alone, following the map's guidance toward the core area. Along the way, one beast after another met their end at his hands. Before long, he successfully completed the assessment's requirement of slaying 100 beasts. Before him stood a towering wall, several meters high, stained with dark blood. Jiang Yu stood at the base of the wall, gazing up with a rare expression of gravity. This wall marked the boundary between the inner region and the core area, beyond which lay the realm that many students dared not tread, home to mid-level and high-level beast soldiers. In the past, there had been students who, overestimating their strength, recklessly ventured into the core area, only to be devoured by the beasts, leaving no trace behind. And now, he was about to step into this perilous territory. Yet, how does one gain entry? Jiang Yu furrowed his brow while gazing at the towering walls. Suddenly, a drone seemed to comprehend Jiang Yu's words and veered towards his right hand. Jiang Yu hastily followed. Indeed, at a distance of several dozen meters, he spotted an iron gate affixed to the wall. Beyond it lay a desolate expanse, if one were to liken the outer realm to a wilderness. Then the interior could be compared to an abandoned city, with the core area representing a wasteland. To the naked eye, there was scarcely a single intact building. Remnants of shattered structures lay strewn about, creating a scene of utter devastation. Occasionally, the bones of strange beasts could be seen littering the ground. As Jiang Yu pushed the door open, a wave of decay assailed his senses, in the distance. The furious roars of aberrant creatures echoed intermittently. Chapter 27. The Gopher. As he stepped into the core area, Jiang Yu did not immediately seek out the aberrant beasts. Instead, he opened his personal attribute panel. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, primary martial artist. Superpower, Ice type G grade, 8100. Strength, 12,000. Speed, 260 ms. Mental power, 850. Skills, proficient level swordsmanship, 600, 1000. Proficient level fist techniques, 520, 1000. Proficient level firearm skills, 220, 1000. Proficient level sword skills, 240, 1000. Cultivation techniques, proficient level guidance technique, 400, 1000. Primary source energy technique, 81000. The attribute panel displayed minimal changes. It did not indicate his sense of smell, biting power, or other attributes, yet his swordsmanship proficiency had improved by 80 points. Within less than 6 hours, he had gained 80 points of experience in the outside world. This would be considered a moderately high talent. After reviewing his attribute panel, Jiang Yu grasped his long sword and advanced towards the center of the core area. It was only there that he could encounter high-level beast soldiers. Compared to the inner area, the core region had fewer aberrant beasts. As he traversed the path, Jiang Yu occasionally spotted the remains of aberrant creatures on the ground, yet sightings of the beasts themselves were rare. This entire core area, once the bustling heart of Jingtian Town, had transformed into the core assessment zone following the rise of the aberrant beasts and the mass exodus of its residents. Creak. Just as Jiang Yu pondered, a low growl suddenly resonated, and a ferocious aberrant beast obstructed his path. It resembled a mouse in form, but was several dozen times larger, comparable to a tiger in size. Its fur was a mottled gray-black, with exceptionally robust forelimbs and a pair of blood-red eyes. What particularly caught Jiang Yu's attention was its tail, which measured over 2 meters in length and was adorned with barbed spikes. A mid-level beast soldier, the gopher? Jiang Yu's brow furrowed slightly. Like the shadow cat, the gopher was one of the aberrant beasts that many martial artists preferred to avoid. It was not so much that its strength was overwhelming or its speed remarkable, but rather that this creature was exceptionally cunning, capable of digging rapidly. It thrived on bullying the weak while fearing the strong, and it held grudges. If it encountered a weaker opponent, it would swiftly dispatch them. Conversely, against a formidable foe, it would dig into the earth at breakneck speed. Its burrowing speed rivaled that of a drilling machine, capable of excavating a several dozen-meter deep hole in mere seconds. The most infuriating aspect was that during its burrowing, one could not pursue it. Should one attempt to do so, it would release a foul stench, leaving the pursuer questioning their life choices. That odor was intolerable even to martial gods. There had been instances of martial artists who, disbelieving the danger, pursued the gopher during its burrowing, only to be incapacitated by its noxious fumes, becoming the gopher's next meal. Most importantly, this creature bore grudges. If one did not eliminate it on the spot, it would follow closely, waiting for the opportune moment to strike when its target was weakened or injured. Thus, many martial artists chose to turn and flee upon encountering a gopher. After all, no one desired to consume rodent meat, and an aberrant beast of such low value, yet formidable in its own right, was something many martial artists preferred to evade. Never mind, I shall seek out another aberrant beast to hunt. This one is far too troublesome. Jiang Yu muttered to himself, intending to distance himself from the gopher in search of other prey. Squeak. But the gopher was not prepared to let Jiang Yu escape. It called out, advancing towards him on all fours, seemingly perceiving him as an easy target. Its tail stood erect, resembling an antenna, poised high in the air, with the barbs upon it sending chills down one's spine. Seeing no way to evade, Jiang Yu resolved to take action, gripping his long sword firmly, ready to deliver a lethal blow to the gopher. There was only one chance to slay the gopher. Once injured, it would surely burrow underground at the sight of an adversary. If it set its sights on him, the ensuing troubles would be considerable, especially in the wilderness. Typically, martial artists venturing into the wild would choose to camp out for several days or even months. Imagine, just as one prepares to rest at night, the gopher unexpectedly emerges from the ground, releasing a foul stench upon the campsite before retreating. Wouldn't that infuriate you? Anger would avail nothing. Unless one carried a rocket launcher or other high-powered weaponry, there would be little recourse against it. Ordinary firearms could not penetrate its hide. The gopher drew nearer to Jiang Yu. When it was less than 5 meters away, it suddenly halted, scrutinizing Jiang Yu with a pair of anthropomorphic eyes. The enormous eyes of the gopher occasionally glimmered with a hint of cunning. Jiang Yu remained still, equally assessing the gopher. 5 meters was not a great distance. With his speed, he could close the gap in an instant. However, if he failed to slay the gopher with a single blow, it would simply flee with a noxious release. He had no desire to be incapacitated by its foul odor. Thus, the two, one man and one beast, stared each other down across the distance. A gentle breeze suddenly swept through, dislodging a leaf that landed between them. In that moment, Jiang Yu sprang into action, darting forward to stand before the gopher, his long sword aimed directly at its head. The gopher sensed the impending danger and attempted to flee, smoke beginning to billow from its rear. However, it had underestimated Jiang Yu's speed, who gave no opportunity for escape. With a swift motion, a splatter of crimson erupted as the gopher's head rolled to the ground. Simultaneously, the smoke from its rear began to emerge. The acrid stench rapidly permeated the air. Seeing this, Jiang Yu quickly distanced himself from the gopher, retreating to a safe distance. The smoke thickened, and the foul odor intensified. The gopher's corpse lay sprawled on the ground, enveloped in the noxious haze. Jiang Yu stood several dozen meters away, watching the curling smoke, sighing with relief. Thankfully, he had acted decisively. Otherwise, a whiff of that smoke could leave him incapacitated for days. With the gopher now deceased, Jiang Yu cast a glance at its corpse, altered his course, and continued his journey toward the heart of the core area. His assessment task now remained to eliminate just one last high-level beast soldier. In the outside world, within a secret chamber in the Huidobei city, three mysterious figures clad in black robes gathered around a round table. One of the figures spoke. You both are aware of the emergence of a special recruit in Huidobei city. Correct. This special recruit goes by the name Jiang Yu, an orphan with no background save for a childhood friend who is a sister. The higher-ups have instructed us to find a way to extinguish Jiang Yu in his cradle. We must not allow him to rise successfully. The talented martial artists of Hanxia Nation are already numerous, and their existence has begun to threaten the safety of our great Rooster Empire. We must eliminate these talents to create a void among the younger generation of Hanxia's martial artists. Only then can we fulfill our ancestors' wishes, tread upon Hanxia's soil, and achieve the glory of East Asia. Understood. The other two mysterious figures rose, bowing. Chapter 28. The Black Rhinoceros. Where are you, high-level beast soldier? Jiang Yu strolled through the core area, his gaze scanning the surrounding streets. Along his journey, numerous mid-level beast soldiers fell beneath his blade. According to the assessment regulations, all corpses of the aberrant beasts slain during the assessment belong to the respective student. A pound of steel-haired pig meat could fetch over 1,000 Hanxia coins in the outside world, while a pound of mid-level beast soldier meat could command over 3,000 per pound. The adage of wealth in martial prowess was not merely a saying. The meat of aberrant beasts was not only delicious, but also imbued with substantial energy. Moo! Just as Jiang Yu sought out more aberrant beasts, a resounding bellow suddenly reached his ears. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed as he swiftly dashed toward the source of the bovine cry. Where there was a cow's call, there was sure to be a cow. Beef was indeed a prized commodity. With the heavy long sword weighing over 100 kilograms in hand, Jiang Yu made his way to the origin of the sound. As he arrived, he beheld an artificial lake. At its center stood a formidable black rhinoceros, its size comparable to that of a full-grown elephant, letting out a thunderous roar. The rhinoceros's single horn resembled a sharply curved blade. Its skin tough and its flesh thick. Even from a distance, one could sense the ferocity emanating from the beast, instilling a sense of dread. The black rhinoceros's cold gaze and deafening roar stunned dozens of small birds perched on nearby branches. A high-level beast soldier, the black rhinoceros. Jiang Yu perched atop the ruins of a wall, a slight frown creasing his brow. The black rhinoceros, renowned for its tough hide and formidable charging power, could reach speeds of 90 ms during a full sprint, equivalent to over 300 kilometers per hour. Its charging force exceeded 10,000, comparable to the full-force explosion of a primary martial artist. What is most fearsome is its hide, which is astonishingly thick. Even an F-grade weapon wielded by an ordinary novice warrior cannot pierce it. In other words, you may strike it dozens of times, yet it must never strike back, for if it does, the impact will be devastating. As Jiang Yu assessed the black rhinoceros, it, too, became aware of Jiang Yu's presence. Against the ruins walls stood a figure, straight and tall, nearly impossible to overlook. Moo! The black rhinoceros let out a furious roar, a murderous intent flashing in its eyes. Its massive nostrils expelled 2 jets of white vapor. And with a powerful stomp of its hind hooves upon the water's surface, it surged forward, charging at Jiang Yu. The force of its charge was akin to a stampede of 1,000 horses. In the blink of an eye, it was upon Jiang Yu. Although Jiang Yu relished the act of charging at others, it did not mean he enjoyed being charged by a bull, faced with the black rhinoceros's reckless onslaught. He dared not underestimate it, swiftly evading with a sidestep in passing. He managed to slash the creature's back with his blade. The sound of a sharp scrape echoed. The long knife failed to inflict any substantial harm upon the black rhinoceros, merely leaving a faint white mark on its tough hide. This act instantly enraged the creature. Bang, bang, bang. After crashing into several walls, the black rhinoceros skillfully turned its head, its crimson eyes blazing as it continued its charge at Jiang Yu. Dodged, I must dodge. Jiang Yu moved like a nimble monkey, skillfully evading the black rhinoceros's assaults on the bus. The silver-haired youth observed the performances of the various trainees, his expression shifting from admiration to disappointment as he shook his head. As time progressed, some trainees had prematurely resorted to signal flares and energy balls before completing the assessment, and their outcomes were uniformly disastrous. Others, while not yet defeated, were struggling desperately, with failure seemingly inevitable. Only the silver-haired youth's gaze fell upon the live broadcast of Jiang Yu, who was currently engaged in a fierce battle with the black rhinoceros, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Jiang Yu's speed in completing the first 2 assessments had surpassed his expectations. He had anticipated that Jiang Yu would take 10 hours to slay 100 novice beast soldiers and 1 intermediate beast soldier. Remarkably, Jiang Yu had accomplished the first 2 assessments, observing the frenzied barrage of comments. Jiang Yu hastily shut down the live stream and turned his attention to the rankings of the participants. First place, Jiang Yu. 100 low-level beast soldiers killed, 20 mid-level beast soldiers killed, 1 high-level beast soldier killed. Second place, Wang Hui. 5 low-level beast soldiers killed. Third place, Jing. 5 low-level beast soldiers killed. Among the multitude of participants, some had succeeded in their assessments while others had not. To Jiang Yu's dismay, he also caught sight of the list of deceased participants at the very bottom of the rankings. 1001st place, Fei Wu. 0 kills, deceased. Mishaps were inevitable during assessments. Even with energy orbs, it was not guaranteed that all casualties could be avoided. No one wished to witness death. Time flew by swiftly. Before long, a helicopter appeared on the horizon. Once aboard the helicopter, it whisked Jiang Yu away from the assessment site. Seated inside, Jiang Yu reflected on his shortcomings during this trial and made the following observations. First, he lacked agility. A good technique would undoubtedly enable him to evade attacks more effortlessly during combat. Second, his weapon. Although the long sword in his hand was commendable, it was, in truth, too light for him. A superior weapon could play a crucial role in battles against exotic beasts. Thirdly, there was his mentality. Having just slaughtered over 100 exotic beasts, he felt an intense urge to kill. Even the helicopter pilot seemed to provoke his violent impulses. He recognized that this sensation was likely a symptom of post-battle trauma. The helicopter soared through the sky, soon landing in an open area outside of Jingtian town. As Jiang Yu disembarked, he noticed numerous other participants had returned. Some wore dejected expressions, while others radiated excitement. However, without exception, all participants averted their gazes from Jiang Yu as if they were mice fleeing from a cat. My goodness, such fearful looks. Sisterin, why do I feel that Jiang Yu is somehow different now? He gives off a rather intimidating vibe, remarked a petite female participant, her voice trembling. Jing furrowed her brow and replied, "It's the murderous aura. He has acquired a distinct sense of bloodlust." Murderous aura? Is there really such a thing in this world? The petite girl exclaimed, her tone exaggerated. Jing nodded gently. A murderous aura? Jiang Yu frowned, disregarding the conversation among Jing and her companions, and made his way toward a large boulder. At this moment, there were still 4 hours remaining until the assessment officially concluded, and some participants lingered within Jingtian town. The assessment would only truly end once all participants had exited, at which point the results would be announced. Although he already knew the outcome, he remained contemplative. So, do you feel any changes in your mentality? Suddenly, a teasing voice emerged from behind Jiang Yu. He turned to see a silver-haired youth approaching him with a smile, a bottle of sake in hand. Here, the silver-haired youth tossed the bottle of sake towards Jiang Yu before walking beside him, Chuckling lightly, this change in your mentality is quite a natural phenomenon. Many martial artists have experienced it. We refer to it as the aftermath of slaughter. This symptom arises because you have lived too comfortably for many years, making it difficult for you to immediately adapt to such large-scale carnage. You are not alone. Many seasoned martial artists returning from the wilderness also exhibit this symptom. Prolonged tension and killing can lead to psychological strain. Consequently, martial arts academies often feature bars and arenas to help them unwind and prevent them from succumbing to mental illness. Of course, you are already doing quite well, at least you remain calm. Thank you for the compliment, Jiang Yu replied, opening the sake and downing its contents in one gulp. He had always been able to drink, and to him, sake was as easy to consume as fruit juice. After finishing the bottle, he let out a satisfied burp. The silver-haired youth nodded with approval and turned his gaze towards the direction of the Huaidu Bay City. Suddenly, a warship could be seen approaching from the horizon. Let us go. They are coming. The silver-haired youth patted Jiang Yu's shoulder and strode towards the open area ahead, with Jiang Yu closely following behind. Soon, the warship descended before them, and 4 martial artists clad in combat attire disembarked. The leader was a woman. It's her. Jiang Yu was taken aback upon recognizing the woman. She was none other than Qiu Yu, the strongest individual from Huaidu Bay City and the only high-level martial god. He had seen her on television before. Behind her followed Zhang Ming, a bald man, and a young man. What is he doing here? The silver-haired youth frowned as he glanced at the bald man. You must be Jiang Yu. You have done well. Come along with us? The woman appraised Jiang Yu with an appreciative gaze before turning towards a nearby bus. As she passed by Jiang Yu, Zhang Ming silently nodded, signaling him to follow. The 6 of them boarded the bus. Please, take a seat, Qiu Yu gestured. Zhang Ming and the others settled down, while Jiang Yu hesitated briefly before joining them. In the past, he would have never dared to sit down. However, now, he merely hesitated for a moment. He was acutely aware of Qiu Yu's lofty status, the foremost figure in Huaidu Bay City. Wielding absolute power over life and death, akin to a military commander of a province with a population of 200 million in his previous life. Such a high-ranking individual would have been beyond his reach before. However, Jiang Yu noticed 2 attribute bubbles that had fallen at Qiu Yu's feet and subtly adjusted his posture. Congratulations, host. Strength 150. Congratulations, host. Mental power 100. The attribute bubbles, each containing values in the hundreds, were the largest he had encountered thus far. Yet, recalling Qiu Yu's formidable strength, Jiang Yu found solace in the realization. A high-level martial god could exert a force of 600,000 kilograms. Thus, it wasn't surprising for such substantial attribute bubbles to appear. Jiang Yu? Qiu Yu smiled and spoke. I have investigated your background. You are an orphan raised by an elderly couple. You have an older sister named Lin Yu, who previously worked at a 4S dealership. Despite your humble beginnings, you have managed to become a special recruit, which speaks volumes about your exceptional talent. I have also heard that you are an ice-type ability user. May I ask what level your ice abilities currently stand at? Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before responding. They are still at G level for now. However, I have a feeling that they will soon break through to F level. Good. Qiu Yu nodded in satisfaction, her expression suddenly turning serious as she fixed her gaze on Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, I have a proposition for you. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Become a disciple. Before Jiang Yu could respond, Zhang Ming and the others widened their eyes in shock, staring at Qiu Yu. They were well aware of her strength and status, a high-level martial god. She was the youngest instructor at the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy, having achieved such prominence at just 30 years old. Countless young martial artists had sought her mentorship, only to be declined. Yet now, she was personally offering to take Jiang Yu as her disciple. Moreover, Qiu Yu was an exceptionally attractive woman. I am willing, Jiang Yu declared without hesitation, springing to his feet to pour tea for Qiu Yu. Why not become her disciple? Not only was she a stunning beauty, but even if she were a decrepit old woman, he would still accept. Becoming her disciple would provide him with a formidable ally. After all, it was a matter of social connections, and he had nothing to lose. Excellent, Qiu Yu smiled, allowing Jiang Yu to serve her tea. This moment was naturally captured by drones. Inside the live stream room, what had initially been a chorus of admiration suddenly erupted into a barrage of insults. Zhang the thief, how dare you become my goddess's disciple? Don't tell me you intend to betray her? Draw your sword. If I don't cut you down today, I shall not bear the name Chao Xuanda. Why should there be a Jiang when there is a Chao? Goddess Qiuyu, please do not accept this scoundrel as your disciple. I admit Jiang Yu has a modicum of talent, but it's hardly remarkable. Goddess Qiuyu, this guy looks slick and untrustworthy. You must steer clear of him. The comments flooded in relentlessly. Meanwhile, the bald man sat in his seat, his face clouded with frustration. He had traveled countless miles from the new moon-based city, hoping to seize an opportunity to recruit Jiang Yu. He had even prepared conditions 3 times higher than those offered by Huaidu Bay City. Yet, before he could act, Qiuyu had preemptively taken Jiang Yu as her disciple. A high-level martial god was someone he could not afford to provoke. He began to suspect that Qiuyu's intention to take Jiang Yu as her disciple was a strategic move to prevent him from poaching him. Women? The bald man grumbled, his expression a portrait of discontent, as if the words "baby is unhappy" were inscribed upon his face. Zhang Ming chuckled and remarked, "Some people's plans have fallen through. What a long journey for some. How about this, Big Baldy? Stick around. I'll treat you to some delicacies from Huaidu Bay City." Hemph. The bald man ignored Zhang Ming. As time ticked by, the 4 hours soon passed. Regardless of whether the participants in Jingtian Town had completed their martial artist assessments, they were all retrieved by helicopter. "Let us proceed to host the final ceremony," Qiuyu announced. Qiuyu was the first to rise, making her way toward the bus. In truth, such a minor event as the martial artist assessment did not require her direct involvement. However, upon hearing that visitors had arrived from the new moon-based city, likely with intentions to poach talent, she made a special effort to attend. Chapter 31. A live broadcast worth 1 billion? 12 hours had passed. Some students had successfully passed the assessment, while others faced elimination, and some injured participants were sent for treatment. Among the numerous students who had originally gathered before the assessment, only a fraction remained to await the announcement of results. Those who had failed the assessment felt too ashamed to linger in their seats, lacking the desire to watch their peers receive martial artist badges. "Ah, you may not know, but I actually managed to slay 5 shadow cats this time. Am I impressive, or what? Slaying 5 shadow cats makes you impressive. What about Jiang Yu, who killed 100 junior beast soldiers? Little cow, standing on her head, soaring to the heavens. He is just a freak. He is a specially recruited student, for heaven's sake. How can you compare me to him? Am I even worthy? What are you worthy of?" The students whispered among themselves. Standing quietly among the students, she gazed at the bus in the distance, her eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions. Why was there such a vast disparity in strength among fellow students? Could this truly be the distinction between genius and the ordinary? Faced with Jiang Yu's remarkable achievements, her own tally of defeated beast soldiers seemed utterly insignificant. She had barely escaped with her life from the claws of a shadow cat. "And yeah, what are you thinking? You're not." Once again, pondering Jiang Yu, "Are you? Well, it's only natural. He is so exceptional. If I were in your shoes, I would undoubtedly pursue him fervently." A petite girl leaned in closer, her face alight with infatuation. Pursue him? The quiet gaze grew even more intricate, as the scene of Jiang Yu saving her lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. "Enough chatter. The instructors are stepping off the bus and heading this way." A voice rang out among the students. Instantly, all the students instinctively turned to look towards the bus. Upon spotting Qiuyu's figure, they were instantly awestruck, their eyes brimming with reverence. "It is the martial god Qiuyu. The martial god Qiuyu has come in person. I can hardly believe I will see the living goddess Qiuyu one day. I asked the martial god Qiuyu here to award us our martial artist badges? That would be nothing short of an honor. Wake up, the martial god Qiuyu is here for Jiang Yu. Did you not see Jiang Yu's recent live broadcast? The martial god Qiuyu has already accepted Jiang Yu as her disciple." "What?" The students turned their gazes to Jiang Yu, envy evident in their eyes. Who wouldn't want a beautiful and powerful female instructor as a mentor? If it were any other student seeking to become the disciple of the martial god Qiuyu, they would undoubtedly be the first to object. Yet, when considering Jiang Yu's strength, all that remained in the students' eyes was helplessness. They could not compete. It was true. They simply could not compete. One person slaughtering 100 junior beast soldiers, 20 intermediate beast soldiers, and even a single advanced beast soldier. How many martial artists could achieve such feats? Even advanced martial artists who had passed assessments for years might struggle to match this record. Yet Jiang Yu had accomplished it. "Hey, chubby guy, weren't you always declaring the martial god Qiuyu to be your goddess? You once boasted that anyone wishing to become her disciple would have to get past you first. Why not challenge Jiang Yu and let us see your prowess? A male student nudged the chubby guy next to him, grinning as he spoke. The chubby guy instinctively shrank back, shaking his head. Forget it. Who would dare challenge that freak Jiang Yu? Even the black rhinoceros fell to him. I don't have the thick skin of a black rhinoceros and don't wish to seek out torment. The students continued to exchange hushed whispers. Ahem. A light cough broke through the murmurs. Under the watchful eyes of the students, Chiu Yu and her companions ascended the high platform. Esteemed students, a silver-haired youth stepped forward, surveying all present with a serious demeanor. First, I would like to congratulate you all on passing the martial artist assessment. From this day forth, you shall be recognized as true martial artists. Furthermore, I hope you will remain true to your original intentions, embrace the responsibilities of a martial artist, and protect your community's safety. Additionally, you are in for a treat today. Now, I invite the martial god Chiu Yu to award you your martial artist badges. Applause erupted. Jiang Yu stood among the students, enthusiastically clapping, when suddenly he felt a pat on his shoulder. Turning, he found Zhang Ming standing behind him. Come with me. Zhang Ming nodded and turned toward the bus. Jiang Yu followed suit. Inside the vehicle, Zhang Ming locked the door behind them, his expression grave. Jiang Yu, there are certain matters I couldn't address in the presence of the martial god Chiu Yu earlier. Are you aware that during your assessment, someone attempted to harm you? Who? Jiang Yu's brow furrowed, a flicker of murderous intent crossing his eyes. Zhang Ming remained silent, tapping his communication device, causing a blue virtual screen to materialize in the air. The screen displayed Wei Fong lying in a hospital bed, conversing with a man. Brother, you must help me. You are my only hope now. Jiang Yu cannot pass the martial artist assessment. He absolutely cannot. If he succeeds, my life will be over. You must find a way to stop him, preferably ensuring he perishes in the assessment grounds. Wei Fong's voice echoed, and Jiang Yu's face darkened instantly. He bore no significant grudge against Wei Fong. It was merely a torn piece of paper that had spurred her to target him in class repeatedly, disrupting his studies. Now, she sought to have him killed during the assessment, pushing him toward death. Did she truly believe Jiang Yu's blade was dull? Ding. Zhang Ming closed the screen, stating, Jiang Yu, Wei Fong is hardly worth mentioning. Her intent to harm a martial artist is a death sentence in itself, and no one can save her. However, her brother poses a more complicated issue, as I have recently heard that Jiang Yu was expelled from the 3rd high school. How short-sighted of the institution. They have even dismissed a special recruit. I can assure you, Jiang Yu and I were high school classmates. We once shared a meal of spicy strips together. He even fed me with his own hands. What of high school acquaintances? I was her childhood sweetheart. We were betrothed since we were young. The Education Department of Dongyang District, with Director Wu seated in his office, gazed at the video of Jiang Yu slaying a beast. His expression as dark as coal. What a promising talent, now lost. Just like that, it slipped through his fingers, such immense fortune, and he had to watch it vanish before his eyes. This pain is more acute than death. Especially after witnessing Jiang Yu being accepted as a disciple by Chiu Yu, his resentment towards Wei Fong grew unbearable. The apprentice of the foremost figure in the base city, such a status is on par with the secretary of the city mayor. Even the ministers of the education department would have to lower their heads in conversation with Jiang Yu now. Anger, utter frustration. Such a tremendous opportunity, squandered by a mere class teacher. The more Director Wu thought about it, the more incensed he became. He picked up his phone and called his subordinates, stating emphatically, Notify all schools in Dongyang District, from today onwards, no student shall be expelled without my signature. All current homeroom teachers are forbidden from mistreating students or neglecting their needs. Furthermore, I shall completely rectify the educational atmosphere and dismiss all teachers lacking in ethics. With a thud, Director Wu hung up the phone in frustration. In a high-end residential area, Su Weiwei was seated in her room, sending messages on her phone when a knock echoed at the door. A middle-aged woman resembling Su Weiwei entered. Mom, what brings you here? Su Weiwei inquired, setting her phone aside. The woman approached Su Weiwei, pulled out a phone, and opened a video of Jiang Yu, smiling as she asked, Weiwei, if I recall correctly, this student named Jiang Yu is your high school classmate, right? Have you two been in touch lately? Mom, why do you ask? Su Weiwei responded, her gaze evasive at the mention of Jiang Yu. The woman sat beside Su Weiwei, took her hand in hers, and said with a smile, Weiwei, tell me the truth. Were you secretly dating Jiang Yu behind my back? You can't fool me. I've seen him several times beneath our building, not so? Are you still seeing him? Su Weiwei, feeling guilty, glanced at her mother and shook her head. No. Half a year ago, his academic performance began to decline, and he stopped taking his studies seriously. I used my studies as an excuse to break up with him. You broke up? The woman exclaimed, sitting upright in shock, lamenting, Weiwei, such a promising individual, and you let him go. Do you have any idea how many girls wish to marry Jiang Yu now? And you initiated the breakup. Su Weiwei opened her mouth, hesitating to respond. Was she wrong? No, she was not at fault. Her lifelong dream had always been to attend Tsinghua or Peking University. With Jiang Yu's initial grades, he could never have gained admission to such esteemed institutions. Destined only for an ordinary university, a student from Tsinghua or Peking University paired with a common college student, regardless of whether they remained together, it would have been difficult to forge a future. Was it wrong to aspire for greater heights? If blame is to be assigned, let it be to fate. Who could have foreseen Jiang Yu becoming a special recruit in the Minghua Villa area? Lin Yu felt a wave of relief as she saw Jiang Yu pass the warrior assessment, genuinely happy for him. Suddenly, a phone rang, an unfamiliar number. Lin Yu ignored it and hung up, having done so countless times in the past 4 hours. Initially, she had answered a few calls, but they were mostly from people claiming to be relatives. Some introduced themselves as long-lost aunts, while others claimed to be her uncle, Jiang Yu's biological relative. She scoffed at them, hanging up without a second thought. She understood their motives. They sought to bask in Jiang Yu's success. Where were these so-called relatives when they were in the orphanage? Where were they when the elderly couple adopted them? After the couple's passing, when she and Jiang Yu were left alone and vulnerable, where were these aunts, uncles, and cousins? Now that Jiang Yu had achieved success, they all suddenly appeared, calculating their gains. Chapter 33, Combat Suits, Eyes in the Shadows. Outside Jingtian town, after the issuance of warrior badges, the students joyfully boarded the bus. Qiu Yu approached Jiang Yu privately. The interior of the ship was lavishly decorated. They sat facing each other. Qiu Yu crossed her legs and, maintaining a neutral expression, remarked, Jiang Yu, while I have taken you as my disciple, my responsibilities prevent me from monitoring your training daily. I wish to inquire about your views on martial arts and your future plans. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment and replied, Teacher, I plan to rest for a few days before venturing into the wilderness to hone my skills. My understanding of martial arts is quite simple. It is about growth through combat. If one trains in martial arts without the intent to engage in battle, how does that differ from mere exercise? Qiu Yu nodded in agreement. Indeed, combat can rapidly enhance a warrior's strength. However, you are still young and unaware of the dangers of the wilderness. Here, take this. Qiu Yu handed Jiang Yu a phone number, saying, this is the contact for the Fire Dragon team. You can join them and accompany them into the wilderness. Fire Dragon team? Jiang Yu accepted the number. Qiu Yu continued, the Fire Dragon team has over a decade of experience in the wilderness. They have a good reputation and will not engage in any unlawful activities. You can trust them. Understood. Jiang Yu pocketed the number and returned to the bus point 5 minutes later. The bus set off, transporting the students back to the base city. As Jiang Yu sat in the vehicle, gazing out the window. He reflected on the assessment. Although his gains were not as rapid as acquiring attributes in the base city, his character had been tempered. As for Qiu Yu's inability to guide him personally, he did not mind. In fact, it suited him perfectly. He was a lone wolf. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Junior Martial General. Ability, Ice System G Grade, 8100, Strength, 12500, Speed, 260 ms. Mental Power, 950. Skills, Proficient Level Swordsmanship, 600, 1000, Proficient Level Fist Technique, 520, 1000, Proficient Level Marksmanship, 220, 1000, Proficient Level Swordplay, 240, 1000, Martial Arts, Proficient Level Guidance Technique, 400, 1000, Junior Source Energy Technique, 81000. With his mental power reaching 950, he had a premonition that upon surpassing 1000, he would unlock his psychic abilities. As the scenery outside sped by, 2 hours later, they arrived at the entrance of the Lungting Martial Arts School. By now, the sky had completely darkened. After bidding farewell to Zhang Ming and the others, Jiang Yu returned alone to the Minghua Villa. Upon entering, he found Lin Yu had already prepared a simple meal for him. After dinner, Jiang Yu retreated to his room, lying on his bed, browsing the internal marketplace of the martial arts school. First, he needed to purchase a method for training his agility. Second, he required a suitable weapon. He had visited the school and found that most warriors possessed limited skills, with few having trained in agility. After all, truly skilled warriors either remained in the wilderness or secluded themselves at home. Only those who could not afford training equipment lingered in the martial arts school. F-grade black blade, weighing 1,700 kilograms. Suitable for junior martial generals, priced at $1.7 million. F-grade red spear, weighing 2,100 kilograms, suitable for junior martial generals, priced at $2.1 million. E-grade coiling dragon blade, weighing 3,500 kilograms, suitable for intermediate martial generals, priced at $3.5 million. D-grade obsidian spear, weighing 8,500 kilograms, suitable for advanced martial generals, priced at $8.5 million. After careful selection, Jiang Yu purchased the E-grade coiling dragon blade and the F-grade red spear. One weighed 2,100 kilograms, the other 3,500 kilograms, perfect for his upcoming needs. After acquiring the weapons, Jiang Yu continued to browse for equipment necessary for venturing into the wilderness. The wilderness was fraught with dangers, necessitating thorough preparation. For instance, combat suits. Upon viewing the prices for combat suits, he was momentarily taken aback. They were exorbitantly expensive. A G-grade combat suit cost over $1 million, while a Fed-grade suit reached tens of millions. Indeed, combat suits were the most costly, Jiang Yu muttered to himself as he continued to scroll. Though expensive, combat suits warranted their price. They not only needed to provide excellent defense, but also comfort. Ensuring they did not impede a warrior's movements, a quality combat suit could save a warrior's life in critical moments. C-grade combat suit, priced at $100 million. B-grade combat suit, priced at $300 million. A grade combat suit, priced at $500 million. S-class combat suit, priced at a staggering $1 billion. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow slightly. He had initially believed that with the recent acquisition of $1 billion, he would have ample funds for indulgence for some time. Little did he expect that this amount would merely cover the cost of an S-class combat suit. Yet, when it comes to life-preserving gear, what does a higher price matter? A resolute determination flashed in Jiang Yu's eyes as he proceeded to purchase the S-class combat suit. The freshly acquired billion was instantly depleted. Although martial artists could earn money relatively quickly by hunting exotic beasts, they could also spend it just as swiftly. The following morning, the sound of a doorbell echoed. A martial artist delivered the items Jiang Yu had purchased directly into his hands. Regardless of the distance, items bought within the martial arts hall would invariably be delivered the next day. The delivery personnel were predominantly martial artists themselves. Take the Hongying spear, for instance. An ordinary person would struggle to wield it. Aside from 2 weapons, the remaining item was the S-class combat suit, the very source of Jiang Yu's $10 billion expenditure. The so-called combat suit comprised 5 pieces: battle boots, leg guards, arm guards, goggles, and a full suit crafted from an unknown material. The combat suit Jiang Yu acquired was a deep blue ensemble. Upon wearing it, he experienced no discomfort whatsoever. Rather, it felt exceptionally comfortable. His movements were also unhindered. The goggles featured a small switch. When activated, they could function as a satellite watch and identify various exotic beasts. Expensive items indeed possessed their advantages. After practicing basic marksmanship in the courtyard while donned in the combat suit, Jiang Yu shouldered the long spear and departed from the villa area. With a current strength of 12,500, he aspired to wield the Hongying spear and the Panlong blade with greater finesse, requiring an enhancement in his personal strength. At the very least, he needed to elevate it beyond 20,000. Congratulations, host strength 1111. Congratulations, host strength 1111. As he traversed the path, attribute bubbles were collected by the system, converting into Jiang Yu's strength. Passers-by gazed at Jiang Yu, spear slung across his back, with expressions of envy. If one were to identify the most sensational figure during this period, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Yu. A high school student's resurgence had captivated the entire Huiji Bay city. However, this notoriety came with innumerable watchful eyes lurking in the shadows. The head of a specially recruited student held considerable value in certain dark organizations. For instance, the Jiaoping chicken would relish the absence of any talents in Huxia. Yet, despite the multitude of watchful eyes, none dared to act within the Bay City. The major dark organizations, though nefarious, were not foolish. The assassination of a talent could only be executed covertly, meticulously ensuring that the Longting Martial Arts Hall could not trace it. Otherwise, no organization could withstand the wrath of Lungting. Chapter 34. A new profession, the mentalist. Congratulations, host strength. Congratulations, host. Listening to the persistent voices resonating in his mind, Jiang Yu strode along one street after another. His speed was remarkable, allowing him to cross a street in mere seconds. Unfortunately, the attribute bubbles scattered along the streets were scarce, with some having already vanished. After 3 full hours, Jiang Yu had only managed to collect 6,000 points of strength, which left him somewhat disheartened. With nearly 200 million residents in Huiji Bay City, if each person dropped just a single point of strength daily, the total he could collect would be staggering. Jiang Yu chuckled, dismissing this unrealistic notion from his mind, and made his way toward a psychiatric hospital. He recalled the abundance of mental energy bubbles that could be found within. His mental power had reached 950, and it was time to break through the 1,000 mark. Previously, he had refrained from entering the psychiatric hospital, fearing that the staff might mistake him for a patient and confine him. This time, however, things were different. Should anyone dare to label him as insane, he would ensure they regretted it. The second psychiatric hospital was an establishment that had been operating for 30 years, housing around 3,000 patients. It was a large-scale facility. Jiang Yu stood at the entrance, the system's voice echoing in his mind. Congratulations, host mental power 111. Congratulations, host mental power 111. Congratulations, host mental power has surpassed 1,000. Would you like to activate mental telekinesis? Yes, activating. With a thunderous sound, Jiang Yu's mind resonated with a booming noise, causing his thoughts to momentarily falter. His head began to throb, as if something were attempting to rupture his consciousness. Splitting his mind in two, the pain at it was excruciating. Jiang Yu instinctively cradled his head, feeling as if his mind were being cleaved apart, akin to Panga creating the heavens and the earth. The fissures widened, revealing a golden seed nestled within. This was as the golden seed emerged, the throbbing in Jiang Yu's head subsided. He sensed an enhanced control over the objects surrounding him, as though with a mere thought. He could manipulate distant items as this, the mentalist. Nearby, 2 green leaves began to float gently. To an outsider, it appeared as though the wind had lifted them. Only Jiang Yu understood that it was his mental telekinesis guiding the leaves upward. The mentalist, a rare profession. If 1 in 1,000 ordinary individuals could become a martial artist, and 1 in 1,000 martial artists could manifest a unique ability, then a mentalist would emerge from 1,000 such empowered individuals. With a global population in the billions, there were certainly fewer than 1,000 mentalists. Each mentalist was a treasure, a prodigious talent. Their cultivation speed far surpassed that of ordinary martial artists. If the latter's progression was rated as 1, the mentalist would be 10, or even 20 or 30. More importantly, the mentalist's means of attack were enigmatic and difficult to defend against. They could control flying knives and daggers, launching ambushes when least expected. Additionally, they could assault other souls directly through mental force. The most formidable among them could even manipulate others' bodies to strike. Mentalists were a group that all martial artists regarded with both admiration and trepidation. Jiang Yu, manipulating the leaves, gazed towards the interior of the psychiatric hospital. With 3,000 patients, if each dropped a fraction of mental power, that would amount to 3,000 points. A single point of mental power equated to a kilogram of force. Enabling Jiang Yu to control objects weighing 1 kilogram. 3,000 points would thus translate to 3,000 kilograms. Jiang Yu hesitated no longer and vaulted over the wall into the psychiatric hospital. He navigated swiftly along the pathways, racing through the establishment. Congratulations, host mental power. Congratulations, host mental power. Inside the security room, a guard yawned, entirely oblivious to Jiang Yu's intrusion, even neglecting to glance at the surveillance footage. This was a psychiatric hospital. Who would come here without reason? Aside from those with mental issues. Congratulations, host mental power. Within the hospital, Jiang Yu, with a speed nearing 300 meters per second, dashed about in just a minute. He had traversed the entire facility, garnering over 7,000 mental energy bubbles, well beyond his initial expectations. After ensuring that no mental energy bubbles were overlooked, Jiang Yu scaled the wall and exited that moment. His physical stats were Host, Jiang Yu, Realm, Junior Martial General, Mentalist, Advanced Martial Artist, Ability, Ice System G-Class, 8100, Strength, 18,500, Speed, 280 ms. Mental Power, 8,000. Skills, Proficient Level Swordsmanship, 600, 1000. Proficient Level Fist Techniques, 520, 1000. Proficient Level Marksmanship, 220, 1000. Proficient Level Swordplay, 240, 1000. Cultivation Method, Proficient Level Guidance Technique, 400, 1000. Junior Source Energy Method, 81000. The attribute panel now featured an additional profession, Mentalist. Although it did not specify the level of the Mentalist, by comparing it to martial artist realms, he surmised that his current level should align with that of an advanced martial artist. His speed and strength were classified as Junior Martial General, while his Ice Element ability was on the verge of advancing to F-Class, corresponding to the Junior Martial General category. However, the information retained by the Martial Hall indicated he was merely a mid-level martial artist. Having recently made a breakthrough in that moment, Jiang Yu felt an eager anticipation to see Wei Wu. Yet, he understood that he must remain composed and not act recklessly, lest he encounter a setback. After leaving the psychiatric hospital, Jiang Yu meandered through the streets for another hour before finally returning to the Minghua villa. Upon his return, Lin Yu had prepared a sumptuous meal for him, replete with both vegetables and meats. While savoring the meal, Jiang Yu recalled that Lin Yu had not ventured out for several days and, with a vague mumble, remarked, "Sister, you haven't been out for days. Aren't you feeling a bit bored? Would you like me to arrange for Huijia and the others to accompany you for a shopping trip?" Lin Yu smiled and shook her head. "No, staying at home is quite nice. Everything I need is available within the community. I don't have to go out for anything. Furthermore, with your rising fame, I could easily find myself in a predicament. I've heard that some organizations enjoy kidnapping the family members of martial artists. I certainly don't wish to add to your troubles. Staying at home, indeed?" Jiang Yu nodded slightly. Within the villa area, there were indeed ample amenities. There were dedicated suppliers for fresh ingredients for martial artists' families, gyms, amusement parks, and even KTV and cinemas within the villa itself, rendering outings unnecessary. Even if he felt lonely and wished for company, he could always invite a few friends over to play. After finishing his meal, Jiang Yu returned to his room and dialed the phone number left by Chiu Yu.138133838. Beep. "Hello, is this the Fire Dragon Squad?" "Yes, I am Jiang Yu. We shall set off for the wilderness in 3 days. "Oh, very well." After concluding the call and confirming the departure for the wilderness in 3 days, Jiang Yu hung up. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit underground chamber, a man with a sinister visage watched Jiang Yu's live broadcast, his face betraying a murderous intent. Wu Gu, do we truly intend to kill Jiang Yu? He is a special recruit this year. A shorter warrior beside him expressed concern. Wei Wu glanced coldly at the diminutive warrior. "What? Are you afraid?" "True, Jiang Yu is a special recruit, but he is merely an intermediate warrior. I, on the other hand, have already stepped into the realm of intermediate martial generals. You all are advanced warriors. With our strength, we can easily eliminate Jiang Yu in the wilderness. But what if Jiang Yu stays in the base city and does not venture into the wilderness?" The small warrior questioned. Chapter 35. The Desire to Challenge. Slap. Wei Wu delivered a sharp slap to the small warrior's face. Irritated, "Are you a fool? If he does not voluntarily go to the wilderness, you will not kidnap those around him to force him there? Let me be frank with you. The reason I want to kill Jiang Yu is not merely for my sister. Someone has approached me, offering an S-grade Earth Dragon blood as payment to hire me to eliminate Jiang Yu. I am nearing 50. Yet there remains a considerable distance. Unexpectedly, the trees have grown so lush. Some of their altitudes surpass that of the buildings." Zhang Ming chuckled softly. "When I first departed from the base city, I was filled with the same curiosity about the wilderness as you are now, eager to bravely venture into its depths. However, as time passed, I realized my folly. The wilderness is not as glorious as I had imagined. Beneath its beautiful facade lies a perilous life and death crisis, one that devours without a trace. In contrast, the base city, though it may appear to be a cage, provides safety for its inhabitants and offers hope for survival to the weak. Jiang Yu, are you aware of the casualties from the beast siege that occurred 16 years ago in our base city?" The tone of Zhang Ming shifted abruptly as he inquired. 16 years ago. Jiang Yu's expression turned serious as he recalled the records of that beast siege. It was the very incident that led to the loss of countless parents. According to the accounts, innumerable beasts surged forth from the wilderness, launching a deadly assault on the Huidu base city. All the beasts seemed to have gone mad, fearless of death, charging relentlessly towards the electric fences and into the base city to attack its residents. The final casualty count from that beast siege reached a staggering 3.86 million. 3.86 million. Jiang Yu asserted with unwavering conviction, but Zhang Ming shook his head. No, it was not 3.86 million. It was 4.02 million. The figures you are aware of are merely those of ordinary civilians. An additional 160,000 souls were soldiers and warriors. Among them, 130,000 soldiers perished, along with 30,000 warriors. Even the mid-level warrior, Lei Gang, who came to support, lost his life in that siege. Thus, Jiang Yu, being a warrior is not merely an honor. It is a profound responsibility, regardless of how far you may go in the future. I hope you will protect the peace of our land. I will, Brother Zhang. Jiang Yu replied earnestly with a nod. A somber atmosphere enveloped the warship, perhaps due to thoughts of the previous beast siege. Zhang Ming's mood grew melancholic, and he fell silent. With nothing else to occupy his time, Jiang Yu began perusing records about the Crescent Moon Base City. The Crescent Moon Base City was established 60 years ago, more than 30 years before Huidu Base City. Its founder was a female warrior named Crescent Moon. Its population is double that of Huidu Base City, reaching an astonishing 400 million. Naturally, this also means a higher number of warriors. Furthermore, Huidu Base City has not seen a genius-level warrior in the past decade, resulting in a persistent overshadowing by Crescent Moon Base City during this time. The president of the Longting Martial Arts Hall in Crescent Moon Base City is named Lei Xiao. Due to his unusually large head and baldness, he is often referred to as Big Head Lei or Bald Lei. However, no one dares to underestimate Lei Xiao, for he is a formidable warrior, possessing mastery over lightning-based abilities. His renowned technique, a thunder comes, once struck down a lord-level beast. Moreover, with his skillful 50 whips of lightning, he has gained considerable fame among warriors. A.S. Jiang Yu and his companions sat aboard the warship. En route to Crescent Moon Base City, Lei Xiao received news of their impending challenge. Without delay, he summoned dozens of talented warriors to the martial arts hall. Everyone, in the hall, dozens of gifted warriors gathered, each a source of pride for Crescent Moon Base City. Lei Xiao stood at the forefront, facing the assembled warriors, pointing to a large screen displaying Jiang Yu's photo, and declared, "I trust you all recognize this warrior. He is Jiang Yu, the only special recruitment student from Huidu Base City in the past decade. Many of you have undoubtedly watched his combat videos. However, regardless of your opinions about him, I must inform you of some bad news. He is coming. He embarks on this journey with unwavering fighting spirit from Huidu Base City, challenging us to a duel at our Longting Martial Arts Hall. You are all the pride of our hall. I now task you with defeating Jiang Yu to uphold our honor. We must make it known that the warriors of Crescent Moon Base City are the strongest. Do you have confidence?" "Yes," the warriors shouted in unison, their voices echoing throughout the hall. Seeing their morale soaring, Lei Xiao nodded with satisfaction and continued, "Since you are so confident and willing to fight for our hall, I shall not be stingy. I announce that anyone who defeats Jiang Yu will receive a C-level enhancement agent as a reward, along with a month of personal training under my guidance, and a spot in the Genius Selection Tournament." Gasps filled the air as the warriors absorbed Lei Xiao's words, their expressions igniting with fervor. This was a substantial offer. A C-level enhancement agent typically sells for a staggering 100 million, capable of significantly enhancing a warrior's physique. The latter two rewards were even more paramount. Who is Lei Xiao? A figure of martial god status. To be personally trained by him for a month is a dream many warriors aspire to fulfill. The Genius Selection Tournament spot is nothing short of extraordinary. It is a grand event where hundreds of martial arts halls and thousands of young warriors compete for a singular opportunity. The warriors were eager with anticipation in their minds. Jiang Yu was no longer just a challenger. He had become a coveted prize. Lei Xiao observed their expressions closely before shifting the conversation. However, do not let your guard down. Do not underestimate Jiang Yu. Although he is merely 18 years of age this year, he possesses rich combat experience and formidable strength, making him a formidable adversary. Among you, many may not stand a chance against him. The only one capable of fully defeating him is Zhao Li, President. A warrior interjected, visibly dissatisfied. We acknowledge Jiang Yu's talent, but he has only recently embarked on his journey as a warrior. All of us here are merely in our 20s. Having achieved the rank of advanced warriors and ventured into the wilderness 2 to 3 times in terms of age, we are not significantly older than him in terms of strength. He is merely an intermediate warrior, while we are advanced warriors. And when it comes to combat experience, he has never set foot in the wilderness, whereas we have faced beasts on multiple occasions. From any perspective, how can Zhang Yu possibly be our opponent? If he does not come, it is for the best. If he does come, we will ensure he learns the true meaning of being outclassed. Chapter 37. Crescent Moon Base City, Longting Martial Arts Hall. Indeed, having confidence is a good thing, but do not underestimate others. While Zhang Yu has yet to arrive, take this opportunity to adjust your states. I eagerly await your good news. With that, Lei Xiao departed the hall, hands clasped behind his back. Once he left, the warriors began to murmur amongst themselves. Humph! A mere 18-year-old dares to challenge our Crescent Moon Base City. This time, I shall ensure he understands the gravity of his arrogance. One warrior declared indignantly, Indeed, we must teach Zhang Yu a lesson, making him aware that Crescent Moon Base City far surpasses Huidu Base City. Yes, we must demonstrate the prowess of Crescent Moon Base City. The warriors unanimously agreed, their faces etched with expressions of shared indignation and fury. What does it mean to challenge a martial arts hall? Politely, it could be termed as a friendly competition. Unceremoniously, it is akin to crashing a party and slapping them in the face. As young individuals in their 20s, brimming with vigor, how could they tolerate Zhang Yu attempting to humiliate them? Especially since Huidu Base City has always lagged behind, having been overshadowed by Crescent Moon Base City for a decade. Now, Huidu Base City dares to retaliate. How could they accept such an affront? The sensation was akin to a rebellion, and no matter how strong Zhang Yu may be, can he truly be an advanced warrior? Even if he were an advanced warrior, we are many in number. With our numbers, along with disciples like Lei Ming and senior brother Zhao Li, how could a mere special enrollment student hope to challenge the might of Crescent Moon Base City? On the warship, after a period of silence, Zhang Ming spoke again. Zhang Yu, do you believe that Big Head Lei is currently gnashing his teeth in frustration over you? Based on my understanding of him, he will undoubtedly gather all the talents from his martial arts hall and offer substantial rewards to teach you a lesson. If Big Head Lei can offer such rewards, then I, Zhang Ming, shall not be stingy either. Here's the deal. For every opponent you defeat in this challenge, I will reward you with 5 million Hansha currency. The more opponents you defeat, the more money you will earn. With no upper limit, if you can indeed topple Big Head Lei's martial arts hall, I will present you with a mysterious gift. Brother Zhang, are there many geniuses in the Longting Martial Arts Hall of Crescent Moon Base City? Zhang Yu inquired. Zhang Ming tapped a few times on his communication device, projecting a virtual screen before Zhang Yu, displaying the portraits of 2 warriors. One of them was familiar to Zhang Yu. He had seen him yesterday, trailing behind Lei Xiao during the assessment. The other was strikingly handsome, with a determined gaze and a mop of off-white bangs. Zhang Ming pointed at the 2 portraits, his expression grave. Zhang Yu, although there are many talented individuals in Big Head Lei's martial arts hall, the most exceptional among them are these 2. The young man on your left is named Lei Ming, the biological son of Big Head Lei. Like you, he is an ability user with lightning powers and has achieved the rank of advanced warrior. He is one of your formidable rivals. The young man to your right, however, is the true trump card of Lei Dineo. His name is Zhao Li, a specially recruited student by Lei Dineo 3 years ago. Not only is he a prodigy in martial arts, but he is also among the rare psychic warriors, a master of mental manipulation. His strength has already reached the level of a mid-tier warrior. With your current prowess, facing him leaves you with no chance of victory, not even in a battle of the same rank. However, Zhang Ming shifted his tone, a hint of ease in his expression. You need not worry excessively. Zhao Li is solely devoted to martial arts and is notoriously a training fanatic. He generally does not participate in challenges like these. Thus, you have a fair chance to topple Lei Dineo's martial arts school, a psychic warrior. You say? Zhang Yu gazed intently at Zhao Li's image, a flicker of contemplation crossing his eyes. Given the rarity of psychic warriors, the likelihood of encountering one is quite low. Yet, unexpectedly, he finds himself face to face with one so soon. A lightning-type ability user, a psychic warrior. Indeed, there are many talents within the new Moon Base City. No wonder they consistently overshadow the Huidu Base City. As the battleship soared through the skies with remarkable speed, it landed within an hour on the open grounds before the Longting Martial Arts School in New Moon Base City. Much like the Longting School in Huidu Base City, Its overall design resembles a colossal black dragon. Stepping off the battleship, Jiang Yu's eyes were immediately drawn to the multitude of attribute bubbles scattered before the martial arts school, igniting a spark of excitement within him. "Let us enter," Zhang Ming declared, hands clasped behind his back, leading the way into the school. Jiang Yu hurriedly followed, automatically collecting attribute bubbles along the way. Inside the martial arts school, Lei Xiao had prepared everything in advance. Waiting with his group of talented warriors, upon Zhang Ming's entrance, Lei Xiao's demeanor remained frosty as he gestured towards a leather sofa, his expression icy. "Have a seat." Unfazed by Lei Xiao's attitude, Zhang Ming guided Jiang Yu to the sofa and sat down. Any martial arts school that is challenged by another would never display a friendly demeanor. Were it not for the regulations prohibiting any martial arts school from refusing challenges, Lei Dineo would have never been allowed entry during his last visit. "Zhang, your Huida-based city has truly produced a genius," Lei Xiao remarked sarcastically. "Look at your eagerness to challenge my school. What is this? Have you forgotten so soon about the last time your school was defeated? You wish to embarrass yourself in our base city once again?" Zhang Ming chuckled lightly. "This time, it may not be who gets embarrassed." Observing Lei Xiao gathering numerous warriors, he taunted, "Are you afraid of losing? If you are, just admit it. Don't shed tears when you lose face." "Lose? Who's to say?" Lei Xiao retorted. During their verbal sparring, Jiang Yu's gaze swept across the floor of the martial arts school. Countless attribute bubbles and training bubbles littered the ground, resembling a production site for glass orbs. If he could collect all these bubbles, his swordsmanship and marksmanship would undoubtedly reach a proficient level. No, I must find a way to gather these bubbles first. An idea sparked in Jiang Yu's mind. He stood up and clasped his hands toward Lei Xiao. "Lei Xiao, the martial god, I suddenly find myself in urgent need. May I inquire where the restroom is?" "The restroom?" Lei Xiao paused for a moment, then casually pointed towards a hallway. "Go through this corridor and turn right ahead." "Thank you." Jiang Yu, under the gaze of the warriors, proceeded directly towards the restroom. "Congratulations, host. You have collected Sword Technique 1-1. Congratulations, host. You have collected Fist Technique 1-1. Congratulations, host. Strength 2-2-2. Congratulations, host. You have collected Guidance Technique 1. Congratulations." A multitude of bubbles were collected, rapidly enhancing Jiang Yu's strength. Chapter 38, Virtual Space. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Junior Warrior. Psychic Warrior. Advanced Warrior. Ability, Ice Type G Level, 8100. Strength, 19,000. Speed, 280 ms. Mental Power, 8,000. Skills, Proficient Sword Technique, 110,000. Proficient Fist Technique, 110,000. Mastery Level Marksmanship, 220, 1000. Mastery Level Swordsmanship, 240, 1000. Cultivation Techniques, Mastery Level Guidance Technique, 400, 1000. Junior Source Energy Method, 8-1000. Inside the restroom, after feigning a need, Jiang Yu opened his attribute panel. Indeed, his sword and fist techniques had reached proficient levels due to collecting the training bubbles. Regrettably, he lacked a good excuse to gather the bubbles scattered elsewhere in the martial arts school. Upon leaving the restroom and returning to the hall, Jiang Yu did not return to Zhang Ming's side but instead nervously wandered about the hall. While this behavior seemed odd, it was far better than allowing the bubbles to vanish. The warriors observed Jiang Yu's antics with puzzled expressions. Zhang Ming face-palmed in exasperation. Here we go again. He realized that no matter where Jiang Yu went, he always preferred to take a stroll around first. Such behavior was indeed peculiar. "Hey, you brat, are you here to challenge the school or just to wander about? What are you aimlessly wandering for?" A warrior behind Lei Xiao could not help but shout. Jiang Yu scanned the room, noticing the odd stares directed at him. Seeing that he had nearly collected all the bubbles on the ground, he awkwardly smiled. "I apologize, it's a habit of mine. My adoptive grandfather once said that no matter the task, taking a stroll beforehand helps to relax the mind and increases efficiency. Thus, I always prefer to wander a bit before starting anything." "Oh," the crowd suddenly understood. "Well, since you are here to challenge the school, follow me," Lei Xiao said expressionlessly, leading the way deeper into the martial arts school. The so-called challenge duel does not take place in the hall but within the virtual space. To become a warrior, one must possess at least a ton of punching power, with speeds reaching 25 ms or, at the highest levels, dozens of tons of force and speeds of several hundred meters per second. The limited space of the hall cannot accommodate their power, making it susceptible to destruction. Hence, the virtual space was created. Warriors wishing to duel must sit in a virtual chamber to enter the virtual space. The chamber will then create a virtual body identical to the warrior's physical form based on their physical fitness and mental power. Notably, the data concerning a warrior's body is highly confidential. Only a few high-ranking individuals, such as those in the Dragon God organization, possess the authority to access such data through the virtual chamber. Even Zhang Ming and Lei Xiao, division leaders, lack this privilege. They only have usage rights, not access rights. Following Lei Xiao, Zhang Yu and the others arrived in a room approximately 100 square meters in size. Within were 10 virtual chambers, and the surrounding walls were covered with large screens. Go ahead, sit inside. Lei Xiao pointed towards an activated virtual chamber, addressing Zhang Yu. Without hesitation, Zhang Yu strode forward and entered the chamber. The virtual chamber closed. Who will challenge first? Lei Xiao asked the group of warriors behind him. I'll go first, a tall young man declared, stepping into another virtual chamber. The large screens illuminated, displaying the figures of Zhang Yu and the young man. What a realistic scene. Such technology would be a shame not to utilize for online games. They found themselves in an endless expanse of grassland. Zhang Yu stood on the grassy field, marveling as he touched his virtual body, astonished by the indistinguishable similarities between it and his own. His strength, speed, abilities, and even mental power were all perfectly replicated. Zhang Yu, stop dawdling, let us fight. The young man, wielding a long sword, shouted from several dozen meters away. Zhang Yu snapped back to reality, conjuring a 7-foot spear in his hand as he prepared for battle. Charge! The young man rushed toward Zhang Yu with his long sword drawn. His speed was astonishing, closing the distance in the blink of an eye, his blade aiming straight for Zhang Yu's face. In the virtual world, death does not equate to true demise. Therefore, no holds were barred in their confrontation. Zhang Yu, intent on testing his abilities, raised his spear to block the attack. The clashing of weapons resonated within the virtual chamber. Watching the duel unfold on the screens, Zhang Ming turned to Lei Xiao with a grin. Lei Dineo, how about we place a wager? Let us bet on the outcome of their fight. If your student wins, I shall pay you 5 million. If Zhang Yu emerges victorious, you owe me 5 million. This wager remains valid until Zhang Yu loses. Hemph, Lei Xiao scoffed. A wager it is? Who is afraid? Zhang Yu possesses good talent, but do not forget, he is merely a junior warrior, while my student has already attained advanced status. It is no easy feat for a junior warrior to defeat an advanced warrior. Is that so? Then let us wait and see. Zhang Ming replied with a smile, confident in Zhang Yu's abilities, as he had been informed prior to their departure that he was invincible against anyone below the rank of junior warrior. What he did not anticipate was that Lei Xiao, with his cunning intellect, would gather a group of advanced warriors to confront Zhang Yu, fully aware that Zhang Yu was merely a mid-level martial artist. Had he foreseen this, Lei, the so-called big head, should have summoned high-ranking warriors to counter him when he initially led his troops to challenge Zhang Yu's dojo. However, despite knowing Lei's treacherous nature, Zhang Ming found himself powerless. According to the dojo's rules, martial artists aged between 18 and 22 belong to one tier, and anyone within this age range could challenge. Lei Xiao exploited this loophole. Yet, he could never have fathomed that Zhang Yu was also an advanced warrior. Zhang Ming cast a sidelong glance at Lei Xiao, a mischievous grin playing on his lips. In the virtual arena, Zhang Yu and the young man engaged in a swift exchange of blows. This was Zhang Yu's first encounter with a human warrior. He did not rush to defeat the young man, but rather utilized him to enhance his combat experience. After numerous exchanges, Zhang Yu discerned that the young man's usefulness had dwindled, and with a decisive thrust, he pierced through the young man's heart. You are formidable. The young man exclaimed in disbelief, his form dissipating into data and vanishing from the virtual realm. Defeated? Brother Wang Long has actually been vanquished. Although Brother Wang Long was not the most outstanding talent in our dojo, he ranked among the top 10 advanced warriors. The fact that he fell to a mid-level martial artist was astonishing. Inside the virtual chamber, the other warriors were astonished at the sight of the young man's defeat. Wang Long emerged from the virtual pod, his face marked with shame. Zhang Ming, observing Lei Xiao's less-than-pleased demeanor, quipped, "Big head Lei, your student has lost. Don't forget the 5 million." Lei Xiao scoffed, "It's merely a single defeat. What is there to boast about? Next, I shall take my turn." a female warrior declared, stepping into the virtual pod. It was Sister Lu Yin. Among our dojo's advanced warriors, Sister Lu Yin's prowess ranked within the top 10. With her presence, she would undoubtedly triumph over Jiang Yu. Indeed, when Sister Lu Yin was a mid-level martial artist, she single-handedly felled an advanced beast warrior. Jiang Yu was no match for Sister Lu Yin. Not long ago, I witnessed Sister Lu Yin testing her punching power. It had reached an impressive 8,000 kilograms, truly formidable. Regardless of Jiang Yu's talent, he would surely falter in the face of such overwhelming strength. Chapter 39. Another defeat. Please. Lu Yin was far more courteous than Wang Long. After performing a respectful gesture towards Jiang Yu, she charged at him with her blade. Her swordsmanship was decisive, devoid of any superfluous flourishes, striking directly at Jiang Yu's vital points with lethal precision. Proficient-level swordsmanship? Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, treating Lu Yin as a training partner and responding with his own proficient-level spear technique. Every inch matters. Under the assault of his 7-foot spear, Lu Yin initially appeared to be at a disadvantage. However, she quickly adapted to Jiang Yu's rhythm, becoming increasingly adept 80 times. She even managed to press the attack against him. The long blade in her hands danced with ferocity. Truly, Sister Lu Yin, after a brief struggle, maintained the upper hand against Jiang Yu. If this continued, Jiang Yu's defeat would be imminent. What of the special recruits? Are they so exceptional? Now, even under Sister Lu Yin's onslaught, they could only hold on desperately? The cultivation of one's temperament and combat experience cannot merely be compensated for by talent alone. Sister Lu Yin, having ventured into the wilderness thrice to hunt exotic beasts, had long since forged an indomitable martial spirit. Defeating Jiang Yu was merely a matter of time, in my estimation. Sister Lu Yin's current strength could contend with even a junior battle general. The other warriors murmured among themselves. Lei Xiao glanced at Zhang Ming, forcing a smile that did not reach his eyes. Congratulations. It seems you've found a remarkable talent. Not only is he an ability user, but he also mastered spear techniques at a proficient level by the age of 18. In a wonder, he had the audacity to challenge our dojo. Too much flattery. Jiang Yu's talent is merely average. He still pales in comparison to your dojo, Zhang Ming modestly replied, though pride was evident on his countenance. Humph. Lei Xiao, displeased with Zhang Ming's boastfulness, turned his gaze back to the large screen. Upon closer inspection, he perceived something amiss, his brows knitting together. With his god-level martial insight, it was clear that Jiang Yu was not exerting his full strength, and no matter how fierce Lu Yin's attacks were, they would ultimately be effortlessly neutralized by Jiang Yu. In that instant, he grasped the entirety of the situation and turned to Zhang Ming, sneering, "What a remarkable special recruit from the Hudu base city, using my student as a training dummy. Zhang Ming, you certainly have a hidden gem. Jiang Yu is far from a mere mid-level warrior. His true rank must be at the advanced level, or perhaps even beyond. He was not foolish. It was solely due to Jiang Yu's adept concealment of his true abilities." If Wang Long's defeat was attributed to Jiang Yu's capacity to surpass his rank, then what of Lu Yin? As a student of his dojo, Lei Xiao was well aware of her capabilities. She was a genius who could defeat advanced beast warriors even as a mid-level martial artist. The fact that Jiang Yu could hold his ground against Lu Yin and had yet to unleash his full power indicated that Jiang Yu's strength surpassed Lu Yin's. He was merely hiding his prowess. How intriguing. Lei Xiao regarded Zhang Ming with increasingly hostile eyes. This old trickster was indeed cunning. Jiang Yu, possessing strength beyond that of an advanced warrior, had deceived him into believing he was merely a mid-level martial artist. Had he not maintained a careful watch and summoned a host of advanced warrior students, he might have suffered a humiliating defeat at Zhang Ming's hands. Zhang Ming remained silent, a smile playing on his lips. The surrounding warriors were bewildered. A student whispered, "President, are you suggesting that Jiang Yu is not a mid-level warrior, but rather an advanced one?" Lei Xiao solemnly nodded. "This." The warriors gasped in shock, gazing at Jiang Yu on the screen in disbelief. An advanced warrior at 18 years of age. Such talent, even in the larger base cities, would be regarded as a genius-level student. In contrast, at 18, they had only just passed their martial exams. Even the most gifted among them, Zhao Li, had only reached the initial level. In that moment, the warriors felt disheartened and inadequate. They could not compare. Previously, they had known Jiang Yu was a special recruit with exceptional talent, but they believed that their years of training would grant them superiority over him. Now, however, Jiang Yu was younger yet equally matched in strength, obliterating their only advantage. The only warrior who remained undaunted was Wang Long. He believed it disgraceful to lose to someone younger and ostensibly weaker. An embarrassment for the dojo. Yet upon learning that Jiang Yu was an advanced warrior, he felt no shame in his defeat. Was it shameful to lose to a genius of equal standing? Not at all. On the contrary, years from now, when Jiang Yu rose to prominence, he could boast about how he had exchanged blows with such a talent, only to be bested at last in the virtual space. As time progressed, Lu Yin too sensed something was amiss. She quickly distanced herself from Jiang Yu and stated solemnly, "You are not a mid-level warrior. A mid-level warrior cannot possess such strength." Jiang Yu smiled, leaping forward as his spear pierced through Lu Yin's chest. Lu Yin gasped, her form dissipating in the virtual realm. With a hiss, the virtual pod opened. Lu Yin stepped out, casting a glance at Jiang Yu within the pod, and approached Lei Xiao with a look of contrition. "President, I apologize for disappointing you. I have lost." Lei Xiao nodded silently, offering no words. Defeated, Sister Lu Yin had indeed fallen. The warriors sighed in dismay. Previously, they might have felt shock and regret at Lu Yin's loss, but upon realizing Jiang Yu's true strength, they had anticipated her defeat. "Next, who among you will step up?" Lei Xiao's piercing gaze scanned all present. The warriors lowered their heads, none daring to volunteer. Useless, a mere Jiang Yu. "And you all cower? If you encounter formidable beasts in the wilderness in the future, will you simply close your eyes and await your demise?" Lei Xiao roared, his face a mask of fury. "We will." Some warriors attempted to challenge him, but upon recalling Lu Yin's defeat, they could only shake their heads in resignation. "I shall take my turn." At that moment, Lei Ming stepped forward, striding confidently into the virtual pod. Lei Xiao's expression softened slightly, his face remaining impassive as he declared, "In the path of martial arts, one must rely not only on strength but also on an unyielding spirit in the face of the strong and the courage to press onward. If you cannot embody this, perhaps it would be best to withdraw from martial arts altogether and pursue a civilian career, lest you lose your life for naught." Under Lei Xiao's admonition, the warriors dared not retort. In the virtual space, Lei Ming stood facing Jiang Yu. In contrast to Wang Long and Lu Yan's earlier arrogance, Lei Ming wore a serious expression as he regarded Jiang Yu. "Jiang Yu, I am aware of your formidable strength. You have already advanced to the level of an advanced warrior, and you possess ice-type abilities. However, this battle is pivotal for our dojo's reputation. I hope you will give it your all. My strength is not to be compared with Wang Long or Lu Yan." Thunderfire armor. Upon concluding, Lei Ming roared, and lightning enveloped his body, forming a protective armor. His aura surged dramatically. Chapter 40. Junior Battle General, Thunderfire Armor, your signature technique. This young man, Lei Ming, is impressive. To master the Thunderfire armor at such a young age is commendable. Truly, a tiger begets no dog. Zhang Ming genuinely praised. Humph. Lei Xiao exhibited a haughty demeanor, disregarding Zhang Ming entirely. Zhang Ming believed that a few compliments about his son would suffice to win his forgiveness. Such a notion was utterly preposterous. What exactly is the Thunder Flame armor? The Thunder Flame armor is the signature technique of the president. It was this very armor that enabled the president to single-handedly vanquish 3 Lord-level beasts unscathed. So formidable? Then why doesn't Senior Lei Ming employ it regularly? What do you know? The cultivation of the Thunder Flame armor is exceedingly arduous and demands immense resources. It cannot simply be invoked at will. The president once stated that for Senior Lei Ming to fully utilize the Thunder Flame armor, he must at least reach the level of a martial general. However, it was unexpected that Senior Lei Ming possessed such prodigious talent that he could wield the Thunder Flame armor even at the advanced warrior level. He truly is the second genius of our martial hall. I have heard that Jiang Yu is also an ability user, specializing in ice powers. I wonder how formidable his abilities are. If they fall short of Senior Lei Ming's, he may indeed face defeat this time. As the martial artists were engaged in discussion, an individual entered the virtual chamber. Upon seeing this person, everyone within the chamber was momentarily taken aback. It was Senior Zhao Li. The martial artists greeted him with utmost respect, their faces brimming with admiration, and none dared to whisper amongst themselves. Zhao Li, a special recruit brought in by Lei Xiao 3 years prior, was a mental energy master. Among the martial artists present, The one they feared most, aside from Lei Xiao, was Zhao Li. Since becoming a martial artist, he had seldom tasted defeat. His only loss was to a top prodigy hailing from a major Bay city. In that instance, Zhao Li battled a mid-level warrior while being a mere junior martial general. Though he lost, he did so with honor. Zhao Li glanced at the martial artists, nodded slightly, and approached Lei Xiao. Bowing slightly, "Master, did you summon me?" Lei Xiao remained silent, gesturing towards the large screen. Zhao Li looked at the screen, observing the duel between Jiang Yu and another, his brow furrowing slightly. "Master, do you wish for me to take the stage?" Lei Xiao nodded imperceptibly. Zhang Ming immediately protested, exclaiming, "What do you mean, lay to now die? Are you unable to play fair? Why have you summoned Zhao Li? Is this not sheer bullying? Jiang Yu is merely 18. Bullying? Lei Xiao replied coldly with a laugh. Zhao Li is also only 21 this year. According to the rules, he has the right to challenge. I am merely adhering to the regulations. How is this bullying? Furthermore, if we are to discuss bullying, none surpasses your own actions, Zhang Ming. Jiang Yu evidently possesses the strength of an advanced warrior, yet you deceive me into believing he was merely a mid-level warrior. Had I not kept my wits about me, my martial hall would have been thoroughly trounced by you by now. If you have the capability, find yourself a 21-year-old mid-level martial general with that." Lei Xiao clasped his hands behind his back. "You." Zhang Ming glared at Lei Xiao's bald head, wishing he could deliver a few sharp jabs. He had known all along that Lei to now die could not play fair. An advanced warrior at 18, Zhao Li's gaze was fixated on Jiang Bai on the screen, his pupils narrowing in shock. Thunder Dragon Break. Lei Ming wielded a spear, its shaft entwined with crackling lightning. With a vigorous thrust, he aimed at Jiang Yu, who was equally resolute, wielding a 7-foot spear that had transformed into an ice crystal spear, charging forth to meet Lei Ming. Boom. The clash of thunder and ice resonated as the two spears met midair, creating a barrier of extremes that separated the two. One side was ice, the other was thunder. "Break for me!" Lei Ming shouted hoarsely, channeling the tempestuous lightning energy into his spear. At that moment, he began to understand the feelings of Wang Long and Lu Yin. It was a sense of frustration, and no matter how fiercely he attacked, Jiang Yu always managed to counter his strikes, akin to a powerful individual indulging a weaker opponent. Yes, that was precisely the sentiment. "Jiang Yu, I acknowledge your strength, but with the thunder flame armor shielding me, no one below the junior martial general level can breach my defenses." Lei Ming bellowed, his face contorted in exertion. "Is that so?" Jiang Yu replied with a light smirk, as layers of thick ice began to form on the ground within a few meters of him. The ice spread rapidly, swiftly encasing Lei Ming's legs and advancing towards his upper body. Junior brother Lei Ming is about to lose. In the virtual chamber, Zhao Li observed the duel with a stoic expression. "Zhao Li, have you discerned this as well?" Lei Zhao's expression grew serious as he glanced at Zhang Ming. A glimmer of insight in his eyes. He had already perceived Jiang Yu's true prowess. Zhao Li nodded gently. From their confrontation, it is evident that Jiang Yu has yet to unleash his full power. He is neither a mid-level warrior nor an advanced warrior. He must be a junior martial general. Junior martial general. The assembled martial artists gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide in disbelief as they stared at Jiang Yu on the large screen. Their minds momentarily blanked at a junior martial general at just 18 years of age. Such strength was something even Zhao Li had not achieved at that age. Only those prodigious heirs from major Bay cities could reach such heights. No, perhaps even those heirs could not attain the status of a junior martial general at 18. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the chamber as the martial artists struggled to regain their composure. If the advanced warrior Jiang Yu had instilled feelings of inadequacy and despair, the current revelation of Jiang Yu as a junior martial general was akin to an insurmountable ideal. They would likely spend their entire lives unable to match Jiang Yu's strides. Lu Yin gazed at Jiang Yu within the virtual chamber, her eyes filled with determination. Becoming a powerful individual had always been her aspiration. Indeed, a junior martial general. Lei Xiao nodded in agreement, then seized Zhang Ming, shouting furiously, "Zhang Ming, you have gone too far. This is sheer bullying. You labeled a junior martial general as a mid-level warrior. Do you possess no sense of shame? A junior martial general, and at that, merely 18 years old. Is there a more egregious form of bullying?" Rage consumed Lei Xiao at that moment. Zhang Ming wore an innocent expression, yet internally he reveled in delight. An 18-year-old junior martial general. This was a talent one could scarcely hope to attain. 10 years? He had awaited this day for a full decade. After a moment of fury, Lei Xiao released Zhang Ming's collar. He acknowledged his anger, yet it paled in comparison to the envy he felt. Envy for Zhang Ming. "Oh Lei, do not be angry. Consider the grievances I have endured over the past decade. Rest assured, I shall repay your previous mockery in kind," Zhang Ming said with a smile, relishing the moment. "Humph!" Lei Xiao ceased his retorts, fixating his gaze upon the large screen. The battle concluded with Lei Ming entirely encased in ice. The conflict reached its denouement. The virtual chamber opened with a hiss, and Lei Ming emerged, his expression one of dejection. Zhao Li approached and patted his shoulder. "Do not be disheartened. It is entirely normal to lose to him. He is a junior martial general." "A junior martial general?" Lei Ming echoed in astonishment. "Zhang Ming, why don't we place a wager?" Lei Xiao suddenly interjected. "A wager on what?" Zhang Ming countered inquisitively. "Let us bet on whether Jiang you can withstand 100 strikes from Zhao Li. If he can, you win, and I shall gift you my SS-level true dragon blood elixir. If not, you lose, and you must provide me with the 10,000-year Thunderwood heart. What say you? Do you dare to wager?" Lei Xiao inquired. Zhang Ming frowned, contemplating. The SS-level true dragon blood elixir, crafted from the essence of the SS-level beast, the Flood Dragon, alongside numerous rare herbs, was worth billions. A rare treasure indeed. Conversely, the 10,000-year Thunderwood heart was equally valuable. Classified as an SS-level artifact, a true rarity. To wager or not? Zhang Ming hesitated. Although he had confidence in Jiang Yu, Zhao Li was equally a genius and a mental energy master. For Jiang Yu to endure 100 strikes from Zhao Li would indeed be a formidable challenge. "Will you place the wager or not?" "What, are you afraid?" Lei Xiao scoffed, casting a derisive glance at Zhang Ming. "Fine. I shall wager." Zhang Ming gritted his teeth and acquiesced. "Excellent." Lei Xiao nodded in satisfaction, turning to Zhao Li. Zhao Li strode purposefully toward the virtual chamber. "Wait." Zhang Ming interjected suddenly. "Jiang Yu has already fought 3 consecutive matches. While it is true that no physical stamina is expended within the virtual space, mental energy is still drained. I propose allowing Jiang Yu a brief respite before commencing the next bout." "Agreed. Your suggestion is sensible." Lei Xiao did not dispute, reaching out to deactivate the virtual space. The large screen went dark as Jiang Yu's consciousness returned to his body. The virtual chamber opened, and Jiang Yu immediately spotted Zhao Li, his white hair strikingly apparent, causing him to instinctively frown. He exited the virtual chamber and approached Zhang Ming, inquiring, "Brother Zhang, has the challenge concluded?" Zhang Ming shook his head. "Not yet. Jiang Yu, your most arduous battle lies ahead. If you can endure this match, I shall reward you with an SS-level true dragon blood elixir." He then relayed the details of his wager with Lei Xiao to Jiang Yu. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu's expression became resolute, and he nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, Brother Zhang. I shall endure 100 strikes. I believe in you." Zhang Ming patted Jiang Yu's shoulder, his expression solemn. Having reached this juncture in the challenge, they had already succeeded, and he felt immense satisfaction. He believed that if given a few more years, Jiang Yu would undoubtedly surpass Zhao Li. The intermission began. Jiang Yu reclined on a virtual outdoor sofa, scrutinizing his personal attributes panel. According to the information provided by Zhang Ming, Zhao Li had now reached the rank of intermediate combat general, both in physical prowess and mental fortitude. In contrast, Jiang Yu found himself significantly lagging behind, with much ground still to cover before he could attain the same status. Even with the addition of his ice-based abilities and all his skills deployed, he was no match for Zhao Li. Surviving 100 exchanges was no trivial endeavor. Nearby, Raymond observed Jiang Yu's figure and approached him directly. "Jiang Yu, I acknowledge your formidable strength. However, when we meet next, I am determined to defeat you." "Very well, I shall await your challenge," Jiang Yu replied with a faint smile. Raymond turned and departed. This defeat had shattered his long-held pride in being a genius. "Hello, Jiang Yu. I am Lu Yin," Lu Yin greeted with a smile. Extending her right hand. "Greetings," Jiang Yu replied, gently shaking her hand. Lu Yin's face flushed as she hesitated to speak, finally mustering the courage to say, I wish to follow you." "Follow me?" Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. There was something about her words that felt amiss. "Yes, I want to follow you. I've admired powerful individuals since childhood. You are stronger than I, more gifted and younger. I wish to train under you. Lu Yin stated earnestly. Oh no, Lu Yin has fallen for him. She genuinely wants to follow Jiang Yu, lamented the surrounding warriors. Lu Yin, you must remain composed. You once claimed you had no interest in male charm, they exclaimed in despair. Alas, the beauty had succumbed to the allure of a hero. It seemed Jiang Yu would no longer be able to see Lu Yin every day. Ignoring the turmoil around her, Lu Yin fixed her gaze on Jiang Yu. He shook his head with a smile. I am sorry, but I cannot acquiesce to your request. I am a man, and you are a woman. It would indeed be rather inconvenient for you to accompany me. Had she been rejected? A flicker of disappointment crossed Lu Yan's eyes. I sincerely apologize, but I must head to the virtual chamber for a match. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly, rising to make his way to the virtual chamber. Let the match begin. Let it commence. What do you think? Can Jiang Yu withstand 100 exchanges against senior brother, Zhao Li? One warrior queried. I find it unlikely, another replied. Although Jiang Yu is strong, if it were an ordinary intermediate combat general, he might have a chance. However, Zhao Li is not just any intermediate combat general. He is also a mentalist. It is nearly impossible for Jiang Yu to endure 100 exchanges. Senior brother Raymond, what is your opinion? A warrior inquired. While Raymond recognized Jiang Yu's strength, he did not foresee a favorable outcome for him, shaking his head. The standard for a junior combat general is a strength of 10,000 kilograms and a speed of 250 ms. In contrast, an intermediate combat general boasts a strength of 30,000 kilograms and a speed of 500 ms. The disparity of nearly threefold in power and double in speed, coupled with Zhao Li's mentalist abilities, which allow for unpredictable and cunning attacks, makes it exceedingly difficult for Jiang Yu to overcome this gap. Within the virtual chamber, Jiang Yu nodded at Zhang Ming before stepping into the virtual pod. Zhao Li had long awaited him inside. The familiar grassland map reappeared, and the two stood facing each other. This time, Jiang Yu chose to wield a long knife rather than a spear. His proficiency with the knife would allow him to better showcase his capabilities. Across from him, Zhao Li similarly brandished a long knife, with 6 flying daggers swirling ominously behind him. Observing the poised Jiang Yu, Zhao Li spoke calmly. While the difference between a junior and an intermediate combat general may seem slight, the disparity in strength and speed is vast. A year ago, I was in your position, confronting an intermediate combat general with my junior combat general strength, and I ultimately faced defeat. Even with my mental abilities fully employed, I could not alter the outcome. Today, you will likewise find that I will not hold back, and I will defeat you with utmost speed. Your words are excessive. Let us begin, Jiang Yu challenged, pointing his knife at Zhao Li. Humph! Zhao Li smirked coldly, disappearing from sight in an instant. Jiang Yu felt a blur before him as Zhao Li appeared. Delivering a downward strike in a hurried response, Jiang Yu could only raise his knife to shield his chest, barely deflecting Zhao Li's blow. Clang! The clash echoed as the tremendous force sent Jiang Yu flying several hundred meters. Such blinding speed, such overwhelming strength. Quickly regaining his footing, Jiang Yu felt a tingling sensation in his arms. Silently alarmed and wary, Zhao Li wasted no time, advancing again. The long knife glinted menacingly as it aimed for Jiang Yu's neck. Clang! Jiang Yu blocked the attack once more, but the impact sent him hurtling away again. Chapter 42. The Duel with Zhao Li. Bang! Clang! Zhao Li's relentless assaults followed Jiang Yu like a shadow, swift as the wind, granting him no respite. Under the barrage of strikes, Jiang Yu found himself unable to mount a counteroffensive. Forced into a defensive stance. Within the virtual chamber, Lei Xiao observed Jiang Yu being thoroughly dominated by Zhao Li, a smile finally gracing his lips as he remarked, "It appears that Jiang Yu will not last 100 exchanges. Zhang, you might as well bring forth the eternal Thunderwood Heart now." Zhang Ming remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the screen. He discerned that throughout the duel, Zhao Li had not exerted his full strength. At least, his mental abilities had remained dormant. During the entire confrontation, Zhao Li relied solely on his own strength and speed to assert dominance over Jiang Yu. The might of an intermediate combat general truly was formidable, leaving Jiang Yu struggling to defend himself, devoid of any ability to retaliate. The gap between an intermediate and a junior combat general was several times greater than anticipated, and this outcome had been expected. If Zhao Li were to lose, that would indeed be a surprise, if only I possessed such strength. I wonder how these prodigies train daily. Despite being of similar ages, their abilities differ so greatly. Look, Jiang Yu has been sent flying by Zhao Li once more. This marks the nth time he has been struck down. Zhao Li was indeed powerful. His strength undoubtedly exceeded 30,000, possibly reaching 40,000. His speed was likely above 600 ms, more than double Jiang Yu's. Yet, what of it? With such strength, he still fell short of defeating Jiang Yu. He had not invoked his mental abilities, and neither had Jiang Yu. The time for probing was over. It was time to find an opportunity to counterattack. Inside the virtual realm, Jiang Yu knelt on one knee, his mind racing as he analyzed Zhao Li's capabilities. After the numerous clashes, his palms were already bruised and bleeding, yet he harbored no thoughts of surrender. Rather, his fighting spirit burned brightly as he identified Zhao Li's weaknesses. While Zhao Li's speed was impressive, his reaction time was lacking, and his footing appeared somewhat unstable. This was Jiang Yu's opportunity. ANSS grade true dragon blood elixir, worth over 100 billion Hansha coins, was within his grasp. Jiang Yu was determined to seize it. None could take it from him. With a firm grip on his long knife, he slowly rose from the ground, locking eyes with Zhao Li. You truly are resilient. However, it is time to put an end to this. Zhao Li declared impassively, advancing toward Jiang Yu with his blade drawn. Jiang Yu remained stationary, and just as Zhao Li's blade drew near, his figure suddenly vanished, eluding Zhao Li's strike. Where did he go? Zhao Li's pupils constricted as he scanned the surroundings, only to see a long knife aimed at the back of his head. Clang! Zhao Li quickly pivoted to block, Jiang Yu's youthful visage coming into view. It seems I underestimated you. How did you vanish just now? By your speed. It should have been impossible to disappear from my sight. Zhao Li inquired, his expression unreadable. What do you think? Jiang Yu smiled faintly. Icy spikes coalescing around him, launching toward Zhao Li's vital points, his eyes, nose, and throat. Meanwhile, a thin layer of ice began to spread across the ground. Scoundrel! Zhao Li cursed, attempting to defend himself, only to realize that his legs had already been ensnared by ice. At that moment, Jiang Yu's second strike arrived. With no recourse, he commanded the 6 flying daggers to protect his vital areas, while a surge of anger toward Jiang Yu welled up within him. Why must Jiang Yu strike at his throat? Although their bodies were virtual and no real harm would come to them, the multitude of warriors observing could not witness his throat being struck. Where would his dignity go then? Clang, clang. The flying daggers shattered the ice spikes, continuing their relentless assault toward Jiang Yu. With a nimble leap, Jiang Yu vanished once more before Zhao Li's eyes. When he reappeared, it was at Zhao Li's rear. Whooshed, the sound of slicing air resounded behind Zhao Li. He quickly turned, only to find Jiang Yu once again in front of him. The magic of love. Each time Zhao Li prepared to strike, Jiang Yu would appear behind him. As the ice layer expanded, the ground became increasingly slippery, yet Jiang Yu's speed surged. What is this maneuver? The onlooking warriors gasped in astonishment as they watched Jiang Yu circling Zhao Li. From their vantage point, they could clearly see the duel unfold. Each time Zhao Li aimed to attack Jiang Yu, it was as though Jiang Yu could foresee the direction of the assault, swiftly evading it and reappearing behind Zhao Li. Moreover, as the ice layer thickened, Jiang Yu's agility only intensified. What a clever lad! How agile his movements, if I am not mistaken. The technique Jiang Yu employs should be the spirit cloud step, and it appears to be at an advanced level. The bearer of the surname Zhang, you have truly stumbled upon a treasure this time. An 18-year-old junior martial artist, not only endowed with ice-based abilities but also possessing exceptional talent. By the tender age of 18, he has already mastered proficient-level swordsmanship, expert-level marksmanship, and the advanced agility technique known as Lingyun Step. Truly a prodigy in the bloom of youth. What an extraordinary feat! Lei Xiao gazed at Jiang Yu on the screen, genuinely praising him, his words brimming with envy. Were it not for Qiuyue already having taken Jiang Yu as her disciple, he would have been tempted to recruit Jiang Yu at any cost. While there are martial artists at the age of 18, none possess mastery over 3 techniques at the expert level or above. The cultivation methods differ from mere strength and speed, which can be augmented by external forces. They require insight and years of arduous practice. Zhang Ming chuckled lightly, saying, "He's quite average. Really. Jiang Yu is just ordinary, unable to compare with the many talents gathered at your martial arts academy." They had already exchanged 59 moves. Today, you are likely to suffer significant losses. Yet, despite his words, Zhang Ming's heart swelled with both excitement and astonishment. Before arriving, He never anticipated that a seemingly ordinary challenge would yield such surprises from Jiang Yu. Is that so? Lei Xiao scoffed. You seem to be celebrating prematurely. While Jiang Yu's agility is commendable, combined with his ice-based powers, it does indeed narrow the speed gap between him and Zhao Li. But do not forget Zhao Li's profession. He is a mentalist capable of flight. Moreover, his aerial speed rivals, if not exceeds, his speed on land. Once Zhao Li takes to the skies, Jiang Yu becomes nothing more than a living target. Within the virtual space, as Jiang Yu opted for evasive tactics instead of direct confrontation, Zhao Li grew impatient. With a forceful stomp, he shattered the icy ground beneath him and leaped into the air. Looking down at Jiang Yu from above, Jiang Yu, your strategy is clever. Using the ice to hinder my speed and the ice spikes to bind my flying daggers, leaving me no opportunity to retaliate. Yet you seem to forget that I am a mentalist and my greatest advantage lies in the air. Once I ascend, all your attacks will become futile. Is that so? Jiang Yu smiled slightly, extending 5 fingers towards Zhao Li, and said, I have already calculated, including your previous attacks. You have made a total of 95 moves. This means that if I withstand just 5 more of your strikes, the wager will be mine. Zhao Li furrowed his brow. Had he truly executed 95 moves? He couldn't recall such a number. Wait. Zhao Li glanced at the shattered ice spikes on the ground, and suddenly a realization dawned upon him. He had been outwitted. If each ice spike counted as an attack, then every time he defended with his flying daggers also counted as a move. Upon tallying it up, he indeed had unleashed quite a number of attacks. A scheme, a full-fledged scheme. Chapter 43. 100 moves past. Lingyun Step. A unique technique crafted by martial artists to slay otherworldly beasts in the wild. Some creatures possess immense strength and tough hides. To defeat them, one must identify their weaknesses. Thus, the Lingyun Step was born. Its greatest advantage is not merely speed but the ability to entangle and bind. It evokes the imagery of the 18 falls of the robe and Lingbo Weibu combined, emphasizing the art of entanglement to uncover the opponent's vulnerabilities. However, the Lingyun Step has a significant drawback. It requires absolute precision in combat. A single misstep is akin to dancing on the edge of a blade, risking being torn to shreds by the opponent. This was also Jiang Yu's first time employing the Lingyun Step in the high air. Zhao Li looked down upon Jiang Yu. He acknowledged that he had indeed underestimated Jiang Yu. But what of it? The final outcome remains unalterable. As a mentalist, he possessed absolute aerial superiority and confidence. In the skies, even when facing a martial god, he felt he could hold his ground. At most, he would simply retreat if he couldn't prevail. Jiang Yu, I concede that your calculations are astute. However, eliminating you, even with just 5 moves remaining, will suffice. Soon, I shall demonstrate the true might of a mentalist. Zhao Li's expression remained impassive as 6 flying daggers circled around him like sharpened projectiles. Descending upon Jiang Yu, it is well known that a small stone possesses little lethality, yet when it falls from great heights, its destructive power becomes immense. The same applies to the 6 flying daggers, propelled by the force of gravity and the friction of high-speed rotation, hurtling towards Jiang Yu. Faced with the oncoming daggers, Jiang Yu remained unflinching, raising his long sword to shield himself and conjuring several ice walls before him. He had contemplated evasion, but against a mentalist, no amount of dodging would suffice. It is akin to being under the crosshairs of a sniper. Whether one runs in a straight line or weaves, the outcome remains the same. Futile. As the 6 flying daggers, spinning at high speed, pierced the first ice wall, they swiftly continued on to the second, and soon penetrated all barriers, heading straight for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu met the daggers with his sword. Zhao Li's lips curled into a cold smile. This move was his signature technique, utilizing the sharpness of the dagger tips combined with the diving force from high-speed rotation to create formidable penetrating power. To think Jiang Yu could stop his 6 flying daggers with a single long sword was nothing short of a fool's dream. Inside the virtual arena, all martial artists were riveted to the screen, fixated on the clash between these 2 prodigies. As they witnessed Jiang Yu attempting to block Zhao Li's 6 flying daggers with his long sword, a collective breath was held. Could Jiang Yu withstand this? After all, this was Zhao Li's ultimate technique, suspense. The force of the aerial assault, coupled with the friction from high-speed rotation, generated a level of impact that was far more complex than mere addition. For Jiang Yu to rely solely on his long sword to defend was akin to chasing after an unattainable dream, Look quickly. Jiang Yu not only blocked Zhao Li's daggers, but he even cleaved them apart with his long sword. Wait, what is Jiang Yu attempting to do? The martial artists gasped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Even Lei Xiao and Zhang Ming were no exceptions. The two stared at the screen, utterly stunned. After cleaving Zhao Li's flying daggers, Jiang Yu conjured a layer of ice gauntlets with his right hand, swiftly grasping all 6 daggers. The immense force tightly bound the daggers, rendering Zhao Li's control futile. The daggers were as helpless as a monkey in the palm of Buddha's hand, firmly ensnared. What a decisive character! What keen observational skills! This duel appeared to be one Zhao Li might lose. Suddenly, Lei Xiao spoke up, his brow furrowed. His words drew the attention of all the martial artists. One among them, perplexed, asked, "President, Zhao Li still has 4 attacks left. He may not necessarily lose, right?" Lei Xiao shook his head, saying, "Zhao Li's daggers have been seized by Jiang Yu, which strips him of his greatest combat efficacy." Throughout the duel, it may have seemed that Zhao Li held the upper hand, but in truth, he has been led by Jiang Yu all along. Jiang Yu has already discerned his weaknesses. With the daggers gone, what advantage does a mentalist possess, aside from his ability to fly? Within the virtual space, Zhao Li unleashed all his mental power, attempting to free the daggers from Jiang Yu's grasp. Yet, no matter how he exerted his control or released his mental force, the daggers remained firmly in Jiang Yu's grip. Jiang Yu held the daggers tightly, casting a slight smile towards Zhao Li, and remarked, "It's futile. Your mental prowess is indeed formidable, but it pales in comparison to the strength required to make the daggers disregard my binding force and fly free. You still have 4 opportunities to attack the ASM mentalist. I am acutely aware of your vulnerabilities, namely, your reliance on weapons. Mentalists opt for flying daggers due to their lightness, agility, and ease of manipulation. However, once these daggers are ensnared by overwhelming force, a mentalist, aside from aerial advantage, has little else to leverage. This is why every mentalist strives to increase the number of daggers they control. They are their primary means of assault. Deprived of these, they are left to engage in close combat like any ordinary martial artist." Zhao Li clearly understood this principle. After multiple failed attempts to regain control of the daggers, he leaped down from the air, charging at Jiang Yu with his sword. Bang! As their blades clashed, Jiang Yu, wielding his sword in his left hand, was sent flying several hundred meters. Yet, his right hand, still clutching the daggers, did not loosen its grip. The formidable ice-based powers bound the daggers to his right hand. Only 3 moves remain, Jiang Yu exclaimed with a smile. Zhao Li, speechless, charged at Jiang Yu once more. The first strike was parried by Jiang Yu. The second strike shattered his long sword, leaving his palm once again injured. For the third strike, Jiang Yu did not defend but instead evaded the vital points, absorbing Zhao Li's blade with his own flesh. After 3 strikes, Jiang Yu grinned, revealing an innocent smile. I have won. Chapter 44. Remaining in the new Moon Base City, victory. Jiang Yu has triumphed. Zhao Li, the senior brother, has been defeated. The martial artists were left in a state of shock at the outcome. To this day, they could not fathom how an elementary martial artist had bested an intermediate one in the form of Jiang Yu defeating Zhao Li, especially given Zhao Li's utilization of mental prowess. Nevertheless, this did not alter the final result. Good heavens, Jiang Yu truly withstood 100 moves from Zhao Li. Although I have been gazing at the grand screen, I still cannot comprehend how he accomplished it. At merely 18 years of age, the most alarming aspect is that Jiang Yu is currently only 18. If he were to reach our age, how formidable would his strength be? Brother Raymond, if you were to be replaced by Jiang Yu, would you be able to withstand 100 moves from Brother Zhao Li? A gasp of astonishment echoed among the martial artists, as one of them posed the question to Raymond. Raymond shot a glare at the inquirer, shaking his head in response. "I fall short of him." Lu Yin gazed at Jiang Yu, her eyes sparkling with wonder, her heart inexplicably racing. That was the sensation of infatuation. She acknowledged that, at this moment, she was indeed smitten. Since ancient times, heroes have adored beauties, and naturally, beauties also admire heroes. Although she was 3 years older than Jiang Yu, in today's world, a mere 30 years gap is not a concern. Once a martial artist breaks through to the martial deity level, their lifespan can extend to an astonishing 150 years. Surpassing the martial deity level could lead to 200.SS level 500.SSS level 1000. In the end, even if one were to be 100 years older, it would merely be a trivial detail. Congratulations, Zhang. This time the wager is yours to claim. The SS level True Dragon Blood Elixir. I shall ensure it is delivered to Jiangyu. Lei Xiao spoke with a pained expression. At this moment, he regretted having made a bet with Zhang Ming in the first place. The SS True Dragon Blood Elixir was the only vial he possessed, a reward bestowed upon him, one he had not even been willing to give to his own son. Now, it had been relinquished. Gambling, truly, it is not a virtue. From this day forth, he shall abstain from gambling. He stands in opposition to the vices of betting.as for blaming Zhao Li. That thought had never crossed his mind. A bet is a bet, and one must accept the consequences. Allow me to express my gratitude on behalf of Jiangyu for your True Dragon Blood Elixir. Furthermore, do not forget, you still owe 15 million in stakes. Zhang Ming's face was beaming with joy, his heart filled with exhilaration. After 10 years of enduring humiliation, he could finally hold his head high in this moment. Especially witnessing Raymond's embarrassment, the virtual chamber opened. Jiangyu and Zhao Li stepped out of the virtual chamber. Zhao Li strode up to Lei Xiao, lowering his head slightly, filled with remorse. Master, I am sorry. I lost that I caused you to lose an SS True Dragon Blood Elixir. Starting tomorrow, I shall venture into the wilderness to slay exotic beasts. Earning contribution points, I vow not to return until I have earned enough for another SS True Dragon Blood Elixir. Hearing Zhao Li's words, Lei Xiao felt a surge of comfort within, his expression brightening as he patted Zhao Li's shoulder, smiling. Zhao Li, victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Who in this world has never faced loss? You need not feel guilty. It is merely a true dragon blood elixir, not a precious treasure. There is no need to head to the wilderness. However, I hope you can take this experience to heart and understand that there are always greater talents beyond your own. From tomorrow onward, train with the other students diligently. Strive to break through to the next realm as soon as possible. Yes, master, Zhao Li replied. Lei Xiao patted Zhao Li's shoulder once more, his expression turning serious as he scanned the other students in the virtual chamber. Commanding, you are all the prodigies of our martial academy. Yet, your performance today has greatly disappointed me. A mere Jiangyu has left you all disheartened. Today it was Jiangyu. What if it were an exotic beast instead? Would you also display such lack of spirit and await your demise? Starting tomorrow, all of you will train diligently. Strive for the day when you can defeat Jiangyu and redeem your honor. As Jiangyu listened to Lei Xiao's admonitions, he felt as though he were being used as a cautionary tale. The martial artists bowed their heads, not daring to utter a word. From this moment forth, you are all to reside within the martial academy, attending to all your needs here. I shall personally supervise your training. Now, return and gather your belongings. After the lecture, Lei Xiao turned to Jiangyu and instructed, come with me. Jiangyu glanced back at Zhang Ming, and upon receiving Zhang Ming's nod, followed closely behind Lei Xiao. The two exited the virtual chamber, traversing the corridors of the academy. Congratulations to the host for Strength 222. Congratulations to the host for Mental Power 22. Congratulations to the host for Swordsmanship 11. Congratulations. As they passed through, a mechanical voice resonated in Jiangyu's mind. After crossing the hall and several corridors, Lei Xiao brought Jiangyu to the door of a room. After identity verification, they entered the room. Inside, it was filled with numerous boxes. Jiangyu was unaware of what lay within. Lei Xiao opened one of the boxes, retrieving a red vial and handing it to Jiangyu. This is the SS True Dragon Blood Elixir. Now, I accept my defeat and willingly present it to you. Jiangyu accepted the vial, examining it closely. The vial was approximately 10 centimeters long and as thick as a finger, filled with a crimson liquid. Jiangyu, the SS True Dragon Blood Elixir is crafted from the essence of an SS-level dragon and hundreds of precious herbs. It will enhance your physical attributes comprehensively, however. The potency of this elixir is intense, and the process can be quite excruciating. Before consuming it, you must ensure that your condition is at its peak. Only then can you fully absorb the energy contained within the elixir, Lei Xiao cautioned. Jiangyu secured the elixir and clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, President Lei. I will bear it in mind. Good. Lei Xiao nodded. The two returned to the hall, where the other martial artists had already dispersed. Only Zhao Li, Lu Yin, and Zhang Ming remained. Upon seeing Jiangyu, Lu Yin seemed to want to say something but hesitated. Jiangyu, Have you obtained the item? If so, we should return to the base city, Zhang Ming suggested, rising to leave the martial academy. Lei Xiao was incensed. Zhang, what do you mean by that? Am I the type to be unable to accept defeat? Brother Zhang, Zhang Yu pondered for a moment. I would prefer to stay for a couple more days before returning. This is my first outing. I wish to explore the new moon-based city. I have heard that their roasted suckling pig is particularly delectable. Zhang Ming turned back, hesitating momentarily before nodding. Very well, but do be cautious. I will come to fetch you in 2 days. I appreciate it, Brother Zhang, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Zhang Ming turned to Lei Xiao. Lei, please take good care of Zhang Yu. If anything were to happen to him, I will hold you accountable. With that, Zhang Ming departed. Although Lei Xiao was furious, he refrained from voicing any objections this time. A prodigious martial artist is indeed worthy of their attention. Zhang Yu, if you wish to savor roasted suckling pig, I know of an establishment renowned for its exquisite flavor. Shall I take you there? Lu Yin inquired softly. Zhang Yu shook his head. Thank you, but I would prefer to wander alone for a while. Oh, Lu Yin felt a tinge of disappointment. After meandering through the martial academy and collecting all the attribute bubbles, Zhang Yu bid farewell to Lei Xiao and left the academy, strolling through the streets of New Moon Base City. His intention to remain in New Moon Base City was to gather a plethora of attribute bubbles, particularly from the mental health facility. Congratulations to the host for Strength 11. Congratulations to the host for Speed 11. Congratulations to the host for Strength 1. As Zhang Yu traversed, the system automatically collected a multitude of attribute bubbles, rapidly enhancing his strength. By the time he reached the entrance of the nearest mental health facility, his attribute values had reached Chapter 45, Consuming the SS True Dragon Blood Elixir. Host, Zhang Yu. Realm, Intermediate Martial General. Mentalist, Beginner Martial General. Ability, Ice Type G Level, 8100, Strength, 34. 000, Speed, 550 ms. Mental Power, 12,000. Skills, Proficient Level Swordsmanship, 1086 10,000. Proficient Level Fist Technique, 1123 10,000. Proficient Level Marksmanship, 188 10,000. Proficient Level Swordplay, 240 10,000. Techniques, Proficient Level Guiding Technique, 1999 10,000. Beginner Source Energy Technique, 180 1000. The combined attribute bubbles from the Martial Academy and those collected along the way nearly doubled his strength, elevating various cultivation methods to proficient levels. The only exception was the Source Energy Technique, which progressed at a slower pace. This was unavoidable, as both the Huidu and New Moon Base cities are small-scale bases, where few martial artists can afford source energy techniques. Even those who could would practice at home rather than in the academy, resulting in a lack of available bubbles concerning source energy cultivation. New Moon Base City's second mental health facility. Zhang Yu withdrew his thoughts and gazed into the courtyard. Like the previous mental health facility, the ground was strewn with countless mental power bubbles. Among all the bubbles, Zhang Yu spotted several 10 mental power bubbles. These bubbles resembled glass orbs, awaiting his arrival. Scaling the wall, he swiftly entered the courtyard and began running at a brisk pace. With each invasion by exotic beasts, countless residents perished. Many could not bear the loss of their loved ones or were traumatized by the brutality of the beasts, leading to their descent into madness. Congratulations to the host for Mental Power 1010. Congratulations to the host for Mental Power 211. Congratulations. As Zhang Yu sprinted, his body acted like a magnet, drawing in a plethora of mental power bubbles. His speed was remarkable. In a mere minute, he traversed every corner of the psychiatric hospital, leaving no space untouched, including the dormitory, cafeteria, treatment area, and even the restroom. After collecting all the mental energy orbs, he leaped from the wall to this moment. His mental power had soared to an impressive height of 52,000. The psychiatric hospital alone had afforded him an increase of 40,000 points in mental strength point. One can only imagine the number of patients within those walls. Now, in terms of mental prowess, I am more than capable of overshadowing Zhao Li, Zhang Yu mused. Feeling the weight of his newfound strength, through his encounter with Zhao Li, he discerned that Zhao Li's mental energy likely hovered around 30,000. Otherwise, he would never have been able to restrain Zhao Li's flying daggers with the strength he had at that time. In comparison to mental power, his physical strength and speed appeared somewhat lacking. Thus, he resolved to continue his efforts. Jiang Yu turned away from the psychiatric hospital, wandering through the streets and alleys. Compared to the Huadu base city, there were not many attribute orbs in the Xinyue base city. Regrettably, these attribute orbs would automatically vanish over time, which was unfortunate news. 3 hours later, the sky had gradually darkened. Jiang Yu glanced at his attribute panel and made his way towards the martial arts hall. Host: Jiang Yu. Realm: Intermediate Martial General. Mental Energy Master. Intermediate Martial General. Ability: Ice System Grade G, 8100. Strength: 50,000. Speed: 800 ms. Mental Power: 52,100. Skills. Techniques. With a formidable strength of 50,000 kilograms and a speed of 800 meters per second, his prowess had already reached the level of an intermediate battle general, not far from achieving the title of a senior battle general. At this moment, I possess absolute confidence in my ability to dominate Zhao-Li.it. Is also the right time to return to the martial arts hall and take the SS True Dragon Blood Elixir. Otherwise, such a sudden surge in power would be impossible to explain if noticed by others. Jiang Yu thought to himself as he strode towards the martial arts hall. 10 minutes later, he arrived at a traffic light intersection. While waiting for the green light, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder. Jiang Yu, what a coincidence! A familiar female voice chimed. Jiang Yu turned around to find Lu Yin, who was dragging a white suitcase and smiling at him. Oh, it's you. What a pleasant surprise. What brings you here? Jiang Yu asked, glancing at the suitcase in Lu Yan's hand. Don't you remember? The president asked us to stay at the martial arts hall for extra training these days. So I went home to pack some clean clothes. Are you heading back to the hall? Why not join me? It's always nice to have company on the way, Lu Yin suggested with a smile. All right, Jiang Yu nodded gently, looking towards the martial arts hall a few hundred meters away. The light turned green, and the two of them walked towards the hall at a leisurely pace, as if on a casual stroll. Along the way, Lu Yin seemed to want to say something but hesitated. After arriving at the martial arts hall, they parted ways, with Jiang Yu heading to the training room while Lu Yin went towards the female dormitory. As the world's premier martial arts hall, the Longting Martial Arts Hall provided dormitories that resembled small villas equipped with various home appliances and training equipment. After placing her luggage, Lu Yin lay on her bed. Reflecting on the events of the day, a blissful smile spreading across her face, subconsciously, she took out her phone and initiated a video call. After a few rings, the video connected, revealing a calm face on the screen. And Jing, I have something to ask you. I've fallen in love, but I don't know how to confess. What should I do? Lu Yin inquired, her voice tinged with uncertainty. Who is it? Who has captured the heart of our Lu Demenu? Who has caused you to fall in love? And Jing asked with a smile. Lu Yan's face flushed, and after a moment's hesitation, she replied, And Jing, I can tell you, but you must not tell anyone else. His name is Jiang Yu. He is this year's special recruit from your base city. Jiang Yu? And Jing's expression momentarily froze as images of that figure flashed through her mind. In the training room, Jiang Yu sat cross-legged on the floor, taking out the SS True Dragon Blood Elixir. After examining it briefly, he uncorked the top. Instantly, a herbal aroma permeated the entire training room, mingled with a hint of a fishy scent. So, this is the SS Grade True Dragon Blood Elixir? Jiang Yu mused. Without a hint of hesitation, he opened his mouth and poured the elixir into his stomach. According to the information provided, the lower one's strength when consuming the SS True Dragon Blood Elixir. The greater the increase in power. Conversely, the higher the strength, the lesser the increase. With his current strength as an intermediate martial general, he was uncertain how much the SS Grade Elixir would enhance his abilities. Regardless, the amount of power gained was secondary. The primary concern was using the elixir to mask his sudden surge in strength. The elixir coursed through his body. A wave of warmth flowed from his abdomen to his limbs and head. Jiang Yu felt as if he were in a sauna, his entire body radiating heat, and sweat began to flow from his pores. Gradually, the warmth intensified, and so did the perspiration. Suddenly, a searing pain shot through his limbs and head, causing Jiang Yu to collapse onto the ground in agony. The pain was undeniably real. It felt as if thousands of ants were gnawing at his entire body, sending tremors through him. The agony penetrated to his very bones. A mix of torment and tingling, he had the bizarre sensation that even if he lost consciousness, this pain would rouse him. Additionally, his head throbbed fiercely, as if it were about to burst. Thump, thump. His heart pounded violently, as though it were trying to escape. Jiang Yu lay on the ground, gripping his hands tightly, his body convulsing from the pain. Lei Xiao had warned him that the consumption of the SS elixir was excruciating, but he never anticipated it would be this tormenting. A pain worse than death. The pain persisted. Large amounts of black impurities were expelled from every pore in his body, filling the training room with an unbearable stench. Fortunately, the training room was equipped with an automatic ventilation system. That moment, Jiang Yu's eyes rolled back, and he fainted from the agony. Chapter 46. A Surge of Power. Uncertain how much time had passed, Jiang Yu awakened from his stupor, glancing at his body. His skin was coated with a layer of black grime, and even his clothes had been stained black. A pungent odor assaulted his nostrils, causing him to instinctively pinch his nose. Goodness, is it really that exaggerated? Jiang Yu grumbled as he pinched his nose and exited the training room, heading towards the martial arts hall's bathroom. Given that the hall served as a training facility, it naturally boasted a bathroom. Moreover, it featured a leisure area designed for martial artists to balance work and rest. As he left the training room, the foul odor emanating from Jiang Yu spread through the air. What is that smell? Why is it so foul? Who farted? Seriously, what is that stench? It's killing me. Every martial artist who caught a whiff of the odor instinctively covered their noses, glancing at Jiang Yu. Upon seeing him covered in grime, resembling someone who hadn't bathed in centuries, they all recoiled a few steps back, distancing themselves from him. What on earth has he been up to? Why does he look like he hasn't bathed in ages? Who knows? Stay far away. I feel like I'm going to faint from the stench. The foul odor was comparable to that of a skunk. The martial artists pointed and whispered about Jiang Yu. Ignoring their stares, he strode directly into the bathroom to wash off the grime. The filth was stubborn and clung to him like oil, requiring a copious amount of body wash and vigorous scrubbing. As he scrubbed, Jiang Yu noticed his skin becoming noticeably fairer, akin to young men who looked even more radiant after makeup and filters. He was undeniably more impressive than the average pretty boy, especially in certain aspects, where he exuded confidence and vigor. After an hour, Jiang Yu had thoroughly cleansed himself and even washed his clothes. At this point, he realized he had no change of clothes aside from what he had just washed. With no other option, he donned his damp attire. Turning off the shower, he dressed and exited the bathroom, making his way to the martial arts hall's main hall. The atmosphere in the hall had returned to its lively state, with numerous talented martial artists training and boasting. Seated on a sofa, Lei Xiao noticed Jiang Yu approaching in a damp state and, with a neutral expression, inquired, "So, you consumed the SS True Dragon Blood Elixir. How much has your strength increased?" Jiang Yu glanced at his attribute panel. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Senior Martial General. Mental Energy Master. Senior Martial General. Ability, Ice System Grade F, 100-300, Strength, 60. 000, Speed, 1000 ms. Mental Power, 60,000. Skills, Proficient Level Swordsmanship, 1086-10,000. Proficient Level Fist Technique, 1123-10,000. Proficient Level Gunmanship, 188-10,000. Proficient Level Swordplay, 240-10,000. Cultivation Technique. Proficient Level Guidance Technique, 1999-10,000. Beginner Level Source Energy Method, 180-1000. A vial of SS True Dragon Blood Elixir enabled his Ice-type abilities to successfully ascend to F rank. His strength surged by 10,000 points. Speed increased by 200 points, and mental power enhanced by 7,900. Frankly speaking, Jiang Yu felt somewhat dissatisfied with the overall enhancement to his capabilities bestowed by the SS True Dragon Blood Elixir. These figures were less impressive than the gains he could achieve from merely collecting energy bubbles. However, his use of the SS True Dragon Blood Elixir was not primarily aimed at strengthening his power, but rather to obscure the true cause of his sudden surge in strength. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "I'm not entirely certain. I have yet to conduct a test." Lei Xiao nodded thoughtfully and rose to approach an arm strength testing machine, addressing Jiang Yu. "Come over here and test your arm strength." "All right." Jiang Yu approached the machine and struck it with a punch. With a resounding thud, the numbers on the arm strength testing machine began to fluctuate wildly. This testing session attracted not only Lei Xiao's attention, but also that of numerous talented martial artists who were eager to witness the extent of Jiang Yu's power following his consumption of the SS True Dragon Blood Elixir. 10, 000.20, 000.30, 000. The figures climbed steadily until they finally halted at 60,000 kilograms of punching power. How is this even possible? They were astonished. He appeared to be no older than 20. How could he possess such immense force? A punching power of 60,000 kilograms was already the caliber of a high-ranking martial general. No, this cannot be true. How is this conceivable? Such power had completely eclipsed that of senior brother Zhao Li. Should they engage in a contest, Zhao Li would undoubtedly fall short against Zhang Yu. The martial artists stood in stunned silence, their minds blank as they gazed at the numbers on the machine, unable to reconcile what they were witnessing. Lei Xiao, equally taken aback, regarded Zhang Yu with a look filled with astonishment. An 18-year-old high-ranking martial general. This was utterly unprecedented. He inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure, and inquired, Zhang Yu, please tell me, what was your punching power prior to using the SS True Dragon Blood Elixir? Zhang Yu understood the source of their astonishment and grasped the intent behind Lei Xiao's question. Without hesitation, he replied, 20,000 kilograms. It was consistently 20,000 kilograms, regardless of who asked. As for the sudden increase to 60,000, that was solely due to the enhancement from the SS True Dragon Blood Elixir, an excuse he had long prepared. 20,000? Lei Xiao paused momentarily, then exclaimed in disbelief, Zhang Yu, you truly are a genius. 1 vial of SS True Dragon Blood Elixir has elevated your strength threefold. President, is there a problem? Zhang Yu replied with a naive smile. Lei Xiao shook his head. No problem at all. It is well known that the efficacy of any potion varies from person to person. Everyone experiences different results after consumption. The highest recorded enhancement from the SS True Dragon Blood Elixir is fourfold, transforming a high-ranking martial artist with merely 6,000 kilograms of punching power into an initial martial general with 24,000 kilograms. Yet you, Zhang Yu, may have only achieved a threefold enhancement, but your punching power has surged by an astounding 40,000 kilograms. This is truly astonishing. Perhaps it is simply luck on my part, Zhang Yu replied with an innocent smile. The gazes of the martial artists shifted towards Zhang Yu, now filled with a mix of admiration and envy. At 18, many of them had only just passed their preliminary martial artist assessments, while Zhang Yu had already ascended to the rank of high-ranking martial general. The comparison was disheartening. Even Zhao Li was no exception, his eyes reflecting shock as he regarded Zhang Yu. He considered himself a genius, having risen from a martial artist to a mid-level martial general in just 3 years. Yet, in comparison to Zhang Yu, what was he? An 18-year-old high-ranking martial general. He dared to wager that no major base city could boast of such a talent. Zhang Yu's achievements had shattered the previous record held by Lu Meng, an outstanding graduate from Kyoto University who had become a high-ranking martial general at the age of 21. Once word of Zhang Yu's feats reached the outside world, it would undoubtedly create an uproar. Even SS-level powerhouses, including the world-renowned Dragon God, would likely be unable to remain idle, vying to take Zhang Yu as their disciple. In that moment, a profound sense of defeat welled up within Zhao Li. Ahem, Lei Xiao, noticing the astonishment among the martial artists, cleared his throat and, with a serious demeanor, declared, Everyone, I implore you to keep Zhang Yu's ascension to high-ranking martial general strictly confidential. Without the permission of the Martial Arts Academy, no one is allowed to speak of this matter. Should anyone fail to restrain their tongue and disclose this information, they will face severe consequences for betraying the Academy. I trust that everyone will keep this under wraps and act as if today never happened. Do you all understand? Understood, the martial artists chorused. Satisfied, Lei Xiao nodded, took Zhang Yu by the hand, and led him towards his office. Inside the office, Lei Xiao promptly drafted a contract, presenting it to Zhang Yu with a smile. Zhang Yu, have you ever considered developing your talents in the new Moonbase City? If you choose to come to our new Moonbase City, I can offer you the most exceptional treatment. In your first year, I will grant you 50 billion Honsha currency, along with a monthly allowance of 2 billion. Furthermore, you will have priority selection of any training resources. In addition, I can recommend you to the elite training camp, a privilege that even Zhang Ming does not possess. There, you might even receive guidance from the world's foremost powerhouse, Dragon God. What do you say? Join us in New Moonbase City. As he spoke, Lei Xiao spread his arms wide, gazing at Zhang Yu with eager anticipation. In that moment, he was beyond caring for anything else. No thoughts of autumn moons or other matters. If he did not seize Zhang Yu this time, he feared there would be no second chance. I'm sorry, President Lei, but I have been rooted in the Huadu base city since birth. I fear I cannot accept your invitation. Jiang Yu inclined his head slightly. Were Lei Xiao's conditions enticing? Absolutely. The prospect of receiving 50 billion in his first year would entice any martial artist. Yet, he could not acquiesce to Lei Xiao's offer. President Lei, unless there is anything else, I shall take my leave. Jiang Yu made a slight bow and turned to exit. Having already declined Lei Xiao's invitation, remaining any longer would only serve to heighten the awkwardness. Wait, Lei Xiao suddenly called out. Tossing Jiang Yu a keycard. This is the access card to Villa number 007. I promised Mr. Zhang I would take good care of you, and I am a man of my word. Thank you. Jiang Yu accepted the keycard and departed the office without a backward glance. As he watched Jiang Yu's retreating figure, Lei Xiao's eyes narrowed, filled with regret. What a remarkable talent! Why could it not be nurtured in their new Moon Bay city? Though both he and Zhang Ming were presidents of the Longting Martial Academy's branches and under the same jurisdiction, competition existed among the branches. Each year, the Longting Martial Academy held a branch conference to assess the abilities of the talented martial artists nurtured by each branch. The more talented martial artists a branch produced, the stronger its ranking, leading to greater resources and better conditions. Naturally, the presidents would also benefit from such advancements. Conversely, a poor performance would result in diminished standing. Since a decade ago, when no talented martial artists emerged from the Huadu Bay City, its ranking had steadily declined to the lowest position. However, this year appeared different. Jiang Yu emerged as a dark horse, likely to elevate Huadu Bay City to the top of the branch conference. As of now, he had yet to hear of any Bay City that boasted an 18-year-old high-ranking martial general. It was simply unfortunate that such a prodigious talent did not belong to New Moon Bay City. Sigh. Lei Xiao let out a deep, resigned breath in the hall. Upon Jiang Yu's arrival, numerous martial artists regarded him with envious eyes. An 18-year-old high-ranking martial general. Many among them had only just attained the status of ordinary martial artists. The envy was palpable. Exiting the Martial Arts Academy, Jiang Yu made his way to the villa complex situated at the back of the academy. This villa was not designated for the families of martial artists, but served as dormitories for the academy's elite. Only the most gifted martial artists could reside here. Upon reaching villa number 007, Jiang Yu swiped his card and entered. As he stepped inside, he encountered a young woman clad in sleepwear seated in the living room. It was her. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed. At that moment, Lu Yin also spotted Jiang Yu, momentarily taken aback before rising to greet him with a smile. Hello, we meet again. Are you my new roommate? As she spoke, Lu Yin's cheeks flushed, and she glanced down at her sleepwear, a hint of shyness crossing her features. She had never anticipated that her new roommate would be a male, and moreover, one whom she found appealing. Traditionally, females resided in one villa while males occupied another, hence her habitual choice of sleepwear for the common area. Who could have foreseen that Lei Xiao would assign her a male roommate? Could it be that the president has discerned my feelings for Jiang Yu? Lu Yin mused, her head nearly buried in her chest from embarrassment. Jiang Yuma nodded silently, scrutinizing Lu Yin with keen interest. It must be said that Lu Yin, adorned in her nightgown, exuded an air of freedom that accentuated her curvaceous figure, leaving one in awe. Among martial artists, there may exist unattractive women, but certainly none with a lack of a commendable physique. Years of rigorous training have only enhanced the figures of female warriors. It is not uncommon to encounter a robust lowlead. See, come in and have a seat. Lu Yin stammered, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she noticed Jiang Yu's unwavering gaze upon her. Promptly retreating to her room, she wasn't dressed. The interior was utterly bare. Jiang Yu settled onto the sofa, inhaling the faint, delicate fragrance of a woman. On the coffee table lay half an apple, remnants of a meal enjoyed by a lady. Lu Yin was swift. Before Jiang Yu could sit for more than a few moments, she reappeared in casual attire and took a seat beside him. At that moment, her face still bore a subtle touch of makeup, showcasing the vibrancy of her youth in full splendor. Jiang Yu, I truly apologize for my earlier behavior. Traditionally, our roommates have all been female, and I never anticipated you would be my companion, so. Lu Yin began to explain. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly, no need for apologies. If anyone should apologize, it ought to be me, as I am the one who seems to have taken advantage of the situation. I never expected to find such a stunning beauty in the villa arranged for me by President Lei. Suddenly, Jiang Yu paused, a bold hypothesis flashing through his mind. Could it be that Lei Xiaoshu had orchestrated this arrangement intentionally? Was this fellow trying to employ a beauty trap akin to Wang Yun? Of course, this notion merely flickered in Jiang Yu's mind. He had not yet reached the heights of narcissism to entertain it seriously. Silence enveloped the living room. Lu Yin attempted to speak several times, but found Jiang Yu engrossed in his training, as if he were a cultivation zealot. Whether perusing the history of the past century or examining the martial arts market, he seemed utterly disinterested in her, not even casting a glance her way. Could it be that this was the reason behind Jiang Yu's formidable strength? Lu Yin pondered, unaware that Jiang Yu was engrossed in the internal marketplace. Searching for suitable weaponry, initially, he believed the Hongying spear and the Panlong blade would suffice for his ventures into the wilderness. However, it became apparent that both weapons were somewhat too light. Fortunately, the martial arts market also offered a weapon buyback feature, sparing him from unnecessary expenditures. Opening the weapons marketplace. D-rank obsidian spear, weighing 8,500 kilograms, suitable for advanced martial generals, priced at 8.5 million. D-rank white dragon spear, weighing 9,999 kilograms, suitable for advanced martial generals, priced at 9.99 million. D-rank Zhangkuan blade, weighing 9,500 kilograms, suitable for advanced martial generals, priced at 9.5 million. D-rank eagle cutting sword, weighing 7,500 kilograms, suitable for advanced martial generals, priced at 7.5 million. After thorough browsing, Jiang Yu ultimately opted for the White Dragon Spear and the Zhangkuan Blade. As for the Hongying Spear and Panlong Blade, he sold them back to the Martial Arts Academy at a 10% discount, incurring a loss of over 500,000. Owing to the Academy's resources, the delivery of the weapons was remarkably swift. Shortly after Jiang Yu completed his payment, the doorbell of the villa rang. A martial artist delivered the two weapons into Jiang Yu's hands. Chapter 48. The Contemplation of Qiu Yu and the Decision of the Silver-Haired Youth. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. In the virtual chamber, Zhao Li exited the virtual pod, his head hanging low, glancing at Jiang Yu, who was seated in another pod, before turning to leave the virtual room. Defeated. Once again, he faced defeat. Over the past 2 days, he had challenged Jiang Yu dozens of times, each encounter culminating in failure. Jiang Yu's strength seemed to perpetually escalate. From the initial challenges where he could withstand several of Jiang Yu's strikes, he now found himself unable to endure even a single blow. Reflecting on it, merely 2 days prior, Jiang Yu could barely cope with his 100 strikes. Now, he had become nothing more than a defeated opponent beneath Jiang Yu's prowess. In the span of 2 days, fortunes had shifted. Zhao Li's once prized talent now paled in comparison to Jiang Yu. Defeated, Zhao Li had now experienced his 21st failure. Indeed, there was a time when Zhao Li could withstand 2 of Jiang Yu's strikes. But now, he couldn't endure even one. Jiang Yu seemed to have grown even stronger. Alas, if I were Zhao Li, I would feel utterly despondent. Why must I encounter an opponent I cannot conquer in my life? Why must there be a Jiang where there is a Zhao? One could not help but feel sympathy for Zhao Li for a fleeting moment. It was not that Zhao Li lacked strength. Rather, Jiang Yu was astonishingly powerful, transcending the realm of ordinary beings. He was nothing short of a prodigy. Sigh. Observing Zhao Li's retreating figure, the other martial artists sighed in lament, their expressions filled with regret. Was Zhao Li strong? Indeed, he was a 21-year-old intermediate martial general, and also a psychic master. Such talent, on a global scale, could easily surpass 90% of his peers. Alas, he had encountered an even stronger genius. Jiang Yu stepped out of the virtual pod, surveying his surroundings before heading towards the exit of the virtual room without a backward glance. Today marked his return to the Huidu Bay City. Zhang Ming had been waiting in the lobby for quite some time. Over the past 2 days, he had explored the mental health facilities of the new Moon Bay City and traversed numerous streets and alleys. His personal attributes had reached: Host, Jiang Yu; Realm, Advanced Martial General; Psychic Master, Junior Martial God; Ability, Ice System F rank, 13300, Strength, 85,000, Speed, 1,300 ms, Mental Power, 100, 000, Skills, Proficient Level Swordsmanship, 2086 10,000, Proficient Level Fist Technique, 1623 10,000, Proficient Level Gunplay, 754 10,000, Proficient Level Swordplay, 450 10,000, cultivation method, proficient level guiding technique, 2510,000, junior source energy method, 180-1000. His speed and strength had reached the pinnacle of advanced martial generals, with only a final step remaining to attain the martial god level. As for the psychic master, due to Jiang Yu's unique circumstances, he had already surpassed to the junior martial god level. Compared to when he first arrived at the New Moon Base City, his strength had grown exponentially. It would not be an exaggeration to assert that he could now defeat his former self from 2 days prior with nothing but his psychic abilities. Within the lobby of the Martial Arts Academy, Zhang Ming was gathered with Lei Xiaoshu and others. Upon seeing Jiang Yu emerge, Zhang Ming affectionately patted Lei Xiaoshu's bald head, unable to contain his grin, exclaiming, "Though your big head may not be the most aesthetically pleasing, I must express my gratitude. If it weren't for your SS-rank true dragon blood serum, Jiang Yu would not have ascended to the advanced martial general level. You are truly a good person, a remarkably good person. I'll send you a reader card. Get lost." Lei Xiaoshu snorted disdainfully, turning his back and striding into the Martial Arts Academy. Infuriating. Infuriating indeed. Every time he laid eyes on Zhang Ming, he felt an urge to transform into a thunder god and strike him down. "Brother Zhang." Jiang Yu softly called out as he approached Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder, his face radiant with joy, saying, "Good lad. I knew I wasn't mistaken about you. Lei Xiaoshu has already informed me of your situation. An 18-year-old advanced martial general, there are hardly any like you across the globe. This time, our Huadu Bay City shall bask in your glory. Brother Zhang, you flatter me," Jiang Yu replied with a smile. "Come, let us return to the Bay City. Qiu Yu, the martial god, is waiting for you at the academy." Zhang Ming embraced Jiang Yu's shoulders, laughing heartily as they made their way out of the academy. An 18-year-old advanced martial general. The moment he received this news, he was so thrilled that he couldn't sleep all night. If he couldn't sleep, how could he allow others to rest comfortably? Thus, he shared the news with the martial artists of Qiu Yu and the silver-haired youth. Ultimately, Qiu Yu, the martial god, also spent the entire night awake. The silver-haired youth was left in stunned silence for quite some time. "Good," Jiang Yu nodded and followed Zhang Ming towards the academy's exit. Just as they stepped outside, Jiang Yu, a sudden, gentle call rang out. Jiang Yu turned to see Lu Yin standing at the entrance of the academy, waving goodbye to him. "Jiang Yu, take care. One day, I will catch up to you," Lu Yin shouted, her voice ringing with determination. Jiang Yu smiled and waved back, boarding the warship alongside Zhang Ming as they set off towards the Huadu Bay City. Meanwhile, in the Huadu Bay City, Qiu Yu sat in the office of the Martial Arts Academy, perusing the report on Jiang Yu's strength, her heart filled with nothing but shock. 2 days had passed. Upon receiving Zhang Ming's message that Jiang Yu had broken through to the advanced martial general level, she had not closed her eyes for 2 whole days. An 18-year-old advanced martial general. Even the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy had never produced one, yet now, she found herself in the presence of such talent, having even taken him as her disciple. What merit did she possess? She questioned herself, wondering if she truly had the qualifications to be Jiang Yu's mentor. Perhaps not. At 18, she had merely been an intermediate martial artist. Even so, she was often hailed as a rare genius of a century. But compared to Jiang Yu, could she still be considered a genius? She felt more akin to a natural fool. Was it truly appropriate for her to teach Jiang Yu? Momentarily, Qiu Yu fell into deep contemplation. The silver-haired youth, observing her pensive state, chuckled, "Qiu Yu, what occupies your thoughts? Are you pondering how to welcome this wave of fortune? In previous years, our base city had no talented martial artists. Enduring ridicule from other base cities, especially from Lei Xiaoshu and the Kyoto Bay City, the mockery was relentless. Now, our base city finally boasts a genius martial artist. Isn't Lu Meng, their outstanding graduate, a 21-year-old who has broken through to the advanced martial general level? The youngest advanced martial general in history? I am eager to witness how our side will respond upon deploying Jiang Yudai. In the past, the capital city regarded itself as the epitome of sophistication, looking down upon individuals like us from smaller base cities. This time, I am determined to demonstrate that even we possess our own prodigies. Henceforth, I propose we dedicate ourselves wholeheartedly to nurturing Jiang Yu. Should he rise to prominence, we must be willing to invest any resources necessary." Chapter 49. The unexpected relatives. The white-haired youth continued his incessant chatter while Qiu Yu pondered her relationship with Jiang Yu. A high-ranking martial general is within her teaching capacity, Yet with Jiang Yu's rapid advancement, she found herself unable to impart knowledge. The last time they met, Jiang Yu was merely a martial artist. Upon this reunion, he had ascended to the rank of martial general. Might he not, by their next encounter, leap directly to the divine martial level, matching her stature? Alas, my decision to accept Jiang Yu as my disciple was merely to thwart Lei Zhao's attempts to poach talent. Ultimately, I lacked the qualifications to mentor him, Qiuyue mused, resolving her thoughts inwardly. As time passed, a warship gracefully descended above the martial arts hall. Zhang Ming escorted Jiang Yu from the ship, leading him into the hall. Upon returning to the Hudu base city, Jiang Yu felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, despite his absence being less than 3 days. Congratulations, host strength 2-2. Congratulations, host strength 2-2. Accompanied by the system's mechanical voice. Jiang Yu followed Zhang Ming to the office where Qiuyue awaited them. Welcome home, our prodigy, the white-haired youth exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Jiang Yu warmly. Jiang Yu smiled and turned to Qiuyue, nodding slightly, teacher. Qiuyue did not respond verbally. Instead, she approached Jiang Yu, gently adjusting his collar with both hands, and softly spoke, Jiang Yu, you need not call me teacher any longer. I am but a decade your senior. If you do not mind, you may address me as Sister Qiuyue. Sister Qiuyue, Jiang Yu replied softly. Qiuyue nodded in acknowledgement, stepping aside after smoothing his collar. Jiang Yu, Zhang Ming interjected, we are preparing to recommend you for admission to the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy. What are your thoughts on this? Rest assured, all your expenses during your studies will be covered by the Martial Arts Hall. University? Jiang Yu paused, shaking his head. Brother Zhang, I believe attending university is unnecessary. Ever since I was expelled from 3rd middle school, I have lost interest in formal education. Qiuyue interjected, Jiang Yu, I urge you to reconsider. The Kyoto Martial Arts Academy is among the nation's most prestigious institutions. The instructors there are not merely martial gods, some surpass even that level. You might even encounter SS-level powerhouses. Jiang Yu continued to shake his head, Sister Qiuyue, I understand your intentions, but I truly dislike the idea of attending university. I have already made arrangements with the Fire Dragon Squad to venture into the wilderness tomorrow morning. In comparison to the mundanity of academia, I prefer to grow amidst the thrill of combat. Is the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy not excellent? Indeed. It stands as one of the nation's foremost martial academies, boasting high teaching standards and the presence of SS-level experts. Those who gain admission are exceptional talents. Yet what relevance does that hold for him? His strength increases merely by collecting attributes. There is no need to convolute matters by attending an academy. However, he would inevitably visit the Kyoto-based city one day. As one of the 4 most populous base cities in the country, it surely harbors its share of opportunities. Yet, that time is not now. The Huadu-based city, though smaller, offers ample opportunities for him to gather resources for the foreseeable future. See? I told you Jiang Yu would not attend university. Did you believe me then? Now, do you? The white-haired youth exclaimed dramatically. Qiuyue and Zhang Ming chose to ignore him. Zhang Ming, observing Jiang Yu's resolute expression, nodded slightly. Jiang Yu, since you do not wish to attend university, we respect your decision. However, I hope you remember this. The path of martial arts must not be rushed. While enhancing your strength, you must also cultivate your mindset. Otherwise, you risk becoming a puppet controlled by brute force, losing sight of your original intentions. I understand, Brother Zhang. Jiang Yu replied softly. He comprehended the essence of Zhang Ming's words. The path of martial arts requires a cyclical progression. One cannot simply pursue strength indiscriminately, like a nouveau riche, possessing wealth but lacking the means to wield it wisely. After a brief exchange, Jiang Yu departed the martial arts hall. June's weather is known for its capriciousness. What was once a clear sky has suddenly morphed into a shroud of clouds. Jiang Yu halted before an upscale restaurant, observing the young men and women inside. He was reminded of half a year ago. During the season of their breakup, the girl had expressed her desire for a life filled with gourmet dinners and high society events, rather than the simplicity of street food and daily chores. At the time, he could not provide such a life, leading to their separation. In retrospect, was the girl in the wrong? No. She sought a higher standard of living, while some preferred a more leisurely existence. Each person has their own aspirations. Who can truly fault another for their choices? Merely different paths. With a sudden impulse, Jiang Yu pushed the door open and stepped inside, for he was indeed hungry. Hello, welcome! The receptionist greeted him warmly, devoid of any condescension. In this digital age, Looking down upon others would only lead to public outrage. Hello, may I take your order? The young lady led Jiang Yu to a table. Personally handing him a menu. As he perused the offerings, he noted that the dishes were either lavish or exorbitantly priced, with most meat dishes consisting of exotic beast meat, such as grilled black rhinoceros skewers and spicy crayfish. I'll have the goose egg fried rice, Jiang Yu ordered, pointing to the menu before returning it to the young lady. Certainly, please hold on a moment, she replied with a gentle smile, turning to leave. Jiang Yu. Its Jiang Yu, the special recruit of the year. An 18-year-old intermediate martial artist. Quick. Take a picture. I can't believe I encountered the real Jiang Yu. At that moment, several patrons noticed Jiang Yu and began to snap photos. Not far away, a middle-aged couple exchanged glances upon seeing Jiang Yu and approached him. As Jiang Yu awaited his meal, the couple suddenly knelt before him, crying out, Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu. My dear nephew, we finally found you. I am your uncle, Jiang Yu. I am your aunt. We have searched for you for over a decade, and at long last, we have found you. To locate you, we have exhausted all our resources, even selling our car and house. Now, we can finally say we have found you. I believe your sister can rest in peace now. The couple, taking turns speaking, clung to Jiang Yu's legs, sobbing. Uncle? Aunt? Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. When did he acquire an uncle and aunt? However, noticing the surrounding diners capturing this spectacle on their phones, he contemplated and ultimately decided to let the middle-aged couple rise. Please, stand up and speak. The couple exchanged glances, yet upon seeing the onlookers with their phones, they clung to Jiang Yu's legs tighter, continuing their lamentations. Oh dear nephew, these years spent searching for you have drained us of everything, even plunging us into debt. You must help us, yes, to find you. Your brother cannot even afford the bride price. You must cover this for him. You cannot turn a blind eye. He is your blood brother. Indeed. For the sake of finding you, we have endured great hardship. As they continued to weep and plead, Jiang Yu's expression grew increasingly cold, watching the couple perform as if they were in a dramatic play, his inner thoughts laced with ridicule. Did they truly believe him to be so gullible? That anyone could waltz in and claim kinship? Let us momentarily set aside the couple before us. Whether or not they are his uncle and aunt is of little consequence. Their offspring's inability to provide a dowry bears no relation to him. If they cannot afford it, they should remain single. Does their child's marriage grant him the privilege of joining the wedding night festivities? Of course, while Jiang Yu harbored such thoughts internally, he exhibited not a trace of this sentiment outwardly. As he observed the middle-aged couple, their faces streaked with tears, he smiled gently and said, Could you please rise and speak? There are so many onlookers here. The middle-aged woman glanced around, noticing the crowd that had formed a circle. And given Jiang Yu's amiable demeanor, she shook her head defiantly, exclaiming, I will not get up. If you do not agree to our demands, to help your brother with the dowry and buy a luxury sports car, we will remain here indefinitely. Yes, if you refuse, we shall not rise, echoed the middle-aged man. The couple seemed to have resolved to hold Jiang Yu hostage, with one of them clinging to one of his legs. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly. Indeed, it is true that when one is impoverished in a bustling city, no one pays heed. Yet when one finds prosperity, distant relatives suddenly emerge. After spending so many years as an orphan without a single relative in sight, now that he has achieved a modicum of success, an uncle and aunt appear. Might there be a second uncle, a seventh uncle, or an eighth aunt lurking in the shadows? Are you truly determined not to rise? Jiang Yu inquired with a smile. We shall not rise unless you assist your brother with the dowry. They insisted I am your true uncle. If you doubt it, feel free to return home and peruse the family tree, declared the middle-aged man. Very well. If you refuse to stand, then you may remain kneeling. Jiang Yu's expression turned icy, and he ceased to acknowledge the couple, as layers of frost began to form around his legs. The ambient temperature plummeted sharply, and a chilling aura spread through the air. The couple shivered, their grip on Jiang Yu's legs akin to clutching a block of ice, and they quickly released him. Oh dear, come and see. He has forgotten his relatives now that he has risen to success. Jiang Yu is intent on freezing his own uncle and aunt. We went to such lengths to find him, even selling our car and house, only to receive this in return. What ingratitude, Jiang Yu, you ungrateful wretch, they cried out, drawing the attention of onlookers. The middle-aged woman, realizing her strategy had failed, threw herself on the ground and began to writhe in a dramatic display. Jiang Yu paid her no mind, calmly enjoying the goose egg fried rice served by a nearby waitress, unfazed by the spectacle. Acknowledging kinship. What kinship is worth such a price? The first step upon gaining success is to sever ties with those who seek to exploit it. Soon, Jiang Yu finished his meal and stood to leave the restaurant, not casting a glance back at the couple. They attempted to follow him but found themselves unable to keep pace, left only to wallow in their indignation as they lay on the ground. This scene was swiftly captured and shared online. Shocking. Is this a reflection of humanity's decline or a distortion of morality? An uncle kneeling before his nephew. A discussion on the relatives of an orphan. It is not that your relatives are unwilling to provide, but rather that your circumstances are lacking. Jiang Yu, the special recruit, has now attracted his first wave of relatives. Astonishing. The absurd demands of relatives, asking for $6.88 million to cover the dowry and a luxury sports car for their son. These posts rapidly swept through the trending topics of the Hudou-based city. Jiang Yu, however, paid little attention to the uproar. After departing the restaurant, he made his way back to the Minghua Villa district. Early the following morning, he would join the Fire Dragon team on their expedition to the wilderness. This was his inaugural venture into the wild, and he needed to prepare thoroughly. The wilderness was no place for carelessness. Even an unremarkable corner could conceal deadly peril. Moreover, in the wild, warriors faced not only strange beasts but also the threat posed by rival teams. The theme of the wilderness was one of violence and treachery. One misstep could lead to becoming prey for another warrior team. Furthermore, there were hidden eyes lurking in the shadows, warriors who had joined dark organizations. For the sake of wealth, they would commit unspeakable acts. Assassinating fellow warriors was a commonplace occurrence. Especially for a prodigious warrior like him, he was a prime target for these nefarious groups. In times past, there had been attempts to eradicate such dark organizations, but they invariably failed. They arose like ancient corrupt officials, with one wave of them being cleared only for another to emerge. Many times, before any action could be taken, the dark organization members would receive word and go into hiding. As Zhang Ming had said, spies were everywhere. You might think they exist within the ranks, but they had already infiltrated the upper echelons. Water pouches, compressed meat, throwing knives, emergency medical kits, and S-grade combat suits in the living room. Jiang Yu meticulously organized the supplies needed for his journey into the wilderness, drawing from the information he had gathered online. He could not afford to be negligent. Each additional item he prepared increased his chances of survival. According to the Fire Dragon team, they would be in the wilderness for an extended period, necessitating extra water pouches and compressed meat. Water sources in the wild were notoriously unpredictable. No one could guarantee their potability. If the water was undrinkable, he would have to rely solely on his carried supplies. Compressed meat was equally vital, as lighting a fire to cook meat was a grave mistake. The glow and aroma would attract deadly creatures. Once he had packed all his supplies into his combat bag, Jiang Yu concealed 6 throwing knives within. While the world knew him as an ice-type ability user, none were aware that he was also a psychic master. It was not a matter of deception. Rather, it was a prudent measure to conceal some of his strength for when it truly mattered. The dark organizations were not the mindless villains of novels, sending lesser foes to challenge the protagonist. They would refrain from action unless necessary, and when they did strike, it would be with ferocity. It was improbable that they would send mid-level warriors against low-level ones, merely offering them as fodder. After securing all his supplies, Jiang Yu engaged in a brief conversation with Lin Yu before rising to depart the villa. Before leaving, he intended to gather another round of attribute bubbles. He could not help it. His fear of lacking firepower left him feeling perpetually unprepared. Just as he reached the villa entrance, the communicator on his wrist buzzed with an incoming call. The caller ID indicated it was the Fire Dragon team. Jiang Yu, pack your gear and meet us at the Martial Arts Hall. Chapter 51. The Martial Arts Hall. The Martial Arts Hall is an establishment dedicated to warriors. It is located in the Beiyang district, a towering building 33 stories high. The exterior is adorned with the 4 large characters spelling out Martial Arts Hall. Surrounding the first floor is an exquisite plaza, complete with a grand fountain. Perched around the square are thousands of fully armed soldiers, vigilant and patrolling, forbidding ordinary citizens from approaching. This place is off-limits to the general populace, but is an essential destination for warriors. Every warrior, before venturing into the wilderness or upon returning from it, is likely to make a pilgrimage here. IT is the only institution that welcomes all warriors, providing a marketplace for weapons and equipment, purchasing materials from strange beasts, and posting tasks. Unlike the internal market of martial arts schools, which is exclusive to their own warriors, the martial arts hall allows warriors from any school to buy weapons and sell beast materials. Most importantly, it serves as a hub for task postings. The human demand is immense. Many tasks cannot be accomplished by ordinary individuals and thus require the expertise of warriors. For instance, hunting a specific beast in the wilderness or escorting a wealthy individual to another base city. Such hazardous endeavors are entrusted to the martial arts hall, which then relays them to the warriors. Of course, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Warriors receive compensation for completing tasks. The adage "the scholar is poor while the warrior is wealthy" rings true. As not all warriors are affluent, and within their capabilities, they are naturally inclined to earn extra income. Ding! An electronic sound chimed. After presenting his warrior credentials, Jiang Yu, with his combat bag slung over his shoulder, walked into the plaza under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, approaching the entrance of the hall. "Sir, please enter." Point 2 attendants opened the grand doors for him. As he stepped into the hall, his gaze swept across the surroundings, searching for the Fire Dragon team while taking in the interior. This was his first visit to the martial arts hall. The dark tiles gleamed, reflecting the dazzling lights, and rows of high-end sofas lined the space. Soft, unfamiliar music filled the air, imparting a sense of relaxation. The waiting staff, both handsome and lovely, possessed long legs and wore smiles that radiated warmth. "Jiang Yu, over here, this way." While Jiang Yu was admiring the surroundings, a voice called out to him. He turned to see a woman in a striking red combat suit waving at him from a nearby sofa. He recognized her. She was Roman Lee, a member of the Fire Dragon team. At just 28 years old, she had already reached the rank of junior marshal general. Beside her sat two men, one stout and one lean. The stout man appeared to be in his 30s, exuding a wholesome charm as he smiled and nodded at Jiang Yu. The lean man, on the other hand, was a middle-aged man, around 40, who served as the leader of the Fire Dragon team. Named Luo Ying, he was also Roman Lee's uncle and held the rank of intermediate marshal general. There was one more member yet to arrive, a young man named Qing Feng. The four of them comprised the entirety of the Fire Dragon team, one intermediate marshal general and three junior marshal generals. Initially, upon reviewing the team's information, Jiang Yu found it hard to believe that this was the squad with a decade of wilderness experience that Xiao Yu had mentioned. They seemed rather young. At last, after perusing all the information about the Fire Dragon squad, he realized that Xiao Yu had not deceived him. They indeed possessed years of wilderness experience. Take the youngest among them, Roman Lee, for instance. She had been accompanying Luo Ying into the wild since the tender age of 18. "My apologies for my tardiness." Jiang Yu nodded at the three individuals and subsequently settled onto the sofa. "It's not too late. Qing Feng has yet to arrive. Would you care for a cup of tea?" Luo Ying offered Jiang Yu a teacup. "Thank you." Jiang Yu grasped the teapot, pouring a cup of tea for each of the three before finally serving himself. This gesture naturally endeared him to them. "Jiang Yu, how did you manage to break through to an intermediate warrior at merely 18 years of age? You know, when I heard from the captain that you were joining our Fire Dragon squad, I was utterly thrilled. You are the prodigious warrior of the Longting Martial Arts Academy, the dreamboat of many young ladies," Roman Lee chattered excitedly. "Jiang Yu, you may not be aware, but numerous squads are vying to invite you to join them. Many young women are scouring the internet for your contact information," she continued. Jiang Yu merely smiled, remaining silent. Luo Ying interjected, "Jiang Yu, you haven't taken on any missions yet, have you? Since Qing Feng hasn't arrived, you might as well take a look at the mission list to see if there is something that piques your interest. Our expedition to the wilderness will only involve hunting some exotic beasts on the periphery, so the danger level is relatively low. If you find a suitable task, feel free to take it." "All right," Jiang Yu nodded, locating the mission list on his communication watch and casually clicking on it. Instantly, a holographic projection appeared before him. Mission 1. Acquire the corpses of 10 primary beast soldiers of the Raging Bull variety. Mission 2. An urgent request for a mid-tier beast general's tiger whip due to an unsatisfactory husband. Mission 3. My son went missing a month ago on the outskirts of the wilderness. I hope someone can retrieve his remains and bring them back. Mission 4. Seeking to purchase 3 ginseng roots aged over 20 years. Mission 5. I am in desperate need of a powerful team to escort me into the wilderness. Mission 6. There were countless missions, numbering in the thousands, most of which pertained to hunting exotic beasts. After reviewing the options, Zhang Yu closed the mission list without accepting any tasks. It wasn't that he was disinterested in earning money, but rather that most of the missions were unsuitable. For instance, regarding the search for a son's remains, many people perish in the wilderness daily. Who could possibly know which remains belonged to his son? Would he simply pick one at random to satisfy the request? The bereaved parent already faced enough sorrow. What's the matter? No suitable missions? Romanley inquired, leaning closer. Yes, Zhang Yu nodded. Most missions require a dedicated hunt for exotic beasts, which is quite a waste of time. Romanley chuckled. Zhang Yu, have you considered that perhaps these missions are intended for you to undertake in the wilderness? For example, if you encounter a mid-tier beast general's tiger and have the capability to slay it, wouldn't it be advantageous to accept the mission afterward? Luo Ying chimed in. Monli is correct. Most warriors operate this way that I see now. Zhang Yu nodded with a smile. The group fell silent, awaiting Qingfeng's arrival. My apologies for my tardiness. Just a few minutes later, a young man appeared before Zhang Yu and the others. It was Qingfeng. Not too late. Have some tea? Luo Ying offered Qingfeng a teacup. Qingfeng shook his head and called out to the bar behind him. Waiter, bring me 5 cups of jasmine milk tea. Certainly. Please hold on. Wei, could you take these 5 cups of milk tea to the customers? At the bar, Su Wei looked at the milk tea in her hands. Glancing at Zhang Yu on the sofa, her expression somewhat uneasy. From the moment Zhang Yu entered, she had noticed him. His tall stature made it impossible to overlook, however, due to her pride as a woman and the disparity in their social standings. She was unsure how to approach him. In the past, they had been classmates and desk mates. Now, he had risen to become the youngest warrior in the base city, with a promising future ahead. While she was merely a waitress, an identity that her family had purchased for her, being a waitress at the Martial Arts Academy was no ordinary job. It came with a formal designation and exceptional benefits. Wei, go on. Take the milk tea to the customers, another female waitress urged. Oh, all right, Su Wei replied, steeling herself as she approached Zhang Yu. Is it the fear of former classmates not having money, or the fear of them driving a Maserati? He is referred to as President Su, and he is called President Li, while you are simply Old Wang. Hello. Here is your milk tea. Su Wei reached Qingfeng, lowering her head as she placed the 5 cups down. She did not dare to look at Zhang Yu, nor did she know what to say to Su Wei. Zhang Yu was somewhat surprised upon seeing her. He had not anticipated running into her here since their parting at school. Zhang Yu. What a coincidence. Su Wei stammered, her demeanor tinged with awkwardness. Indeed, it is quite a coincidence. I never expected to encounter you here, Zhang Yu replied with a smile. Waiter. Just as Su Wei was about to say something, a coarse voice interrupted. I must attend to my duties. Su Wei cast a glance at Zhang Yu before turning back towards the Bard. Do you know each other? Romanley inquired, noticing Su Wei's retreating figure as she leaned toward Zhang Yu. We were high school classmates, Zhang Yu replied. Just classmates, not a former girlfriend from high school? Romanley teased with a smile, her expression suggesting she had seen through everything. Zhang Yu nodded, watching Su Wei, who was clad in a fitted black uniform and high-heeled shoes. Feeling a wave of nostalgia wash over him. Who would have thought that the once innocent schoolgirl would one day don such alluring attire? Perhaps this is just the way fate plays its hand. Let us take a 10-minute break. After 10 minutes, we will depart, Luo Ying announced. The 4 individuals, including Zhang Yu, nodded in agreement. Time ticked away. Back at the bar, Su Wei observed Zhang Yu on the sofa, her heart swirling with complex emotions. She could clearly see that he was now even more handsome than before, exuding an air of maturity. Yet, reflecting on their past, a question had lingered in her mind, one she had yearned to ask Zhang Yu for over 10 days. Let us go. As time passed, Luo Ying and the others rose from the sofa and headed towards the exit of the academy. Upon seeing Zhang Yu preparing to leave, Su Wei finally mustered her courage, rushing out from behind the bar and calling out to his retreating figure, Zhang Yu, wait a moment. Zhang Yu halted, turning to face her. Su Wei, is there something you need? Su Wei's chest heaved slightly as she struggled to articulate her thoughts, repeatedly opening her mouth yet failing to speak. However, the realization that today might be her only chance to ask compelled her to summon her courage and exclaim, Zhang Yu, I want to ask you, is there still a possibility for us? The moment the words left her mouth, Su Wei felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over her. She gazed intently at Zhang Yu, awaiting his response. For some reason, in recent days, Whenever she closed her eyes, his image flooded her mind. She questioned herself, was it truly her fault back then? Our relationship? Memories flooded Jiang Yu's mind, recalling a rainy night filled with helplessness. He smiled and shook his head. Su Weiwei, let bygones be bygones. Your decision was indeed the right one, but regrettably, my heart has already been claimed by another. Let the past be swept away by the wind. With that, Jiang Yu turned and walked away without looking back. Su Weiwei, pale-faced, stood rooted in place, watching Jiang Yu's retreating silhouette, her emotions spiraling out of control as she sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. In that moment, the flicker of hope within her was utterly shattered. The possibility of her and Jiang Yu was no more. Just as the saying goes, the past is like the wind. Who doesn't carry regrets from their high school days? Perhaps, this is the bittersweet nature of unfulfilled desires. News of Jiang Yu's expedition to the wilderness soon spread among those with ulterior motives. In a certain underground chamber of the Dongyang district, Wei Wu's face broke into a cold smile upon receiving the information about Jiang Yu's venture into the wild. He had been waiting for this day for a long time, and now, the opportunity had finally presented itself. Brother Wu, are we really going to make a move against Jiang Yu? The squad accompanying him to the wilderness is the Fire Dragon Squad. We are no match for them. Indeed, Brother Wu, the captain of the Fire Dragon Squad, Luo Ying, is notorious for his ruthlessness. Your strength as a junior martial general is hardly sufficient to withstand him. Two short-statured warriors beside Wei Wu chimed in, seemingly oblivious to Wei Wu's darkening expression. They were a pair of twins, named Lu Fong and Lu Neng. Slap. Wei Wu retaliated, delivering a sharp slap to each of them. Exasperated, are you two imbeciles? While I may not be a match for Luo Ying, can't you at least ensure Jiang Yu is alone? As soon as Jiang Yu is isolated, with the three of us, a junior martial general and two senior martial warriors, taking him down would be a piece of cake. But Brother Wu, how can we make Jiang Yu go solo? Lu Fong queried. Wei Wu's lips curled into a sardonic smile as he remarked, it's exceedingly simple to isolate Jiang Yu. Does he not have an uncle and an aunt? You should go and capture them. With them in our grasp, we can coerce Jiang Yu into action. I refuse to believe that he would stand idly by while they are in peril. Wu Gu, what if Jiang Yu truly does remain indifferent? Lu Neng promptly inquired. Slap. Wei Wu delivered a sharp blow, his expression darkening as he retorted, if he chooses to be apathetic, then we shall execute the two of them. What other course of action do we have? Aside from abducting these two, who else could we possibly target? Should we sneak into the Minghua Villa district to kidnap Lin Yu? What a farce. Lu Neng, clutching his face, fell momentarily silent. Truly, they were a pair of hidden dragons and phoenix chicks. Wei Wu shot a disdainful glance at Lu Neng and Lu Fong. He too had contemplated abducting Lin Yu. Yet she had remained within the confines of the Minghua Villa district, never once venturing out. How could he possibly execute such a plan? Charge into the Villa district to kidnap her? That was laughable. The residents of Minghua Villa district were all kin to martial generals, fortified by robust security systems and thousands of soldiers on guard, not to mention the presence of high-ranking martial artists patrolling the area. Given his limited capabilities, he would be swiftly dispatched before he could even commence the abduction of Lin Yu. I have a superior idea, Lu Neng suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he leaned closer. What idea? Wei Wu narrowed his eyes. Aside from kidnapping Jiang Yu's uncle and aunt, we could also abduct his classmates. This way, we can strike from two fronts. Even if Jiang Yu neglects to rescue his uncle and aunt, he would surely come to the aid of his classmates, wouldn't he? In the eastern part of the Huadu military city, several hundred kilometers away, there lay a military garrison. This location served as both the first line of defense against the beast tide and a resupply station for martial artists en route to the wilderness. Before the station, tens of thousands of soldiers stood at the ready, while martial artists, some armed with long rifles and others with swords, moved in and out. Some bore smiles, while others wore expressions of concern. With a rumble, a black SUV approached from the distance, coming to a stop at the military station. Jiang Yu and his party of 5 disembarked. At long last, we've arrived. Luo Manli stretched her limbs, reveling in the splendid scenery that unfolded before her. Even through her attire, the beauty was undeniable. Let us proceed inside, Luo Ying declared with a serious countenance, leading the way toward the resupply station. Jiang Yu curiously surveyed the premises. Aside from the external defenses, The interior featured a series of two-story buildings. The soldiers patrolling and standing guard exuded an air of resolute strength, while the martial artists carried an undercurrent of lethal intent. "Come on, Jiangyu, stop dawdling," Luo Monli urged, tugging at his hand as they approached the resupply station. Upon entering, Jiang Yu's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. "So many bubbles," he exclaimed, taking in the sight of the ground littered with bubbles, which included attribute bubbles, cultivation bubbles, and even ability bubbles. "Monli, you all head to your rooms first. I need to contact the logistics department," Luoing said, handing a key to Luo Monli before departing alone. As a seasoned team, the Fire Dragon Squad had their own designated quarters at the resupply station. The logistics department Luoing referred to was responsible for coordinating with the military to assist in transporting the remains of the beasts. In the wilderness, the carcasses of certain beasts were exceptionally valuable, yet due to their massive size, the squad could not carry them, making their abandonment a regrettable loss. Thus, the military established a logistics department specifically to facilitate the transportation of these remains. Benefiting both the martial artists and the military, "Let's go. We should return to our rooms," Luo Monli remarked, waving the key as she led the others away. Jiangyu, however, remained behind, smiling at Luo Monli as he said, "Sister Monli, you all go ahead. I wish to explore the resupply station a bit longer. After sitting in the vehicle for so long, I feel quite restless." "Very well, just contact us via the communication watch later," Luo Monli replied, trusting him as she departed with the others. Jiangyu then spotted a particular direction and began to move quickly. As he traversed the area, numerous bubbles were automatically collected by the system. "Congratulations, host strength 5-5. Speed 5-10-18. Congratulations, host mental power 10-5. Congratulations, host acquired sword technique 1-5. Acquired fist technique. Congratulations, host has obtained fire attribute. Would you like to activate fire-based ability? Congratulations, host has obtained electric attribute. Would you like to activate electric-based ability?" The system's notifications rang out continuously. Jiangyu feigned a casual stroll, weaving through the resupply station. During his wanderings, he encountered many martial artists, sensing hostility emanating from several of them. Indeed, it was hostility. As a martial god-level mentalist, his perception surpassed that of ordinary individuals, allowing him to distinctly feel the animosity radiating from those martial artists. However, he did not raise an alarm. Instead, he discreetly committed their faces to memory. He prided himself on being amiable and had never offended other martial artists, save for Wei Wu. The sudden influx of hostility from so many indicated a singular truth. These martial artists were affiliated with a dark organization. He bore no moral burden in eliminating members of the dark organization. On the contrary, he felt a thrill at the prospect, especially with a reward at stake. 1.2. Jiangyu mentally tallied the martial artists who bore ill will toward him. After a thorough count, he found 35 martial artists, prompting him to marvel at the dark organization's insidious infiltration. Of course, this was also attributable to the inaction of certain individuals. Congratulations, host speed 223. Congratulations, host. After collecting the bubbles at the resupply station, Jiangyu returned to the Fire Dragon Squad's quarters. The room was spacious, approximately 200 square meters, featuring 5 bedrooms. Jiangyu entered one of the rooms, locked the door, and silently intoned, "System, activate the other abilities." Activating. As the system's voice echoed, flames and arcs of blue electricity manifested around Jiangyu's form. He felt an intense heat coursing through his body, accompanied by a tingling sensation. Crackling sounds erupted as currents surged through him, leaving him momentarily numb. Fortunately, this sensation was fleeting, dissipating almost as quickly as it had arrived. Host, Jiangyu. Level, Beginner Martial God. Mentalist, Beginner Martial God. Abilities, Ice Type F level, 100 and 3300, Fire Type F level, 100-300, Electric Type G level, 4100, Strength, 150000, Speed, 2500 ms, Mental Power, 150000. Skills, Proficient Sword Technique, 5086 10,000, Proficient Fist Technique, 8023 10,000, Proficient Gun Technique, 1754 10,000, Proficient Sword Technique, 1450 10,000, Cultivation Techniques, Proficient Guidance Technique, 5300 10,000, Beginner Source Energy Technique, 280 1000. His physical attributes underwent a dramatic transformation. Strength surged by 65,000 points, speed increased by 1,200 points, catapulting him into the ranks of a beginner martial god. Regrettably, to ascend to intermediate martial god status, he required a strength of 300,000 points and a speed of 5,000 ms. Nevertheless, Jiang Yu was content. After all, only a few days had passed since he acquired the system. Members of the Dark Organization, come forth. As he reveled in the surge of power, Jiang Yu's confidence soared. The battle prowess of a beginner martial god placed him among the mid-to-high ranks of any faction. The Dark Organization would never suspect that he was not an intermediate martial artist, but rather a beginner martial god. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a voice called from outside the door. Jiang Yu, hurry out, the captain has returned. All right, Sister Monli, Jiang Yu replied, retracting his thoughts as he opened the door in the living room. Luo Ying sat solemnly on the sofa. Captain, they exclaimed, taking their seats. Luo Ying slowly began, everyone, I have conferred with the logistics department of the military. They will dispatch 5 helicopters to stand by round the clock, assisting us in transporting the beast corpses. We will adhere to our usual protocol. We will not accept corpses below the level of beginner beast generals, focusing solely on hunting beginner beast generals. This time, I hope everyone can return laden with spoils, aiming to avoid another trip to the wilderness for the next 6 months. We understand, Captain. Luo Monli and the others chimed in, their faces devoid of any worry. Clearly accustomed to such protocols. As for Jiang Yu, he felt no concern whatsoever. Let us gather our belongings. We depart in half an hour, Luo Ying stated decisively, casting a sidelong glance at Jiang Yu. Half an hour later, the 5 members of the Fire Dragon squad finished preparing their gear and set off from the resupply station, heading towards a ravine known as Zhejiagu. Before the rise of the beasts, Zhejiagu was home to over 10,000 residents, who made their living by raising poultry. However, with the emergence of the beasts, a significant number of the poultry mutated, and the thousands of residents of Zhejiagu fell prey to the beasts, turning the area into a veritable paradise for them. Despite years of diligent cleansing, the population of the strange beasts in Zhejiagu has significantly diminished. Nevertheless, many of these creatures continue to thrive. Given the dense wilderness and the multitude of mountain paths, the Fire Dragon squad opted for foot travel instead of driving. With their stamina, they maintained a swift pace even on foot, covering several dozen meters in the blink of an eye. As they walked, Romanli occasionally cast admiring glances at Jiang Yu's battle attire. It was striking and commanding. She had never encountered such an impressive and formidable uniform before. The design was clearly exceptional. Finally, after traversing some distance, Romanli could no longer suppress her curiosity and deliberately lagged half a step behind, leaning closer to Jiang Yu as she inquired, Jiang Yu, if I am not mistaken, this battle uniform of yours must be quite expensive, right? What grade is it? It's truly beautiful, far surpassing the uniforms of our captain and his companions. The outfits of the 3 were rather comical. One resembled an elephant, another a rooster, and the last one was even more peculiar, being green. Hearing Romanli's playful critique, the trio in front, Luo Ying and his companions, exchanged glances, their mouths twitching slightly, but they pretended not to hear and continued walking ahead. Jiang Yu glanced at the 3 of them. Indeed, compared to an S-grade battle uniform, Luo Ying and his companions' outfits appeared rather unsightly, especially Qingfeng, whose choice of a green uniform was baffling. Quick, tell me, Romanli urged impatiently. Jiang Yu chuckled softly, it's not particularly expensive. Just an S-grade, costing 1 billion Huanxia coins. What? 1 billion Huanxia coins? S-grade? Romanli exclaimed instinctively at Jiang Yu's revelation. At that moment, Luo Ying and his companions halted in their tracks, turning to Jiang Yu, their eyes wide with astonishment. Quick, let me feel the texture of an S-grade battle uniform. This is my first time encountering one. Romanli exclaimed as she eagerly reached out to touch Jiang Yu's uniform, nearly eliciting a response from him. The trio examined Jiang Yu's deep blue attire before glancing at their own, undeniably finding them lacking in comparison. My goodness. Jiang Yu, please don't tell me you spent all your earnings from the last livestream on this battle uniform. The chubby one remarked, his expression one of disbelief. The amount Jiang Yu earned from his previous livestream had already been revealed, and they were well aware of it. 10 billion. A single livestream yielding a staggering 10 billion in revenue. A feat that many internet celebrities would envy. Jiang Yu nodded, a sheepish smile on his face. I tend to be quite cautious about my life, so I invested in this highly defensive battle uniform. Huh? Cautious about your life? Luo Ying and his companions exchanged knowing glances, instinctively turning away from Jiang Yu, choosing not to engage further. Without comparison, there is no pain. Their own uniforms were, at best, C grade, while Jiang Yu donned an S grade. It wasn't that they did not wish to purchase S grade uniforms. Rather, they simply lacked the funds. Who would want to wear an ugly battle uniform? While martial artists can earn money swiftly, they also spend it just as quickly on weaponry, gear, training resources, and methods. If they were injured in the wilderness, that would incur a hefty expense as well. Romanli nudged Jiang Yu gently with her arm, whispering, "Rest assured, Jiang Yu, if we encounter danger, I will protect you." "You protecting me?" Jiang Yu assessed Romanli from head to toe, shaking his head with a smile. He sensed her concern. Within the Fire Dragon squad, it was only Romanli who had grown closest to him. Qing Feng was a reserved individual, rarely speaking and often maintaining a stoic demeanor. The chubby one appeared simple-minded, yet was sharp-witted beneath his seemingly innocent exterior. As for Luo Ying, he consistently carried himself with a mature and composed air. The five continued on their journey, eventually arriving at an abandoned national road after traversing dense forests. The scene before them revealed a plethora of abandoned vehicles, trucks, private cars, and more, lining both sides of the road. Most were rusted and battered, bearing evidence of past collisions. Scattered across the ground were several white skeletal remains, their origins unknown. Roars of strange beasts echoed from the dense woods flanking the road. Accompanied by fleeting glimpses of their forms, the Fire Dragon squad advanced with ease, clearly accustomed to such sights. Even if a beast passed by, if it wasn't their target, they would not engage. After meandering along the national road for several kilometers, they encountered a large, shaggy black pig blocking their path. Luo Ying pointed at the beast with a grin, saying, "Jiang Yu, our prey has arrived. That shaggy pig ahead is an advanced beast soldier. Go ahead and take it down." "All right," Jiang Yu replied cheerfully, drawing his white dragon spear and launching it directly at the shaggy pig. As Luo Ying and the others anticipated his performance, a flash of white light zipped past them. When they looked again, the shaggy pig was pinned to the ground. This, Luo Ying and the others' pupils dilated in shock. They hadn't even seen how the spear had dispatched the beast. "How is this possible?" The chubby one exclaimed in disbelief, turning to Jiang Yu with wide eyes. The shaggy pig was an advanced beast soldier, tough and powerful. Even he would have to exert considerable effort to bring it down. Yet Jiang Yu had merely tossed his spear and killed it effortlessly. Something was amiss. Something was profoundly amiss. The four members of the Fire Dragon squad simultaneously focused their attention on Jiang Yu. "You are not a mid-level martial artist?" Luo Ying asked sternly. Jiang Yu nodded, offering no further explanation as he approached the fallen pig to retrieve his spear. Instantly, a spray of blood erupted from the pig's body. "I don't care what your true strength is. I will teach you how to navigate the wilderness within 3 days. After that, you will leave the squad." Luo Ying's expression was grave. He sensed a hint of conspiracy surrounding Jiang Yu. He had promised the martial god Qiuyue to help Jiang Yu acclimate to the wilderness, but Qiuyue had only informed him of Jiang Yu's mid-level martial artist status. Did Qiuyue know that Jiang Yu was concealing his strength? If so, why keep it from him? If not, what was Jiang Yu plotting? Regardless of the underlying truths, it was of no concern to him or his team. He would not lead his members into potential danger. All right, Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. Even if Luo Ying hadn't mentioned it, he would have sought an opportunity to part ways with the squad. He had two primary objectives for venturing into the wilderness. First, to hunt strange beasts, spill blood, hone his character, and earn money. Second, to attract Wei Wu and members of the Dark Organization. He was not one to shy away from confrontation. He preferred to take the initiative rather than allow others the chance to strike first. Since the Dark Organization had already set its sights on him, he had no qualms about shedding blood. "Congratulations, host. Tough Skin 100. Suddenly, a bubble emerged from the shaggy pig's body. Roar! The surrounding jungle erupted with the roars of other strange beasts. Luo Ying disregarded Jiang Yu, turning to Romanli and instructing. "Romanli, use the fragrant powder to mask the scent of the pig's blood and notify the military district to come collect the body." "Yes," Romanli replied, retrieving a porcelain bottle and approaching Jiang Yu. After hesitating for a moment, she crouched down and poured the powder from the bottle over the pig's wound. Chapter 55. Beast General Level Strange Beasts. The fragrant powder is a special blend made from dozens of bone powders, capable of concealing the blood scent of strange beasts, preventing other beasts from detecting it. If you venture into the wilderness to hunt strange beasts for profit, you must contact the military's logistics department before setting out. They will assist you in transporting the beast carcasses, which will save you considerable effort. Their fee is 10% of the value of the beasts you kill. For instance, this shaggy pig is valued at around 10 million in the Bay City. So the military district will charge 1 million. Additionally, when you sell the pig, you will need to pay 10% in personal income tax. Moreover, if possible, I recommend selling the beast to martial arts schools. While the payment may be slightly less, you will earn contribution points in return. Luoying spoke slowly, brushing past Jiang Yu as he continued onward. Romanli cast one last lingering glance at Jiang Yu before following suit. Jiang Yu brought up the rear, and the atmosphere within the group grew subtly tense. Along the way, they remained silent, though Romanli made several attempts to speak, only to falter each time. Luoying occasionally broke the silence, educating Jiang Yu on distinguishing flora and fauna, as well as interpreting the tracks of strange beasts to ascertain their levels. He spoke in great detail, and Jiang Yu listened with utmost seriousness. 2 hours later, they arrived near Zhejiagu. Zhejiagu was a valley surrounded by mountains, with a straight path running from the village entrance to the rear. The village itself formed a character. The five stood atop a small hill, gazing down at the entirety of Zhejiagu in the moonlight. Once thriving courtyards now lay in ruins, and the once smooth roads were riddled with potholes and overgrown with weeds. Amidst the uneven streets, strange beasts occasionally flitted by. Luoying surveyed Zhejiagu for a moment, then turned to Jiang Yu with a serious expression, stating, "The primary distinction between beast soldiers and beast generals lies not in strength, but in intelligence. Beast generals possess a certain level of awareness. They understand how to utilize their surroundings to conceal themselves. While I may not know the extent of your abilities or how much you are concealing, I urge you to remember that even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. When confronting an enemy, be swift, accurate, and ruthless. Do not adopt a cat-and-mouse mentality, toying with your opponent. I understand, Captain Luo." Jiang Yu nodded solemnly. In confrontations with both humans and beasts, it is paramount to avoid underestimating one's opponent, even when possessing overwhelming strength. As long as you comprehend this. Luoying refrained from saying more and gracefully descended the mountainside. By this time, dusk had settled, and the members of the Fire Dragon squad were notably more cautious as they traversed the streets of Zhejiagu. Their steps were light, barely making a sound. Should they encounter a ferocious beast, they would evade it if possible. If evasion was not an option, they would strike with lethal precision, leaving no room for hesitation. Treading with utmost care, they crossed several streets and arrived near an abandoned 3-story villa. "Stop!" Luoying raised a hand, signaling the group to halt and directing their attention forward. Before them lay a creature resembling a large golden retriever. Sprawled at the entrance of the villa, a primary beast commander-class creature. "The canine gold. Captain, this is troublesome," one of the squad members remarked. "The canine gold is blocking the entrance. If we wish to enter the villa, we must devise a method to eliminate it. Moreover, it must be a single, fatal strike. Otherwise, the commotion will surely attract other beasts. However, the canine gold has a keen sense of smell. It will detect our presence before we can approach. Eliminating it will not be an easy feat." Fatty furrowed his brow. Speaking softly, Luoying mirrored his concern, as the situation he dreaded had come to pass. According to his plan, they were to stealthily infiltrate the villa under the moonlight, utilizing its height to survey the entire Zhejiagu and search for traces of the beast commander. The villa's rooftop was sufficiently elevated to allow them to remain undetected by other beasts, provided they exercised caution. Yet now, a canine gold stood guard at the entrance. Among them, only he possessed the strength to overpower the canine gold. Even so, he could not guarantee a one-hit kill. "Let me handle it." Suddenly, a male voice emerged. Jiang Yu stepped forward. "You?" Luoying and the others turned to Jiang Yu, their eyes filled with skepticism. They acknowledged that Jiang Yu possessed some strength, but to think he could slay the canine gold seemed far-fetched. Romanli grasped Jiang Yu's arm, whispering, "Jiang Yu, do not overestimate yourself. The canine gold's sense of smell is exceptionally acute. If you cannot achieve a single lethal blow, its cries will instantly summon other beasts." Jiang Yu smiled, offering no explanation as he drew the white dragon spear from his back and hurled it directly at the canine gold. Sensing danger, the canine gold attempted to howl, but an overwhelming pressure bound it in place. Whoosh! The white dragon spear pierced through the canine gold's skull, nailing it to the ground. This, Luo Ying and the others stood dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. The creature that had posed a dilemma for them had been effortlessly slain by Jiang Yu? If Jiang Yu had been able to execute a one-hit kill on a long-haired pig, they might have accepted it, but now, they found this utterly incomprehensible. The canine gold was indeed a primary beast commander. The disparity in strength between a high-level beast soldier and a primary beast commander was not insignificant. For Jiang Yu to achieve such a feat, his power must surely exceed that of a primary martial general. A mid-level martial general? No. As a mid-level martial general, Luo Ying believed he could not replicate Jiang Yu's one-hit kill on the canine gold. There was only one possibility. Jiang Yu was a high-level martial general. The more Luo Ying pondered, the more astonished he became. A high-level martial general at the age of 18. Roman Lee gazed at Jiang Yu, her eyes shimmering with a myriad of emotions, concealing an inscrutable tenderness. Let us proceed inside. Jiang Yu interrupted their dazed state. Approaching the canine gold's lifeless body, he retrieved his spear and, utilizing his ice abilities, encased the corpse in ice. He lacked fragrant powder, but his ice abilities were undoubtedly more effective. The group entered the villa, which was chaotic inside, with remnants of filth scattered across the floor and a foul odor permeating the air. Yet, no one expressed disdain as they made their way to the third floor. Let us all take a moment to rest, Luo Ying suggested, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Yu. The group settled onto the floor, opening their supply packs to replenish their energy. Roman Lee, seated beside Jiang Yu, contemplated several times before finally succumbing to her curiosity, asking, Jiang Yu, could you enlighten us on your true strength? How were you able to achieve a one-hit kill on the canine gold? Roman Lee. Luo Ying interjected sharply, some matters are best left unexamined. Curiosity can be perilous. Oh, Roman Lee playfully stuck out her tongue. Jiang Yu chuckled, if I were to claim I am a martial deity, would you believe me? Chapter 56. Wu Zhan kidnapped? The group fell silent. Roman Lee's eyes were filled with disbelief. An 18-year-old martial deity? Who would believe such a tale? In over a century, no 18-year-old martial deity had ever appeared. Jiang Yu did not elaborate further. The night passed in silence. The following morning, as dawn's light began to break, a thunderous roar jolted Jiang Yu and the others from their slumber. They hastily rose and peered out the window to observe the outside world. A massive black bull, comparable in size to a tank, ambled leisurely along the street several blocks away, accompanied by a few normal-sized black bulls. The bull's eyes glowed crimson, adorned with two colossal, pointed horns. As it passed, it effortlessly tossed aside abandoned vehicles in its path. And why heavens? That is a mid-level beast commander, Black Mountain Iron Bull. Its hide is as tough as steel, and its carcass is worth a staggering 500 million. It is a treasure trove. Fatty's eyes sparkled with greed as he gazed at the Black Mountain Iron Bull. Luo Ying's expression turned grave as he shook his head. The sheen of the Black Mountain Iron Bull's hide indicates its power has likely surpassed that of a mid-level beast commander. Furthermore, the smaller black bulls accompanying it are also primary beast commanders. With our current strength, we stand no chance of defeating it. Unless... Luo Ying hesitated, casting a discreet glance at Jiang Yu. The Black Mountain Iron Bull? Worth 500 million? Jiang Yu listened intently to Luo Ying's conversation, recalling the information about the Black Mountain Iron Bull. As the second-ranked creature among bovine beasts, it was a powerhouse in both strength and defense. And its carcass was immensely valuable. The glimmer of its hide under the sunlight implied that it was indeed a prime target. Having come to the wilderness to hunt beasts for profit, Jiang Yu could not let such an opportunity slip away. Let's go, Jiang Yu declared, leaping from the third-floor window before Luo Ying and the others could react, sprinting toward the Black Mountain Iron Bull. A chance for wealth should not be squandered. Wait, Jiang Yu! Roman Lee and Fatty shouted in haste. Seeing Jiang Yu draw nearer to the Black Mountain Iron Bull, Roman Lee turned to Luo Ying and asked, Captain, should we follow? Luo Ying hesitated momentarily, but ultimately nodded decisively, yes. Regardless of whether Jiang Yu is a martial deity, his confidence in his own strength is evident. Even if we cannot defeat the Black Mountain Iron Bull, slaying a few smaller bulls would still yield substantial rewards. Understood. With Luo Ying's command, Fatty and the others donned expressions of excitement and leaped from the window. On the street, the appearance of the Black Mountain Iron Bull cleared the area of other beasts, which seemed to fear it and retreated into hiding. Jiang Yu, wielding the Zhan Kuan Dao, swiftly approached the Black Mountain Iron Bull. As the massive creature noticed the audacious human charging toward it, its eyes filled with fury, and it snorted, releasing 2 jets of steam from its nostrils before letting out a thunderous roar. The smaller black bulls charged at Jiang Yu first, with deft movements. Jiang Yu employed the Lingyun step, swiftly dispatching the smaller bulls. This left Luo Ying and the others momentarily stunned as they observed from a distance, but they pressed on toward the Black Mountain Iron Bull. Witnessing the demise of its companions, the Black Mountain Iron Bull stomped the ground furiously, charging at Jiang Yu with its formidable horns. "Come at me." Jiang Yu welcomed the challenge, his Zhan Kuan Dao poised for action. Just as the Black Mountain Iron Bull closed in, he sidestepped its charge and maneuvered to its side, plunging his Dao deep into its flesh. The creature's tough hide felt as soft as tofu. Yielding easily to his STR yet unexpectedly, Jiang Yu dispatched the Black Mountain Iron Bull with merely 2 moves. This was no longer a matter of incredulity. It was utterly astonishing. "I believe it now. This time, I truly believe it. He is undoubtedly a martial deity," Qingfeng murmured. Romanli and the chubby man nodded in unison. If this power does not belong to a martial god, then it is utterly incomprehensible. An 18-year-old martial god. While others at 18 still rely on their families for support and strive to gain admission to universities and martial arts programs, Jiang Yu has already attained the status of a martial god. Such talent is beyond even the world's strongest, the dragon god. What kind of monster is this? With such prowess, do we still need to hone our skills in the wilderness? The chubby man exclaimed in shock. Luo Ying and the others shook their heads in terms of astonishment. They had not experienced as much in a year as they had in a single day with Jiang Yu. Luo team leader. "Sister Monli, please help me contact the logistics department of the military district," Jiang Yu called softly, circling the Black Mountain Iron Bull and collecting several bubbles from the ground. "Congratulations, host strength 500. Congratulations. Host defense 500. Congratulations, host toughness 1000. Congratulations, host impact force 1000. Impact force? Is it that kind of impact force?" Jiang Yu was unsure. He only felt that the strength in his waist had significantly increased. Not far away, Luo Ying and the others, hearing Jiang Yu's call, quickly regained their senses. After sending their location to the military logistics department, the 4 approached Jiang Yu. Gazing at the massive Black Mountain Iron Bull, the astonishment in their eyes showed no signs of diminishing. 2 moves to kill. The chubby man could not help but give a thumbs up. "Jiang Yu, you are truly remarkable. You killed the Black Mountain Iron Bull just like that. I believe you. You are indeed a martial god. Luck, just luck." Jiang Yu smiled slightly, using his ice-based abilities to freeze the corpse of the Black Mountain Iron Bull. Since the Black Mountain Iron Bull was worth a fortune, this time, they did not abandon its body as they had with the long-haired pig, but instead concealed themselves nearby, waiting for the military logistics department to arrive. After an unknown period, a warship slowly approached from the horizon and landed on the street where Jiang Yu and the others were located. Several men in military uniforms disembarked from the warship. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away from Zhejiagu, in a dilapidated building within an abandoned town, Wei Wu and the Liu brothers convened. Observing the weary Liu brothers, Wei Wu said expressionlessly, "So, how did it go? Were you able to accomplish what I asked?" Lu Ning patted his chest confidently, saying, "Don't worry, Brother Wu. Everything went smoothly. This time, we not only kidnapped Jiang Yu's uncle and aunt, but also a classmate of Jiang Yu named Wu Zhan." "Who?" Wei Wu inquired. Wu Zhan. Lu Ning repeated. Wu Zhan. "Why does that name sound familiar?" Wei Wu furrowed his brow, but then disregarded it. With so many students taught by Wei Fong each year, how could he remember who was who? Regardless of who it was, as long as they were Jiang Yu's classmate, it sufficed. This time, he would ensure that Jiang Yu would never return. A cold smile crept across Wei Wu's lips as he dialed Jiang Yu's number. Chapter 57. 1.12 billion. Old Luo, I knew you could do it. It's only been a day, and you've already hunted the Black Mountain Iron Bull. The strength of your Fire Dragon squad is growing stronger. In Zhejiagu, a man in military uniform approached Luo Ying with a smile. Luo Ying's face flushed with embarrassment as he pointed at Jiang Yu beside him, saying, "Old Gao, I think you are mistaken. This Black Mountain Iron Bull was not killed by us. It was Jiang Yu who did it, Dado. Is that so? The man surnamed Gao then noticed Jiang Yu, stepping forward with a smile and extending his hand. Jiang Yu? I know you, the special recruit of the Longting Martial Arts School this year. You truly surpass your predecessors. To be able to kill the Black Mountain Iron Bull in collaboration with the Fire Dragon Squad is commendable. Your future is limitless. Although Luoying had already mentioned that the Black Mountain Iron Bull was killed by Jiang Yu, in the eyes of the man surnamed Gao, it was likely that the Fire Dragon Squad had restrained or severely injured the Black Mountain Iron Bull, allowing Jiang Yu to deliver the fatal blow. After all, who could blame him for thinking so, given Jiang Yu's tender age? Hello, Officer Gao. Jiang Yu smiled as he extended his right hand for a gentle handshake. Luoying, however, felt increasingly awkward and stepped forward, pulling the man surnamed Gao aside to whisper, Old Gao, you really have misunderstood. The death of the Black Mountain Iron Bull has nothing to do with our Fire Dragon Squad. We didn't lift a finger. It was Jiang Yu alone who killed it, including those few small iron bulls. He did it all by himself. The man surnamed Gao furrowed his brow, casting a skeptical glance at Luoying, whose eyes brimmed with sincerity. Indeed, it was all him. When have I ever deceived you? If you don't believe me, you can examine the wounds on the Black Mountain Iron Bull's body and see if they were inflicted by the same person. The man surnamed Gao remained silent, walking over to the corpse of the Black Mount. This amounts to 1 billion. And Jiang Yu actually intends to share it with them? Luoying shook his head in refusal, stating, Jiang Yu, according to the team's distribution system, the spoils of slaying exotic beasts are allocated based on individual contributions. However, you single-handedly killed the Black Mountain Iron Bull, and we did not assist in any way. Therefore, there is no need for you to distribute anything to us. We are not entitled to any share. Keep the money for yourself. You are a genius, and there will be many opportunities to spend in the future. Yet, just as Jiang Yu was about to respond, Luoying turned and walked away, with the plump man and Qing Feng following closely behind. None of them displayed any desire for a share of the spoils. Jiang Yu, let us go, Romanli said, patting Jiang Yu on the shoulder. Chapter 58. Slaughter. The group returned to the 3-story villa and took a brief rest. Suddenly, Jiang Yu glanced at his communication watch and noticed an unanswered call from an unfamiliar number. He chose to ignore it. Since the end of the martial artist assessment, he had frequently received calls from unknown numbers. Some claimed to be his aunt, some relatives, and others former neighbors. There were even inquiries about whether he needed a son. Initially, he would answer these calls, but as the number of nuisance calls increased, he ceased to pay attention to them. It is worth noting that the communication watch is exceptionally intelligent. It does not disturb martial artists during their activities in the wilderness. It has a standard mode and a wilderness mode. Once a martial artist leaves the base city, it automatically switches to wilderness mode, remaining silent for an extended period. Only when the martial artist checks it will they know if there are incoming calls. After resting for a moment, Luoying and the others resumed their observation of Zhao Family Valley. The aura of the Black Mountain Iron Bull dissipated. Several exotic beasts emerged from their hiding spots, roaming the streets of Zhao Family Valley. Looking down from the 3rd-floor window, he could see numerous exotic beasts on every street. Some even began to attack each other. Before the rise of the exotic beasts, Zhao Family Valley was a poultry farming base. It was unexpected that so many years later, the number of exotic beasts in Zhao Family Valley remained so high. Plump man, prepare your gear. We are about to commence the hunt for exotic beasts, Luoying said with a stern expression. Understood. The plump man licked his lips, unstrapped his combat pack, and quickly assembled a plethora of components. Before long, a black, heavy sniper rifle appeared before the group. After loading special ammunition, the plump man hoisted the sniper rifle and set it up at the window of the 3rd floor. Although martial artists possess formidable strength, it does not imply that firearms are without value. In certain aspects, firearms are even more effective, such as in the long-range extermination of exotic beasts. The bullets used by the plump man are specially crafted, with exceptional penetration power. The well-placed shot to a vital area can be sufficient to slay a primary beast, general-level exotic beast. Naturally, this requires exceptional marksmanship. It is said that within the military, there exist even more powerful laser cannons capable of annihilating Lord-level exotic beasts. Once the plump man was prepared, Luoying turned to Jiang Yu and said, Jiang Yu, your strength far surpasses ours. After the death of the Black Mountain Iron Bull, the remaining exotic beasts in Zhao Family Valley will pose little threat to you. If you wish to hunt exotic beasts, you may do so independently. There is no need to stay with us, as it would only waste your time. Your speed in hunting exotic beasts alone will far exceed ours, I understand, Captain Luo. Jiang Yu nodded gently and leaped downstairs. Luoing was correct. His purpose in coming to the wilderness was to hunt exotic beasts. With his current strength, he could easily charge through Zhao Family Valley. His first target was to earn enough from 50 smaller objectives. With the white dragon gun and the Zhan Kuan knife strapped to his back, Jiang Yu departed from the three-story villa, setting his sights on a particular direction and sprinting into the distance. Romanli stood on the third floor, watching Jiang Yu's receding figure, her eyes reflecting a hint of melancholy, and her heart suddenly felt heavy. Luoing approached and patted her shoulder, advising, "Monli, I know what you're thinking, but it is impossible between you and him. He is a specially admitted student of the Longting Martial Arts Academy, destined for a broader stage. With his talent, it is not beyond possibility for him to surpass the Dragon God in the future. As for you and me, we are merely ordinary martial artists, uncertain if we will ever break through to the martial god level. Being together will ultimately bring harm to both you and him. With aspirations like a great rock, destined to soar high, he will surely spread his wings one day." On the streets, Jiang Yu moved swiftly, weaving through various alleys. After traversing dozens of streets, he halted in front of a farmhouse. That moment, his position was perfectly aligned with that of Luo Ying and the others, one in the east of the valley, the other in the west, a Wu. Within the farmhouse, a black canine exotic beast barked fiercely at Jiang Yu, preparing to attack at its time to commence the hunt. Jiang Yu muttered to himself, drawing the white dragon gun and shooting the canine exotic beast dead on the spot. He then used his ice-based powers to freeze its corpse and made his way to the street. Roar, roar. The exotic beasts wandering the streets detected Jiang Yu and let out furious roars, charging towards him. Unlike the exotic beasts in Jingtian Town, those in Zhao Family Valley possess a minimum strength of advanced beast soldier level, making each one extremely ferocious. The menacing aura they exuded was enough to paralyze some timid martial artists. However, Jiang Yu showed no signs of fear as he charged directly at the exotic beasts wielding the Zhan Kuan knife. And no matter how many exotic beasts lay ahead, he struck them down with a single blow. Advanced beast soldier level exotic beasts fell. Primary beast general level exotic beasts fell. Intermediate beast general level exotic beasts fell. Advanced beast general level exotic beasts fell. Along his path, every exotic beast perished under Jiang Yu's blade. None could withstand a single strike. Their corpses were reduced to blocks of ice. Countless bubbles dropped, collected by the system. Congratulations, Host Bite Force 1000. Congratulations, Host Hardness 2000. Congratulations, Host Mental Strength 1000. Congratulations, Host Ferocity 1000. Congratulations. Congratulations. The roars of the exotic beasts and the mechanical sounds of the system echoed in Jiang Yu's mind as he slaughtered the exotic beasts with abandon in the three-story villa. The plump man had just severely injured a primary beast general level exotic beast with his sniper rifle and was about to deliver the final blow. Suddenly, he froze in place upon seeing the scene on the western street through the scope. "Plump man, what happened? Were you able to snipe that furious chicken?" Luoing inquired beside him. The plump man shook his head in astonishment, casually handing a pair of binoculars to Luoing patted his shoulder and said, "Fatty, stop dawdling. Hurry and hunt down the aberrant beasts. If we don't act swiftly, the aberrant beasts in Zhejiagu will soon be exterminated by Jiang Yu." "All right." Regaining his composure, the rotund man aimed his sniper rifle at the aberrant beasts on the street. Meanwhile, after a brief respite, Jiang Yu resumed his relentless hunt for the aberrant creatures. To him, each beast represented a walking treasure of Hanxia currency. However, he found it perplexing that the bubbles dropped by the aberrant beasts differed somewhat from those dropped by humans. Although aberrant beasts also released attribute bubbles, they more often produced peculiar ones. For instance, what on earth was Thick Skin 1000, or Hardness 1000? Furthermore, what did Mighty Plus 1 signify? Congratulations, Host Speed 100. Congratulations, Host Impact Force 1000. Congratulations. Host Night Vision Ability 1000. Congratulations, Host Hearing 1000. As each aberrant beast fell, a series of inexplicable bubbles were automatically collected by the system. Inside the small villa, the Fire Dragon team, witnessing Jiang Yu's renewed onslaught against the aberrant beasts, hastened their own efforts. Zhejiagu was teeming with aberrant beasts, yet even so, it could not withstand the relentless slaughter of hundreds at Jiang Yu's hands. As night deepened, Jiang Yu lay on the ground in the farmhouse yard, resting. After a day filled with carnage, even this martial god felt a tinge of fatigue. Fortunately, the rewards were bountiful. By the end of the day, he had essentially cleared the aberrant beasts from the west side of the street. Even if a few had slipped through, they were now hiding, too frightened to emerge. According to his tally, he had dispatched over 1,200 aberrant beasts throughout the day, all of which had been collected by the tall man with the surname Gao at the supply station. Reclining on the ground, Jiang Yu's eyes began to droop. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away in an abandoned building, Wei Wu dialed Jiang Yu's number, his expression dark enough to drip with displeasure. The call was unanswered. Throughout the day, he had made over 100 attempts to reach Jiang Yu, yet none had succeeded. Each time, the same message echoed back. Hello, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Initially, he attributed the failed calls to daytime distractions. Jiang Yu was busy hunting aberrant beasts, after all. However, now that night had fallen, the silence was disconcerting. Without Jiang Yu answering his calls, how could he possibly threaten him? Beep. We apologize. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Damn it. Is it so difficult to pick up the phone? Another unanswered call left Wei Wu grinding his teeth in frustration. That moment, Lu Neng suddenly approached Wei Wu with a grin, saying, Brother Wu, haven't you managed to get through to Jiang Yu yet? If you can't reach him, why not send him a text? That way, once he sees it, he'll know his family is in danger. Slap. Wei Wu smacked Lu Neng on the head, irritated. Why didn't you say so earlier? I wasted so much time. Lu Neng rubbed his head, looking aggrieved. As Wei Wu composed a message. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. Under the moonlit sky, at the entrance of Guxican, a 5-member team cautiously entered Zhejiagu. The group consisted of 4 men and 1 woman, all armed and prepared for battle. Clearly not there for a leisurely visit. As they walked along the street, the team leader, a robust man, whispered, Everyone, tread lightly. We must not make too much noise. The aberrant beasts are more ferocious at night. If we attract their attention, we could easily fall victim to their ambush. Just then, a sudden clatter echoed as a soda can was kicked. The leader swiftly turned to investigate. A young warrior sheepishly remarked. Captain, I'm sorry, I didn't see that can on the ground. The captain said nothing further, drawing his weapon and scanning the surroundings as he whispered, All units, stay alert for any potential ambush by the aberrant beasts. Understood. The other 4 warriors nodded in agreement, drawing their weapons and maintaining vigilance. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves, sweeping through the street. Seeing no signs of aberrant beasts, the captain finally exhaled in relief. Sheathing his weapon and signaling to the others, Everyone, mind your steps. Let's continue moving forward. The group pressed on. After traversing 2 streets, the only female warrior could no longer contain her thoughts. Captain, have you noticed anything unusual about Zhejiagu tonight? It's eerily quiet. Indeed, it is far too quiet, the captain replied gravely. Though it is nighttime and many aberrant beasts may be resting, there should still be some that roam and vocalize. Yet tonight, Zhejiagu is devoid of any sound. Resembling a ghost town, the silence is unsettling. The captain nodded, his expression serious. You're right, Wheezy. This silence suggests the presence of a powerful aberrant beast, one that intimidates the others into silence. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution. Until we locate and eliminate Jiang Yu, we must not disturb this formidable creature. The dawn of a new day arrived. Jiang Yu awoke from his slumber, refreshed and ready to depart the farmhouse. As he raised his hand, he noticed an unread message on his communication watch. Upon opening it, his brow furrowed, and a flicker of murderous intent crossed his face. Jiang Yu, your uncle and aunt, along with your classmate Wu Zhan, are in my custody. If you wish to see them alive, come to Linquan County to find me. You have 1 day. Should you fail to arrive within this time frame, I will kill them. Remember, you must come alone, without the Fire Dragon team. Otherwise, prepare to collect their remains. Wei Wu, threatening me? Jiang Yu sneered disdainfully at the message, eyes glinting with a deadly resolve. At last, Wei Wu had made his move. It was time to settle the score. If Wei Wu sought to eliminate him, he must be ready to face the consequences. Jiang Yu, filled with a murderous intent, set off towards Linquan County. Inside the 3-story villa, the fatty occasionally monitored Jiang Yu's movements. Upon seeing Jiang Yu's impending departure from Zhejiagu, he turned to Luoying and inquired, Captain, Jiang Yu is leaving Zhejiang. He finally arrived at Linquan County, once a thriving small county before the rise of the monstrous beasts. It boasted tall buildings and vibrant nightlife. However, with the emergence of these creatures, Linquan County transformed into a paradise for them. The once bright lights had vanished, replaced by scenes of desolation, collapsed skyscrapers and abandoned vehicles strewn about. Alongside the aggressive beasts, Jiang Yu circled around Linquan County and eventually spotted Wei Wu and his companions in an abandoned building. Yet, he did not rush over. Instead, he released his mental energy to sense the surroundings, ensuring there were no other martial artists hiding nearby before making his way toward Wei Wu. Brother Wu. Brother Wu. Jiang Yu has arrived, Lu Neng exclaimed excitedly, pointing at Jiang Yu as he walked below. He had finally come. This time, I will ensure he does not return. Wei Wu licked his lips, a cold smirk creeping across his face. The sound of footsteps echoed in the stairwell as Wei Wu and the Liu brothers turned their gazes toward it. The Liu brothers tightened their grips on their long knives, eager for action, as they envisioned Jiang Yu's demise. With another echoing footstep, Jiang Yu appeared before the trio. Looking at the young man, Wei Wu chuckled, his voice laced with malice. Jiang Yu, you have finally arrived. I have waited several days to kill you. Now that you stand before me, I shall avenge my sister. Jiang Yu maintained a calm demeanor as he replied. Are you so certain that you can kill me? Heh? Wei Wu sneered, remaining silent, but his resolute expression betrayed his inner confidence. Gazing at Jiang Yu, he waved a hand toward the Liu brothers, commanding, Go, kill him for me. Yes, the Liu brothers responded, driving their long knives straight into Wei Wu's side. With a sickening squelch, blood spilled forth. Wei Wu's pupils contracted as he turned back to the two, incredulous. You too. Apologies, Brother Wu. But we both desire the S-Class Earth Dragon blood. Thus, we must ask you to die first, Lu Neng said with a smile, stabbing Wei Wu repeatedly in the side. You? Wei Wu's eyes brimmed with disbelief as he pointed weakly at the Liu brothers. His body slowly collapsing to the ground. In his final moments, he cast one last glance at Jiang Yu, filled with regret. He was unwilling to accept his fate. Wei Wu was dead. Lu Neng spat on Wei Wu's corpse. Turning to Jiang Yu with a cold smile, Jiang Yu, it is now your turn, do not blame us. After all, your head is quite valuable. Jiang Yu shook his head. I reiterate my question, are you sure you can kill me? Of course. Before Lu Neng could finish, he suddenly felt a grip tightening around his neck, his body lifted off the ground. His brother Lu Feng was lifted alongside him, while Jiang Yu had mysteriously vanished from sight. Tell me, where are those three? Jiang Yu demanded, his expression menacing. Feeling the approach of death, Lu Neng quickly yielded, breathlessly saying, In the base city. We locked them in the basement of Chaoyang Community. Consider yourself fortunate. Jiang Yu released his grip on the two, tossing them to the ground. Gasping for fresh air, the Liu brothers felt a rush of relief. However, before they could catch their breath, two ice blades pierced their hearts. In their final moments, Lu Neng stared wide-eyed at Jiang Yu, unable to comprehend why he had gone back on his word to spare them. I had indeed spared you just now, which is why I did not break your necks. This is the second chance. Chapter 61. The arrival of the Wolf Fong squad. After dispatching the Liu brothers, Jiang Yu turned his attention to Wei Wu's corpse and quietly took out his phone. He remembered that Wei Wu had long been wanted by the Base City and Martial Arts Hall, and killing him came with a bounty. Although it was not substantial, only a little over 2 million, it was still a reward. Click, click, Jiang Yu captured the scene of Wei Wu's demise. His phone boasted 1 billion pixels and 8 high-definition cameras, ensuring each photo was exceptionally clear, even magnifying the pores on Wei Wu's face. After taking the pictures, Jiang Yu disposed of the bodies and made his way to the balcony, gazing down at the streets below. The streets were teeming with monstrous beasts, mostly canines and felines. Before the rise of these creatures, ordinary residents had a penchant for keeping cats and dogs, resulting in a higher number of cat and dog-like beasts. It was time to make some money. Observing the beasts on the streets, Jiang Yu leaped down from the building. According to the estimations of a certain high-ranking man, the value of the beasts he had slain in Zhejiang had already exceeded 1 billion. Yet, this amount was still far from sufficient for him. His ultimate goal was the Thunder Dragon armor, Roar. 3 wandering canine beasts spotted Jiang Yu, letting out a furious roar and surrounding him in a triangular formation. They appeared ravenous, towering at 6 feet, with sharp fangs glistening, fixating on Jiang Yu as if he were their next meal, drool dripping from their mouths. Beginner Beast General Level Steel Dogs. I shall commence with you. Jiang Yu licked his lips and swiftly approached one of the steel dogs. His long knife sliced through the air, and the head of the first steel dog rolled to the ground. As the remaining 2 steel dogs prepared to react, 2 more flashes of cold light erupted. All 3 steel dogs lay dead. Jiang Yu began to dissect their bodies. Unlike many other beasts, the flesh of the steel dogs was sour and unpalatable. Aside from a few special parts, their bodies held little value. The skin was one valuable aspect, suitable for crafting luxury handbags, which many affluent young women favored. The dog whip was another valuable part. It was said that a man who consumed it would become as strong as steel. As for the other parts, they were of little worth. After skinning and cleaning, Jiang Yu collected the skins and whips of the 3 steel dogs and continued down the street. Along his path, one beast after another fell, and bubbles of energy were collected. Congratulations, host length 111. Congratulations, host girth 111. Congratulations, host tooth hardness 111. Congratulations, host agility 1010. Congratulations. The numerous deaths of the beasts once again enhanced Jiang Yu's physical attributes. Meanwhile, 100 miles away in Zhejiagu, the 5 members of the Wolfang squad cautiously traversed the streets west of the gorge. Remaining vigilant, despite it being daytime, they dared not let their guard down, glancing around with every step. The silence in Zhejiagu was unnerving, far too quiet for comfort. Something's off, Captain, one remarked. It's just too strange. During the day, there shouldn't be a single beast in sight. Even if powerful beasts existed, they wouldn't keep all the others silent. Something must have happened in Zhejiagu that we are unaware of. The only woman in the squad, Koizumi Keiko, spoke up. The burly man nodded gravely. Keiko, you are right that it is indeed peculiar. Zhejiagu is too quiet. Everyone, stay alert. Since last night, I have felt an unsettling premonition, as if something significant is about to occur. Understood, Captain, the other members affirmed. The 5 continued along the street. After passing several blocks, the burly man suddenly halted, glancing at the communicator on his wrist. Jiang Yu is in Linquan County. A message appeared on his communicator from an unknown number. The burly man furrowed his brow and displayed the message to the other 4 members, his expression serious. Everyone, we have received news. Jiang Yu has already gone to Linquan County. We must head there immediately. Understood. The remaining 4 members of the Wolfang squad nodded. Under the burly man's lead, they turned and rushed toward Linquan County. Their primary purpose for coming to Zhejiagu was to eliminate Jiang Yu, with hunting the beasts being secondary. With Jiang Yu no longer in Zhejiagu, there was no reason for them to linger. The 5 left Zhejiagu quietly, careful not to disturb the mysterious beasts, with their swift pace. They reached Linquan County in just over 10 minutes. Upon entering the county, they soon stumbled upon 3 beast corpses beneath a tall building. The blood on the bodies had yet to dry. The burly man stepped forward, crouched down, and examined the wounds on the corpses. Upon noticing that the 3 beasts bore only a single knife wound, a grave expression crossed his face. Standing up slowly, he spoke. These are beginner beast general level steel dogs. They were killed with a single strike. The wounds are to their heads. The time of death was no more than 2 hours ago. Based on the wounds, I can infer that they offered little to no resistance before being killed. The person who dispatched them must be a formidable expert with exceptional knife skills, at least at the advanced martial general level. As a mid-level martial general and a skilled swordsman myself, I believe I cannot achieve such a feat of killing steel dogs in one blow. Advanced martial general? Upon hearing the news, the 4 members of the Wolfang squad furrowed their brows. A formidable general, capable of annihilating them entirely, was indeed a cause for concern. The tall man nodded, his gaze sweeping over the faces of his comrades, and solemnly stated, indeed, we are dealing with a high-ranking martial general. Our mission objective this time is Jiang Yu. Remember, before we eliminate Jiang Yu, we must avoid any unnecessary complications. If we encounter this formidable opponent along the way, I have but one command: retreat. We absolutely cannot allow ourselves to offend this powerful figure and jeopardize our mission. Do you understand? Understood. The 4 squad members unanimously nodded in agreement. After responding, Huizi glanced at the corpses of the 3 iron hounds. Her brow furrowed in confusion. Captain, there's something I don't quite understand. Linquan County is merely a small county, and the level of exotic beasts here is generally LOW.IT is rare for high-ranking martial generals to appear. Yet, look at these 3 iron hounds. Their fur has not only been skinned, but their insides have also been cut. Logically speaking, these 2 items are not valuable enough to attract a high-ranking martial general's attention. It's strange. Truly strange. Chapter 62. The Fire Dragon Squad's distress signal. Boom. In Linquan County, on a certain street, a bovine exotic beast crashed to the ground. Jiang Yu stood before the beast's corpse, expressionless, skillfully freezing its body. This marked the 371st exotic beast he had slain since arriving in Linquan County. By now, dusk was approaching. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent an entire day eliminating exotic beasts. During this time, he had encountered several martial squads, but each one instinctively distanced themselves upon seeing him. This was a customary rule in the wilderness. If 2 squads encountered an exotic beast simultaneously, and the latter did not retreat, they would be perceived as attempting to claim the former's kill, leading to potential conflict and casualties. Eye in the sky. A deep blue warship approached from afar, landing not far from Jiang Yu. A man named Gao disembarked from the ship, looking at the fallen bovine beast with a resigned shake of his head, and smiled at Jiang Yu. I must say, Jiang, could you possibly slow down your pace in slaying these beasts? In just a single day, you have already taken down over 1,650 of them. Not only am I struggling to transport them, but even the supply station is nearing its limit. Despite his light-hearted tone, Gao did not forget his purpose, commanding the soldiers to load the bovine beast's corpse onto the warship. Jiang Yu approached Gao, produced a hard object, and placed it in Gao's hand, saying, Brother Gao, to express my gratitude for your hard work, I present you with this gift. With it, I believe you shall surely become a remarkable man tonight. Greetings to your wife as well. Gao glanced down, and upon recognizing the Iron Hound's whip, a knowing smile spread across his face. He patted Jiang Yu's shoulder, chuckling, You really understand me. Unlike that old Zhao fellow. When I told him all these beasts were taken down by you alone, he refused to believe it. He said he would rather trust that Teacher Tsang was a first-timer than accept that an 18-year-old boy could accomplish such feats. Jiang Yu merely smiled in silence. While Teacher Tsang may not have been a novice, she represented many people's first experiences. Time to go, Jiang. After a brief exchange, Gao boarded the warship, heading towards the supply station. Jiang Yu shook his head, smiling, and continued down the street. System, open my attribute panel. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Junior Martial God. Mental Energy Master, Junior Martial God. Abilities, Ice Type E level, 300-600. Fire Type F level, 150-300. Electric Type F level, 100-400. Strength, 150,500. Speed, 2,600 ms. Mental Power, 151,000. Skills, Proficient Level Swordsmanship, 7,086 10,000. Proficient Level Fist Technique, 8,023 10,000. Proficient Level Firearm Skill, 1. 754 10,000. Proficient Level Sword Technique, 1,450 10,000. Cultivation Techniques, Proficient Level Guidance Technique, 5,300 10,000. Junior Source Energy Technique, 281,000. The changes on the attribute panel were not significant, though his Ice-type ability had advanced from F level to E level. Additionally, other alterations were not reflected on the panel, such as length. Although his previous stature was not insignificant, he now stood tall among others. His skin had thickened, granting him enhanced night vision and hearing. He could now discern distant, faint sounds with ease, and even in the dead of night, his sight remained clear. Most impressively, his skin had become so resilient that even high-ranking martial beasts could not pierce it, a testament to its extraordinary thickness. Buzzing. Just as Jiang Yu was examining his attributes, his wrist communicator suddenly vibrated violently. A red SOS signal, accompanied by a location, dominated the screen. This was the Fire Dragon Squad's distress signal. Upon seeing the SOS, Jiang Yu's pupils constricted, and without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted towards the location. A distress signal was the last resort for a martial squad. Once a squad sent out such a signal, it indicated they were facing a life-or-death crisis. Nearby martial artists with amicable relations would receive immediate alerts. Naturally, those receiving the alert could choose to assist or ignore it. Jiang Yu believed he had a good rapport with the Fire Dragon Squad. Having known them for just over a day, however, whether it was Luo Ying, Luo Monli, or the chubby fellow and Qing Feng. Each had shown him great kindness along the way. The knowledge Luo Ying had shared about the wilderness had proven invaluable. Now that the Fire Dragon squad was in peril, he could not simply turn a blind eye. It was time to repay their kindness. With full force, Jiang Yu raced towards the Fire Dragon squad's location. Meanwhile, in an abandoned park, Luo Monli lay on the ground, gazing at the imposing silver-haired gorilla, which was locked in combat with Luo Ying not far ahead, her expression filled with despair. The gorilla, towering over 3 meters tall and covered in gray fur, exuded an aura of ferocity, representing a high-ranking beast general known as the silver-haired giant ape, renowned for its immense strength and defense. Earlier that morning, after the chubby fellow discovered the Wolf Fang squad, they had followed in Jiang Yu's footsteps to Linquan County. Upon arriving, they did not immediately regroup with Jiang Yu. Instead, they began hunting exotic beasts within the county. Initially, everything went smoothly, and within a day, they had slain nearly 100 beasts, reaping abundant rewards. Yet, just 3 minutes ago, after defeating a low-ranking beast general, the golden-haired monkey, the silver-haired giant ape appeared. In a single encounter, the chubby fellow was gravely injured. Lying on the ground spitting blood, they attempted to retreat with him, but the silver-haired giant ape relentlessly pursued them. Left with no choice, she and Qing Feng had to join forces with Luo Ying to fend off the silver-haired giant ape's attacks. However, even united, the three of them were no match for the beast. 2 minutes prior, Qing Feng had made a critical error, being kicked out of the battle and leaving her life hanging in the balance. A minute ago, the silver-haired giant ape had landed a devastating blow to Luo Ying's abdomen, rendering him powerless. Now, only Luo Ying remained, desperately holding on. Yet, as a mid-ranking martial general, he was no match for the high-ranking beast general. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Are we truly going to perish here? Luo Monli's complexion turned pale as she gazed at the bloodied Luo Ying, who was still struggling to resist. A figure flashed through her mind. If only Jiang Yu were here. If he were here, he could surely defeat the silver-haired giant ape. As she looked at the distress signal she had sent out, a complex glimmer flickered in her eyes. Would he come to their rescue? Captain, let us retreat. Don't worry about us. As long as there's still breath in our bodies, we can always return. Our Fire Dragon squad cannot all perish at the hands of a mere beast. Not far away, the chubby fellow strained to shout, his battered body barely holding up as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Luo Ying remained silent. Covered in blood, his hands were already torn from the clashes with the silver-haired giant ape. Blood flowing uncontrollably. His arms trembled, yet he understood he could not fall. Should he collapse, it would mean death for the entire Fire Dragon squad. Roar! The silver-haired giant ape glared at Luo Ying, a flash of hatred in its eyes. Before charging towards Luo Monli, its massive fist aimed directly at Luo Monli's head. If that punch connected, her skull would surely shatter. Luo Ying attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Is this how it ends? As she instinctively closed her eyes, awaiting the impending doom. Chapter 63. The Rescue of the Fire Dragon Squad. Bang! A tremendous impact echoed through the air. The death that Luo Monli had anticipated did not arrive. Slowly, she opened her eyes and beheld a tall yet not overly imposing figure standing protectively before her, poised to strike. The silver-haired giant ape was sent flying several meters away. Jiang Yu. Tears of joy streamed down Luo Monli's face. A release of pent-up emotion after surviving a harrowing ordeal. In that moment, Jiang Yu's stature, though not particularly grand, appeared monumental in her heart, as if he had suddenly become her unwavering pillar of support. Jiang Yu! The chubby fellow and the others felt an immense wave of relief wash over them at Jiang Yu's arrival, collapsing onto the ground. Their savior had come. They were saved. Are you all right? Sister Monli? Jiang Yu turned his head to glance at Luo Monli, his gaze fixed intently on the silver-haired giant ape, a glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. It was a close call. Luo Monli had nearly met her demise at the hands of the silver-haired giant ape. Had he arrived any later, he would have surely found her lifeless body. Fine. You must be extra cautious. Luo Monli softly uttered, a blush gracing her cheeks. The trope of a hero rescuing a damsel may be cliché, yet it undeniably stirs the heart. Roar! The silver-haired giant ape locked its gaze on Jiang Yu, emitting an enraged roar as it charged towards him. its powerful fists brimming with tremendous force. It aimed to annihilate Jiang Yu, to reduce this troublesome nuisance to mere pulp. Jiang Yu, be wary. The strength of the silver-haired giant ape is immensely formidable, rivaling that of a junior martial god to some extent. When facing it, do not engage in a head-on clash. Otherwise, even if you are a martial god, you might find yourself at a disadvantage. Luo Ying cautioned as he noticed Jiang Yu raising his right hand, preparing to confront the silver-haired giant ape. As soon as his words fell, he stood frozen in disbelief, astonished at what he witnessed. The towering form of the silver-haired giant ape, over 3 meters high, was unexpectedly sent flying several meters back in their clash. This, Luo Ying found it unbelievable, as did the plump man and Luo Monli. The silver-haired giant ape had actually been knocked back. The plump man's eyes widened in horror. It is worth noting that the silver-haired giant ape, famed for its strength as a high-level beast general, possesses immense power, comparable even to a junior martial god. Coupled with its robust limbs and explosive force, many junior martial gods would hesitate to engage in a contest of strength with it. Yet now, Jiang Yu had not only chosen to confront its might directly, but had also sent the silver-haired giant ape reeling with a single punch. This revelation was utterly shocking. Could it be that Jiang Yu is not a junior martial god, but rather a mid-level martial god? Hiss. The plump man involuntarily gasped at his own thoughts. A mid-level martial god at the tender age of 18 seems rather monstrous. Roar. On the ground several meters away, the silver-haired giant ape steadied itself, eyeing Jiang Yu with a newfound wariness. This was the first time it had been struck back by another. Yet, it refused to concede. With its immense strength, it did not believe it could be defeated by a mere human. It was determined to slay the human before it, to redeem its dignity. Bang, bang, bang. The silver-haired giant ape raised its fists, pounding its chest in fury before charging at Jiang Yu once more. Come at me. Jiang Yu advanced boldly, meeting the silver-haired giant ape head-on. This time, he refrained from employing the Zhan Kuan blade. In comparison to swordsmanship, his boxing skills were equally formidable. The silver-haired giant ape's sheer power was perfectly suited as a sparring partner for his boxing technique. Bang, bang, bang. The two combatants collided, each punch landing with resounding force. In the blink of an eye, dozens of rounds had passed. Under Jiang Yu's overwhelming strength, the silver-haired giant ape was forced to retreat repeatedly. This, Luo Ying and the others exchanged glances, instinctively recognizing the shock reflected in each other's eyes. This was the silver-haired giant ape. Since time immemorial, any beast worthy of the title ape was known for its extraordinary strength, far surpassing that of ordinary creatures. Yet now, the silver-haired giant ape, renowned for its might, was being dominated by Jiang Yu, a prodigy. Jiang Yu was indeed a marvel. Even if he were to claim he was the son of the dragon god, they would readily believe him. Bang, bang. The battle between Jiang Yu and the silver-haired giant ape continued. Each clash forced the giant ape back by several steps. Gradually, the silver-haired giant ape began to entertain thoughts of retreat. However, Jiang Yu was unwilling to allow it an escape. With each punch landing, Jiang Yu's fighting spirit surged ever higher, a fervor igniting within him. His strength intensified. On the ground, he gathered the power bubbles shed by the silver-haired giant ape. Congratulations, host. Strength 500. Congratulations, host. Roar. After enduring several more exchanges, the silver-haired giant ape could no longer withstand the onslaught and, with a furious roar, turned to flee, attempting to escape. Jiang Yu closed the distance in a flash, unsheathing the Zhan Kuan blade from his back, and swung it towards the giant ape's neck. In his rapid approach, the silver-haired giant ape was caught completely off guard, its head severed in an instant. A torrent of blood gushed forth. It is dead. It has finally perished. The plump man collapsed to the ground, a weight lifted from his heart. Luo Ying struggled to approach Qingfeng, gazing at the unconscious figure with a pang of guilt. Fortunately, Qingfeng still clung to life, albeit barely. Luo Monli gazed at Jiang Yu's back, her eyes sparkling with admiration, utterly captivated. As Jiang Yu surveyed the lifeless silver-haired giant ape, he activated his communication wristwatch to assess its valuable components. Upon discovering that the entirety of the giant ape's body was devoid of worth, he felt a sense of being swindled. Over 3 meters in height, weighing over 1,000 pounds, and yet it was worthless? Thankfully, while the giant ape's flesh was of no value, Its heart's blood was precious, capable of being transformed into a concoction known as the Berserker Potion. The flesh of the silver-haired giant ape was inedible. It was said that not even an elderly woman could bite through it, let alone a dog as for its hide. That too was deemed useless. Following the data's instructions, Jiang Yu used the Zhan Kuan blade to make an incision in the giant ape's chest. Inserting a straw within, soon, a stream of crimson hard-s blood was drawn out, filling the pre-prepared vial. After securing the vial, Jiang Yu approached Luo Ying. Looking at the unconscious Qing Feng, he inquired with a somber expression. "Captain Luo, how is Qing Feng? Is he all right?" Luo Ying shook his head. "His vital signs are relatively stable, but several ribs in his chest have been fractured. Upon our return, he is likely to spend several months in the hospital." "Thank goodness," Jiang Yu nodded, turning to glance at the plump man and Luo Monli, who were struggling to rise from the ground. Sigh. Seeing the two severely injured individuals, Luo Ying let out a long, helpless sigh. Their expedition into the wilderness had barely spanned 2 days, and the entire Fire Dragon team was already injured. An inauspicious start indeed. Yet, they were fortunate to still be alive. Chapter 64. The Assault of the Wolf Fang Team. After a brief moment of rest, the Fire Dragon team took refuge in an abandoned building. Luo Ying sent a distress call to the supply station. Given their current condition, all 4 members of the Fire Dragon team were severely injured and could not return to the supply station on their own. While requesting assistance from the supply station entailed a fee, when weighed against their lives, what was a mere sum of money? Their haul this time had been reasonably good. Jiang Yu remained with the Fire Dragon team. Choosing not to depart immediately, given their current predicament, even a mid-level beast general would be sufficient to annihilate them. He planned to wait for the rescue team to arrive before deciding to leave. Time ticked by. Meanwhile, on an abandoned street, the Wolf Fang team wandered aimlessly. One male team member could not help but voice his frustration. "Captain, where on earth could Jiang Yu be hiding? We scoured the entirety of Linquan County and have yet to catch a glimpse of him. Do you think he has left Linquan County?" The burly man furrowed his brow and pondered. That seems unlikely. Given Jiang Yu's strength as a mid-level martial artist, Linquan County is the most suitable place for him to hone his skills. If he left, where could he possibly go? Rather than worry about his departure, I am more concerned that other factions may have found him before us. If that is the case, our efforts will have been in vain. Indeed, the other 4 team members displayed expressions of worry. Each understood that as a specially recruited student from the Huido Bay City, the forces targeting Jiang Yu extended far beyond their own. It was likely that numerous factions were secretly plotting against him, seeking to eliminate him. After all, the head of a specially recruited student was an incredibly valuable prize. Who wouldn't he want a piece of that staggering wealth? "Let us continue searching," the burly man sighed heavily. The 5 of them resumed their search. They had not ventured far when suddenly, a warship flew low overhead. One team member looked up at the sky. Puzzled, "Captain, how strange. Why are there so many warships today?" The burly man frowned. "It's likely that powerful individuals are hunting beasts in Linquan County, resulting in the increased presence of warships. However, that has nothing to do with us. Our primary objective is to locate and eliminate Jiang Yu." "Wait, Captain," Huizi suddenly interjected, pointing towards the direction the warship was heading. "Captain, look, who is that?" Following Huizi's gesture, the burly man saw the warship slowly descending, revealing a familiar team. It's the Fire Dragon team alongside Jiang Yu. They appear to be in a state of disarray, clearly injured. This was the rescue team he had summoned. "What fortuitous timing, Captain. Let us go." The members of the Wolf Fang team's eyes lit up, their spirits invigorated as they looked at Jiang Yu, akin to gazing upon a beautiful woman. "Hold on." The burly man halted the eager team members. Gazing at the descending warship, "We'll wait until the warship lands before we act. If we let the warship escape, we'll be in serious trouble." "Understood." The team members nodded, quietly concealing themselves. The rescue team belonged to the military district. Should they lay hands on Jiang Yu, they would need to eliminate everyone present. There could be no witnesses. Otherwise, if news of their actions leaked, they would face dire consequences. Buzzing. The warship landed on the street. A rescue team disembarked, carrying Qing Feng aboard. The plump man and Luo Monli assisted him onto the warship. Luo Ying approached Jiang Yu and nodded, saying, "Jiang Yu, I cannot express my gratitude adequately. Thank you for saving the Fire Dragon squad today. Should you ever need assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask. As long as it is within our capability, we shall be at your service." You are too kind, Captain Luo, Jiang Yu replied with a smile. Take care of yourself, Jiang Yu. Luoing patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder and turned away, heading towards the battleship. Jiang Yu, are you truly not coming back with us? Luo Monli called from within the battleship. Jiang Yu shook his head, wishing to linger in the wilderness a while longer. Take care, he said, as the stout man waved goodbye to Jiang Yu. With a roar, the battleship's engines came to life. Captain, Jiang Yu did not leave with the Fire Dragon squad. Should we act now, or wait until they have departed? A member of the Wolf Fang squad inquired of the burly man. After a moment of contemplation, a glint of malice flickered in the burly man's eyes as he turned to Huizi, saying, Huizi, I recall that the Fire Dragon squad has wronged you, correct? Huizi nodded. Yes, the Fire Dragon squad reported a spy, who happened to be my elder brother. Their report led to his premature exposure, forcing him to commit seppuku and apology. Then we shall eliminate the Fire Dragon squad as well, the burly man sneered. He turned to a male member of his squad and commanded, Air, you and Wu, aim for the main cockpit with the presence of the Dragon God. It is likely that the various factions would not dare to overstep their bounds. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and bidding farewell to Luo Ying and others, Jiang Yu departed from Linquan County, embarking on a journey to hunt the aberrant beasts. For revealing his true capabilities. He had already prepared for it before leaving the Crescent base. Although Lei Xiao had imposed a confidentiality order upon the martial artists of his dojo, there was no guarantee that some loose tongues would not be found among them. Furthermore, over the past day, he had slain over 1,000 aberrant beasts, including several high-ranking beast generals, which would undoubtedly attract the attention of others. Chapter 66. The Operations of the Dark Organization. Just as Jiang Yu had anticipated. With the demise of the Wolf Fang squad, news of his prowess reached the ears of various organizations, in the city of Huadu. Within a secret base beneath the Martial Arts Association, a dozen mysterious individuals clad in black robes were gathered around a round table. The leader among them, with a hoarse voice, spoke. Esteemed colleagues, you have all received the reports from the supply station, have you not? The Wolf Fang squad has failed, annihilated by Jiang Yu alone. Jiang Yu's strength is not merely as the Longting Martial Arts School has proclaimed. He is not just an intermediate martial artist. We have been deceived. According to Maya's deductions, to completely eradicate the Wolf Fang squad, Jiang Yu's capabilities must be at least at the high-level martial general rank. Speak up. What shall we do next? An 18-year-old high-level martial general, if allowed to mature, would pose a grave threat to our organizations. Do you wish to witness the emergence of another dragon god in the Hanxia Kingdom? The assembly fell into silence. An 18-year-old high-level martial general was indeed shocking. Another mysterious figure stood, bowing to the leader, and said, Lord Dark Chief, while the Wolf Fang squad has failed, number 72 is still in the wilderness, undertaking the mission to hunt down Jiang Yu. Number 72 is a martial artist at the junior martial god level. With him, I believe Jiang Yu cannot possibly return alive to the base city. The leader shook his head. Though number 72 is powerful, relying solely on him to eliminate Jiang Yu is ultimately insufficient. We cannot ascertain whether the Longting Martial Arts School was aware of Jiang Yu's true strength prior to this. If they knew, why have we received no information? What are they plotting? I propose we take a risk and directly employ number 18 to accompany number 72 in the execution of Jiang Yu. The mention of employing number 18 caused a frown among the gathered figures. Number 18 was their secret weapon, not only holding a high position but having also broken through to the intermediate martial god level several years ago. If they were to utilize number 18, it would exact a heavy toll on them. Lord Dark Chief, another mysterious figure rose. While deploying number May 18th seems secure, doing so would risk exposing our decades-long arrangements in the Huadu base city to the Longting Martial Arts School. Moreover, our various organizations would suffer a severe blow, forcing us to abandon our plans to hunt other talents in the Hanxia Kingdom. To sacrifice an entire plan for the sake of one Jiang Yu? Does that not seem an excessive loss? Shallow, the leader admonished coldly, his expression impassive. Jiang Yu's talent has long surpassed that of any genius in the Hanxia Kingdom, indeed eclipsing all talents globally. Even the former dragon god pales in comparison. If we can eliminate Jiang Yu, abandoning other talent hunting plans, what loss can be deemed too great? Do not forget the dread that has loomed over us all these years, orchestrated by the dragon god. Do you truly wish to see a second dragon god arise in the Hanxia Kingdom? The gathered mysterious figures fell silent, recalling the years of subjugation under the dragon god. a sense of suffocation washing over them. Before the rise of the dragon god, they could plunder wantonly across weak nations, seizing oil and resources to strengthen themselves, even stationing troops on foreign soil. However, since the dragon god's ascent, he has vigorously promoted love and peace, prohibiting any nation from instigating war at will, while establishing the Longting Martial Arts School in various Bay cities to recruit martial artists. This series of actions has inadvertently inflicted tremendous losses upon the nations backing them. Esteemed colleagues, time is of the essence. We must race against the clock with the Longting Martial Arts School to eliminate Jiang Yu. Shall we permit number 18 to take action? Who is in favor? And who opposes? The leader of the assembly called for a vote. Die in favor. I am in favor. The mysterious figures raise their hands in unison. Excellent. Since there is unanimous agreement, I shall immediately dispatch number 18 to the wilderness to hunt Jiang Yu. Additionally, you must inform the martial artists within your respective organizations to spare no effort in eliminating Jiang Yu, even if it means causing widespread casualties among the populace of the base city. This time, we accept only success, not failure. Should we fail, the Longting Martial Arts School will not grant us a second opportunity. Do you all understand? The leader commanded. We understand. The assembly responded in chorus. They all recognized this as a gamble, wagering that the Longting Martial Arts School was similarly unaware of Jiang Yu's true strength. Though the odds were slim, they had no better alternatives. The Hansha Kingdom could not afford to see a second dragon god arise. Who could have thought that the recently 18-year-old youth, who had just participated in the martial artist assessment, would be a high-level martial general? An 18-year-old high-level martial general is indeed unprecedented on a global scale. Within the Longting Martial Arts School, Qiuyue, Zhang Ming, and the white-haired youth had gathered. Looking at the two, Qiuyue's expression turned grave. Gentlemen, Jiang Yu's status as a high-level martial general can no longer be concealed from the outside world. We have just received word from the supply station that news of Jiang Yu's rank has reached various organizations through special channels. The Dark Organization, upon receiving this information, will undoubtedly spare no effort to assassinate Jiang Yu. Even inciting chaos within the base city. In the time to come, I will need your cooperation to implement stringent security measures across the base city. We must not allow the Dark Organization schemes to succeed, nor permit them to harm ordinary citizens. Understood. Zhang Ming and the white-haired youth nodded. Moreover, regarding Jiang Yu's status as a high-level martial general, I discreetly informed my master before he ventured into the wilderness. My master places great importance on Jiang Yu and has set out yesterday to provide protection for him. Therefore, Jiang Yu's safety is assured. A hint of pride crossed Qiuyue's face at the mention of her master. The white-haired youth exclaimed in surprise. Qiuyue, martial god, is your master the renowned Wen Tianxiang? Qiuyue nodded. The white-haired youth gasped in astonishment. The name Wen Tianxiang may not be widely recognized, yet he is better known by another name. Little Wen Zhong, and he is one of the 3 SS-level powerhouses in the Hansha Kingdom, possessing formidable strength. When enraged, even the dragon god must tread carefully. It is said that when Tianxiang single-handedly fought against 3 beast emperors and successfully vanquished them, earning him an illustrious reputation. With him covertly protecting Jiang Yu, the white-haired youth could easily surmise the fate of any martial artist dispatched by the Dark Organization. Not enough to kill, far from sufficient. The white-haired youth mused, astonished that the venerable Wen Tianxiang himself was personally overseeing Jiang Yu. Zhang Ming's expression mirrored his surprise. Chapter 67. Harvesting Vitality. Bang! In the ravaged streets, a large pink rabbit collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The intermediate beast, general level aberrant beast, the soft-boned rabbit, lay slain. Jiang Yu sheathed his blade, encasing the carcass of the soft-boned rabbit in ice before sending a location to the man surnamed Gao. Then leaping down another street. This marked the 20th beast, general level aberrant beast he had slain since parting ways with the Fire Dragon squad. After each kill, he informed the man surnamed Gao. Unlike before, he would no longer linger in place, awaiting Gao's arrival. He understood that with the demise of the Wolf Fang squad, the Dark Organization would undoubtedly intensify their attempts to assassinate him. Yet he felt no fear, as long as an SS-level powerhouse did not intervene. No one could bring him down, even those surpassing the martial god level. Psychic masters, aside from their peculiar means of attack that can kill unseen, possess the significant advantage of flight. This is one reason ordinary martial artists harbor envy towards them. With his current speed of flight, if he were to flee with determination, even those beyond the martial god level would find it impossible to pursue him. This is his confidence. Of course, excluding SS-level powerhouses. However, Jiang Yu was not concerned that the Dark Organization would dispatch an SS-level powerhouse to eliminate him. There are only a handful of SS-level powerhouses globally, all of whom are national-level figures, prominent and respected individuals, not easily mobilized by the Dark Organization. Furthermore, he had the Longting Martial Arts School backing him, with the Dragon God standing behind him. Would the Dragon God truly remain indifferent in the face of an SS-level attack? As he traversed the desolate roads, Jiang Yu specifically targeted the Beast General-level aberrant beasts. Along his path, one after another, aberrant beasts fell. Numerous bubbles were collected by the system. Congratulations, Host's Jump Ability 100. Congratulations. Host's Vigilance 1000. Congratulations, Host's Dominance 1000. Each type of aberrant beast yielded different bubbles. For instance, agile aberrant beasts predominantly dropped bubbles related to speed, while defensive aberrant beasts dropped bubbles concerning strength, toughness, and impact. Certainly, there exists a more unique kind of bubble, characterized by its length and hardness. Congratulations, Host's Vitality 111. Congratulations, Host's Vitality 111. Suddenly, a mechanical sound unlike any heard before emanated from the system. Jiang Yu felt an unexpected surge of vitality coursing through his body, akin to a refreshing stream. Looking around, he discovered that he had unwittingly stepped into a verdant forest teeming with life. Though modest in size, the grove was lined with robust poplar trees, their branches lush and radiant under the sun's warm embrace. Beneath the poplars, vibrant green bubbles lay scattered on the ground. Could trees also shed bubbles? Curiosity piqued, Jiang Yu approached the nearest poplar. The system's mechanical voice resonated once more. Congratulations, Host's Vitality 11. Congratulations, Host's Vitality 11. Note: each point of vitality equates to 1 day's lifespan. Death by another's hand does not count, as that is purely accidental. Each point of vitality corresponds to a day of life. A spark ignited in Jiang Yu's mind, and he swiftly navigated beneath each poplar tree. No one would disdain the prospect of prolonging their life. Congratulations. Congratulations. After collecting all the bubbles from the bases of the poplars, Jiang Yu found himself endowed with an entire additional year of life. Unlike the lifespan extension gained from breaking through martial artist levels, which merely adds to one's existing age, Jiang Yu felt an indescribable sense of lightness enveloping him. While the increase in lifespan post-breakthrough merely maintained the individual's current age, the vitality-derived lifespan rejuvenated him, returning his body to the prime of youth. Jiang Yu believed that if he were to gather more vitality bubbles, he could retain the vigor of an 18-year-old indefinitely. Upon exiting the forest, Jiang Yu continued to traverse the dilapidated streets, hunting beasts of the general rank. Unbeknownst to him, a silver-haired elder trailed him at a leisurely pace, observing his every move with keen interest. "Hey, have you heard? I just learned that the Wolfang squad was annihilated in the wilderness." Within the supply station, 2 martial artists squatted in a corner. Smoking point, one of them whispered incredulously, "That can't be true." The Wolfang squad is a seasoned team, with years of wilderness experience and 2 intermediate martial generals among them. How could they possibly be wiped out by an 18-year-old boy, if you're going to boast? At least make it plausible, the other dismissed. "It's true. Whoever lies to you is your son. The one who decimated the Wolfang squad is named Jiang Yu. Don't let his age fool you. His prowess is at the advanced martial general level. Many martial artists are already aware of this. If you doubt me, ask others, or check the registration office to confirm if the Wolfang squad was indeed destroyed. If that doesn't suffice, you can inquire with the Fire Dragon squad, who were present at the scene when the Wolfang squad was taken down." The first martial artist insisted earnestly. "Is that really the case? The Wolfang squad was truly annihilated?" The second martial artist still seemed skeptical. "Believe it or not," the first replied, extinguishing his cigarette and rising from the corner. This scene was not confined to a single corner. As time elapsed, news of the Wolfang squad's demise spread like wildfire throughout the supply station, sparking fervent discussions among countless martial artists. "Hey, did you hear? The Wolfang squad has been wiped out." The martial artist responsible is named Jiang Yu. He's not only this year's special recruit, but also an 18-year-old advanced martial general. Is there anyone who isn't aware of this? It's practically common knowledge throughout the entire Bay City. An advanced martial general at the age of 18. What an extraordinary talent. Such a phenomenon has never been seen globally. Wow. An advanced martial general at 18. Did he start training in the martial arts from the womb? The martial artists congregated, buzzing with excitement. Among the crowd, a middle-aged martial artist, aged over 40, listened intently to their chatter, his eyes glinting with intense hatred as he gritted his teeth. Jiang Yu, is it? You dare to kill my brother. I, Lin Dong, will never let you off the hook. I will surely kill you to avenge him. With that, the middle-aged martial artist turned away, leaving the supply station and heading into the wilderness. Inside the medical room, the Fire Dragon squad sat in chairs, gazing at the bed where Qing Feng lay undergoing treatment, their faces etched with worry. Captain, why do you all look so glum? I'm perfectly fine. Qing Feng, reclining on the bed, grinned despite the bandages that encased him like a mummy. Luoying shook his head. We're not worried about you. We're concerned about Jiang Yu. The news of Jiang Yu slaughtering the Wolfang squad has spread even faster than we anticipated. It hasn't been long since it occurred, yet it's already all over the supply station. I have a strong feeling that there's a hidden hand behind this, pushing Jiang Yu into the spotlight. Chapter 68. Shadow Strike. Alas, with Jiang Yu's strength now exposed, the Dark Organization will certainly not let him off the hook. They will do everything in their power to assassinate him. A tree that stands out in the forest will inevitably be uprooted. An 18-year-old martial god-level powerhouse would be a dazzling presence in any era. It's just a pity that we lack the means to assist him. Otherwise, I would stand shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Yu. The stout member lamented from the side. Roman Li fell silent, reflecting on the brief time she had known Jiang Yu. Although it had only been 2.5 days, his every action had been indelibly etched in her memory. His first kill of the long-haired pig, his first defeat of the Black Mountain Iron Bull, and his selfless act to save them in the park. Alas! Luoying sighed deeply upon seeing Roman Li's silence. What in this world is the most bitter? Only longing. Boom. Just as the Fire Dragon squad sat in collective silence, the ground of the supply station suddenly trembled. Dozens of tanks and hundreds of trucks rolled in from outside the station. Fully armed soldiers disembarked, sealing off the entire supply station. What is happening? The 4 members of the Fire Dragon squad exchanged puzzled glances, mirroring the confusion felt by all the martial artists present in the supply station. Kill Jiang Yu. On the streets of Linquan County, 5 martial artists armed with weapons charged at Jiang Yu. Unfazed by the assault, Jiang Yu maintained his composure. With his white dragon spear poised, he swiftly dispatched one martial artist with a single strike. In a matter of seconds, all 5 lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Gazing at the fallen, Jiang Yu exhibited no discomfort or remorse. This marked the second wave of martial artists assaulting him since leaving the forest. And all had met the same fate. Their actions revealed that these attackers had long been corrupted by the Dark Organization. Jiang Yu retrieved his phone, capturing several photos of the fallen martial artists' faces before departing. Perhaps from these individuals, he could glean some clues about the Dark Organization. There was no need to search their bodies. These martial artists lacked spatial rings, rendering them devoid of valuables. Strolling through the streets, Jiang Yu sought out a relatively intact room to take refuge. Nightfall had come, and unbeknownst to him, he had spent an entire day slaying exotic beasts in Linquan County. The summer night was warm. After deploying 2 blocks of ice for cooling, Jiang Yu activated his communication wristwatch to review his haul from the wilderness over the past 2 days. For the sake of fairness, every martial artist who assisted in transporting exotic beast corpses received a list compiled by the military district detailing the quantity and total value of the transported carcasses. Upon opening the list, Jiang Yu was taken aback by the staggering figures reflecting his 2 days' worth of efforts. Advanced Beast Soldier level, 1160 heads. Primary Beast General level, 583 heads. Intermediate Beast General level, 287 heads. Advanced Beast General level, 127 heads. Total, 2,157 heads. Total value, 43.6 billion Hanhua currency. Jiang Yu stared at the lengthy string of numbers, utterly dumbfounded. He had never seen so much money in his lifetime. Indeed, martial artists earn wealth swiftly. Yet, recalling that a set of Thunder Dragon armor costs 999 billion, his astonishment diminished somewhat. According to Luoying, he would need to pay 10% in transportation fees and another 10% in personal income tax from his earnings. This meant that from the 43.6 billion, he would have to pay 8.72 billion in fees, leaving him with 34.88 billion. The set of Thunder Flame armor still required 999 billion. In other words, He was still 2/3 short of the amount needed to acquire the armor. I should rest early today. Tomorrow morning, I will continue hunting exotic beasts, striving to earn that 999 billion as soon as possible. Jiang Yu resolved, slowly closing his eyes. Of course, he did not intend to truly sleep. Rather, he was in a state of light dozing, remaining alert to his surroundings. The dark organization was eager to eliminate him. If he were to truly fall asleep, it would be tantamount to courting death. Time ticked by, and Jiang Yu appeared to have genuinely drifted off, occasionally emitting soft snores. Outside the room, a shadow crouched at the window, watching the slumbering Jiang Yu, drawing forth a long sword that gleamed ominously in the moonlight as it surged forth toward him, as the saying goes, just as the moment seemed to linger. The sharp blade drew ever closer to Jiang Yu. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, deftly sidestepping the oncoming sword with a swift maneuver, and landed a powerful punch to the figure's abdomen. Ugh! A woman's pained cry pierced the air as the figure was sent hurtling out of the room. Thud, thud, thud. The solid walls crumbled upon impact, dust and debris cascading down. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yu dashed out of the room in pursuit of the figure. Upon exiting, his pupils constricted, a grave expression flickering in his eyes. It had vanished. The figure had melded into the darkness, becoming indistinguishable from the shadows, rendering it impossible to perceive with the naked eye. Even with his night vision abilities, he struggled to locate the figure's hiding place. An ability user of the shadow discipline, perhaps? Jiang Yu murmured to himself, extending his mental perception to sense the surrounding environment. Much like the mentalists, shadow ability users were a rare breed, capable of striking without a trace. Much to the chagrin of many warriors. However, unlike mentalists, who could attack, defend, and evade with great potential, shadow users bore significant drawbacks. They could not endure light. The moment they were exposed to illumination, their abilities would become nullified. Moreover, most warriors possessing shadow abilities were weaker than ordinary fighters. In a direct confrontation, even a standard warrior could defeat them. Their primary role lay in assassination. As he unleashed his mental force, Jiang Yu quickly discerned the figure's whereabouts within a nearby building. Without a second thought, he unleashed a flurry of attacks, brandishing his Zhan Kuan blade toward the figure. Regardless of gender, he resolved to strike first and ask questions later. Bang! Before the figure could react, Jiang Yu was upon her, delivering a decisive blow. In that fleeting moment, the figure could only raise her sword in defense, her entire body sent crashing through multiple dilapidated buildings. Not dead yet? Noticing that the figure still bore a pulse, Jiang Yu furrowed his brow. He was acutely aware of his own strength. Even a high-ranking warrior could not withstand 2 of his full-force strikes and survive. The fact that the figure was still alive could only imply one thing. She was also a warrior of divine level, albeit one whose strength fell short of his own. A divine warrior from a dark organization. How much reward would the martial arts school grant me for her demise? Jiang Yu's eyes gleamed with interest, regarding the figure amidst the ruins as if she were a stack of coveted currency. Chapter 69. The former star. Bang! The figure pushed aside the debris that had fallen upon her, revealing herself from the rubble. This time, before Jiang Yu could make a move, she transformed into a streak of darkness, vanishing from sight. Her speed was such that even Jiang Yu could merely catch a glimpse of her afterimage. Shadow warriors, though lacking in brute strength, possessed remarkable speed that far surpassed their peers, especially in the dark, where their abilities made it exceedingly difficult for others to evade their lethal strikes. Another attempt at the same trick? As the figure disappeared once more, Jiang Yu released his mental force to sense his surroundings. The environment unfolded before him like a web in his mind. A mentalist. What a clever one, hiding so deeply. No wonder he possesses such combat prowess at the tender age of 18. An 18-year-old divine warrior, a dual ability user of ice and mentalism. The Longting Martial Arts School has truly struck gold this time. Hundreds of meters away, when Tianxiang stood atop a tall building, observing Jiang Yu's figure with growing astonishment. Even he, an SS-ranked powerhouse, was taken aback by Jiang Yu's talent. He had seen 18-year-old warriors before, and he had encountered ability users, but he had never witnessed an 18-year-old divine warrior, especially one wielding both ice and mental abilities. Such talent, within the century of the beast resurgence, was undoubtedly unparalleled. This won't do. I must devise a way to recruit this young man to the academy. When Tianxiang pondered inwardly on the street, Jiang Yu remained oblivious to the fact that his every move was being scrutinized by Wen Tianxiang. Through his mental perception, he swiftly located the figure once more and launched another strike. A glimmer of cold light flashed. Splatter 3 meters to his right, a spray of crimson blood erupted. The figure was forced to reveal herself. Clutching her injured right arm, disbelief evident in her eyes 3 times. She had concealed herself thrice, and each time, Jiang Yu had successfully tracked her down, an occurrence that left her utterly incredulous, as if she had been implanted with a tracking device. As a shadow warrior, she harbored absolute confidence in her abilities, believing she could slay any divine warrior under the cover of night. This was not unfounded. It stemmed from her years of combat experience. 16 years prior, Lei Gang had fallen victim to her ambush during a siege by beasts. At that time, she had merely been an intermediate martial general. Now, she was a junior divine warrior, her strength magnitudes greater than before. Yet even so, a seasoned assassin like her had faltered in her attempt to eliminate an 18-year-old boy, being discovered 3 times in succession. It was unfathomable, incredulous. The figure fixed her gaze upon Jiang Yu, her heart now devoid of any underestimation. Her well-proportioned physique was now laid bare before Jiang Yu's eyes. Standing opposite the figure, Jiang Yu regarded her bloodied right arm with an expression devoid of emotion. Even though the figure possessed an alluring form, with a swift motion, he swung his Zhan Kuan blade through the night sky, aimed directly at her, the blade imbued with a palpable intent to kill. The figure dared not underestimate him, preparing to counter. Splatter! A slender, leaf-shaped flying dagger pierced through the back of her neck, surfacing before Jiang Yu. Blood gushed forth in an instant. Oh, that's impossible. You are the mentalist. The figure gazed at Jiang Yu. Her eyes filled with resentment as her body weakened and fell towards the ground. Thud. The figure's corpse struck the earth, raising a cloud of dust. Jiang Yu remained vigilant, releasing several ice blades to deliver a few more strikes. He does not possess necrophilia. What could he possibly want with Jiang Yusin's corpse? He shook his head and said, "No need for that. Just find a place to bury her." "Oh, very well," Jiang Yuqing replied. Hanging up the phone, he casually dug a pit and interred Jiang Yusin's body within it. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming hurriedly sought out Xiu Yue and the silver-haired youth after Jiang Yuqing ended the call, recounting the events of Jiang Yuqing killing Jiang Yusin. "What did you say?" the silver-haired youth exclaimed, his face a mask of incredulity. "You mean, Jiang Yuqing killed a junior martial god, and one from the Shadow faction at that? That is a junior martial god, a being of the same rank as him. If Jiang Yuqing could slay Jiang Yusin, could he not also dispatch me? How long has it been since he could kill a junior martial god? How old is Jiang Yuqing this year?" 18. While other boys at 18 are still fawning over their beloved goddesses, Jiang Yuqing has actually slain the goddess of many men. Such ruthless hands, devoid of sentiment. Zhang Ming nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, I witnessed Jiang Yusin's body with my own eyes. Our most pressing concern now is to swiftly verify Jiang Yusin's identity. Once we ascertain her identity, we must immediately follow that lead to uncover more members of the Dark Organization and apprehend them all." Qiu Yue, seated nearby, remarked, "I have already ordered the complete lockdown of the supply station and all entrances and exits of the base city, prohibiting any martial artists from venturing into the wilderness. For the Dark Organization, time is of the essence. They must act quickly, racing against us to send someone into the wilderness to eliminate Jiang Yuqing. With my lockdown, those dark martial artists who wish to kill Jiang Yuqing will soon become restless and will endeavor to reach the wilderness. This presents us with an opportunity to draw them out and capture these martial artists all at once." Zhang Ming nodded in agreement. "Indeed, this is a sound strategy. Additionally, Jiang Yuqing's situation has already come to the attention of the Dragon God. He places great importance on Jiang Yuqing and has dispatched one of the 4 commanders, Commander Zhu, to our Huadu base city. I believe we should disseminate the news of Commander Zhuchu's arrival to compel those from the Dark Organization to act rashly." "I concur." The silver-haired youth raised his hand. Qiu Yue pondered briefly before gently nodding in agreement. After burying Jiang Yusin's body, Jiang Yuqing returned to his quarters and feigned rest once more. Jiang Yusin's appearance had granted him a more vivid understanding of the Dark Organization. Indeed, they were, as the rumors suggested, decisive in action, adhering to the principle of a one-strike kill. While he had publicly declared his strength as a mid-level martial artist, the Dark Organization had dispatched a junior martial god to eliminate him. Had he not experienced rapid growth in power, he might have been the one lying dead. Now, With the demise of the Wolfang team, the Dark Organization must have deduced that he was not merely a mid-level martial artist and would likely send even more formidable adversaries to kill him. As a mental energy master, I am unafraid of any martial artist below SS level, yet fleeing is not my desire. Tomorrow morning, I shall first return to the base city to acquire some attributes to enhance my strength before hunting exotic beasts in the wilderness. Although 30 billion is insufficient to purchase the Lei Yin armor, it is adequate for me to spend a considerable time with. Moreover, I wonder how Sister Lin Yu has been faring lately. Jiang Yuqing mused internally before gradually closing his eyes. That night was tranquil. While Jiang Yuqing rested his eyes, in a corner of Zhejiagu, a young man appeared silently, his back laden with a bulging combat pack. The youth surveyed his surroundings to ensure no exotic beasts were present before extracting a massive egg from his pack and, without a glance, smashed it against the ground. Immediately after, the youth vanished from the corner as if he had never been there. The following morning, as dawn broke, Jiang Yuqing rose early to freshen up. Utilizing his ice and fire abilities, he melted a basin of water to wash his face and brush his teeth. After his morning routine, he donned the White Dragon Spear and the Zhan Kuan sword, making his way towards the supply station. Walking through the streets, it seemed as though the number of exotic beasts had diminished. Or perhaps it was simply too early, as the beasts had yet to stir. Jiang Yuqing traversed several streets without encountering a single exotic beast. However, he paid it little mind. His task today was to return to the base city. According to the map, Linquan County was over 700 kilometers from the supply station. When he traveled with the Fire Dragon team to Zhejiagu, it took them 2 hours in total. Of course, that was partly due to their not traveling at full speed. Now that he was alone without the Fire Dragon team, there was no need to suppress his speed. At his current pace, returning to the supply station would take but a few minutes. In the wilderness, a black rhinoceros grazed on the ground when suddenly a gust of wind swept past it. Lowering its head, it found its tail missing. Moo! The black rhinoceros bellowed in anger. The morning sun was always so comforting. Once bustling with activity, the supply station was unusually quiet today, devoid of the usual clamor of martial artists coming and going. Instead, fully armed soldiers guarded the entrance, heavy weaponry mounted on the surrounding walls. Dozens of tanks were stationed in the open area of the supply station. What is going on here? I had planned to venture into the wilderness to earn some tuition for my child. Now, I cannot even return home, trapped in this supply station. Enough with the complaints. There must be a reason for this. Did you not see that even the military has been deployed? Do you know why they sent a large number of soldiers? I just received news that the Dark Organization has dispatched numerous assassins to the wilderness to kill Jiang Yuqing. I suspect the arrival of these troops is certainly related to Jiang Yuqing. Speaking of Jiang Yuqing, that fellow is indeed a prodigy, having broken through to high-level martial artist at the mere age of 18. Unlike us who are well into our 20s and still only high-level martial artists. I heard from the Fire Dragon team's chubby member that Jiang Yuqing has wiped out all the exotic beasts west of Zhejiagu. The transport planes made several trips to haul away the corpses of those beasts. What about the Black Mountain Iron Bull? You all know of it, right? I heard from the chubby one that Jiang Yuqing used only a single strike to slay the Black Mountain Iron Bull. That beast was a high-level beast commander. Hiss. Does that mean Jiang Yuqing's strength far surpasses that of a high-level martial artist? Inside the supply station, a group of martial artists idly chatted. Wait, what is that over there? Is it a blue shooting star? Suddenly, a martial artist pointed outside the supply station, exclaiming at the sight of a rapid flash. What shooting star? Where would a shooting star come from in broad daylight? The other martial artists turned to look, only to see a deep blue light charging toward them. Goodness, there really is a shooting star. Quick, get out of the way. We don't want to get hit. The martial artist hurriedly moved aside. With a loud bang, the light crashed through the iron gate of the supply station, and a tall youth clad in deep blue combat attire appeared in the open area. The surrounding soldiers were about to raise their weapons when they caught sight of the youth's face and quickly lowered their guns. It's Jiang Yuqing. How did he return from the wilderness? Wasn't the Dark Organization supposed to send people to kill him there? Something has changed. Hurry and inform the higher-ups. Chapter 71. Selling exotic beast corpses. Finally back. Jiang Yuqing exhaled deeply, gazing at the numerous martial artists within the supply station. Feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity in contrast to the desolation, ruin, and danger-laden wilderness teeming with exotic beasts, the steel structure of the supply station felt quite lively. especially with the group of martial artists drinking and joking. The atmosphere was bustling and reassuring. Yet, Jiang Yuqing scanned his surroundings and noticed the martial artists staring at him with peculiar expressions. "What are you all looking at me for?" Jiang Yuqing questioned in confusion. One martial artist pointed behind him, astonished. "Comrade Jiang Yuqing, did you break the gate of the supply station?" "Huh?" Jiang Yuqing was perplexed and turned to look. There he saw that the two iron gates, originally meant to prevent exotic beasts from entering, had one still shut while the other lay several meters away on the ground. "Comrade Jiang Yuqing, please compensate us for the gate." A sergeant stepped forward, his expression serious. The sergeant was equally baffled. The gates of the supply station were crafted from special materials, capable of withstanding impacts from exotic beasts below the rank of junior beast commander. How could Jiang Yuqing, with just a collision, have broken the gate? Could it be that someone had skimped on the materials? Did I really break it? Jiang Yuqing looked at the surrounding martial artists. All the martial artists nodded gently. Is he truly capable of such force? Could he really break the gate? What if it were an ordinary girl? He dared not imagine. Seeing the sergeant's earnest expression, Jiang Yuqing, with no other option, had to transfer compensation for the supply station's gate. Another million gone. After receiving the funds, the sergeant whispered a few words to several soldiers. The soldiers then began welding the gate shut, ensuring no one could escape. After settling the payment, Jiang Yu proceeded directly to the second-floor restaurant of the supply station. His appetite peaked. Having endured 2.5 days in the wilderness without the luxury of a fire or the ability to roast meat, his diet had been limited to chewing on jerky, leaving his palate yearning for more. The food at the supply station's restaurant was exorbitantly priced, at least 100 times more than that in the Bay City. For instance, a serving of braised pork, which would cost merely tens of yuan in the Bay City, did not exceed 100. Yet here, it was priced at 1888. However, such steep prices came with their own advantages. All the meat utilized in the station's dishes was sourced from exotic beasts. With nearly 40 billion at his disposal, Jiang Yu paid little heed to these details. After ordering a dozen dishes, he began to devour them ravenously. It must be said that the chef at the supply station possessed commendable culinary skills, as each dish was a feast for the senses. Just as Jiang Yu was halfway through his meal, a steady sound of footsteps approached. A man with the surname Gao entered the restaurant, accompanied by two soldiers, scanning the surroundings. Upon spotting Jiang Yu, who was sitting in a corner and consuming his food heartily, the man's eyes lit up and he hurried over, exclaiming, "Jiang, my dear brother, you have finally returned. Do you know how much I have missed you?" Jiang Yu set down his chopsticks, raised his head to meet the beaming gaze of the man, and replied, "Gao, it seems you have come looking for me in such haste. Speak, is there something you require?" Gao nodded, pulling out a chair to sit across from Jiang Yu, whispering, "Brother Jiang, I truly rushed here because I have something of importance to discuss with you. You must have reviewed the transportation list we sent you, correct? I wish to inquire if you would be willing to sell us the corpses of those exotic beasts. You know the military's demand for such corpses is substantial. Thus your batch is of great significance to us. But rest assured, we will not shortchange you on the pricing. If you agree, we can waive your transportation fees for this occasion. Moreover, beyond this, our military district could establish a long-term partnership with you. Whenever you venture into the wilderness to hunt exotic beasts, we can offer you discounts on transportation, or even exempt you from transportation fees entirely. What do you say, Brother Jiang? Consider selling the exotic beast corpses to us. The military district has always placed great value on powerful warriors. Each time a beast is slain, it alleviates the pressure on the military's defenses, especially for someone like Jiang Yu, who is young and immensely strong. The potential for a bright future is limitless. Cultivating a good relationship with a warrior of his caliber signifies a continuous supply of exotic beast corpses. Such corpses are crucial, as both martial arts schools and military districts are in dire need of them. Their utility is vast. They not only enhance the physical prowess of warriors, but also contribute to the training of more fighters. For instance, the military district comprises thousands of soldiers, most of whom are ordinary people. With their physical capabilities, they are at a disadvantage against exotic beasts. If they were to subsist on nothing but bland fare, how could they withstand the onslaught of these beasts? Thus, the importance of exotic beast meat becomes evident. It not only boosts the soldier's physical attributes, but, with prolonged consumption, can even enable some soldiers to become warriors themselves. Although they may only be of the lowest rank, they would still possess the strength to fight against exotic beasts, reducing unnecessary casualties. However, as Jiang Yu gazed at the hopeful expression on Gao's face, he found himself deep in thought. He had hunted a total of 2,160 high-level beast soldiers, 583 low-level beast generals, 287 mid-level beast generals, and 127 high-level beast generals. Selling to the martial arts school, he could gain a substantial amount of contribution points based on the different ranks of the exotic beasts. At the very least, he could attain nearly 300,000 contribution points, propelling him to the status of a 2-star contributor. If calculated at the highest contribution values, it could reach close to 800,000. However, selling to the military district would save him over 4 billion in transportation costs. Caught in a dilemma, Jiang Yu hesitated. Nonetheless, after weighing the pros and cons, he ultimately decided to sell the exotic beast corpses to the military district. He had his reasons. Firstly, the pricing was favorable. Secondly, it was a matter of face for the military. And thirdly, it was his way of contributing to the soldiers, who were often the first to respond in times of crisis. He felt a sense of solidarity with them. They were not easily spared from danger. Moreover, he held absolute confidence in his abilities. Having slain over 2,000 exotic beasts this time, he was certain he could hunt even more in the future. Yet, as he looked at Gao, he said, "Brother Gao, I can sell all the exotic beast corpses to the military district, but I have a small request. Could you take me on a tour of the military district?" "Of course, I only wish to visit the soldiers' training areas. I will not go to any sensitive locations." Gao's face displayed hesitation, and after a moment's thought, he replied, "Brother Jiang, I cannot make that decision alone. I need to consult with my superiors." "Very well," Jiang Yu nodded. The reason he wished to tour the military district was that he had just realized that with the soldiers training daily, the attribute bubbles that fell within the military district would be plentiful. Gao turned and, moving to a secluded spot, made a phone call. Minutes later, he returned to Jiang Yu, nodding as he said, "Brother Jiang, your request has been approved by the higher-ups. However, there is one condition. You must stick with our soldiers and cannot act independently. The military district is not like other places. It involves many crucial secrets. And I hope you understand that I understand," Jiang Yu affirmed, rising to his feet. Under Gao's guidance, he walked towards the internal areas of the military district. The military district, as a military base, was not accessible to just anyone. Although it lacked the personal combat strength of a warrior, it was vital for the safety of countless citizens and the secrets of a nation. If the secrets of a military base were to be compromised, it would be a devastating blow to the country. The area Gao was taking Jiang Yu to was situated behind the supply station, established to fend off the tide of exotic beasts. Only the most hardened soldiers, those who had survived the battlefield, were permitted entry. When a wave of exotic beasts appeared, they would form the first line of defense. On ordinary days, they would train within the military district. As they walked, Jiang Yu learned Gao's true name, Gao Ju, an appropriately harmonious name. After traversing several gray stone paths and passing through numerous checkpoints, Jiang Yu arrived at the internal confines of the military district, which was surrounded by 4 towering steel walls. Every few meters atop the walls were anti-aircraft guns, and tanks and armored vehicles were strewn across the ground. At the forefront, on a grand building, hung 8 large red characters. With the rise of exotic beasts, nations had begun to fervently develop their military capabilities. As Jiang Yu stepped through the military district, observing the soldiers' training routines, he could only describe them with 8 words: strict discipline, vigorous martial spirit. In his mind, the mechanical voice of the system echoed incessantly. "Congratulations, host, strength 1. Congratulations, host, speed 1. Congratulations, host, marksmanship 1. Each bubble collected was exponentially enhancing Jiang Yu's prowess. Gaoju acted as a guide, explaining each area as they proceeded. Naturally, he refrained from discussing topics related to military secrets. Under Gao's leadership, Jiang Yu visited the training grounds, the mess hall, and even the soldiers' dormitories. Notably, he observed several exotic beasts he had hunted being prepared by cooks in the mess hall for the soldiers' meals. After an hour's worth of exploration, they returned to the gates of the military district, where Gao accompanied Jiang Yu back to the supply station, reflecting, "Brother Jiang, sometimes I truly envy you warriors. At least when faced with exotic beasts, you have the capacity to resist. We soldiers do not have that luxury. Most of us are just ordinary people, and when confronted with formidable exotic beasts, our only recourse is to sacrifice our lives in defense." Each time a beast tide arises, we ponder, knowing fully well that sending soldiers into the fray is tantamount to sending them to their deaths. Yet we still order them to charge forth as what we are doing truly right. But we have no other option. Retreating is not an option. What would become of the residents in the base city if we withdrew? Our only choice is to advance. Only by doing so can we ensure the safety of those behind us in our military district. There exists a saying, better to die fighting a step forward than to retreat a step and live. Truly, this is a lamentable world, Gao Ju expressed, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, his countenance filled with indignation. Jiang Yu remained silent, unsure how to respond to Gao's sentiments, for he had never been a soldier. Yet, both in this life and the last, he had heard tales of the valor exhibited by soldiers. These four characters were not merely an honor but a responsibility. Come, I wish to take you somewhere, Gao Ju said, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes, turning towards a narrow path by the roadside. Jiang Yu followed closely behind. The narrow path was secluded, a muddy trail trodden by countless feet. After a 10-minute walk, the two arrived at the foot of a mountain. As they gazed around, they beheld a series of gray tombstones arranged neatly at the mountain's base. Gao Ju approached one of the gravestones, slowly crouched down, and began to wipe away the dust with his hands, murmuring, "This is the cemetery of soldiers who perished during the beast tide 16 years ago. They sacrificed their lives to halt the majority of the onslaught, allowing the Huido-based city to survive and sparing the residents from the jaws of those monstrous beasts. Yet, they shall never return." As Gao Ju continued to clean the gravestone, his hand inadvertently brushed against the portrait of the deceased, and a look of sorrow crossed his face. The owner of this gravestone is named Wang Rongshu, who was merely 18 years old at the time of his sacrifice, just as you are now. He fell just 7 days after arriving at the military district. I vividly recall that he could not even fold his military blanket properly, and I had teased him for it, however, when the beast tide descended. He was the first to charge into the fray. At that moment, tens of thousands of beasts were frantically attacking the supply station and the military district, and even the martial artists who came to assist could barely hold their ground. Just when it seemed the supply station and the military district would fall, that young lad Wang Rongshu leaped into the horde, clutching a pack of explosives, using himself as bait to lure the beasts into swallowing the bomb. He died at the tender age of 18. Gao Ju rose from Wang Rongshu's gravestone and gazed solemnly at the portrait of the deceased, offering a respectful salute. Jiang Yu remained silent, staring at the rows of gravestones before him, feeling an overwhelming weight and oppression in his heart. Looking around, he noticed a tattered and faded 5-star red flag fluttering on a nearby flagpole, as if recounting the horrors of that bygone era. He contemplated replacing it, but was stopped by Gao Ju. "Let it remain. This is the flag they raised back then. We promised them that one day, when the beasts retreat, we would return them home and restore peace to their homeland." "Return home?" Jiang Yu lifted his gaze to the red flag, seemingly seeing many youthful faces within it. They were of a similar age to him, smiling and greeting him. He could almost envision that tragic battle, where countless warriors plunged into the sea of beasts, fighting for a sliver of hope. For reasons unknown, Jiang Yu's eyes turned red. He unfastened the white dragon spear from his back, approached the flagpole, and plunged the spear deep into the ground. "What are you doing?" Gao Ju asked, puzzled. Jiang Yu smiled. "Count this wish as mine. When the beasts are vanquished, I shall retrieve my spear and take them home." "Thank you." Gao Ju bowed deeply to Jiang Yu, who did not stop him but turned away, walking towards the cemetery's exit, calling out loudly, "Today, I bow to you. In the future, I shall fulfill your wishes." One departed, while the other bowed. The sunlight cascaded down at that moment, seemingly intent on immortalizing this scene. Chapter 73. The range of picking up increases. Jiang Yu left, walking along the muddy path, his heart burdened with an unusual heaviness. He had witnessed many injustices, and his heart had long been encased in ice, unaffected by others' plights. Yet, hearing about Wang Rongshu's deeds, he found himself emotionally vulnerable in this world filled with demons and chaos. There were always some admirable souls stitching things back together. He could not emulate Wang Rongshu's selflessness and dedication to his country, but that did not mean he did not harbor deep admiration for such martyrs. The weather in June was unpredictable. If sensing Jiang Yu's mood, the previously bright day suddenly turned overcast. The cool raindrops began to patter down, soaking Jiang Yu's combat uniform. Accompanied by the rain, Jiang Yu arrived at the door of the Fire Dragon Squad's quarters and rang the doorbell. The door was opened by Roman Li, who, upon seeing Jiang Yu standing at the entrance, exclaimed with joy, "Jiang Yu. You're back?" "Yes," Jiang Yu replied with a light nod as he walked toward his room. "Jiang Yu, you look a bit down. Is everything all right?" Roman Li asked, her brow furrowing with concern. "I'm fine, Sister Monli. Just feeling a bit subdued. I just need some time to myself." Jiang Yu managed a forced smile as he retreated to his room. Once inside, he lay down on his bed, Gao Ju's words echoing in his mind. Countless individuals dreamt of becoming martial artists, but for what purpose? To save the world, to attain immortality, to become powerful, or for the sake of authority and status? Jiang Yu pondered, rising to the window, gazing towards the direction of the base city, and gradually began to comprehend. Why did the base city afford special privileges to martial artists? Why did their rights supersede various regulations? It was due to responsibility. Every martial artist, while enjoying the privileges of the base city, must also bear the duty of safeguarding its safety. Dragon God was like this. Qiuyu was like this. Every martial artist was like this. He too was included. Jiang Yu's thoughts became increasingly lucid. Once he understood everything, he returned to bed, only to be overtaken by a wave of drowsiness. Unbeknownst to him, sleep soon enveloped him. After 2.5 days without rest, even he could not withstand the fatigue. Outside, Fatty sidled up to Roman Li and whispered, "Old Luo, what's wrong with Jiang Yu? Why does he look so downcast? Do you think he is missing a girlfriend? Perhaps you should take this opportunity to engage him in a deeper conversation. Who knows, it might lead to something. If he could have a child, with Jiang Yu's talent, that child would surely achieve great things in the future." "Get lost?" Roman Li replied, her expression darkening. "All right." Fatty grinned and returned to his room. After he left, Roman Li glanced toward Jiang Yu's room, her face flushing. She too had thoughts of having a child. Yet, given her talents, even if she bore a child, its abilities would likely not be exceptional. A child's gifts were determined by their parents. 8 o'clock in the evening, Jiang Yu awoke from his slumber. He had slept exceptionally well, feeling revitalized and brimming with energy, as if he possessed boundless vitality. System, open my attribute panel. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Junior Martial God. Mental Power Master, Intermediate Martial God. Abilities, Ice System E Grade, 400-600, Fire System F Grade, 250-300, Electric System F Grade, 100-400, Strength, 380, 000, Speed, 3000 ms, Mental Power, 350,000. Skills, Proficient Level Swordsmanship, 8,086 10,000, Proficient Level Fist Technique, 9,023 10,000, Proficient Level Marksmanship, 1754 10,000, Proficient Level Sword Technique, 1450 10,000. Cultivation Method, Proficient Level Guiding Technique, 5,300 10,000, Junior Source Energy Technique, 280-1000. His experience in the military district had propelled his strength past the 380,000 mark, reaching the level of an intermediate martial god. However, due to his speed still falling short, he had yet to meet the criteria for that realm, remaining a junior martial god. Nonetheless, a speed of 3000 ms was already quite remarkable, especially in matters of intimacy. 1 second, 3,000 times. How do you propose to cope? Jiang Yu mused to himself. Beep, congratulations. Host mental power has surpassed 300,000. Would you like to unlock system version 2.0? The system's announcement stunned Jiang Yu. There's a 2.0 version? Unlock it immediately. Congratulations, host. The picking system 2.0 is officially unlocked. The automatic picking range has increased to 5 meters. The next unlock will require the host's mental power to reach 1 million. The expansion of the picking range illuminated Jiang Yu's eyes, flooding him with joy. This meant he could enhance his strength at an even faster rate. Previously unattainable bubbles would now be within his grasp. Who could fathom the frustration he had felt, watching countless bubbles just out of reach, disappearing before his eyes? It was infuriating. He had missed out on billions, after reveling in his delight for a few moments. Jiang Yu eagerly sought to test the 5-meter picking method. He leaped from his window and landed on the ground outside. Congratulations, host strength 1210. Congratulations, host strength 1213. Congratulations, host strength 1215. Before Jiang Yu could even see the attribute bubbles, the system's mechanical voice resonated in his mind. Many bubbles he had previously been unable to collect, which had fallen in other martial artist quarters, surged into him. The speed of collection far exceeded anything he had experienced before. Congratulations, host strength. Congratulations, host. Congratulations, host. As Jiang Yu roamed the supply station, every bubble within a 5-meter radius around him was collected. Concurrently, he sensed a palpable aura of hostility emanating from many martial artists. Chapter 74. A conflict within the supply station. Upon detecting the murderous intent from the martial artists, Jiang Yu discreetly made his way to a hidden corner. He wishes to see just how many warriors are reckless enough to act in the supply station. The supply station has explicit regulations stating that no one is permitted to engage in combat within its confines. Should anyone violate this rule, and after multiple admonitions prove futile, the enforcement team is authorized to execute them on the spot. As Jiang Yu moved, several warriors stealthily followed him from behind. They feigned casual strolls, yet insidiously blocked all possible escape routes for Jiang Yu. There are indeed many who are not afraid of death. Jiang Yu, sensing the number of warriors trailing him with his mental prowess, couldn't help but curl his lips into a cold smirk. Pretending to be oblivious, he deliberately presented his back to these warriors and stepped into a corner, as expected. Upon seeing Jiang Yu enter the corner, several warriors followed suit. They feigned the need to relieve themselves, and when they were in close proximity to Jiang Yu, they suddenly drew their long knives from behind and simultaneously struck at him. Their speed was so swift that the blades transformed into glimmers of cold light, leaving an ordinary person utterly unable to react. However, Jiang Yu remained unfazed, still facing away from the warriors, and leisurely drew his Zhan Kuan knife. It was getting closer. The long knives of several warriors approached Jiang Yu with increasing proximity, just as they were about to strike his head. Suddenly, Jiang Yu's figure vanished from the spot. A flurry of blood illuminated the corner. The scent of blood permeated the air. When Jiang Yu reappeared, several warriors had already collapsed on the ground, devoid of life. Only one bald man remained, kneeling and clutching his severed right arm, gasping for breath. Speak. Who is your master behind the scenes? Did they not inform you that I am a high-ranking martial general? Are you willingly courting death? Jiang Yu looked down at the man, his Zhan Kuan knife still dripping with blood. Ha! The bald man scoffed disdainfully. So what if they did? Do you think we are afraid? Let me tell you, Jiang Yu, do not think that being a high-ranking martial general makes you exceptional. Offending our organization, even if you are an SS-level powerhouse, will not spare you from death. You think I would betray the organization? You are dreaming. One of us dies, and there are countless others to take our place. Bang! The bald man struck his palm against his forehead, instantly extinguishing his life force. Suicide? Jiang Yu furrowed his brows. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed an ice spear, piercing the man's heart to prevent him from feigning death. Do not move. Raise your hands. Not far away, a dozen enforcement team members brandishing laser guns rushed forward, aiming at Jiang Yu. I wish to clarify that this is a misunderstanding. They attacked first. Do you believe me? Jiang Yu said calmly, obediently raising his hands. Whether it is a misunderstanding, we will naturally investigate thoroughly. Please come with me. The enforcement team leader, recognizing Jiang Yu's identity, bellowed. 2 team members stepped forward to cuff Jiang Yu and led him out of the corner, while the remaining members kept a vigilant eye on him. Should Jiang Yu make any move of resistance, they would fire immediately. As they left the corner and walked through the supply station, the warriors who witnessed Jiang Yu being apprehended began to murmur among themselves. What did Jiang Yu do? How did he end up being arrested by the enforcement team? I am not sure. But judging by the enforcement team's serious demeanor, it seems Jiang Yu has committed a significant offense. Why are we speculating here? They came from the east. Let us go see for ourselves. Indeed, indeed. A group of warriors chattered as they made their way toward the corner where Jiang Yu had been. Upon arriving and witnessing the corpses of the bald man and others, the warriors were instantly dumbfounded, their expressions filled with shocked. Why goodness, this Jiang Yu is ruthless enough to dare kill warriors within the supply station. Look closely. These are members of the Panlong Squad. The Panlong Squad is a high-ranking martial squad. Among them, there are not only 2 intermediate martial generals, but also 1 high-ranking martial general, and they were all slain by Jiang Yu. Wait a moment. Observe their death states. Their necks were all slit, dying instantly. This means that Jiang Yu used only a single strike to kill each one of them. Hiss! The warriors present gasped in unison, their gazes shifting to the necks of the Panlong squad members. Upon noticing the blood marks on each of their necks, they collectively inhaled sharply. As warriors, they understood all too well just how challenging it is to achieve a one-strike kill. Killing is easy, but achieving a one-strike death is difficult. To accomplish this, one must render the opponent unable to react or defend themselves, requiring overwhelming power to do so. However, the Panlong squad was not weak. They had 2 intermediate martial generals and 1 high-ranking martial general within their ranks. How could they, despite their numbers, fall victim to Jiang Yu's single strike? Just how powerful is Jiang Yu? The warriors were left in astonishment. Do you think it is possible that Jiang Yu's strength exceeds that of a high-ranking martial general? Could it be even higher? A warrior suddenly spoke up. Higher. The others were momentarily taken aback, their shock intensifying. The level above martial general is impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Jiang Yu possibly be a demigod-level powerhouse? How old is he this year? This is utterly inconceivable. Another warrior shook his head, being the first to shatter the collective astonishment. Indeed, this is entirely impossible. An 18-year-old junior demigod is simply against all logic. If Jiang Yu were a demigod, then what does that make us, the older generation? Exactly. Meanwhile, under the gaze of thousands, Jiang Yu was confined in a holding cell by the enforcement team. The holding cell in the supply station resembled those he had seen on television. The only difference was that this holding cell was constructed from special materials, making it virtually impossible for ordinary warriors to escape through sheer force. Of course, such a cell is designed to protect against gentlemen rather than scoundrels. The existence of the holding cell is merely symbolic. If a powerful individual truly desired to escape, they could do so with ease. For instance, Jiang Yu had absolute confidence in his ability to break free from the holding cell. But what awaited him outside? The dual pursuit of the military district and martial arts academy. Sitting in the holding cell, Jiang Yu felt a profound sense of boredom. He was not the least bit worried about his predicament. It was those warriors who had initiated the attack, seeking to kill him. He was merely acting in self-defense. Moreover, he had powerful connections backing him. With nothing better to do, he began to refine his self-created martial arts techniques. Although his ice-type ability was only rated E, it could still conjure various weapons to defend himself within a 3-meter radius. He could even freeze an area spanning several dozen meters. If he were to materialize countless ice blades and combine them with his mental prowess, what kind of effect would that yield? An ambush. He would undoubtedly excel at launching surprise attacks. Tap, tap, tap. After an indeterminate period, footsteps echoed at the entrance of the holding cell. A familiar face came into view. Brother Zhang, what brings you here? Jiang Yu stood up and inquired. Zhang Ming gestured for the enforcement personnel to open the holding cell door, stepped inside, patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder, and smiled. How could I not come? Your actions in the supply station, slaying all the members of the Panlong squad, have already reached the ears of those in the military district. If I don't come, who will ensure your release? Not only have I come, but even Marshal God Chuyue is here. She is currently discussing important matters at the military district headquarters. It was they who struck first. Jiang Yu shrugged. Zhang Ming chuckled. Follow me. Under Zhang Ming's guidance, Jiang Yu entered a special passage. They walked down the corridor until they arrived at a small elevator, where Zhang Ming pressed the button. The two stepped into the elevator. Ding dong. The elevator came to a halt. Jiang Yu stepped out, momentarily taken aback. He had arrived inside the military district. Let's go. Marshal God Chuyue is waiting for us. There is a matter that requires your assistance. Zhang Ming smiled as they headed toward the military district headquarters. Jiang Yu followed closely behind. Soon, they reached their destination. In the headquarters, apart from Chuyue, there were 3 middle-aged generals with serious expressions. Chapter 75, 2.5 days. Jiang Yu, you have arrived. Please take a seat. Upon seeing Jiang Yu enter, Chuyue greeted him first and then pointed at the 3 middle-aged generals, introducing them one by one. Jiang Yu, allow me to introduce you. These 3 are high-ranking officials of the military district. The man in the middle is Commander Lu Zhan. The 2 beside him are Political Commissar Zhao Gang and Vice Commander Wang Yang. Greetings, Commander Lu, Political Commissar Zhao, Vice Commander Wang. Jiang Yu greeted them respectfully. The 3 nodded in unison. Jiang Yu, are you aware of why we have summoned you here? Zhao Gang asked, his gaze scrutinizing Jiang Yu. As if testing his mettle, Jiang Yu pondered before responding. It is because of the dark organization, Political Commissar Zhao, am I correct? A clever child. Zhao Gang nodded in satisfaction, a hint of appreciation in his eyes. Most would likely first think of the matter of killing warriors in the supply station. Zhang Yu, Chuyue interjected. Since you have guessed the purpose of our summons, we shall not conceal it any longer. We wish for you to help us draw out the members of the Dark Organization and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Me? Zhang Yu pointed at himself, somewhat perplexed. Chuyue nodded. Precisely, it is you. The Dark Organization has been hiding in the Huadu Bay City for over a decade, and we have long desired to eradicate them. However, we have been unable to find a way to draw them out. Now that your talent has been revealed, the Dark Organization will undoubtedly spare no effort to eliminate you in your infancy. This presents an exceptional opportunity for us. What should I do? Zhang Yu inquired. We need you to venture into the wilderness once more, to draw out those members of the Dark Organization who have lain in hiding for years, luring them into a trap to kill you. Let them reveal their identities. As soon as they make a move, we will eliminate them without hesitation, said Chuyue, her gaze fixed intently on Zhang Yu. This? Zhang Yu furrowed his brow, his mind swirling with contemplation. After a moment, he nodded and said, All right, I can cooperate with your plan. However, I have one question. How can you ensure that the members of the Dark Organization will choose to expose themselves rather than remain in hiding? After all, while this strategy is clever, it is clear to any discerning individual that it is a trap. The members of the Dark Organization are not foolish. Would they blindly walk into it? His willingness to cooperate with the military's actions was naturally guided by his own considerations. Since the Dark Organization dared to send assassins after him, he would not let them off easily. Moreover, most of the members of the Dark Organization are fervent supporters of Japan, traitorous sheep, and turncoats. They feast on the bounty of Huanxia while constantly scheming to betray their own people, which is something he cannot tolerate. As the saying goes, one can choose not to love, but please do not inflict harm. Chuyue chuckled and said, Zhang Yu, you are correct. This plan, while riddled with flaws, overlooks a crucial point. You are a genius. A talent whose potential far surpasses that of the Dragon God. The Dark Organization, if they do not wish to witness the emergence of a second Dragon God in our country, must eliminate you while you are still weak. Even if they realize it is a trap, they will have no choice but to walk into it. This is an overt scheme, naked in its intent, unless they are willing to watch you rise. However, even if other nations might sit idly by as you ascend, the Eagle Nation and the Foot Basin Chicken will never allow it. The thought of a certain filthy country. A surge of murderous intent welled up within Zhang Yu. And he said, Sister Chuyue, when do we commence our actions? Chuyue shook her head and looked at Commander Liu. Commander Liu rose, his expression grave, and said, Zhang Yu, before we proceed, we need to verify something with you. You must tell us truthfully about your strength, speed, and combat power. As it pertains to your safety. My punching power is 380,000, speed 3000 ms, and I can casually defeat a junior martial god level opponent. Zhang Yu replied truthfully, punching power of 380,000, speed of 3000 ms. This is the standard of a junior martial god, nearing the intermediate level. You are a junior martial god? Commander Liu was taken aback. Zhang Yu nodded lightly. Hiss. The expressions of everyone present shifted, becoming stunned and incredulous. Especially Chuyue, who clearly remembered that just 2.5 days ago, Zhang Yu was merely a senior martial general. How could he have ascended to the junior martial god level in such a short span? 2.5 days? Is it truly that miraculous? No, Zhang Yu. I distinctly recall that prior to venturing into the wilderness, you were still a senior martial general. How did you so swiftly become a junior martial god? Zhang Ming exclaimed in disbelief. Zhang Yu scratched the back of his head, offering an awkward smile. Just luck? Mere luck. I just broke through not long ago. Luck? Zhang Ming was flabbergasted. Commander Liu and the others stood there, stunned. What had they just heard? 2.5 days prior, Zhang Yu was merely a senior martial general. And now, he had broken through to junior martial god, only a step away from intermediate martial god. What extraordinary talent! Hiss! Commander Liu and the others gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with sheer disbelief. Even though they had long occupied high positions and cultivated a calm demeanor, they could not hide their shock at this moment. An 18-year-old martial god, advancing a significant level in just 2.5 days. This could not merely be described as genius, but rather as a prodigy. They could already envision that once news of Jiang Yu's rapid advancement spread, 2.5 days would likely become a new buzzword. Did you break through in just 2.5 days? Chapter 76, Intermediate Martial God. Good. Jiang Yu being a junior martial god is even more advantageous for our plan. I refuse to believe the Dark Organization will not take the bait. Commander Liu was the first to regain his composure, laughing heartily 3 times. Subsequently, the group discussed the detailed plan for luring out the members of the Dark Organization. This operation was dubbed drawing the snake out of its hole. According to Commander Liu's original strategy, they intended for Jiang Yu to boldly appear in the wilderness, while Lei Xiao discreetly followed behind to provide protection and eliminate any martial god-level adversaries sent by the Dark Organization. However, given that Jiang Yu had now broken through to junior martial god, they planned to slightly alter their approach. Not only would they allow Jiang Yu to boldly head to the wilderness, but they would also produce a promotional video showcasing his abilities, widely publicizing his strength in the Huadu base city. This way, although somewhat ostentatious, it would entice more members of the Dark Organization, driving them into a frenzy. They could not believe that upon seeing an 18-year-old martial god, the Dark Organization could remain calm. Pose like this, do it like that. Under the guidance of numerous staff members, Jiang Yu struck various striking poses. Each of these actions would be compiled into a promotional video. Soon, all the poses were captured, and Zhang Ming escorted Jiang Yu out of the military district. Xue Yue did not accompany them, as there were still details of the plan that she needed to discuss with Commander Liu and others. On the way, Zhang Ming slowly spoke, Jiang Yu, this plan is exceedingly perilous. Once the dark forces learn you are a junior martial god, they will stop at nothing to kill you. They may even employ individuals beyond martial god level, perhaps even SS level. However, do not overly worry. The entire nation stands behind you, as does the Longting Martial Arts Academy. We have already made arrangements for your safety. Besides Lei Xiao, there are even more powerful figures secretly protecting you. You need only focus on hunting beasts in the wilderness. Leave everything else to them. I understand, Brother Zhang. Jiang Yu nodded lightly. Sigh. Zhang Ming suddenly exhaled, looking at Jiang Yu with a complex expression. More than half a month ago, he had first met Jiang Yu, personally overseeing his preliminary martial artist assessment. Now, half a month later, Jiang Yu had already become a junior martial god, his strength only 2 levels below Zhang Ming. Reflecting on the past, he realized that the once naive youth had transformed into a formidable force. Truly, time waits for no one, Brother Zhang. Jiang Yu suddenly halted, saying, Tomorrow I will head to the wilderness. Tonight, I wish to return to the base and see my sister. All right, Zhang Ming replied. The two boarded Zhang Ming's warship and set off for Huadu Base City. Inside the warship, the two remained silent. Soon, the warship landed on the training grounds of Longting Martial Arts Academy. As they entered the academy, Jiang Yu suddenly remembered something, turning to Zhang Ming and saying, Brother Zhang, there is something I forgot to tell you. Wei Wu is dead, killed by his companions. I eliminated his accomplices. Tio forced me to reveal myself. They kidnapped 3 individuals before heading to the wilderness, locking them in a basement in Chaoyang community. If you have the time, please arrange for someone to rescue them. Furthermore, although I did not kill Wei Wu, his death was still due to my actions. You cannot deny me the bounty for killing him. Zhang Ming chuckled at Jiang Yu's words. All right, the bounty will not be lacking. You truly are a greedy fellow, Brother Zhang. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. With his objective achieved, Jiang Yu proposed to take his leave. Go on. Zhang Ming waved his hand casually. As Jiang Yu exited Longting Martial Arts Academy, he suddenly remembered something else. He dashed back to Zhang Ming's side and said with a smile, Brother Zhang, could you help me apply to the base city? I wish to see Wei Fong. What do you want to see her for? Zhang Ming asked, puzzled. Upon seeing Jiang Yu's mischievous grin, he suddenly realized. Giving Jiang Yu a light kick, he said irritably, get lost. I will arrange it for you shortly. All right then. Whoosh! A shadow vanished within the academy. Watching Jiang Yu leave, Zhang Ming shook his head helplessly. He truly is a vengeful little brat. Regarding Jiang Yu's past experiences, he had conducted an investigation and knew some details. Half a year ago, Jiang Yu's academic performance was not among the top of his class, yet he ranked within the top 3. However, following that incident half a year ago, Jiang Yu's life took a turn for the worse. Under Wei Fong's deliberate suppression, Jiang Yu gradually became listless, his studies declined, leading him to fall to the bottom of the class. When others were late, he was punished with standing. When other students participated in activities, he was left behind to clean the classroom. and any deductions and points were blamed on his failure to clean properly. If others were distracted in class, he was the one sent out to stand as punishment. Until the college entrance examination, he was expelled from school. Every single incident was orchestrated by Wei Fong, all because Jiang Yu had fought with her nephew. As for reporting, Zhang Ming chuckled bitterly. The first day he reported. The next day, the report would appear on the desk of the school teachers. If things were truly as easy as they sounded, this world would not be filled with so much injustice. Speaking of which, he had to thank Wei Fong. If it weren't for her, he might never have discovered such a promising talent in Jiang Yu. After leaving the academy, Jiang Yu sprinted swiftly down the street. Along the way, the attribute bubbles within a 5-meter radius around him were collected by the system. Congratulations, host. Strength 121. Congratulations, host. Strength 121. Congratulations, host. Speed 11. A novice martial deity? Jiang Yu scoffed, for that was merely his previous rank, not his current one. The faster he ran, the quicker his power would escalate. He uttered a command to the system. Collect. Pray tell, how shall you respond? My esteemed friend? An hour later, Jiang Yu returned to the Minghua Villa District. At this moment, his physical attributes had reached Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Intermediate Martial Deity. Mental Practitioner, Intermediate Martial Deity. Abilities, Ice Type D level, 600, 1000, Fire Type F level, 250-300, Electric Type F level, 100-400, Strength, 500,000, Speed, 5,000 ms, Mental Power, 450,000, Skills, Proficient Level Swordsmanship, 8,086 10,000, Proficient Level Fist Techniques, 9,023 10,000, Proficient Level Gunplay, 1,754 10,000, Proficient Level Sword Techniques, 1,450 10,000. Cultivation Methods, Proficient Level Guiding Technique, 5,300 10,000, Beginner Source Energy Method, 280 1000, Strength increased by 120. 000, Speed augmented by 2,000, Power breaking through to Intermediate Martial Deity. Welcome home, Master. The villa's door opened automatically. Jiang Yu stepped inside, casting a glance around, yet he did not spot Lin Yu in the living room. The sound of clattering pots and pans resonated from the kitchen. With a sweep of his mental energy, Jiang Yu discerned that Lin Yu was preparing a meal. He refrained from interrupting her at once, opting instead to remove his backpack and head towards the bathroom. After 2.5 days without a shower, he was beginning to resemble a little Blackie as he soaked in the bathtub. Jiang Yu felt an indescribable sense of relaxation wash over him. It was utterly delightful. Regrettably, such comfort was not something he could indulge in daily. Tomorrow morning, he would be venturing into the wilderness again, and who knew how long it would take before he could return. Once he finished bathing, Jiang Yu dressed neatly and emerged from the bathroom, feeling rejuvenated as he entered the living room. Upon his arrival, he encountered Lin Yu, who had just finished cooking. Startled by Jiang Yu's sudden appearance, Lin Yu froze momentarily before hastily placing the dishes down and leaping into his embrace, tears of joy streaming down her face. The past 2.5 days had been fraught with anxiety for her. She was terrified that Jiang Yu would not return from the wilderness. She had witnessed many martial artists' families, their loved ones lost in the wild, living each day in sorrow. Therefore, she feared. Sister Lin Yu, why are you crying? Jiang Yu inquired with a smile, extending his hands to wipe the tears from her face. It's nothing, Lin Yu quickly replied, not wanting Jiang Yu to perceive her worries. She hastily dried her eyes and asked, Jiang Yu, will you be heading out again this time? Jiang Yu gently nodded, tightening his embrace around Lin Yu as he replied, Sister Lin Yu, I can only stay for 2 hours. After that, I must depart. Where to? Lin Yu looked up at Jiang Yu. Into the wilderness. To hunt the dark organization. Jiang Yu declared, his countenance revealing a hint of menace. You're leaving again. A shadow of melancholy flickered in Lin Yu's eyes. Chapter 77. Turbulence from all sides. After sharing a dinner with Lin Yu, Jiang Yu departed from the villa 2 hours later. He understood Lin Yu's reluctance, but some matters required someone to undertake them. Before leaving, he transferred 100 million Hanja currency to Lin Yu as living expenses. Meanwhile, the military district had completed the production of Jiang Yu's promotional video, which was broadcasted on every large screen in the Bay City and sent to each resident's mobile phone. Shocking, Jiang Yu has. as of yesterday, broken through to intermediate martial deity, becoming the youngest martial deity in history at the tender age of 18. The promotional video also featured a striking close-up of Jiang Yu's profile. At the Xinyang Martial Arts Academy, a young man entered quietly, observing many students engaged in physical training, and made his way toward the headmaster's office. Halfway there, he was intercepted by a male student. "Sister Jing, are you looking for the headmaster? He is not in the academy. I heard he is in seclusion and hasn't appeared for a whole 10 days. I asked that so?" And Jing smiled lightly, glancing at the tightly closed door of the headmaster's office, preparing to turn back. "My goodness. A martial deity has emerged in our base city at the age of 18. This is simply unbelievable." Suddenly, an exclamation arose. Jing turned towards the sound, noticing several male students who had been training clustered together, their expressions filled with shock. Heavens! An 18-year-old martial deity? Could Jiang Yu possibly be a reincarnated prodigy? How can he be so extraordinary? 18. He is merely 18 years old and has already become a martial deity. At 18, I was still fawning over the picture of the goddess Jiang. This is utterly absurd. Jiang Yu's current prowess and age are sufficient to shatter world records, surpassing Lu Hui's record point 18, martial deity, Jiang Yu. And Jing instinctively approached the group of male students, inquiring, "Gentlemen, might I ask what you are discussing?" Upon hearing Jing's question, one of the male students waved his phone excitedly, his face brimming with astonishment. "Sister Jing, you haven't seen it? Just now, Longting Martial Arts Academy released explosive news. They stated that Jiang Yu has broken through to intermediate martial deity as of yesterday, becoming the youngest martial deity in history. I asked that so?" And Jing smiled slightly, hastily retrieving her phone. As soon as she unlocked the screen, the latest news flashed before her eyes. Upon opening the news, and Jing stood frozen in place, her eyes reflecting disbelief. 18, martial deity, Jiang Yu. She could hardly believe her eyes. Jiang Yu had actually become a martial deity? She vaguely remembered the last martial artist assessment, where Jiang Yu, like her, was a participant. It had only been a few days. How had Jiang Yu ascended to martial deity in the blink of an eye? Inconceivable. Truly inconceivable. Ding ding dinged, a phone call rang from Jing's device. Looking down, she saw it was a call from Lu Yan. Upon answering, Lu Yan's excited voice resonated from the phone. "Sister, have you seen the news? My idol has become a martial deity. Wait for me in Huadu Base City. I will apply to head there immediately." "All right." And Jing replied with a brief acknowledgement before hastily ending the call and rushing out of the martial arts academy. In a high-end residential complex, after a long day of work, Su Weiwei returned home, shedding her black stockings, only for her phone to incessantly ring. It was the class chat group. "Everyone, have you seen the news just released by Longting Martial Arts Academy? Jiang Yu has actually become a martial deity. This is simply astounding. More miraculous than Kunzi playing basketball. I saw it. I'm utterly dumbfounded. Is this really our classmate Jiang Yu? Isn't this my adoptive father? Truly unbelievable. Who could have anticipated that Jiang Yu, who was constantly targeted by Wei Laoma, would become a martial deity? Now, Wei Laoma must be regretting it. I say, it serves Wei Laoma right. Everyone knows that the fault lies not with Jiang Yu but with Zhang Hao. Yet Wei Laoma chose to side with Zhang Hao, placing all the blame on Jiang Yu. Did he really think that by telling the teacher, it would change anything? Would Wei Laoma dig into his own pockets to buy Jiang Yu a meal? Speaking of this, with Jiang Yu's rise, I've heard that the dark pasts of Wang Nan, Wu Zhan, and Zhang Hao have all been exposed by netizens. Now, major universities across the country are refusing to admit the three of them. Jiang Yu, the 18-year-old martial deity. Su Weiwei gazed at the messages in the class group, her mind drifting back to that night at the Martial Arts Association when she saw that figure. Not particularly imposing yet exuding a sense of security. The image flickered and was soon cast aside by Su Weiwei. She set her phone down and walked toward the bathroom and the journey of life. Each individual will make different choices at various stages. Yet once a choice is made, it cannot be altered. She had already paid the price for her decisions. Let the past be carried away by the wind. Ultimately, they were fated to be apart. Jiang Yu, the 18-year-old martial deity. In the Kyoto Martial Arts Academy, a young man observed the news with a glimmer of cold light in his eyes. Chapter 78. Farewell to Wei Fong. In the underground of the Martial Arts Association, a dozen mysterious individuals gathered once more, silently watching Jiang Yu's promotional video. The leader, with piercing eyes, surveyed everyone present and spoke first. "Everyone, let us discuss what we should do next. According to my intel, number 72 has perished in the wilderness. Number 18 is still out there. Yet Jiang Yu has suddenly returned to the supply station. This moment. Longting is revealing Jiang Yu's strength. What could be their intention? My lord, a mysterious individual rose to speak. In my view, this is a trap. Longting Martial Arts Academy is using Jiang Yu as bait, waiting for us to expose ourselves. Once we do, they can follow the trail and capture us all. The leader nodded. I am aware of what you say. However, we have no choice. Even knowing this is a trap, we must leap into it. Jiang Yu's talent is simply too formidable. It's he merely 18 years of age. He has already ascended to the rank of a junior martial god, his innate talent far surpassing that of the dragon god. Should he continue to develop at this pace, it is only a matter of time before the Source Star transforms into a possession of the Hanxia Kingdom, ultimately belonging to Jiang Yu. Yet, how shall we eliminate him? He has already attained the status of a junior martial god, undoubtedly under the protection of formidable experts from the Longting Martial Arts Institute. With our current strength, it is utterly impossible to vanquish him. A mysterious figure rose and spoke. The leader of the mysterious individuals darkened his expression. We cannot kill him, yet we must. I have reported this matter to our superiors, who will dispatch powerful reinforcements. Furthermore, their stance is unequivocal. We are ordered to employ every conceivable means to eradicate Jiang Yu before he can further develop, even if it requires poisoning or ambush. We are prepared to pay any price, including our own lives, to ensure Jiang Yu's demise. Do you understand? The remaining mysterious figures responded in unison. Understood? Very well. You may all leave and prepare. The leader waved his hand. And once all the mysterious figures had departed, he removed the mask from his face. It revealed a well-known visage, characterized by integrity and righteousness, a face that embodied the ideal leader in the eyes of countless citizens. He was Du Tao, the mayor of the Huidou-based city. Congratulations, host Strength 1-1. Congratulations, host Mental Power 1. Congratulations. As Jiang Yu strolled along the street, he resembled a vacuum, absorbing a multitude of energy bubbles into his being. This time, he was determined to deliver a significant surprise to the Dark Organization. The Dark Organization? Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, turning back on his path. He had forgotten one crucial matter: Lin Yu's safety. Although the Minghua Villa district was ostensibly secure, with the Dark Organization intensifying their assassination attempts against him, it was no longer a safe haven. The Dark Organization would undoubtedly seek ways to infiltrate the villa, capturing Lin Yu to use her as leverage against him. Thus, he must find a more secure place for Lin Yu. Within the villa, Lin Yu was washing dishes when she saw Jiang Yu return, her expression one of confusion. Xiao Yu, didn't you have something to attend to? Why are you back? Lin Yu Jia, quickly gather your belongings and come with me, Jiang Yu stated candidly. Lin Yu did not inquire further, setting down her dishes and returning to her bedroom to pack her essentials into her suitcase. Soon, she had gathered all her necessities. Come with me. Jiang Yu said no more, simply lifting Lin Yu onto his shoulder and sprinting towards the Longting Martial Arts Institute. At the Longting Martial Arts Institute, Zhang Ming was deep in thought in his office when he noticed Jiang Yu arriving with Lin Yu on his shoulder, carrying a suitcase, a look of puzzlement on his face. Jiang Yu? What are you doing? Jiang Yu set Lin Yu down and replied, Brother Zhang, early tomorrow morning, I will head to the wilderness. I cannot leave my sister alone in the villa. I fear the Dark Organization may target her. Therefore, I am asking for your assistance in finding her a safer place. Is that so? Zhang Ming pondered for a moment. Jiang Yu, I actually have a secure location suitable for your sister. Why not let her stay with Martial God Xiao Yue? As a senior martial god, she possesses the strength to ensure your sister's safety. Moreover, being women, their living arrangements would be more convenient. All right, I will trouble Sister Xiao Yue then. Zhang Yu nodded. Very well, I will call Martial God Xiao Yue right away, Zhang Ming said, dialing the number in front of Jiang Yu. After the call, Zhang Ming nodded at Jiang Yu. Martial God Xiao Yue has agreed. She will take good care of your sister in the coming days. Excellent, Jiang Yu nodded and turned to Lin Yu. Jia, you will stay with Sister Xiao Yue for a while. She is quite easy to get along with, so don't feel too constrained. Rest assured, Xiao Yu, I will not trouble Martial God Xiao Yue. Just be sure to prioritize your safety while in the wilderness. I will be waiting for your return, Lin Yu said gently. Her eyes filled with concern and reluctance. Don't worry, Jia. Jiang Yu gave Lin Yu a big hug and turned to leave. Wait, Jiang Yu. Zhang Ming called out, stopping him. I have arranged for you to meet Wei Fong. You can go directly to the detention center. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Zhang Yu gave Lin Yu one last lingering glance before leaving the office. Let us go as well. As they watched Zhang Yu depart, Zhang Ming stood up and addressed Lin Yu. Congratulations, host. Congratulations, host. Accompanied by the mechanical sounds of the system, Zhang Yu jogged towards the detention center. After presenting his identification, he was led by a law enforcement officer into the facility. Arriving at the cell where Wei Fong was held, the room was approximately 10 square meters, containing only a bed and a toilet. Wei Fong lay on the bed, asleep. Bang, bang, bang. The officer knocked on the iron bars and called out, Wei Fong. Wake up! Someone is here to see you. Hearing the call, Wei Fong slowly opened her eyes and climbed out of bed. At that moment, she no longer resembled the radiant figure from the classroom. Her face bore the mark. It is imperative that the dark organization becomes aware of his journey into the wilderness. Zhang Yu, your arrival is fortuitous. The martial arts school has 2 gifts to present to you. Zhang Ming said mysteriously within the confines of the office. Under Zhang Yu's curious gaze, he led him to a heavily secured room. Upon entering, Zhang Yu's eyes were immediately drawn to a set of blue and white armor floating in the center of the room. This is the Thunder Flame armor. Zhang Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he stepped closer to examine the armor. Its flawless curves and resplendent appearance made it the epitome of every man's desire. Noticing Zhang Yu's fascination, Zhang Ming smiled and remarked, Zhang Yu, this is not the Thunder Flame armor. This is the Celestial Armor Note 1.it was specially delivered by headquarters yesterday for your protection. The Thunder Flame armor you speak of is merely a stripped-down version. In comparison, the Thunder Flame armor pales in significance. Celestial Armor Number 1? Zhang Yu looked at Zhang Ming in confusion. Zhang Ming nodded affirmatively. Indeed, it is the Celestial Armor Node 1.it originates from an ancient extraterrestrial relic. Its defensive capabilities and mobility far surpass those of the Thunder Flame armor. Tio put it bluntly, once you don this armor, even an SS-level powerhouse would struggle to eliminate you in a short span of time. Furthermore, the Celestial Armor Number 1 possesses an automatic repair function, ensuring that even if it sustains damage, it can restore itself in the briefest of moments. Its value is beyond measured. I can assure you that the total number of Celestial Armor No. 1 units worldwide does not exceed 30, and you stand before one of them. Automatic repair and fewer than 30 units globally? Zhang Yu's expression turned to one of astonishment as he gazed at the Celestial Armor No. 1, his eyes ablaze with fervor. He had long desired a set of armor to fulfill his mecha dream, striving to earn enough money to one day procure a Thunder Flame armor. Now, however, Longting Martial Arts School had bestowed upon him a Celestial Armor No. 1, far superior to the Thunder Flame armor. The fact that there were only 30 units worldwide signified an astonishing rarity, 1 unit for every 3 billion people in a world of over 1,000 billion. The odds were staggering. More importantly, the defensive capabilities of the Celestial Armor Number 1 meant that even an SS-level powerhouse would find it challenging to eliminate him swiftly. This was akin to possessing a turtle shell, and a self-repairing one at that. Zhang Yu, don't just stand there. Quickly don the Celestial Armor Number 1 so I can take a look, Zhang Ming urged, his envy palpable. All right. Following Zhang Ming's instructions, Zhang Yu entered his iris, fingerprint, and other information into the Celestial Armor No. 1.as. Soon as the data was processed, the armor transformed into a radiant stream of light and coalesced onto Zhang Yu's right arm, taking the form of a bracer. With a mere thought, the Celestial Armor Number 1 swiftly enveloped his entire body, providing him with protection. As Zhang Yu experienced the sensation of trying on the Celestial Armor Number 1, a smile of delight spread across his face. Wearing the Celestial Armor Number 1, he felt none of the cumbersome weight associated with other armors. On the contrary, the Celestial Armor Number 1 allowed for fluidity of movement, as if he were commanding his own body. This is splendid. Zhang Ming surveyed Zhang Yu with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. He then approached a concealed compartment and retrieved a tactical backpack, presenting it to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu, this is the second gift from the martial arts school. This backpack contains 10 vials of life potions. Whenever you suffer severe injuries or deplete your stamina, simply consume 1.it will enable you to instantaneously recover your health and energy. Thank you. Zhang Yu expressed his heartfelt gratitude as he accepted the tactical backpack after removing the Celestial Armor No. 1. He sensed the goodwill emanating from Zhang Ming and the others. Both the Celestial Armor Number 1 and the life potions were invaluable treasures, their worth far exceeding his contributions. Chapter 80. The Southern Wilderness. Let us depart. We must not keep the dark organization waiting. Zhang Ming patted Jiang Yu on the shoulder and led the way out of the room, with Jiang Yu closely following. Along the way, Zhang Ming spoke up, Jiang Yu, the endeavor to draw the snake out of its hole carries significant risks, so do exercise caution. Additionally, if possible, adopt a more audacious approach, perhaps even provoke the dark organization. The more brazen you are, the more they will desire your demise, and the more members will reveal themselves. I understand, Brother Zhang. Jiang Yu replied with a smile and a nod. The two exited the martial arts school, where a black warship awaited them at the entrance. After bidding farewell to Zhang Ming, Jiang Yu embarked on the warship alone. As he gazed at Jiang Yu, who was gradually receding into the distance, a complex expression crossed Zhang Ming's face. Although the operation to draw the snake out of its hole appeared to be aimed at cleansing the Huidou Bay city of the dark organization, it was, in essence, a game of strategy between both parties. Following the rise of the alien beasts, nations seemed united on the surface while secretly engaging in intrigue. The Western nations, led by the Eagle Sauce, had been tirelessly attempting to infiltrate the country and steal various forms of intelligence, while domestically, a counter-investigation was underway. Jiang Yu's appearance served as a catalyst, a spark igniting the conflict. Zhang Ming, what are you pondering? Suddenly, a clear and crisp female voice interrupted his thoughts. A woman clad in a black cloak appeared beside Zhang Ming as if she had teleported, though it appeared as if she had instantaneously materialized. Zhang Ming understood that it was merely her exceptional speed. I have come to discuss the Zhuke command, Zhang Ming said, slightly bowing. Are you concerned for Jiang Yu's safety? The woman asked, her gaze fixed on the distant warship with an expression of calmness. Indeed, Zhang Ming replied candidly. The woman's lips curved into a slight smile as she gently patted Zhang Ming's shoulder and said, You need not worry. Jiang Yu is accompanied not only by Wen Tianxiang but also by the White Tiger commander. With their presence, he will be well protected. Moreover, Long Shan has taken notice of Jiang Yu's situation and is currently en route back from Zhalong Star. He is expected to return to the Source Star in about a week. Long Shan is returning. Zhang Ming's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon hearing this. Long Shan, a legendary figure, was an idol in the hearts of countless martial artists. Alas, it was a pity that he had not made a public appearance in years. As the warship soared through the skies, Jiang Yu reviewed his personal attribute panel. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, Intermediate Martial Deity. Mentalist, Advanced Martial Deity. Strength, 700,000. Speed, 8,000 ms. Mental power, 700,000. After an arduous night of effort, he had successfully elevated both his strength and mentalism to the advanced martial deity level. His speed, however, was still lacking by 2,000 points to reach the advanced martial deity tier. Nonetheless, with the celestial armor number 1, he was more than capable of confronting the imminent threat from the dark organization. He could only wonder what expression would cross their faces upon discovering that he was not an intermediate martial deity, but rather an advanced martial deity. Would they be left in shock? A smile crept across Jiang Yu's lips as he closed his eyes, seizing the opportunity to rest before the warship reached its destination. He was destined for the desolate wilderness, located 13,000 kilometers from Huidou Bay City. This region was sparsely populated, teeming with alien beasts and situated near the ocean, making it less likely for civilians to be caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, the news of Jiang Yu's expedition to the southern wilderness had been leaked by an unknown source. Numerous martial artist teams from Huidou Bay City were covertly flying towards the southern wilderness under the pretense of hunting alien beasts. Not only that, but other base cities had also dispatched martial artist teams, and even from across the Atlantic, warriors from Pod Island were heading towards the southern wilderness. All of this was observed by Qiu Yu and others. Yet they feigned ignorance, choosing not to intervene. Every organization was aware that this was a trap, yet they felt compelled to jump in. Since the moment Jiang Yu's strength had been revealed, this trap had formed invisibly. The Dark Organization was unwilling to witness the emergence of a second Long Shan. Thus, they would stop at nothing to eliminate Jiang Yu. Conversely, Hanxia Nation and Longting Martial Arts School sought to protect Jiang Yu by drawing out all members of the Dark Organization to eliminate them. The entire situation had been silently amplified through mutual acquiescence. As for negotiations, it would only be possible to sit down and discuss matters after a confrontation had taken place. Mediocrity need not concern itself with trivialities. The growth of a genius is always accompanied by bloodshed and turmoil. The warship glided slowly through the air, seemingly delaying its arrival intentionally. 3 hours later, the warship arrived over the southern wilderness. Coming to rest above an abandoned high-rise, Jiang Yu opened the hatch and leaped from the warship, landing on the rooftop. He surveyed his surroundings, taking in the sights of a county town that resembled Linquan County in its desolation. The streets were cluttered with abandoned vehicles, and the surrounding high-rises stood dilapidated, on the verge of collapse. The roads were overgrown with weeds, and the occasional sight of decaying alien beast corpses could be seen. According to Jiang Yu's understanding, the southern wilderness had once been a thriving tourist destination, flourishing in the tourism industry. Situated south of the ocean and north of the forest, it had attracted countless visitors during the summer months, who came to indulge in seafood and beer. However, with the emergence of the virus, the seafood in the ocean began to evolve, gaining strength and overwhelming numbers, far surpassing the scale of terrestrial alien beasts. In the face of this calamity, the residents of the southern wilderness had no choice but to migrate inland. Over time, the entire southern wilderness had emptied out. Let the confrontation with the dark organization commence from here. Jiang Yu caressed the Divine One's suit on his right arm, retrieving a drone from the combat backpack behind him and directing it towards himself to commence a live broadcast. As soon as the stream began, thousands of viewers flooded into the channel. It was Jiang Yu. He had finally begun his second live stream. Where was he? In the wilderness. It appeared rather dilapidated. Jiang Yu, are you in the wild? Could you show me what the wilderness looks like? I've never been there before. Darling, I'm so itchy, I can't take it anymore. Seeing you makes me itch even more. I want you to scratch me. The male idol is invincible, eternal as the heavens. Numerous comments flooded the screen. Yet Jiang Yu paid them no heed, fixing his gaze on the audience with a feigned bravado. I am aware that many members of dark organizations are present in this live stream, eager to eliminate me. I, Jiang Yu, await you in the southern wilderness. Come at me. With that, Jiang Yu executed a shun-style maneuver, effortlessly slaying a feline beast that attempted to ambush him from behind. A brief silence enveloped the live stream, soon erupting with even more fervor. Why idol is so handsome. I'm in love. Meow meow meow. Madame Wang rewarded him with 10 rockets. Brother Jiang Yu, as long as you agree to be my male best friend, I will use the money I earn from moving bricks to support you. A young girl gifted 20 rockets. Jiang Yu, please be careful. A quiet beauty donated 50 rockets. Rockets ascended continuously in the live stream. Yet this was not Jiang Yu's intention. He promptly disabled the donation feature, staring intently at the stream. He was confident that members of the dark organization were watching. Sure enough, within minutes, a menacing red comment dominated the screen. Jiang Yu, do not get cocky. You are on our organization's death list. Your demise is inevitable. I await you. Jiang Yu replied with a disdainful smile, brandishing his blade near his neck in a provocative gesture. Fine, just wait. The comment vanished. Jiang Yu disregarded the stream, gazing towards the rooftop of another tall building, slightly raising his brow. Thud. Thud. A series of silent footsteps echoed from the interior of the adjacent building. A figure gradually ascended to the rooftop. It was a burly yet not towering foreign man, sporting a long brown beard, dressed in silver armor and wielding a massive axe in his right hand. He approached Jiang Yu with piercing azure eyes locked onto him. Have you come to kill me? Jiang Yu inquired with a calm demeanor. Yes, the man replied coldly. The dark organization offered me a substantial sum to eliminate you. I had no choice. Their offer was simply too tempting. Ha! Jiang Yu scoffed disdainfully, uttering no further words as he charged towards the man with his blade. At that moment, the man also sprang into action. Chapter 81. Death. Both men leaped towards each other simultaneously. The viewers in the live stream witnessed a fleeting shadow. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Yu had already positioned himself behind the man, his blade dripping with blood. You are so strong, the man stammered. I, Hikalu, have been defeated. I should not have come. He clutched his neck, where blood flowed, his eyes dimming as he slumped backward. What just happened? How did I see a fleeting shadow, and the giant before me just died? I couldn't even catch a glimpse. This how the martial artists fight. So brutal, where one strike could mean life or death. Someone has died. I truly cannot bear to watch. Jiang Yu has killed someone. Should we call the police? A dead person. This is the first time I've seen a corpse. It's utterly gruesome. The barrage of comments flooded in as the audience remained in shock. Jiang Yu gazed at the man's lifeless body, showing no sign of remorse or hesitation. Those who kill are often killed in return. Since the man had come to take his life, he must be prepared to meet his own demise. Leaping over the man's body, Jiang Yu returned to the previous rooftop, glanced at the incessantly commenting live stream, and casually closed it. He had initiated the broadcast to inform the dark organization that he, Jiang Yu, had arrived in the southern wilderness. With his purpose fulfilled, there was no longer a need for the stream. After shutting down the live stream, Jiang Yu leaped down to the street below. On the street, numerous attribute bubbles floated about. What Jiang Yu did not realize was that his confrontation with the man had already been recorded and shared online. The man's true identity had also been uncovered by netizens. I know who the man is. The individual was named Hikalu Dog, a bounty hunter from the Atlantic, who had made a living by hunting martial artists and exotic beasts. His prowess was that of a junior martial deity. Hikalu Dog held the record for the highest success rate among bounty hunters. Over the past decade, he had taken on 376 bounty tasks, with no failures to his name, all completed successfully. Although his strength was merely that of a junior martial deity, he possessed innate divine strength, rivaling that of a mid-tier martial deity. Even mid-tier martial deities would avoid provoking Hikalu Dog lightly. Is the mid-tier martial deity really that weak? Unable to withstand even a single strike from Jiang Yu? Did he fall in one blow? Could it be that Hikalu is not weak, but Jiang Yu is exceptionally strong? I have heard from the older generation of martial artists that some may appear weak but possess formidable combat prowess, capable of defeating stronger opponents. The discussions on the internet continue to proliferate. Meanwhile, those aware of Hikalu Dog's true strength frowned as they watched the duel footage between him and Jiang Yu. Is Hikalu strong? Very strong. He wouldn't have maintained a perfect record of 376 successful missions otherwise. Yet, such a formidable veteran bounty hunter could not even withstand a single blow from Jiang Yu. In an instant, many martial artist teams contemplating killing Jiang Yu began to reconsider. They may have allied with the Dark Organization, but that did not mean they were willing to face death. Congratulations, host. Resilience 10,000. Congratulations, host. Toughness 10,000. Congratulations, host. Endurance 10. Congratulations, host. Recovery ability 1500. As he strolled down the street, Jiang Yu collected various attribute bubbles. After several days of observation, he had discerned a pattern in the drops. The bubbles dropped by humans predominantly contained active attributes, such as strength, speed, and mental fortitude. In contrast, the bubbles dropped by exotic beasts were primarily passive attributes, like toughness, keen senses, agility, and resistance to damage. Bubbles from plants and trees yielded life-related attributes, such as vitality and recovery ability. Each type of bubble had its unique advantages, all contributing to enhancing his strength. The bubbles dropped by exotic beasts allowed him to surpass human physical limits in certain aspects. For instance, during his recent battle with the man, his ability to defeat him in one strike was not solely due to utilizing the strength of a high-tier martial deity, but rather his intuition. His instinct guided him on how to execute the strike. Roar. On the street, a canine exotic beast howled as it darted between tall buildings. When it passed by Jiang Yu, the beast seemed oblivious to his presence, continuing on its path without a glance. This exemplified the second advantage of collecting exotic beast bubbles. The ferocity he exuded often led many beasts to perceive him as one of their own, thus disregarding him and refraining from attacking. Of course, this was not an absolute rule. Some beasts with a strong territorial instinct would still engage Jiang Yu. However, weaker and less intelligent beasts frequently mistook him for one of their kind. For Jiang Yu, this was a welcome relief, as his primary purpose in the southern wilderness was to hunt down members of the Dark Organization, with hunting exotic beasts being secondary. Evading attacks from exotic beasts would undoubtedly save him considerable effort and time. As he walked along the street, Jiang Yu collected attribute bubbles while mentally noting his surroundings. Meanwhile, in the eastern part of the southern wilderness, a battleship bearing the insignia of Ludo Academy arrived from the horizon. Landing in an open area, from the ship emerged 7 men and 3 women, a total of 10 young students. The forefront was a male student, his expression haughty, standing tall in an S-class white combat suit. Every gesture exuded an air of nobility, coupled with a condescending attitude towards the other young students. Chapter 82. A strong enemy approaches. How shall we have arrived in the southern wilderness? According to our intelligence, blue silver grass grows here, as long as we can find it. You will surely win over Chu Jiao's heart and claim the beauty. One young student approached the leading student, ingratiating himself with a flattering smile. The leading young man remained silent, his gaze fixed on one of the three female students. The girl, approximately 18 or 19 years old, was tall and clad in a pink, form-fitting combat suit. The suit accentuated her exquisite figure, showcasing her curves. Her ample bosom and perfect waist-to-hip ratio were striking. She possessed a rosy oval face, beneath which were expressive, captivating eyes. Her long, glossy black hair cascaded over her shoulders, evoking a sense of affection. Most notably, her enchanting face, adorned with dimples when she smiled, added a playful charm. Chu Jiao, a freshman at Ludo Martial Arts Academy, was affectionately known as the Flower of Ludo for her cuteness and playfulness. Jiao, look, Senior Lu Hao is looking at you. One female student playfully nudged Chu Jiao, teasing her about Lu Hao's gaze. Chu Jiao turned her head to look at Lu Hao, and upon noticing his unwavering gaze upon her, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, causing her to shyly turn away. Observing this, Lu Hao took a silver spear from a fellow student and approached Chu Jiao with a smile, reassuring her, Jiao, fret not. During our expedition to the South Wilderness, I shall certainly assist you in locating the blue silver grass to cure your grandfather's ailment. With me by your side, you need not worry excessively. Indeed, Goddess Chu, young master Hao is a senior martial general. With him around, you are bound to find the blue silver grass, chimed in another male student. A nearby female student added her praise. Absolutely, Jiao. With Senior Lu Hao here, you can rest easy. His prowess is well known throughout the academy. Had it not been for his prior engagements, the title of the youngest senior martial general in the world would not have fallen into Lu Hui's hands. In my view, Lu Hui is hardly worthy of being compared to Senior Lu Hao, who is capable of defeating foes beyond his level. He once vanquished a low-level Lord-class beast with his senior martial general strength. Hearing the accolades from his peers, Lu Hao lifted his chin slightly, exuding a sense of pride. Chu Jiao felt her face heat up and softly replied, Then I shall rely on you, Senior Lu. Lu Hao patted his chest and seized the opportunity to grasp Chu Jiao's hand, declaring earnestly, Jiao, rest assured. With me here, I will certainly help you find the blue silver grass. Not to mention a single strand. Even if you required the head of a Lord-class beast, I would retrieve it for you. Chu Jiao made no resistance, subtly leaning closer to Lu Hao, which sent a wave of excitement through him. In the abandoned county town, a tiger-shaped beast lay sprawled in the street. Jiang Yu, wielding a long knife, severed the tiger's tail and continued down the road. This marked his 12th kill of a beast general-level creature. Regrettably, he could not transport the beast's carcass back as he had done previously, resulting in a considerable financial loss, yet he felt no remorse. Furrowing his brow, he pondered the situation. It had been a full 7 hours since the appearance of Hikalu Daoj, yet he had yet to encounter any members of the Dark Organization. They seemed to have vanished without a trace. Whether they were obstructed on their path or concocting some scheme remained unclear to Jiang Yu. All he knew was that his battle pack was full of various beast tails. Ah, well, I suppose I shall brew a pot, he muttered to himself, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Since the members of the Dark Organization were not revealing themselves, he would compel them to do so. Entering a reasonably intact room, he found a large pot and began to stew the beast tails using his ice and fire abilities. He felt confident in his safety, as he had not encountered any overly powerful beasts during his explorations in the county town. Moreover, the aroma of the simmering meat would surely attract the beasts in the vicinity. As the scent wafted through the air, the gathering of beasts would force even the most concealed members of the Dark Organization to reveal themselves. He lit the fire, heated the oil, and added the ice. Soon enough, a pot of aromatic beast tails was brewing, its enticing fragrance spreading around the county town. With a mighty roar, the beasts, drawn by the scent of the meat, charged towards Jiang Yu. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, a 5-member warrior team roamed aimlessly down a street. Among them were 4 middle-aged warriors and an elder. As they walked, an enticing aroma of stewed meat wafted through the air. Causing them to halt in their tracks, a tall warrior sniffed vigorously and exclaimed, Boss, it seems someone is stewing meat nearby. There is a distinct odor of offal, likely kidneys or similar organs. The elder furrowed his brows and remarked, A warrior bold enough to stew meat in the wilderness is either a fool or a powerful individual. Given the current state of the wildlands, where numerous warrior teams are seeking to eliminate Zhang Yu, we should follow the scent. If they are allies, we can join forces to take him down. Join forces? The four middle-aged warriors exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting reluctance. The elder nodded solemnly. Indeed, we must join forces. You all have seen the video of Zhang Yu slaying He Kelu Daoj. It was efficient and decisive. While our team includes 2 intermediate martial gods and 3 senior martial generals, we cannot afford to underestimate Zhang Yu. To my shame, I still cannot comprehend how Zhang Yu dispatched He Kelu Daoj with a single strike. It was swift and ruthless, as if he anticipated He Kelu Daoj's every move. If I were in He Kelu Daoj's position, I would not dare to guarantee my ability to withstand Zhang Yu's blow. Even you cannot guarantee it. A short man exclaimed in shock. The elder shook his head in embarrassment. The 4 middle-aged warriors exchanged astonished glances. They were well aware of the elder's strength. Not only was he an intermediate martial god, but also a formidable wind element ability user. His speed in combat far surpassed that of others at the same level. Yet, to hear him admit uncertainty about withstanding Zhang Yu's strike left them in disbelief. According to your assessment, Zhang Yu's strength must exceed that of a mere intermediate martial god. Another middle-aged warrior inquired. The elder shook his head. I cannot say for certain, but I am confident that if our team were to ambush Zhang Yu alone, he may fall, but the others would undoubtedly perish. The third, fourth, and fifth members exchanged anxious looks, beads of sweat forming on their brows. Suddenly, a beast resembling an armored dragon darted past the 5 warriors. The elder instinctively drew his sword, a flash of cold light appearing. With a thud, the armored dragon collapsed. Gazing at the wound on the dragon's body, the elder's expression darkened. Boss, what is it? The second warrior asked, stepping forward. The elder frowned. It was a close call. The armored dragon was merely a high-level beast general. I managed to slay it with a single strike, yet the wound was positioned near its neck and shoulder. Zhang Yu's strike, however, landed squarely on He Kelu Daoj's neck. Let us see who is stewing meat. The elder began to stride towards the source of the aroma, with the 4 middle-aged warriors closely following him. As they walked, Zhang Yu, busy with his cooking, suddenly raised his gaze towards the direction of the 5-member team. Chapter 83, 3-headed silver flood dragon. 5 figures came into view. Simultaneously, the elders group also spotted Zhang Yu. The 2 parties locking eyes across the street. Boss, it's Zhang Yu. Should we strike to eliminate him? The second warrior inquired, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. As an intermediate martial god, he did not perceive Zhang Yu as formidable as the elder had described in martial arts. A difference of 1 rank could result in a several-fold disparity in strength. The power of an intermediate martial god ranged from 300,000 to 600,000 kilograms, with speeds between 5,000 to 10,000 ms. In contrast, the strength of a junior martial god spanned from 100,000 to 300,000 kilograms, with speeds from 2,500 to 4,999 ms. Numerically, the difference was merely 2-fold, which seemed negligible. It must be noted, however, that martial artists compete not only in power and speed but in all dimensions. A slight disparity in strength could mean the difference between life and death. The elder frowned, observing the gathering beasts approaching Zhang Yu, and shook his head. We must retreat. Now is not the time to act. Zhang Yu's strength is not to be underestimated, and I lack the confidence to subdue him entirely. Furthermore, the surrounding beasts are numerous, including several high-level beast generals. If we engage, we risk provoking a collective assault from the beasts. Even if we were to subdue Zhang Yu, it is unlikely we would escape unscathed. But the second warrior protested, discontent written across his face. The elder's gaze hardened, turning to the third warrior, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. While we may retreat, it does not mean we shall let Zhang Yu off the hook. Third, did you see the gathering of beasts ahead? When we retreat, fire your cannon at them. We will already be far away when the shell lands. The beasts, unable to identify the assailants, will unleash their fury upon the nearest human. At that point, the beasts will go into a frenzy, attacking Zhang Yu. Even if he does not sustain severe injuries, he will be fatigued. That will be our opportunity to strike. A glimmer of cold light flashed in the old man's eyes. Upon hearing his words, the other 3 individuals were instantly invigorated. What a splendid idea. First, Let the horde of beasts exhaust Jiang Yu's stamina, and when he is utterly fatigued, they shall emerge to strike him down in one fell swoop. Not only would this diminish their own risks, but it would also enhance their chances of success. Such a cunning maneuver, employing another's blade to achieve one's own ends, is truly remarkable. The old man licked his lips, unslung the cannon from his back, loaded it with ammunition, and aimed it at the approaching beast horde. 3, 2, 1. Fire! Boom! With a resounding blast, the cannonball soared toward the throng of beasts. The sound of the cannon echoed. A dilapidated skyscraper behind the old man and his companions suddenly collapsed. A massive shadow loomed behind them. That was Jiang Yu. Gazed at the colossal figure, his pupils constricting sharply, and he hastily fled into the distance. It was a gigantic python, its girth comparable to that of a water barrel, with a length exceeding 30 meters. Its body was a shimmering silver, adorned with scales reminiscent of dragon hide, thicker near its head. Under the sunlight, these scales reflected a brilliant luster, the forefront of the serpent. 3 triangular heads emerged, each crowned with a bulging white growth. The horde of beasts initially gathered in the area, scattered in a panic at the sight of the giant python, akin to mice fleeing from a cat. 3-3-headed silver python. How could a 3-headed silver python appear here? The old man glanced back at the python, terror evident in his eyes, his throat dry and his legs trembling uncontrollably. Run! This is not merely a 3-headed silver python. It is a 3-headed silver dragon poised to ascend to the Beast King level. The old man roared in fury and sprinted away. Upon hearing the old man's words, the second and fourth companions turned pale with fear. Disregarding the third, and hurriedly followed the old man in a desperate flight. A Beast King level creature equates to a being that transcends the martial god level. Just as the third was about to take action, a gaping maw swiftly engulfed him. After devouring the third, the 3 heads of the silver dragon glanced in the direction Jiang Yu had fled. After a moment of human-like contemplation, it redirected its massive body towards the fleeing old man's group. With a thunderous crash, the 3-headed silver dragon passed. Crumbling buildings were reduced to rubble. The fourth and fifth, running at the rear, turned to see the dragon closing in on them, sending chills down their spines. They pushed themselves to run with all their might. Damn it! Why is it chasing us? The old man glanced back, witnessing the relentless pursuit of the dragon. He cursed angrily and resumed his frantic escape. The second followed closely behind. It was getting closer. The 3-headed silver dragon was nearing the fourth and fifth. A tremendous shadow loomed overhead. Help! Big brother, save us! The fourth and fifth cried out as a gaping maw swallowed them whole. Run! Run quickly! Jiang Yu dashed across the rooftops, having sprinted several kilometers. After ensuring the 3-headed silver dragon was not in pursuit, he halted on a building's rooftop, exhaling a sigh of relief. The 3-headed silver dragon, also known as the 3-headed white lady, was originally a 3-headed silver python. However, as its power increased, each of its 3 heads developed a white bulge, evolving into the 3-headed silver dragon. The larger the bulge, the stronger its power. Observing the bulge on the dragon's forehead, Jiang Yu noted that it could burst at any moment, sprouting horns. Once it grew horns, it would ascend to the Beast King level, becoming a royal beast. Boom! Just as Jiang Yu caught his breath, the ground suddenly trembled. He quickly turned to investigate the source of the sound, and in a distant area, dust billowed. Faintly, he could see a colossal creature pursuing 2 small black dots. What on earth? Why are they running this way? Chapter 84. Assassination. Run. Just as Jiang Yu was about to continue his flight, he spotted a small black, approaching him with astonishing speed. It was the old man. The old man moved with incredible swiftness, as if gliding upon a breeze, covering the distance to Jiang Yu in mere moments. It's Jiang Yu. The old man, recalling the demise of the third, fourth, and fifth, felt a surge of hatred flash in his eyes as he charged toward Jiang Yu. Trying to divert blame. Are we? Jiang Yu's eyes glinted with cold light as he waved his hand, summoning hundreds of ice spikes to hover around him. Aimed at the old man, he leapt from the rooftop, wielding the Zhan Kuan blade as he charged toward the old man. Jiang Yu, are you out of your mind? The old man, witnessing Jiang Yu not only refusing to flee but instead charging at him, bellowed in rage and raised his sword to meet Jiang Yu's assault. Clang! The clash of blade and sword reverberated. The old man felt an overwhelming force surge through his arms, forcing him to stumble backward, his hands tingling from the impact. You are not. The old man began to speak, but Jiang Yu's second strike was already upon him. The blade gleamed with a chilling light, akin to silver cascading from the heavens, aimed directly at the old man's face. Big brother, I'm coming to help you. Not far away, the second, seeing Jiang Yu engaged in combat with the old man, leaped toward the two as he moved. The massive form of the three-headed silver dragon followed suit. Damn it, do you want to get me killed? The old man struggled to parry Jiang Yu's strike, only to turn and see the second bringing the three-headed silver dragon toward him, inciting a furious outburst. The second, seemingly unfazed by the old man's ire, pressed forward, engaging in combat while distracted. Jiang Yu let out a cold laugh, unleashing his formidable mental energy into the old man's consciousness. The old man felt a sudden fog envelop his mind, and as he regained clarity, a flash of crimson light caught his eye, revealing a headless corpse before him. Big brother, Jiang Yu, if you dare to kill my elder brother, I will fight you to the death today, the second shouted angrily, charging at Jiang Yu with fierce determination. As he neared Jiang Yu, he abruptly turned and fled into the distance. Jiang Yu, enjoy playing with the three-headed silver dragon. I'm leaving. He departed from the first floor and stealthily made his way to the rear of the residential building. Gracefully ascending to the rooftop terrace, 6 slender, leaf-shaped flying daggers were unleashed, gliding along the building's exhaust vent and entering the room, skimming the ground as they sped towards 7 individuals. Such a maneuver necessitated an extraordinary level of control. A single misstep could easily alert the 7 within. The daggers drew ever closer to their targets. On the balcony, a portly warrior, who was on lookout duty, suddenly shivered, turning to his lean companion beside him, furrowing his brow as he inquired, Old Ao, have you noticed anything amiss? There's a peculiar feeling in the air. The lean warrior shook his head, patting the portly one on the shoulder with a mischievous grin, retorting, what peculiar feeling? You aren't, perhaps, experiencing a nocturnal emission, are you? If you truly can't hold it in, you could always ask second sister for assistance. If not, third sister would suffice. After all, I have no objections. We all shared moments together before. The portly warrior shook his head, insisting, no, it's not that kind of feeling. It's a vague sense of unease, as if someone has set their sights upon us. Is that so? The lean warrior surveyed their surroundings, and upon seeing nothing out of the ordinary inside, glanced towards the desolate street outside, perplexed. But there's nothing unusual here. Both inside and outside are so quiet. If there were any beasts or rival warrior teams nearby, with our combined strength, we would have sensed them long ago. But look now, there's absolutely nothing. Are you perhaps overthinking things? Maybe, the portly warrior muttered. His brow furrowed deeper. He had an unsettling feeling that something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what. As a seasoned warrior, who frequently danced on the precipice of life and death, he trusted his instincts, which had saved him from peril on numerous occasions. Just moments ago, his intuition had warned him of danger. Yet, he had thoroughly scanned the area and found nothing amiss. Could it possibly be? The portly warrior instinctively gazed upwards towards the rooftop. Suddenly, a sharp, slicing sound pierced the air. Just as the lean warrior opened his mouth to speak, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. Crimson blood oozing forth. Portly, be careful, there's psychic assailant, not attacking, he stammered, coughing up blood as his body slumped backward, his eyes filled with disbelief and regret. Old Ao, the portly warrior bellowed, immediately on high alert. What has happened? At that moment, a formidable figure abruptly sat up from the ground. Boss Bai, there's a psychic assailant nearby. Old Ao has already been killed. The portly warrior lamented, grief-stricken. What? Boss Bai exclaimed, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. He strode forward to the lifeless form of the lean warrior. Upon confirming the absence of life in his comrade, a tremor coursed through his heart, swiftly replaced by a surge of fury as he shouted, Who did this? Who is responsible? The portly warrior shook his head, turning to the 3 individuals still sleeping on the ground, a troubling thought flickering through his mind. Boss Bai, what about third brother and the others? Swish! Boss Bai's figure blurred as he rushed to examine the 3 still bodies. He observed the deep gashes on their necks. No, it can't be. How could third brother and the others be dead? Boss Spy was momentarily stunned, nearly stumbling in disbelief. They are dead? How is this possible? The portly warrior trembled, staring at the corpses of the three, his mind spiraling into chaos, filled with profound sorrow and incredulity. All dead. How can this be? In an instant, 5 members of our team have been slain. What must be the strength of our adversary? The portly warrior dared not fathom the implications. Just then, 2 streaks of black light suddenly flashed before his eyes. The portly warrior's hair stood on end, and as he prepared to defend himself, one of the black lights swiftly sliced through his throat, severing his windpipe. "B-boss," he gasped, attempting to cry out, but his severed throat rendered him voiceless. Helplessly watching as his life force ebbed away. Portly. At that moment, Boss Spy noticed the portly warrior's distress, but before he could react, a resounding thud echoed as an ice spear pierced his heart. A figure clad in a dark cloak and adorned with a patterned mask emerging before him. "Who are you? What are you attacking us?" Boss Spy stammered, gripping the ice spear, enduring the agony as he questioned. "Unruly scum, it's Basketball Kuin," the mysterious figure replied coldly, as the spear drove through Boss Spy's heart, pinning him against the wall behind. "Unruly, Kuin. Boss Spy's face contorted in bitterness, desperately attempting to activate his communication device. Yet, his life force waned. He raised his hands several times, ultimately slumping as he succumbed to death. The 7 members of the assassination team lay lifeless. Gazing upon their corpses, Jiang Yu slowly removed his mask, his gaze lingering on the 3 female bodies. The cloak and mask had been prepared prior to his departure, intended for the assassination of warriors and to conceal his identity as a psychic practitioner. In the realm of assassination, who could rival him, a master of shadow abilities and a psychic practitioner? The 3 women were strikingly beautiful, each worthy of at least a 95 in Jiang Yu's assessment. Especially one clad in black combat attire, whose physique was exceptional, rivaling only Roman Lee in terms of endowment. It was a pity, however, that they were all dead. Is anyone interested in a warm offering? Jiang Yu snapped a photo of the 3 female corpses and sent it to Qiu before departing. That night, the darkness was profound. Jiang Yu navigated the ruins of the city like a specter, reaping the lives of various warrior teams. Countless warriors had met their demise at his hands while lost in slumber, never to awaken. The list in his possession grew increasingly lengthy, with more warrior teams being eliminated. The assassination persisted throughout the night. When the first rays of sunlight illuminated the earth, Jiang Yu finally ceased his campaign. He arrived at a small mountain, manipulating the leaf-shaped flying daggers to carve out a cave within the mountainside, then burrowing inside. Subsequently, he used stones to seal the entrance, closing his eyes to rest as the sunlight streamed down. The beasts that had remained dormant through the night began to emerge onto the abandoned streets. Meanwhile, the corpses of the slain warriors were eventually discovered by various beasts or rival warriors, eye in the sky above the South Sea. When Tianxiang held a long whip, hovering in midair as he regarded the 3 figures clad in black before him. His expression unfazed as he stated, "Gentlemen, this path is blocked. It's best you return to your respective homes. Jiang Yu is under our protection." "One Tianxiang," exclaimed the leader of the black-clad trio. "Your strength is commendable, but you still fall short of taking us on alone. Step aside. I assure you, we seek only to eliminate Jiang Yu. We will not harm you civilians." "Only Jiang Yu?" When Tianxiang scoffed, pointing at the leader, coldly retorting, "Shilu Si, do not forget that you were once a genius yourself, hunted by various factions. It was we, the powerful of Hanxia Nation, who saved you from their grasp. Now that your strength has increased, instead of showing gratitude, you repay us with enmity, colluding with those who pursued you back then, foolishly attempting to eliminate our nation's genius. Your ingratitude renders your assurances utterly untrustworthy. Moreover, Long Shen is already on his way back to Yuanqing. Are you not afraid he will come for you if you attempt to kill Jiang Yu?" When Tianxiang thundered. Shilu Si shook his head. Though Long Shen is powerful, the decision to eliminate Jiang Yu was made collectively by over a dozen SS-level experts and various factions. If Long Shen wishes to hold us accountable, let him do so. Unless he can annihilate us all, we will persist in our mission to eliminate Jiang Yu. Very well, since there is no room for negotiation, let us engage in combat. When Tianxiang's expression hardened, and with a swift motion, he directed his whip towards the 3. Chapter 86. The slaughter continues. How delightful at noon. Jiang Yu awoke within the cave. Stretching languidly, a call from Sister Lin. Jiang Yu glanced at the reminder on his watch and promptly returned the call. Beep dot beep dot beep. After a few rings, the call connected, and Lin Yu's visage appeared on the virtual screen. Sister, what prompted you to call me? Jiang Yu inquired with a bright smile. Compared to the solitude he experienced upon his arrival, Lin Yu's presence was his sole source of attachment, especially amidst the treacherous wilderness. Conversing with someone he cared for warmed his solitary heart. Nothing much, just missed you and was a bit worried, Lin Yu replied, her expression laden with concern, dark circles under her eyes indicating a restless night. Sister, you needn't worry about me. Those Dark Organization warriors are no match for me. Just rest assured, once I handle these Dark Warriors, I will return to the base city, Jiang Yu reassured her, chatting for a few minutes before ending the call. No sooner had he hung up than another call came in. It was from Qiu Yu. Upon answering, Qiu Yu's mature face materialized before Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, I have 2 pieces of good news and 1 piece of bad news. Which would you like to hear first? The mood of Qiu Yu was evidently bright, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Good news, perhaps? Jiang Yu pondered. The first piece of good news was that, through this operation of luring the serpent from its hole, we successfully uncovered the lairs of hundreds of dark organizations and obtained the names of thousands of their members. It won't be long before we can annihilate them all and bring them to justice. The second piece of good news is that we received word that the Dragon God will return to Source Star in 6 days. Once he arrives, he will surely deliver justice for you and deter the dark organizations from acting recklessly, Qiu Yu said with a smile. And what about the bad news? Jiang Yu inquired. Mentioning the bad news, a hint of worry crossed Qiu Yu's face as she replied. The bad news is that we have just received word of a dark warrior who surpasses the martial god level, heading towards the southern wasteland. Jiang Yu, you must be cautious in the time to come. Surpassing the martial god level? Jiang Yu frowned slightly. This is certainly not favorable news. However, he felt no fear. He possessed the heavenly god No. 1 and moreover, he could fly. A warrior surpassing the martial god would not be able to catch up with him. To summarize, the steed that surpasses the war god cannot outrun his own mount. Jiang Yu, you must remain vigilant, Qiu Yu advised before hanging up. Inside the cave, Jiang Yu gnawed on the jerky in his hand. After satisfying his hunger, he rose and departed the cave. The abandoned city remained as desolate as ever, permeated with an atmosphere of chilling danger. Occasionally, the haunting roars of strange beasts echoed through the city. If this abandoned city had once been vibrant a century ago, it had now become a paradise for aberrant beasts. Dried blood and gnawed corpses littered the ground on the rooftop of a dilapidated 8-story building. Shrouded in dust, Jiang Yu, clad in deep blue combat attire, surveyed a 5-man squad below with binoculars, referencing the list sent to him by the military district. After verifying the appearances of the 5 against the list, he drew his Zhan Kuan blade from his back and leaped from the 8th-floor rooftop, heading straight for the 5. It's Jiang Yu. The 5-man squad, seeing Jiang Yu charging towards them, was about to react when they witnessed a blue figure leap past them. Thud, thud. 5 corpses collapsed to the ground, each bearing a slender crimson mark upon their necks. Jiang Yu appeared behind the 5, wiped the blood from his blade, and continued forward without a glance back. Today marked 2.5 days since he had hung up the phone with Qiu Yu. And it was also the 3.5 day since his arrival in the southern wasteland. Over the past 2.5 days, he had shown his true face during the day, eliminating warrior squads, and at night, he had donned the guise of Lan Kun to conduct stealthy assassinations. Within this brief span, he had lost count of how many warrior squads he had wiped out. Was it 10 or 20? He could not recall. All he knew was that the number of warrior squads in the southern wasteland was dwindling, while his strength was on the rise. What troubled him further was the absence of the surpassing martial god that Qiu Yu had mentioned. Leaving him in a state of unease, martial god-level warriors, wherever they may be stationed, are considered upper-tier powerhouses in smaller base cities. They are even regarded as top-tier warriors. They ought to remain in the base cities to assist humanity in repelling the incursions of aberrant beasts, becoming heroes of mankind. Yet now, dozens of martial god-level warriors had already perished at Jiang Yu's hands. Whether they were heroes or scoundrels, Jiang Yu preferred not to dwell on it. He only knew that anyone who sought to take his life, regardless of their identity, he would ensure their demise. Congratulations, host strength 1000, Congratulations. Host speed 1000. Congratulations. The attribute bubbles by the roadside were collected. On the desolate streets, a 10-member warrior squad was advancing. Compared to other warrior squads, this one was larger in number, yet their strength was lacking. The strongest among them was merely a senior marshal general, while the remaining 9 were not even senior marshal generals, possessing only intermediate marshal general strength. How shall? Let's head back. This southern wasteland is far too perilous. Over the past 2 days, we've encountered several warrior squads that have been slaughtered. If we linger any longer, I fear we may also find ourselves in danger. One male student, glancing at the corpses by the roadside, spoke with trepidation. Indeed, Lu Hao, we have already snuck out for 2 days without finding any blue-silver grass. If we don't return soon, our families will surely worry about us. A female student chimed in. Lu Hao, walking at the center of the group, felt tempted by their suggestions. They had indeed faced numerous dangers over the past 2.5 days. Although they had emerged unscathed thus far, no one could guarantee that greater dangers did not lie ahead. However, Lu Hao glanced at Chu Jiao beside him, his expression wavering. After a full day of effort, he had successfully drawn closer to Chu Jiao, and they were on the verge of solidifying their relationship. If he were to retreat now, wouldn't all his previous efforts be in vain? Noticing the hesitation on Lu Hao's face, Chu Jiao suddenly halted her steps, grasped Lu Hao's right hand, turned to face him, stood on her tiptoes, and planted a kiss on his cheek with genuine emotion, saying, Lu Hao, I am already immensely grateful that you have accompanied me to the southern wasteland. However, as the seniors have said, this place is exceedingly dangerous. You should return. If I were the reason you fell into peril and something untoward happened, I would carry that guilt for the rest of my life. Please listen to the seniors. Lu Hao, you must go back. What about you, Jiao? Aren't you coming back with us? Lu Hao hurriedly asked. Chu Jiao shook her head, her expression sorrowful as she replied. My grandfather is bedridden and urgently needs blue-silver grass for treatment. As his granddaughter, how can I bear to see him lying in bed every day? I won't return until I find the blue-silver grass. Lu Hao, you all should head back first. Once I find it, I will come back to find you. With that, disappointment flickered in Chu Jiao's eyes as she lowered her head. This Lu Hao, who had been indecisive, softened upon seeing Chu Jiao's despondence. He made a decision, grasping her hands firmly and declaring with resolve, Jiao, if they wish to leave, let them. I will stay with you. I promise to help you find the blue-silver grass, and I must keep my word. Really, Lu Hao, you are too kind. Chu Jiao's face lit up with joy, and she wrapped her arms around his neck, giving him a fervent kiss, eliciting a gasp from those around them. The other 8 students, witnessing Lu Hao's simpering behavior, felt their teeth grind in frustration. If one wishes to play the simpering fool, they should do so without dragging them along. The southern wasteland was fraught with danger, and who among them did not wish to return home? The issue was, how could they return? The warship belonged to Lu Hao, and without his command, none could activate it. Were they to walk back to Ludo from the southern wasteland? That was a distance of several 100,000 kilometers. Everyone, I have decided to continue accompanying Jiao in search of blue-silver grass. If anyone wishes to return home, they may leave freely. Lu Hao proclaimed with a sense of righteousness. Naturally, we will follow Hao Xiao. The remaining 8 students nodded in agreement. Then let us press onward. Lu Hao declared, move forward. Where do you intend to go? Suddenly, a cold laugh echoed in the ears of the Tinned. A one-eyed giant, accompanied by 4 male warriors, emerged from the street ahead, blocking their path. Upon seeing the combat uniforms worn by Lu Hao and his companions, the expressions of the one-eyed giant and his cohorts brightened instantly. The combat uniforms of Lu Hao and his team were all at least A grade. While Lu Hao's own attire was S grade, boss, that kid seems to be wearing S grade combat gear. This is a delightful little opportunity. One warrior whispered to the one-eyed giant, his eyes gleaming with greed as he scrutinized Lu Hao and the others. The one-eyed giant narrowed his right eye, a glint of malice flashing within. For those among them who frequently traversed the wilderness, killing and looting was hardly an unusual affair, and no one would ever complain about having too much money. Moreover, as dark warriors, they could not acquire wealth in the same manner as ordinary warriors, by hunting aberrant beasts and selling them to the military or martial arts academies. Their sole avenue lay within the black market. The black market, as its name suggests, is an organization shrouded in secrecy. Most of the goods sold there are of dubious origin. Within the black market, a set of S-grade combat gear could fetch a staggering price of 600 to 700 million. An A-grade set could still command 60 to 70 million. Altogether, the combat gear worn by Liu Hao and his companions could easily be worth over $1 billion in the eyes of the one-eyed giant and his men. This was undoubtedly a considerable fortune. Who are you? Why are you blocking our way? Do you know who I am? Liu Hao stepped forward, raising his voice in challenge at the sight of the one-eyed giant and his group, whose expressions were far from friendly, as though they were eyeing prey. And who might you be? The one-eyed giant asked mockingly. I am Liu Hao of the Liu family in Liu Hao declared with conviction. Puffing up his chest, his expression one of arrogance, he was not foolish. He knew that in the wilderness, encountering other warriors, his family, the Liu family, was his only support. A powerful family could often instill a sense of caution in other warriors, dissuading them from acting recklessly. After all, to act against him would mean incurring the ire of the Liu family behind him. Many warrior squads, upon learning that their target hailed from a prominent family, would naturally refrain from causing any trouble. The Liu family of Ludo? The one-eyed giant furrowed his brow, a look of hesitation crossing his rugged features. He had indeed heard of the Liu family, often referred to as the supreme rulers of Ludo, wielding immense power in the region. Within their ranks, they boasted over a dozen formidable warriors surpassing the level of martial gods. One must not underestimate the strength of those beyond martial god status. In a world of billions, only two SSS-grade warriors have emerged, one, the Dragon God, and the other, the Fire God. To further illustrate, there are merely 21 SS-grade warriors globally, representing the pinnacle of martial prowess. Thus, for many martial artists, those who exceed the martial god level embody an insurmountable threshold. Yet, the one-eyed giant remained torn. Should he seize the moment or refrain? Before he could reach a decision, a female student stepped forward from behind Liu Hao, exclaiming, "Indeed, Senior Liu Hao is the sole heir of the Liu family. Furthermore, he is the president of our Ludo Martial Arts Academy's Student Council, a prodigious talent in martial arts, having achieved the rank of Senior Martial General at the tender age of 20. The revelation of Liu Hao as the sole heir and the foremost martial genius ignited the one-eyed giant's insatiable greed, his expression transforming into one of resolve. He turned to the four warriors behind him. Grinning, brothers, it seems we have hooked a big fish today. What do you think? If we bind him and demand a ransom from his family, how much fortune could we amass? Fortune favors the bold. While the timid perish, one warrior chuckled, adding, Boss, once we secure the ransom, we can eliminate him and hand him over to the dark organization. The head of a 20-year-old senior martial general could be worth billions. The remaining three warriors nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming like hungry wolves as they fixed their gaze on Liu Hao and his companions. Upon overhearing their conversation, Liu Hao shot a fierce glare at the female student who had spoken, a surge of anger swelling within him. What a foolish teammate! Utterly ridiculous. When the potential rewards outweighed the risks, even the offspring of a dragon god might dare to take such a gamble. Brothers, what are we waiting for? Seize them. The one-eyed giant waved his hand with a grin. That moment, his reservations vanished. The prospect of hundreds of billions loomed before him. The reputation of the Liu family was of no concern to him now. Understood. The four warriors sneered, drawing their weapons and launching an assault on Liu Hao and his group. Just as Liu Hao's team attempted to resist, they realized their strength was utterly outmatched by the speed of their attackers. Bang, bang, squelch, squelch. In a matter of seconds, 7 male students, including Liu Hao, lay on the ground, their limbs broken. Only the 3 female students, including Chu Jiaojiao, remained, huddled together in fear. Boss, these 3 girls are quite attractive. Why not let us have some fun with them? Afterward, we can do away with them. One warrior leered at Chu Jiaojiao and her companions, licking his lips, his eyes filled with lust. The one-eyed giant scrutinized the 3 females for a moment, and upon noticing Chu Jiaojiao's figure, he nodded with approval, saying, "The one with the splendid figure is mine. The other 2 are yours to play with. But remember, don't kill them. Judging by their combat outfits, their families must be quite wealthy. And I expect to extort money from them, understood?" The 4 warriors chuckled wickedly as they approached Chu Jiaojiao and her friends. "Please, don't come any closer. What do you intend to do?" One female student stammered. Trembling with fear, with a sob, Chu Jiaojiao suddenly knelt before them, pleading, I beg you, just spare my life, and I will do anything you ask. Oh, is that so? The one-eyed giant's interest peaked as he stepped in front of Chu Jiaojiao, lifting her chin with his right hand to scrutinize her face. Satisfied, he remarked, a beauty indeed. But tell me, would you be willing to swallow Kuan for your life? Willing, as long as you spare me. I will do anything you desired. I have many tricks up my sleeve to ensure your satisfaction. Chu Jiaojiao quickly nodded. Very well, let me witness your performance. The one-eyed giant patted her head. Chu Jiaojiao promptly lowered her head, unfastening the giant's belt. Zhejiao, Liu Hao, lying on the ground, stared in horror at Chu Jiaojiao's actions, his heart filled with rage in his eyes. She had always been a sweet and gentle goddess, kind, caring, and wise. He could never have imagined that she would debase herself in such a manner before their captors. Hey, is it really appropriate to conduct a live show in broad daylight? Suddenly, a light-hearted chuckle echoed through the air. The one-eyed giant and his companions felt an immediate tightening in their chests and swiftly scanned their surroundings. Perched atop a derelict car, a youthful boy with a refined demeanor observed them, his gaze laced with mockery. Jiangyu, it's Jiangyu. The hearts of the one-eyed giant and his comrades sank. Abandoning the three girls as they drew their weapons, their expressions turning serious in the past few days, they had heard whispers of Jiangyu's exploits, known as the God of Death, the Butcher. He was notorious for slaughtering martial teams without hesitation, his ruthlessness rivaling their own. Jiangyu. He is indeed Jiangyu. The eyes of Liu Hao and his 10 companions gleamed with a glimmer of hope. They had heard of this name as well, the world's foremost prodigy, the youngest martial god to ever exist. Ignoring the one-eyed giant and his group, Jiangyu turned his attention to the prostrate Liu Hao. A playful smile gracing his lips. Liu, I've heard you're the sole heir of the Liu family. How about we strike a deal? You provide me with 100 billion, and I'll ensure your survival. 100 billion. Liu Hao's brows shot up, a pained expression flitting across his face. Yet, considering his dire circumstances, he gritted his teeth and nodded, exclaiming, very well. If you can save us, I shall give you 100 billion. Deal, Jiangyu grinned, leaping down from the car's roof and advancing toward the one-eyed giant and his men. Jiangyu, we have no quarrel with you. You follow your path, and we'll follow ours. Why meddle in this affair and play the hero? The one-eyed giant barked, his demeanor growing grave. Jiangyu remained silent, taking a step forward as his form blurred into a fleeting shadow, hurtling toward the one-eyed giant and his comrades. Charge! Realizing negotiations had faltered, the one-eyed giant commanded his warriors to attack Jiangyu. Bang! The speed of a martial god was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the 4 warriors were sent hurtling through the air. A massive ice palm coalesced in the sky, ensnaring the 4 warriors within its grasp. Jiangyu gently clenched his right hand. The ice palm began to constrict, crushing the warriors midair. Bang, bang. Corpses plummeted to the ground. This Liu Hao and the others were left dumbfounded. Chu Jiaojiao and her companions stood frozen in shock. The one-eyed giant was equally stunned. They all understood the formidable strength of the 4 warriors. Especially Liu Hao and the other 7 male students, who had been utterly overpowered in their previous encounter. Yet now, Jiangyu had dispatched all 4 in a single move. What level of power was this? Is this truly the might of the world's greatest prodigy? A male student murmured, disbelief etched across his face. Liu Hao was even more astonished, feeling a profound sense of defeat wash over him. He had prided himself on being the finest among Ludu's youth. Having achieved the rank of senior martial general at just 20, his talent surpassed that of Lu Hui, marking him as an exceptional figure on a global scale. Yet now, in comparison to Jiangyu, what was he? The one-eyed giant, witnessing the swift demise of his comrades, darkened, bellowing, Jiangyu, you have forced my hand, boom. A thunderous roar resonated through the air as a powerful aura erupted from the one-eyed giant. Exuding an overwhelming pressure, the 3 girls closest to him, Chu Jiaojiao and her companions, struggled to breathe under the weight of his presence. Is he burning his soul? Jiangyu's brow furrowed slightly, a serious expression overtaking his features. Burning one's soul was a technique exclusive to martial god-level warriors, allowing them to multiply their strength exponentially. However, the drawbacks were severe. Soul injuries could not be healed, and excessive strain could lead to slumber or even death. Moreover, The soul represented a warrior's potential. Without a robust soul to support them, even the strongest physique was merely a shell. Jiang Yu, die! The one-eyed giant roared, swinging his five-ringed blade toward Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu deftly dodged. Boom! The blade struck the ground, causing the entire street to quake violently, cracks splintering the pavement. Though the one-eyed giant was immensely powerful, Jiang Yu showed no signs of retreat. Seizing the moment before the giant could retract his attack, Jiang Yu surged forward, his blade aimed directly at the giant's neck. Just as the one-eyed giant prepared to block, suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his mind, momentarily delaying his defensive maneuver. In that fleeting instant, Jiang Yu's blade struck true. Squelch! A flash of cold light sliced through the air, and the one-eyed giant's head soared into the sky. He fell, slain in an instant. Impossible! Lu Hao and the others gasped, their expressions a tapestry of shock. Quickly! This is all happening too fast. They had all failed to clearly witness how Jiang Yu made his move, and in an instant, the one-eyed brute was slain. Had it not been for their limbs being shattered, they would have rubbed their eyes in disbelief, questioning whether they had just experienced a hallucination. As bystanders, they could discern from the respectful demeanor of the four warriors towards the one-eyed man that his prowess far exceeded theirs. Otherwise, why would these four warriors capitulate so readily to him? Furthermore, through their engagement with the four warriors, it was evident that their strength surpassed that of advanced martial generals. After all, how could they have broken Lu Hao's limbs in a single exchange? Thus, it could be deduced that the four warriors possessed abilities akin to those of beginner martial deities. According to the typical composition of a martial team, the captain would generally be one tier stronger than the members, which would place him at the intermediate martial deity level. And yet, Jiang Yu had dispatched an intermediate martial deity in a mere round. Moreover, this was accomplished while he was burning his very soul. Just how formidable was Jiang Yu? Lu Hao and the 10 others were left astounded. Jiang Yu sheathed his Zhankuan knife and approached Lu Hao, opening a two-dimensional payment code. He chuckled lightly. Lu, I have finished off the targets. It's time to settle the bill. Lu Hao glanced at the communication watch on his right wrist and gestured. His silhouette was ethereal, akin to the wind, moving with a melody in its wake. The strength of the little wolf was formidable. Is this the power that transcends the martial god level? Should I withstand a few more of his strikes? And if I find myself at a disadvantage, I will have no choice but to activate the Celestial One, abandoning all defenses to engage him in a fierce contest. Jiang Yu mused internally, as he beheld the little wolf charging once more, drawing his blade to confront him head-on as he engaged in battle. He felt the power of his bloodline awakening within him. His mind was ablaze with fury, an indescribable emotion coursing through him, exhilaration intertwined with a profound bloodlust. His strength and speed surged invisibly, as if he had been injected with adrenaline. Kill the enemy! Jiang Yu instinctively shouted. Bang! The two collided once again. This time, Jiang Yu did not get sent flying. Instead, he firmly parried the little wolf's strike, even managing to exert some counter-dash pressure. How'd this possible? The little wolf was momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yu delivered a kick that sent him sprawling across the ground. On another street, the Lu family's warship was preparing for takeoff. Suddenly, the ground trembled, followed by the thunderous sound of collapsing buildings. What is happening? The people aboard the warship were puzzled, peering through the windows towards the source of the commotion. They beheld towering structures rapidly crumbling in the distance. Third uncle, what is going on? Has a beast tide erupted? Lu Hao queried in confusion, glancing at a nearby super martial god. The man, referred to as third uncle, shook his head. It shouldn't be. The commotion of a beast tide is never this subtle. There must be powerful beings engaged in a clash. A clash? Lu Hao furrowed his brow as he gazed at the street ahead. A sudden insight flashing through his mind. It is Jiang Yu. That direction is where he went. He is fighting someone. Who could possibly be capable of engaging Jiang Yu so fiercely? Third uncle shook his head. Regardless of who it is, it has nothing to do with us. We should proceed home. Wait, third uncle, Lu Hao interjected. Jiang Yu saved my life. We cannot just abandon him. If he truly encounters a formidable opponent, your presence could aid him. But, third uncle opened his mouth, intending to protest, but was promptly interrupted by Lu Hao. I understand what you want to say, third uncle. You mean to imply that Jiang Yu is viewed as a thorn in the side by the dark organization? If we rashly intervene, we may very well become targets ourselves. But have you considered that Jiang Yu is a genius, with the dragon god standing behind him? If we assist him while he is still vulnerable, it will benefit our Lu family in the future. Moreover, I observe that although Jiang Yu has a penchant for wealth, he is not one to repay kindness with enmity. Helping him now is tantamount to aiding our own family. The decision lies with you. Third uncle sighed deeply, a look of appreciation dawning in his eyes as he regarded Lu Hao. Though Lu Hao's hands and feet were broken, he had matured in comparison to before. A silence enveloped the warship. Rumble, outside, buildings continued to collapse, clouds of dust swirling towards the vessel, bang, bang, bang. Amidst the dust, two figures darted swiftly, colliding in a fierce exchange. They are coming for us, someone shouted, as the dust settled. The silhouettes of Jiang Yu and the little wolf emerged before Lu Hao and the other martial artists. The two were locked in a fierce struggle. It is him. Upon seeing the little wolf, third uncle's expression darkened. Third uncle, who is he? Do you recognize the martial artist engaged with Jiang Yu? Lu Hao turned to inquire. Third uncle, his demeanor serious, nodded affirmatively. The martial artist fighting Jiang Yu is known as Jili Shaolang. A seasoned warrior of the transcendent martial god level, he gained notoriety in the past few years. I never anticipated he would come to assassinate Jiang Yu. A transcendent martial god? Lu Hao's eyes widened as he observed the combatants. Third uncle, you say that martial artist is of the transcendent martial god level? Yet, from what I see, it appears he is being overwhelmed by Jiang Yu. Third uncle nodded slightly. Lu Hao, you are not mistaken. He is indeed being pressed by Jiang Yu. What? Overwhelmed by Jiang Yu? The gathered students gasped in astonishment. Lacking sufficient strength, they could not discern the true nature of Jiang Yu and the little wolf's confrontation. Only grasping a vague impression. However, since third uncle claimed Jiang Yu was overpowering Shaolang, they knew he spoke with authority, an individual of transcendent martial god caliber being subdued by Jiang Yu. How could they not be astonished? Chapter 90. Slaying the Little Wolf. How can it be? Jiang Yu is merely 18 years old. How could he possibly dominate a transcendent martial god? If Jiang Yu can suppress Shaolang, does that not imply he possesses transcendent martial god strength himself? An 18-year-old transcendent martial god. Hiss. The students collectively inhaled sharply, their astonishment evident. An 18-year-old transcendent martial god. This utterly shattered their perceptions. It is crucial to recognize that the martial god and transcendent martial god levels are separated by a significant chasm. Countless martial artists spend their entire lives without breaking into the transcendent martial god tier. Many remain stuck at the invincible martial god level for decades. And now, they bore witness to an 18-year-old transcendent martial god. If this news were to spread, those who have lingered at the invincible martial god level for years would be left utterly humiliated. This is not merely the younger generation surpassing the older. It is as if the former has crushed the latter against the shores. An 18-year-old transcendent martial god, in comparison to Jiang Yu, makes us feel as if we have lived like dogs. Suddenly, a quiet murmur echoed through the air. Instantly, the faces of all the students aboard the warship darkened as they began to doubt their own existence. Indeed, in comparison to Jiang Yu's talent, they felt as though they had lived like dogs. At merely 18, Jiang Yu could overpower a transcendent martial god, while they, several years his senior, remained at the martial general level. How could they ever measure up? Not only were the students astonished, but even the assembled martial gods of the Lu family were collectively dumbfounded. An 18-year-old transcendent martial god. Had they not witnessed it with their own eyes, they would scarcely have believed it. According to the regulations of the Martial Arts Academy, students could only officially become martial artists upon reaching the age of 18. This meant that Jiang Yu had ascended from novice to transcendent martial god in less than a year. The martial artists exchanged glances, each reflecting the shock in the other's eyes. How terrifying. Such prodigious talent. In just a year, he had crossed multiple realms to become a transcendent martial god. This level of aptitude is truly unprecedented. Should this young man not meet an untimely end? The next century shall undoubtedly belong to him. All other talented martial artists will pale in his presence. Third uncle's expression grew solemn, his deep-set eyes shimmering with intensity. At this moment, he felt an increasing sense of pride in Lu Hao's decision. The Liu family may lack several transcendent martial gods, but they are missing one who is merely 18. Not only does their family lack him, but any faction would covet such a figure. Once Jiang Yu matures, his strength will surely surpass even that of the dragon god, establishing him as a new leader among the martial artists of Yuanxing. At that time, the Liu family would naturally rise alongside him. Prepare yourselves. Should Jiang Yu find himself at a disadvantage, we will immediately intervene to help him eliminate the little wolf. Third uncle intoned thoughtfully. On the street, the pace of the duel between Jiang Yu and the little wolf quickened. Both combatants oblivious to the Liu family's worship, intent solely on each other's demise. Throughout their confrontation, while Jiang Yu maintained the upper hand, the little wolf, a transcendent martial god, was no pushover. With his katana, he deftly parried Jiang Yu's onslaught, his defense impenetrable. He was biding his time, waiting for Jiang Yu to exhaust himself or for his momentum to falter. That moment would spell Jiang Yu's doom. The little wolf's defense was meticulous. Striking him head-on would not be an easy feat. It seemed that a sneak attack was the only option. Jiang Yu withdrew momentarily, gazing at the little wolf, his eyes narrowing slightly. In an instant, the little wolf lunged forward, executing a crescent slash with his katana aimed directly at Jiang Yu. Look out for hidden weapons. Suddenly, Jiang Yu shouted, hurling dozens of ice blades towards the little wolf. Whoosh, 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 clang, clang, clang. As the little wolf swung his sword, he deflected the flying blades to the ground. Seizing the moment, Jiang Yu turned to flee. Trying to escape, the little wolf immediately surged forward, pursuing Jiang Yu. At that moment, the two ice blades that had just been deflected sprang to life, shooting towards the back of his head almost simultaneously. Unaware of the imminent threat due to his position, the little wolf did not notice the ice blades approaching until it was too late. Jiang Yu's mental control over the blades exceeded the speed of sound. Before the sound reached him, the ice blades had already arrived at the back of the little wolf's head. Now, to prevent the little wolf from sensing the danger, Jiang Yu suddenly executed a reverse strike, aiming his blade at the little wolf. Clang. Anticipating the attack, the little wolf parried Jiang Yu's strike. Just as he was about to counter, he caught sight of a cunning smile on Jiang Yu's face. Not good. The little wolf's instincts flared, and he turned just in time. Splat! Two ice blades transformed into streaks of light, piercing through the back of his head. With a resounding explosion, his head erupted. The little wolf was dead. In an instant, the small wolf was utterly defeated. Everything transpired so rapidly that the little wolf had no time to react. Even Sanshu and the others aboard the warship were unable to discern how Jiang Yu had dispatched the small wolf. They merely witnessed its lifeless body collapsing to the ground. This left the assembled warriors in a state of stunned silence. Let us depart. Given the current circumstances, it is evident that he requires no assistance from us. Sanshu remarked, gazing at the small wolf's corpse, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. He questioned himself. If he were in Jiang Yu's position, could he have slain the small wolf with such swiftness? The answer was a resounding no. Despite being a being of equal caliber to the superlative martial gods, he could engage in a fierce battle with the large wolf for 3 days and nights without easily overpowering it. The same held true for the small wolf. With a thunderous roar, the warship ascended from its stationary position. Sigh. Liu Hao lamented, recognizing that the Liu family ultimately bore no true connection to Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu, for his part, paid little heed to the departure of the Liu family. He retrieved his phone, capturing several photographs of the small wolf's corpse to send to Qiuyue, and subsequently made a call. Beep, beep, beep. After several rings, the call was answered, and Qiuyue's visage appeared. Looking at her mature countenance, Jiang Yu greeted her with a smile, then jested, Sister Qiuyue, I have slain that superlative martial god you mentioned, and I wonder if there is a reward for this feat. Furthermore, I have nearly eliminated the dark teams listed on that roster you provided. Do you have any new lists? And do not forget about my reward. And, as Jiang Yu rambled on, Zhua momentarily lost her composure, incredulity washing over her as she stammered, Jiang Yu. What did you just say? Are you claiming that you have killed a superlative martial god, and that you have nearly eradicated all the martial teams on the list? This is simply unbelievable. She could hardly fathom it. A superlative martial god, along with over 40 teams of martial artists boasting martial god-level warriors, all slain by Jiang Yu. Good heavens! Little did she know that the list they had given Jiang Yu was merely to familiarize him with their capabilities, never intended for actual hunting. 2.5 days. Over 40 martial teams, far surpassing Kuan. Sister Qiuyue, are you still listening? Jiang Yu gently called as he noticed Qiuyue had fallen into a stupor. Snapping back to reality, she looked at the handsome Jiang Yu, forcibly suppressing her shock, and replied, Jiang Yu, you are truly astonishing. The superlative martial god has indeed been slain by you. Just wait, I will report your situation to the higher-ups and apply for your reward. Without waiting for Jiang Yu's response, Qiuyue hastily ended the call. Jiang Yu could only shake his head in resignation. Since when had Qiuyue become so anxious? System, display my attribute panel. Host, Jiang Yu. Realm, invincible martial god. Mentalist, invincible martial god. Abilities, Ice type C level, 1000-3000. Fire type E level, 300-600. Electric type F level, 300-600. Strength, 900,000. Speed, 12,000 ms. Mental power, 900. 000. Skills, Mastery level sword technique, 110000. Proficient level fist technique, 9023 10,000. Proficient level gun technique, 1754 10,000. Proficient level sword technique, 1450 10,000. Cultivation methods, proficient level guidance technique, 8,000 10,000. Beginner source energy technique, 280-1000. Within the span of these 2.5 days, both his martial artist realm and mentalist abilities had ascended to the level of invincible martial god. Attribute bubbles were not exclusive to the base city. Numerous ones also existed in the wilderness. Moreover, his sword technique had reached mastery level. Between life and death, one encounters both great terror and immense opportunity. Meanwhile, after hanging up on Jiang Yu, Qiuyue sat alone at the edge of her bed, inhaling deeply to steady her racing heart and dispel her astonishment. This was simply inconceivable. A superlative martial god had been slain by Jiang Yu. His prowess far exceeded her own. As she gazed at the photos on her phone, Qiuyue harbored no doubts about the authenticity of Jiang Yu's claims. The infamous Little Wolf had been a renowned martial artist 20 years ago, famed for his half-moon slash, which had severed the corpses of countless exotic beasts. Yet now, he lay dead at Jiang Yu's hands. It was remarkable to consider that Jiang Yu was merely 18, a bright and cheerful young man. An 18-year-old superlative martial god. Unimaginable. Qiuyue's eyes sparkled with determination as she promptly dialed one call after another. Only after completing the last call did she finally exhale in relief. Opening Jiang Yu's photo, an unusual sensation surged within her. Why did it seem that Jiang Yu had grown even more handsome, stirring feelings of excitement within her? Is this what they call the legendary sisterly affection for a brother? At the Longting Martial Arts School, after ending his call with Qiuyue, Zhang Ming stood there in a state of shock, speechless for a long time. The white-haired youth seated on the sofa, witnessing Zhang Ming's astonishment, chuckled and teased, "What's wrong, old Zhang? Did Qiuyue confess her feelings to you, leaving you so flabbergasted?" Zhang Ming, regaining his composure, shot a glance at the white-haired youth and replied, his expression blank, "Old Bai, I have a question for you. Don't you think it's a bit pathetic that you, at over 30, have only just become a mid-level martial god? Pathetic." The white-haired youth was taken aback by Zhang Ming's words, quickly rising to his feet and retorting, "I became a martial artist at 19, and now at 36, I have achieved mid-level status in just 17 years. My talent is quite commendable. Many of my peers are still stuck at the martial artist level. If I told you that Jiang Yu was able to kill a superlative martial god at the age of 18, would you believe me?" Zhang Ming changed the subject. Of course not. The white-haired youth was about to argue but suddenly realized. Taking a swift step towards Zhang Ming, exclaiming, "Old Zhang, what did you just say? Jiang Yu killed a superlative martial god." Zhang Ming nodded and handed over the photo Qiuyue had sent him. This. The white-haired youth stared at the image of the small wolf's corpse, his expression frozen in disbelief, his eyes wide open. This is impossible. Just a few days ago, how could Jiang Yu have slain a superlative martial god? This defies logic. The white-haired youth was at a loss. Observing his reaction, Zhang Ming patted the white-haired youth's shoulder and chuckled. "That's why I said your talent is lacking. Jiang Yu can kill a superlative martial god while you remain stuck at mid-level. Who knows when you'll break through?" The white-haired youth opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for words to counter Zhang Ming. In comparison to Jiang Yu, his talent indeed appeared rather subpar. Meanwhile, as Zhang Ming and others were astonished by Jiang Yu's feats, online a user with the ID ChooseIoxian released a video. Shocking! Jiang Yu, as a prodigious martial artist, brazenly slays international allies, intentionally undermining Sino-Japanese friendship. An act of sheer brutality. His strength is not merely that of a junior martial god, but rather that of a superlative martial god. We have all been deceived by the Longting martial arts school. The video showcased the confrontation between Jiang Yu and the small wolf, albeit presented in an intentionally slow-motion format. Once the video was released, countless viewers were drawn in by the provocative title and content. Within mere minutes, the video garnered thousands of views, continuing to rise. Good heavens, is Jiang Yu truly a superlative martial god? Does this even make sense? Is it possible that the video is fabricated? That someone is deliberately spreading misinformation? An 18-year-old superlative martial god. Don't even mention my disbelief. My wife wouldn't believe it either. She has been curious about the true impact of a martial god's power. How could it possibly collapse a building? Second floor? You better be referring to collapsing the building and not injuring people. Since when did the Foot Basin Chicken become international allies? We shall never befriend the Foot Basin Chicken. The only way for friendship to occur is if every last one of them perishes. Indeed, with so many Foot Basin Chickens, what's wrong with taking out a few familiar faces? It doesn't affect my view of the teacher, does it? Exactly. The poster's intentions are suspect. I suspect she is just a walking 50 cents. Let us report her together. Inside the Liu family's warship, Chu Jiao lurked in a corner, seething with anger as she read the comments online. Her recent expedition to Nanhuang had not only diminished her standing in Liu Hao's eyes, but also led her to become a pariah among her peers. Most infuriating was Jiang Yu. Despite having knelt before him, he had refused to assist her in finding the elusive blue-silver grass. Where was the gentlemanly demeanor he promised? How could a man not lend a hand to a girl in need? Bah? A typical male. Truly disappointing. Thus, she resolved to launch a smear campaign against Jiang Yu, aiming to topple this so-called prodigy from his pedestal. She wanted everyone to recognize Jiang Yu as a cold-hearted individual. Yet, why was it that the one who committed the crime was Jiang Yu, but the backlash fell upon her? Why must they report her? Due to the violation of regulations in your uploaded videos. We will permanently ban your account and directly delete the videos you posted. A notification popped up, nearly driving Chu Jiao to the brink of madness. Chapter 92. Sudden bad news. The night had deepened. Summer nights always carry a cool breeze, bringing a refreshing chill. Jiang Yu sat by the roadside, indulging himself in the skewers in hand. Surrounding him were dozens of beasts resembling wolves, yet significantly larger. Their mouths dripping with saliva as they fixated on him with blood-red eyes. The aroma of grilled meat wafted through the air. However, despite this, none of the beasts dared to approach Jiang Yu. For the aura of lethality emanating from him instilled fear in them. With prolonged bloodshed, the murderous intent surrounding Jiang Yu had intensified. Some lower-tier beasts lacked even the courage to come near him. Even if they encountered Jiang Yu on the road, they would flee at once or lie low, not daring to make a sound. Initially, Jiang Yu was perplexed as to why so many beasts ran away upon seeing him. It was only after conducting some online research that he grasped the concept of presence. 2 individuals, one occupying a high position for years and the other perpetually in a lowly state. When they meet, the subordinate would instinctively become restrained, even if the superior did nothing but sit quietly. This was precisely his situation. The murderous aura he had accumulated from years of slaughter might be imperceptible to the average person. But these highly sensitive beasts could easily sense it. A sudden howl erupted from the pack of beasts. Although dozens of them were drooling over the skewers in front of Jiang Yu, they could only watch longingly. Fine, you can have it. After satisfying his hunger, Jiang Yu tossed the skewers into the beast horde and then rose to walk down the deserted street. With a chorus of howls, the beasts immediately began to scramble for the food, and of course, none of this concerned Jiang Yu. Strolling down the abandoned road, he felt as though he were taking a leisurely walk in a garden. Unperturbed and at ease, he had ceased hunting martial artist squads. After relentless hunting over the past 2.5 days, the martial artist squads in the wilderness had dwindled to a mere few. Previously, he could encounter over 10 squads in a day, yet today, he had only come across 3 waves. These martial artist squad seemed to be either terrified or concocting some scheme, making it increasingly difficult to spot them. Regardless, he only needed to remain in the southern wilderness until the dragon god returned to the source star, and then he could return to the base city. 3 days remained, which would pass in the blink of an eye. Boom! Just as Jiang Yu was contemplating, a thunderous sound suddenly erupted from the distant sky. A blinding white light shot into the heavens. That was. Jiang Yu's pupils contracted as he gazed at the white light. From this brilliance, he sensed a lethal sense of crisis. That was the sunlight of Rulus. It seemed that Rulus was willing to sacrifice everything to eliminate him. Suddenly, a calm male voice resonated behind Jiang Yu. His heart clenched, and he swiftly turned around, drawing the Zhan Kuan knife from his back. His entire body tensed. Before him stood a man over 2 meters tall, enveloped in a black robe. The man exuded an overwhelming aura. And even from hundreds of meters away, Jiang Yu could feel the immense pressure emanating from him. A master. This was a formidable opponent, far beyond the level of a minor wolf. Jiang Yu dared not be careless. The heavenly god #1 on his right arm was ready to activate at any moment. No need to be anxious. If I intended to kill you, you would have been dead days ago. The man spoke nonchalantly, stepping forward to stand before Jiang Yu. Who are you? Are you also a member of the Dark Organization? Jiang Yu inquired, his tone grave, with no hint of relaxation. He felt as though he were facing a formidable enemy. The man smiled, removed his hat, and handed Jiang Yu a token, saying, I am Bai Hu, one of the 4 commanders under the Dragon God's command at the Longting Martial Arts Hall. I bear you no malice. I have been following you since your arrival in the southern wilderness, ensuring your safety. Did you think that the Dark Organization merely sent some martial god-level trash to deliver you to your doom? Bai Hu, one of the 4 commanders. Jiang Yu's gaze hardened, his expression tinged with skepticism. Just then, his communication watch suddenly rang. Before he could answer, Qiu Yu's face appeared in the void. Her expression was grave. Filled with urgency, Jiang Yu, the situation has changed. You must return to the base city with Commander Bai Hu immediately. You need to hurry. Sister Qiu Yu, what has happened? Jiang Yu asked hastily. We'll discuss it when you return. Qiu Yu left those words before abruptly hanging up. Ding ding ding. The phone rang again, this time from the man's communication watch. He listened intently for a moment, and his expression abruptly shifted. The smile on his face was replaced by fury, a strong murderous intent radiating from him. Bai Hu, you must ensure Jiang Yu's safe return to the base. A woman's voice resonated from the communication device. I understand. The man nodded, hanging up the call. Without another word, he seized Jiang Yu's shoulder and sprinted toward the direction of the Huidu base city. His speed was astonishing, akin to a gust of wind, as they covered dozens of kilometers in an instant. Being gripped by the man's shoulder, Jiang Yu did not resist. From Qiu Yu's anxious demeanor and the man's sudden change in expression, he realized that something significant had transpired, likely related to the white light from earlier. Whoosh! The wind whistled past his ears. The man returned to the Longting Martial Arts Hall in Huidu Base City in just half an hour. That moment, the hall was devoid of any students. In Zhang Ming's former office sat 3 men and 2 women. Besides Zhang Ming, the white-haired youth, Zhao Gang, and Qiu Yu, there was a woman Jiang Yu had never seen before. Each of them bore expressions of profound sorrow. The eyes of the white-haired youth were especially filled with rage and murderous intent. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Sister Qiu Yu, Brother Zhang, what is this? Jiang Yu hesitated to ask. Jiang Yu, Senior Wen Tianxiang has perished in battle. Zhang Ming spoke with deep sorrow. Senior Wen Tianxiang? Jiang Yu was taken aback. Zhang Ming nodded solemnly. Jiang Yu, there is something we have been concealing from you. When you headed to Linghuan County, we reported your situation truthfully to the higher-ups. Upon learning of your situation, Senior Wen Tianxiang personally took action, secretly following you to ensure your safety. However, when you ventured into the southern wilderness, he went alone to the South Sea to confront 3 SS-level experts from the West. Initially, everything was going well. Senior Wen Tianxiang held his ground against 3 opponents. Yet, unexpectedly, just moments ago, the only SS level from the Foot Basin Nation launched a surprise attack while Senior Wen Tianxiang was engaged with the 3 Western SS-level experts. In a moment of carelessness, Senior Wen Tianxiang perished in battle. Chapter 93. The Big Picture? Bang. The white-haired youth slammed his fist into the wall, creating a dent. Filled with indignation, the Foot Basin Nation is too much. How dare they ambush Senior Wen Tianxiang from behind? If only I were stronger, I would annihilate that island nation. Humanitarianism, this is what they preach every day. What use is humanitarianism with a bunch of beasts? What kind of good people are they pretending to be? They treat us like humans, but how do the residents of the Foot Basin Nation regard us? Must we suffer heavy losses while they remain unharmed? Jiang Yu remained silent, his hatred for the Foot Basin Nation intensifying. National grievances and personal vendettas, now compounded by this personal grudge. He had never met Wen Tianxiang, yet Wen Tianxiang had died because of him. This debt would be etched in his heart. Sooner or later, he would seek retribution against the Foot Basin Nation. Commander Zhu Ke, what should we do next? Does the Dragon God have any new instructions? Zhang Ming suddenly inquired. Everyone turned their gaze toward the woman. She nodded expressionlessly and replied without hesitation, I have reported Senior Wen Tianxiang's death to the Dragon God. The Dragon God's message is for us to remain still for the time being, to calm down and wait for his return. Additionally, the Fire God is already aware of this matter and is currently demanding an explanation from the Western nations. I knew it would come to this. Zhao Gang sighed heavily. He had witnessed too many similar situations. Every time something went wrong, the higher-ups would only condemn, protest, and demand explanations. If it were up to him, they should directly send troops to annihilate the Foot Basin Nation. Ultimately, the radicals were too conservative. Zhao Gang shook his head helplessly. Although Zhang Ming and the others were equally furious, they felt powerless against the higher-ups' decisions, only able to express their frustration with a long sigh. The office fell into a sorrowful atmosphere. Zhu Ke and Bai Hu also noticed the anger on Zhang Ming and the others' faces. Yet, they too had no recourse. They were merely minor commanders. All the real power rested in the hands of the Dragon God. Time ticked by. A few minutes later, Qiu Yu suddenly looked at the woman. Commander Zhu Ke, could you step out for a moment? I wish to speak with Jiang Yu privately. All right. Commander Zhu Ke understood how heavy the news of Wen Tianxiang's death weighed on Qiu Yu and nodded slightly, turning to leave the office. Come on, let's go outside. Zhang Ming and the others followed closely behind. After the crowd had dispersed, only Jiang Yu and Qiu Yu remained in the office. Jiang Yu observed Qiu Yu, who sat on the couch with a countenance full of sorrow. Feeling a pang of compassion, he approached and seated himself beside her. In that moment, Qiu Yu could no longer contain her inner anguish and collapsed into Jiang Yu's embrace. Weeping openly, tears soaked Jiang Yu's attire. Jiang Yu, do you know? Wen Tianxiang was not merely my teacher. At many times, he was a father to me. Like you, I have been an orphan since childhood, raised single-handedly by my teacher, who guided me onto the path of martial arts. To outsiders, I always referred to him as my teacher, yet in my heart, he has always been my father. But before I could even utter those two words, he was gone. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Jiang Yu extended his hand, gently patting Qiu Yu's back in a gesture of comfort. He was unsure how to console her. At that moment, the best solace he could offer was silence. Gradually, Qiu Yu seemed to tire from her weeping and fell asleep in Jiang Yu's arms. The death of Wen Tianxiang was undoubtedly a heavy blow for Qiu Yu. Sister Qiu Yu, fear not. I shall avenge Senior Wen Tianxiang. Jiang Yu vowed silently as he gazed down at her serene face. Outside the office, Zhang Ming and a few others stood in the corridor. The white-haired youth looked at the Zhu Ke commander, hesitating several times before finally voicing his inner question. Zhu Ke commander, please tell us the truth. After the Dragon God returns, will he personally take action to slay Xia Luosi and the others to avenge Senior Wen Tianxiang? These individuals not only aimed to annihilate our country's talents, but also ambushed and killed Senior Wen Tianxiang. They have already violated the treaty of the Dragon God Temple. The charges stated in the treaty are sufficient to warrant their execution. Zhu Ke furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment before shaking her head, her expression grave. While that may be the case, based on my understanding of the Dragon God, he is unlikely to personally intervene to pass judgment on Xia Luosi and his cohorts. He is a person who considers the broader picture and would not easily interfere in the conflicts between nations, lest he disrupt the delicate balance among them. Should he choose to intervene, it could very well provoke discontent among the Western populace, leading to a rift between East and West, something the Dragon God is most averse to. In fact, in certain circumstances, the Dragon God may even prevent us from avenging Senior Wen Tianxiang. Is that truly the case? The white-haired youth, upon hearing this response, forced a bitter smile, feeling a chill settle in his heart. Glancing around the martial arts hall, he felt a strange sense of unfamiliarity. When Tianxiang was one of humanity's pillars, a national-level figure. His death was not only a tremendous loss for humanity, but also for the nation itself. What was most infuriating was that he did not fall to the hands of beasts, but to those of humans. Betrayed and ambushed, the bigger picture? What does that even mean? Does Wen Tianxiang's death equate to the bigger picture? Is seeking revenge deemed reckless disregard for the greater good? The white-haired youth was perplexed. He found himself questioning the dragon's martial arts hall and the dragon god for the first time. With a creak, the office door swung open. Zhang Ming and the others quickly turned to look. Jiang Yu emerged from the office, cradling the sleeping Qiu Yu in his arms. Jiang Yu? Is Qiu Yu? Zhang Ming hesitated, concern etched on his face. Jiang Yu smiled gently. Brother Zhang, Sister Qiu Yu is asleep. Could you please find me a room? I wish to take her back. Of course. Zhang Ming replied, leading the way. They turned corners until they arrived at a quaint villa. Jiang Yu carefully laid Qiu Yu down on the bed, tenderly covering her with a blanket. Jiang Yu, Zhang Ming began, then hesitated. Brother Zhang, you wish to tell me that we must rely on ourselves for revenge, as the dragon god will not intervene too much in this matter. Correct? Jiang Yu inquired without raising his gaze, his eyes fixed intently on Qiu Yu's delicate features. Zhang Ming nodded, a hint of resignation on his face. Jiang Yu, some matters are more complicated than we realize. The Western SS-level powerhouses dared to unite to assassinate Senior Wen Tianxiang, which indicates they have long contemplated how to deal with the dragon god. The dragon god is someone who considers the broader picture. If this situation is mishandled, it could truly lead to a rift between East and West. After all, for some individuals, only interests matter, not the greater good. Hence, the dragon god is likely to administer only a slight reprimand to the Western SS-level powerhouses and will not pursue their culpability too vigorously. Am I correct? Jiang Yu interjected, his gaze cold as he scrutinized Zhang Ming. Zhang Ming nodded in acquiescence. In the dragon god's mind, he has always prioritized all of humanity. He would not allow the entire human alliance to fracture for the sake of any single individual. Nor would he permit significant discord among nations. Jiang Yu, I share this with you merely to prepare you mentally. The ultimate outcome of this matter may be difficult for you to accept. Zhang Ming sighed heavily, turning to leave the villa. Watching his retreating figure, Jiang Yu's eyes gleamed with cold determination. If the dragon god was unwilling to act, then he would take matters into his own hands. A mere dozen or so SS-level powerhouses would ultimately meet their demise at his hands. Chapter 94. The correct use of the system. In the stillness of the night, Jiang Yu gazed at Qiu Yu's peaceful visage, unable to resist the urge to plant a secret kiss on her right cheek. Indeed, he found himself drawn to mature women, though he wouldn't refuse a lowly either. Ensuring Qiu Yu remained undisturbed, Jiang Yu donned his combat attire and stealthily departed the villa, making his way to the streets outside the martial arts hall. This time, he did not alert anyone, nor did he wish Zhang Ming and the others to be aware of his actions. Congratulations, Host Strength 111. Congratulations, Host Mental Power 111. Congratulations, Host. As soon as he began, several attribute bubbles were collected. Jiang Yu glanced ahead at the street and immediately accelerated to full speed. Transforming into a streak, Jiang Yu gazed towards the direction of Jiaopin Island, a fierce glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Approaching Qiu Yu's bedside, he cast a glance at the peacefully slumbering girl. Just as he was about to turn away, a hand suddenly seized him. Hot, I'm so hot, murmured Qiu Yu in her sleep, her other hand instinctively unbuttoning the clasp at her chest. Hot? Jiang Yu glanced at the weather outside, then at the air conditioning running at full blast within the room, his expression one of confusion. A cool breeze swept through outside, and the air conditioning was set to a mere 18 degrees. How could she possibly feel hot? Hot, truly hot. Qiu Yu began to toss and turn restlessly on the bed, having undone the buttons on her chest, revealing a sight unfit for the reader's eye. Frowning, Jiang Yu placed his hand upon her forehead, confirming she was indeed warm. Hot, that can be remedied. He conjured an ice bed and lifted Qiu Yu onto it. Subsequently, he enveloped her in an ice dome. Having completed this, he leapt from the villa, stepping onto a pair of flying willow leaf daggers, soaring into the air towards Jiaopinji. Some debts needed to be settled in midair. Jiang Yu's face was etched with a murderous resolve. The two willow leaf daggers floated behind him, glinting ominously, mirroring his current mood. Above him lay the vast starry sky, and beneath his feet, a blanket of pristine white clouds. The moonlight illuminated Jiang Yu, casting a glow upon his handsome yet deadly visage. As he soared through the sky, he transformed into a streak of blue light. Meanwhile, back in the villa, Qiu Yu awoke from her slumber, staring at the ice dome encasing her, tears welling in her eyes. Is this truly how one cools down? Chapter 95. I wish to overpower the martial arts of Jiao Pin for a century alone. Soaring through the air, Jiang Yu's heart brimmed with murderous intent. This fury stemmed not only from the death of Wen Tianxiang, but also from a multitude of past grievances. Had Wen Tianxiang perished in a fair confrontation at the hands of an SS-level foe from Jiao Pinji, Jiang Yu would have felt no such animosity. After all, it was merely a matter of skill. However, the fact that Wen Tianxiang had fallen victim to a sneak attack by the treacherous Jiao Pinji was utterly intolerable to him. He had never been one to exhibit magnanimity. What did condemnation and protest matter to him? He understood only one truth. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. If her teacher was also an SS-level powerhouse. A seasoned veteran, yet he met his demise at the hands of the Foot Basin Chicken. She was fearful that the Foot Basin Chicken would resort to underhanded tactics, leading Jiang Yu to repeat her teacher's tragic fate. It was not the strength of the enemy that frightened her, but the combination of their formidable power with their deceitful nature. In response to Qiu Yu's concerns, Jiang Yu offered a faint smile. Sister Qiu Yu, rest assured, this battle will surely end in victory. Just wait. I shall return with the heads of the Foot Basin Chicken's SS-level powerhouse and the trio of Shilu Si to pay homage to the esteemed Wen Tianxiang. Jiang Yu spoke with unwavering confidence, casually ending the communication. He had faith in his own abilities. Since the Foot Basin Chicken had set the stage, let them do as they pleased. However, he had no intention of participating. Why would he go? He was not there to engage in a contest, but to eliminate foes. In his possession were the records of the younger generation of Foot Basin Chicken warriors, meticulously gathered online from various martial arts schools. He would first eradicate these individuals before making his way to Sakura capital, by that time. The attributes accumulated along the way would likely elevate his strength beyond SS level, breaking through to SSS level. At that moment, he would be without restraint. Even if the Dragon God intervened, he would dare to challenge him. Jiang Yu soared through the skies, his destination set for Foot Basin Island. Meanwhile, Foot Basin Island, having released its declaration, was fervently preparing in Sakura capital. Warships descended, and an array of formidable Foot Basin Chicken warriors arrived in Sakura capital, including some who surpassed the battle gods. Troops were clandestinely mobilized, all with a singular objective: to keep Jiang Yu confined to Foot Basin Island. In the Prime Minister's residence in Sakura capital, Shilu Si convened with 3 SS-level warriors. They were the 4 who had besieged Wen Tianxiang. Hailing from different nations and factions. One of them, clad in icy blue armor, emanated a chilling aura with every movement. Willis, one of the 2 S-level powerhouses from Bear Country. The second, shrouded in a black cloak, obscured his features, yet his presence was no less imposing than that of Shilu Si and his companions. The last individual, diminutive in stature, barely standing at 1.5 meters tall, had a sharp face resembling that of a monkey. Jing Tian Kong, the sole SS-level powerhouse of the Foot Basin Chicken. The 3 discussed Jiang Yu's impending challenge to the Foot Basin Chicken. What are your thoughts on this matter? Willis inquired, sipping hot tea with an air of indifference. It was none of his concern. Jiang Yu's challenge was against the Foot Basin Chicken, not Bear Country, so he was in no rush. Moreover, when Tianxiang had perished at the hands of Jing Tian Kong, which was of little consequence to him, naturally, he must be eliminated. Jiang Yu's extraordinary talent poses a significant threat to the standing of our factions, and even to the Dragon God's position. We cannot allow him to leave Foot Basin Island alive. I will strike at a critical moment, delivering a fatal blow to Jiang Yu. I refuse to believe that a mere invincible martial god can surpass Wen Tianxiang and evade the ambush of an SS-level powerhouse like myself. What do you think, Shilu Si? Jing Tian Kong said with a cruel smile. His gaze fixed on Shilu Si. It was Shilu Si who had proposed the assassination of Jiang Yu and the ambush of Wen Tianxiang. Shilu Si, possessing considerable influence in the West, would lead this operation. He nodded in agreement. Jing Tian Kong is correct. Jiang Yu must not be allowed to leave Foot Basin Island alive. To prevent the Fire God and the 4 commanders from intervening, we have already notified other SS powerhouses from various factions to assist in the encirclement and extermination of Jiang Yu. At a critical juncture, They will also lend their support. Additionally, according to my latest information, the Dragon God has long since returned to Source Star. Do you know why he has yet to make an appearance? Could it be that the Dragon God is also dead? Willis's pupils constricted in disbelief as he looked at Shilu Si. Shilu Si nodded slightly. This? Willis's expression reflected incredulity, while Jing Tian Yikong displayed delight. The Dragon Goddess return to Source Star without making an appearance signified something clear to them. With the Dragon God's tacit approval, Jiang Yu was destined to die. What a delight, Jing Tian Yikong exclaimed. Shilu Si remained silent, eyeing the high skies. Jiang Yu maintained a speed surpassing that of a martial god as he swiftly approached Foot Basin Island. Gradually, the island appeared within his view. Gazing down at Foot Basin Island, a fierce killing intent flickered in Jiang Yu's eyes as he opened a live stream once more. This time, he did not mute the participants but directed the camera towards the live broadcast. The moment had come, the exhilarating battle awaited. If Jiang Yu could indeed overpower the Foot Basin Chicken's martial arts legacy built over a century with his own strength, it would be an unprecedented feat, a monumental achievement without parallel in history. One man against an entire nation. Merely contemplating it was exhilarating. Even the Dragon God of Ur had not dared to undertake such a challenge, opting instead for peaceful resolutions to disputes between nations. Wait a moment, Jiang Yu's flight path did not lead to Sakura capital. Where was he headed? No way. No way. Jiang Yu, you're flying in the wrong direction. Sakura capital is to your left. Why are you veering right? A multitude of viewers expressed their confusion. As they puzzled over his trajectory, Jiang Yu rapidly flew away from Sakura capital. Baka, Jiang Yu, are you afraid? Too scared to approach us in Sakura capital? If you are, just kneel and bow 3 times to us Foot Basin Chickens, and we might consider sparing you. I knew it. Given Jiang Yu's prowess, how could he dare challenge the Foot Basin Empire? It turns out he is merely putting on a show. Jiang Yu, Sakura capital is on your left. Why are you flying right? Not only the domestic audience was puzzled, but even the Foot Basin Chicken viewers in Jiang Yu's live stream shared their bewilderment. Chapter 97, An Eye for an Eye. Why is Jiang Yu flying to the right? What is he planning? Shilu Si frowned as he observed Jiang Yu's live stream. Willis displayed an air of indifference. What on earth does this fellow intend to do? Jing Tian Yikong also furrowed his brow. This is bad. Suddenly, Jing Tian Yikong recalled something, exclaiming in alarm as he stood up. The Foot Basin Chicken had 3 base cities, Sakura capital, Dabing capital, and Tianzhou capital, arranged in a linear formation from left to right. Sakura capital was farthest left, followed by Dabing capital and Tianzhou capital. Above Tianzhou capital, Jiang Yu dove down. He had proclaimed his intent to sever the Foot Basin Chicken's martial legacy, and he was determined to follow through. The playground of Tianzhou's foremost martial arts academy. Over 20 young warriors were attentively listening to a middle-aged instructor elucidating martial arts principles. Suddenly, a slender green flying knife appeared. Slicing through the neck of one young warrior, Jiang Yu materialized above the academy's playground, watching the young warrior succumb to his fate without a flicker of emotion. He activated his communication device to pull up the young warrior's identity. Yamamoto Gon, aged 18, a junior battle general. Himph. Jiang Yu chuckled softly, casually deleting the young warrior's information. Baka, who are you? Why have you killed my student? The middle-aged instructor shouted furiously. Jiang Yu ignored him and turned to leave. You scoundrel! Stop right there! The enraged instructor lunged at Jiang Yu. Bang! Before the instructor could close the distance, he was encased in ice, transformed into a frozen statue. Without a backward glance, Jiang Yu walked out of the martial arts academy. The viewers of Jiang Yu's live stream were left in a state of shock, grappling with their confusion. They could not comprehend why Jiang Yu, who aimed to dismantle the Foot Basin Chicken's martial legacy, would come here to kill a junior battle general. I understand now. I comprehend Jiang Yu's intention. He is retaliating, avenging the Foot Basin Chicken's assassination attempts against him. The Foot Basin Chicken has persistently sent assassins after Jiang Yu, seeking to eliminate this prodigy. Thus, Jiang Yu has opted for an eye for an eye, personally eradicating the Foot Basin Chicken's talents. Delightful. This is true satisfaction. If you wish to eliminate me, then I shall extinguish all your geniuses. A comment illuminated the chat, igniting a moment of clarity among the viewers. Upon reflection, it indeed seemed to hold merit. And no wonder Jiang Yu chose not to head to Sakura capital. He was pursuing this objective. If I eradicate all your talents, won't your martial path face a significant disruption? Incredible. I relish this notion of retribution. Why should the foot basin chicken be allowed to assassinate our nation's prodigies while we cannot strike down theirs? Wait, have you considered the possibility that Jiang Yu is intentionally provoking the foot basin chicken? He is expressing through his actions that if you fail to eliminate me, then I will openly slay your talents. Jiang Yu, brother, 9999. The comments in the live stream surged incessantly, yet Jiang Yu remained unfazed, for he had already identified his second target. This was a young man with yellow hair, Komori Chiro, age 22, a senior battle general, hailed as the greatest talent of Tianzhou capital. Humph! Jiang Yu scoffed at the information on the yellow-haired individual, nonchalantly severing his head with a flying knife before turning to depart. Baka, Baka, you bulldozer. With the death of Komori Chiro, the foot basin chicken warriors finally grasped Jiang Yu's intentions, seething with fury. That scoundrel! I will go and slay him, Jing Tian Kong. Watching Jiang Yu's live stream, stood up, ready to storm out, but was promptly halted by Shilu Si. With a calm demeanor, Shilu Si advised, Brother Jing, now is not the time for you to act. If you intervene now, it could very well alert the enemy and compromise our chance to eliminate Jiang Yu. I suggest you remain composed. Willis chimed in, indeed. We cannot allow Jiang Yu to continue growing unchecked. Jingtian Shtong, do not let a small loss lead to a greater one. You all. Jingtian Ikong glared at Zayulisi and his companion. An intense fury rising within him, he understood the true intent behind their words. They were not merely wary of alarming the snake in the grass. They clearly sought to eliminate the talented martial artist of their faction by using Jiang Yu as a pawn. It was an attempt to stab him in the back, however. Upon realizing he was no match for them, Jingtian Ikong could only sulk in indignation and retreat. Ian Tianzhojing. Jiang Yu's rampage continued unabated. Every talented martial artist he could find through Longting martial arts or online was mercilessly slain. 18-year-old high-level martial artists felled. 20-year-old mid-level martial generals perished. 23-year-old high-level martial generals met their demise. With each life extinguished, a genius martial artist from the faction known as Penny was lost, and Jiang Yu's strength escalated rapidly as the attributes dropped on the streets of Tianzhojing were automatically collected by the system. Thud! Beneath a cherry blossom tree, a young Penny martial artist was decapitated. Standing before the lifeless body, Jiang Yu casually inscribed the number 21 and mused softly, the 21st. Who will be next? Before the watchful eyes of countless viewers in the live stream. He delved into the profiles of the top geniuses from Pinty, randomly selecting his next target. This audacious act on Jiang Yu's left hand tightened slightly, and the snowflakes that struck against Gong Fu's armor instantaneously spread out, encasing him in IC. At that moment, Jiang Yu's figure flickered and suddenly vanished from Gong Fu's sight. When he reappeared, he had already positioned himself behind a formidable martial deity, just as this invincible warrior was about to react. Thud! A willow leaf flying dagger pierced through his throat. Cursed wretch! Gong Fu thought of breaking free from the ice, only to discover that it was far more resilient than he had anticipated. Chapter 99. A resounding breakthrough thud. Another invincible martial deity's head was severed by a flying dagger. Upon witnessing two of their comrades fall in an instant, the remaining two invincible warriors turned to flee. Jiang Yu could not let them escape. He hurtled towards one of the remaining invincible deities, swinging his Zhan Kuan blade in a decisive strike. The warrior attempted to counter, but he could not perceive the speed at which Jiang Yu wielded his blade. Thud! Yet another invincible warrior met his demise. The last remaining invincible deity fled even more swiftly, yet no matter how fast he ran, he could not outrun the willow leaf daggers. 6 daggers surrounded him from all directions. Closing in for the kill, bang, bang, bang. The invincible warrior swung his sword, rapidly slicing through the 6 daggers. Suddenly, one of the daggers split into 2, revealing a brand new blade that plunged into the warrior's neck. Note it cannot be 6.0, 7. The invincible warrior fell helplessly to the ground. When did I ever claim that I could only control 6 daggers? Jiang Yu chuckled lightly. Baka, damn it, you wretched fool. Gong Fu seethed with rage upon realizing that within mere moments, all 4 of his invincible warriors had perished. A powerful aura erupted from his body. Bang! The ice encasing him shattered. Driven by overwhelming fury, Gong Fu gripped his long blade tightly and swung it horizontally toward Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu raised his blade to block. Boom! The The shockwave from their clash caused the ground within a radius of several hundred meters to collapse, obliterating all structures in its vicinity. It is time to put an end to this. Jiang Yu's gaze intensified as a formidable mental force surged into Gong Fu's mind. Boom. Gong Fu felt a ringing in his head, and consciousness slipped away from him. In that moment, Jiang Yu moved. The Zhan Kuan blade transformed into a streak of light, swiftly severing Gong Fu's head from his body. I have won. Jiang Yu has triumphed. For invincible warriors and one transcendent martial deity were utterly vanquished by Jiang Yu. Impossible. How can this be? Gong Fu's 5 warriors were renowned martial artists. How could they fall to Jiang Yu's blade? Baka. If even Gong Fu's 5 warriors cannot withstand Jiang Yu, who else can? Could it be that the martial prowess of our empire, the Jiao Pinji, is truly destined for destruction at Jiang Yu's hands? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could Gong Fu's 5 warriors suffer defeat? Viewers in the live stream, both from Xia Country and Jiao Pinji, were left in disbelief, gazing at the unfolding events. These were 5 established martial powerhouses. How could they perish at Jiang Yu's hands? They had envisioned numerous outcomes, yet none included the possibility of defeat for these 5 renowned warriors. Baka. These 5 useless fools could not even capture a mere child like Jiang Yu. They are nothing but worthless trash. Jing Tian Yikong seethed upon witnessing the death of Gong Fu's 5 warriors. In the entire Jiao Pinji, how many transcendent martial deities could there be? Jiang Yu must not be allowed to live. Now that Jiang Yu could slay transcendent warriors, if he were afforded more time to grow, even Jing Tian Yikong himself might not stand a chance against him. Jiang Tian Yikong's eyes glinted with a fierce murderous intent as he stood up and strode out. Willis attempted to intervene but was halted by a mere glance from Shilu Si. Let him go. Know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win every battle. Shilu Si remarked calmly, lifting his teacup for a delicate sip. Should Jing Tian Yikong manage to kill Jiang Yu, the animosity of Xia Country's viewers would shift entirely onto him, leaving them unscathed. If he failed, they could always take action later. After leaving the room, Jing Tian Yikong boarded a warship, flying at top speed toward Tianzhaojing. Meanwhile, after eliminating Gong Fu's 5 warriors, Jiang Yu feigned exhaustion, taking several deep breaths as he raced along the road to Tianzhaojing. Along the way, he collected attribute bubbles, mercilessly slaying any transcendent martial deities he encountered. At the entrance of the Yagyu family's estate, hundreds of martial deities blocked his path, but Jiang Yu charged in as if traversing an uninhabited realm, cutting through the ranks of martial deities with ease. 1 minute later, Yagyu Aikiru lay dead. Next. With Jiang Yu's relentless slaughter, countless talented Jiao Pinji martial artists perished, driving the viewers in the livestream into utter despair. It is over. Our Jiao Pinji empire is finished. Damn it! Is there truly no one in our entire Jiao Pinji empire who can stop Jiang Yu? This was a massacre, a blatant slaughter. Where are our SS-level powerhouses? Why haven't they emerged to halt Jiang Yu? In an instant, the martial artists of Jiao Pinji succumbed to despair. Talented warriors represented the lifeblood of a nation, the pillars of its future. Should a significant number of these gifted individuals perish, the martial arts of Jiao Pinji would face a severe decline, unable to hold their heads high before other nations for decades to come. Finally, Jiang Yu collected all the attribute bubbles from Tianzhaojing. As he surveyed the multitude of warships approaching in the distance, he set his sights onto Banjing. From those vessels, he sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent. If he were not mistaken, there must be SS-level powerhouses among them. Yet now was not the time for a direct confrontation. Whoosh! The willow leaf dagger appeared beneath Jiang Yu's feet, propelling him toward Banjing at an even swifter pace. At this moment, both his martial artist and mentalist levels had surpassed the SSS tier, with his strength reaching an astonishing 15-star power. Even if the Dragon God were to appear, he would possess the capability to contend with him. However, this was still far from sufficient. No one could ascertain the true strength of the Dragon God. What if he were stronger? Ding! Congratulations, host, for breaking through the 10 million mental strength barrier. Would you like to unlock System version 5.0? Unlocking. Congratulations, host. System version 5.0 has been successfully unlocked, with an automatic collection range expanded to 100 meters. The next unlock will require the host's mental strength to surpass 50 million. The system's voice echoed. But Jiang Yu paid it no heed as he sped toward Banjing. Jiang Yu, Where do you think you're going, Jing Tian Yikong? Witnessing Jiang Yu depart from Tian Zhao Jing toward Debanjing, hurriedly left the warship to follow in pursuit. No. Jiang Yu must not be allowed to continue his slaughter. If this continues, our talented warriors will be wiped out. Chapter 100. 18 SS-level powerhouses gather in Debanjing. Jiang Yu's figure darted rapidly through the streets, akin to a magnet pulling in a tribute bubbles strewn along the roadside. Along his path, every young martial artist or those above the martial deity level fell victim to his relentless pursuit. The 6 willow leaf daggers transformed into a relentless harbinger of death, reaping the lives of Jiao Pinji warriors. Damn it, Jiang Yu, you truly are a cursed being. Jing Tian Yikong trailed behind Jiang Yu, filled with loathing as he witnessed Jiang Yu mercilessly pillaging the warriors of his nation. He yearned to halt Jiang Yu, yet discovered that he could not match Jiang Yu's speed. Something is amiss. This cannot be right. With his SS-level speed, how could he possibly fail to catch up to Jiang Yu? A bold notion surged in Jing Tian Yikong's mind. With his SS-level speed, it was unfathomable that he could not pursue Jiang Yu. An invincible martial deity. Even if Jiang Yu were a mentalist, it should not be possible. If Jiang Yu could evade him, then there was only one explanation. Jiang Yu was also an SS-level powerhouse. An 18-year-old SS-level powerhouse. Jing Tian Yikong's pupils constricted in an instant, his murderous intent reaching its zenith. No. Jiang Yu must not be allowed to continue growing stronger. He has thoroughly crossed me. Should he survive, it would bode ill for both him and the entirety of Jiao Pinji. It is entirely possible that Jiao Pinji may meet its end because of Jiang Yu's presence. Jiang Yu must be killed. He must be eliminated. Gazing at Jiang Yu's retreating figure, Jing Tian Yikong's eyes glimmered with intense murderous intent as he hastily dialed Shilu Si and the others. Shilu Si, gather quickly and join me in taking action. Jiang Yu is not an invincible martial deity. He is an SS-level warrior. Jing Tian Yikong's voice boomed across the street, resonating even within the livestream for viewers to hear. What? Did I just hear correctly? Jiang Yu is not an invincible martial deity, but an SS-level warrior? An 18-year-old SS-level warrior. How can this be? Could it be a mistake? Impossible. The speaker is Jiao Pinji's only SS-level powerhouse. Jing Tian Yikong. He cannot be mistaken. Indeed. Have you not noticed? Jing Tian Yikong has pursued Jiang Yu for quite some distance yet has failed to catch him. Only an SS-level powerhouse can evade the pursuit of another SS-level powerhouse. Hiss! An SS-level martial artist at the tender age of 18 is nothing short of astonishing, an unprecedented phenomenon. Even the dragon god pales in comparison to Jiang Yu. Given a few more years, the title of the strongest in the Source Star may very well change hands. Excellent. Our nation has once again produced an SS-level powerhouse. I am eager to see which nation dares to underestimate us now. Amidst the astonishment, netizens displayed expressions of delight. In this world of cataclysm, the greater the number of powerful individuals within a nation, the safer it becomes and the more influence it wields. The rise of Jiang Yu brings only benefits and no detriments to the multitude of domestic netizens. While disparities in strength may incite jealousy and envy, when the gap becomes insurmountable, it only fosters admiration and reverence. This is precisely the status of Jiang Yu now, when he was merely proclaimed an invincible martial deity. Many talented martial artists within the country felt a sense of injustice and envy. However, upon the revelation of Jiang Yu's S-level prowess, that jealousy swiftly transformed into veneration. Damn it. We have all been deceived by Jiang Yu. Jing Tian Yikong exclaimed indignantly. Without needing to be reminded by Jing Tian Yikong, Xiu Lu Si and the others also sensed something amiss. 3 of us cannot delay any longer. Jiang Yu is an SS-level powerhouse. We must take action, Xiu Lu Si declared as he rose. Indeed, Jiang Yu must be eradicated. Moreover, this endeavor should not be undertaken solely by the 4 of us. All SS-level powerhouses should join forces, excluding the deceased Wen Tianxiang, as well as by Hu and Zhu Ke. If all 18 of our SS-level powerhouses collaborate, I firmly believe we can eliminate Jiang Yu. Willie C nodded in agreement. I will contact the other SS-level powerhouses. As Xiu Lu Si spoke, he prepared to reach out to them. The mysterious figure shook his head. No need. They have already arrived. Let us hasten to Debanjing and rendezvous with them. Xiu Lu Si nodded, and the 3 departed the room, boarding a battleship bound for Debanjing. As time passed, above Debanjing, mysterious battleships hovered. From these vessels descended imposing powerhouses, gazing down upon de Banjing with unreserved might. Each one was a renowned figure, clad in the heavenly God number 1 attire. Upon witnessing these formidable individuals, the netizens in the live stream could hardly contain their excitement. My heavens! Look quickly, that is Indonesia's strongest, the white elephant, and beside him is the grand priest of ancient Egypt, Gunina, the foremost powerhouse of the Western William family, Williams, the top figure of the Gaul, Bruce Xiuan, the strongest of the Kimchi nation, Jin Xiu Yuan, the top powerhouse of the John Bull, Carl Hughes, and there is Xiu Lu Si from the West, and Willis from the Big Hair family. The figure clad in black robes, if I am not mistaken, should be Captain America from Eagle Sauce. SS level, all SS level. The simultaneous appearance of 18 SS level powerhouses is a spectacle never before witnessed. Wait, why have they suddenly gathered above de Banjing? Could it be? This is bad. They are all here to confront Jiang Yu. They seek to extinguish this genius. What, they intend to join forces to eliminate Jiang Yu? Do they truly believe our Xia nation lacks powerhouses? Where are the Dragon God and the Fire God? Hurry and come protect Jiang Yu. He is our nation's foremost genius. They must not succeed. It cannot be. Jiang Yu has not offended them. There is no reason for them to eliminate him. The netizens in the live stream buzzed with speculation. Have they all come? Jiang Yu surveyed the 17 silhouettes in the sky, abruptly halting his steps and turning to face Jing Tiani Kong. Swish, swish, swish. As Jiang Yu came to a standstill, the 18 S-level powerhouses, including Jing Tiani Kong, swiftly encircled him. Are you all here to kill me? Jiang Yu scanned the faces of the 18, his expression stern, devoid of any trace of fear. What does he have to fear from a mere 18S-level martial artists? Jiang Yu, do not hold us accountable. If there is blame to be placed, it lies in the bloodshed you have wrought, compelling us to take action and seek justice for those fallen martial artists. Xiu Lu Si spoke. The other 17 remained silent, clearly acquiescing to Xiu Lu Si's words. He. Jiang Yu let out a cold chuckle, facing the 18 powerhouses with a mocking smile. You are not blaming me for the bloodshed, but rather fearing my potential growth that may threaten your positions, is it not? You seek to protect your own interests under the guise of righteousness.